Okay, let's check if we're live. We live? We good? I'm hoping we are good. One and all, welcome back. Hello. Okay, hopefully that worked well. Had to double check something because I don't know what happened. OBS decided to crap out because we're now live on a new platform, live on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. That's right, we're just expanding and booming ever more. Hopefully you all had some good holidays and you're ready for some insane Age of Empires action because we are back with one more tournament. That is right, we have got one more edition of Midweek Muster, our esports circuit for the Age of Empires scene. And it's going to be a fun one. We've got top names lined up to clash here. We've got Puppy Paw, Kill Jardi, Wham, B, Louis MT, and Anan joining us today for 5 back-to-back best of threes. After which, on Monday, we will end the year, round out the year, with a grand finals best of 11. Hopefully, we'll see a lot of new faces coming in and actually enjoying this now that they've got a little bit of time to relax over the holidays. But I'm going to have to keep track of this now because, like I said, we are basically using a whole new platform. Let me know if the TikTokers, if things are looking good there as well. I think they are. Hello, everyone. Hope that's going well. I figured we'd try and actually check in on some TikTok side of things as well. Must have built the PC wrong. Oh, no. Wait, have we crashed again? Are we good? We're good, right? Double check the chat. I'm freaking out now. Are we not live? Okay, we're live on TikTok. But Twitch still hasn't gone back live. What? Okay, does this work? Are we live now? Twitch? We're definitely still live on TikTok. That seems to be tracking, which is good. Just checking on the other side of things as well. All right, we're good. I've been showering thinking TikTok as well as Twitch and Stream and YouTube were live. But I think it was... I'm just double checking. I'm pretty sure YouTube was fine. TikTok was fine. Because basically, I don't know what happened there, guys. OBS crashed. We're using a different format now where it basically is... It's encoding locally so that you guys get a better quality for wherever you are. I think part of the problem with that is that it's maybe pushing too much of a bit rate, but we'll see. If it cuts off again with Twitch, they'll know that's exactly what's happening, and I'll just reboot it and turn off the variable rate. Let me just check, because I think YouTube went down as well. YouTube went down as well. So give me 1 second, because we need to resend the YouTube side of things. No, we're back. Okay, so everything is up. We're good. Glad we got there in the end. So yeah, folks, we're going to be doing some Age of Empires for today. Final tournament of the year, Midweek Muster All-Stars. We have got some of the best that we have seen in the Midweek Musters. We tried to get Vortex in and Dumu in, but Vortex availability issues. Dumu, bless him, is not feeling too well, so hopefully he's resting up and will be better. I know that feeling. It is not fun over the holidays. I literally, yesterday, while trying to prep everything for this tournament, was laid out in bed, not feeling very well. But glad we could actually make it happen, folks. So, we should be getting into the draft very soon for the first series. We're going to be opening up with Louis MT versus Anan. I thought that'd be a really good, cool way to begin this. Let me open up the captain's modes now, and hopefully the lads will start drafting shortly. Because surely they haven't got their times wrong. Nah, they know. So let me have a look. All right, fantastic. Looks like Anan, love that guy. He's like, I am ready. Behold me. So we're going to go into spectator mode. Louis should hopefully join the draft soon. He sometimes is a little bit slightly late on his timings. I hope that's not going to be the case this time. But I'm keeping an eye on it. If Louis and Anan is running a little bit late, we probably going to have Wham and B to open up instead. But we'll see how it goes. If Dumu isn't participating, B might go deep this tournament. I mean, that's true, right? He's like his kryptonite. For those that don't know, the way that I decided who to invite to this one is we literally just took the best performers on average, which we were running out of like the balance points of doing so. Originally, I was thinking of doing like a double elim form, but I thought it'd be really cool to do a round robin instead because we just very rarely do them these days in Age of Empires. But yeah, like the goal was probably going to be Louis MT versus Anan, followed up by Wham versus Louis, Puppy Paw versus Anan, B versus Kill Jardi, and Puppy Paw versus Wham. There will, of course, be a little bit of variance there, depending on, you know, who is available when, like what the cycle, the process is of like who's actually playing at any given time. But that's at least the schedule I'm aiming to lean by. But hopefully it goes well. I'm just a little bit paranoid it's going to crash again. I think we're good, though. I think we're actually good now. I don't know what caused that. It's very weird. Because basically, because we're now streaming to TikTok as well as Twitch and YouTube, I can do Twitch and YouTube within OBS, but until you get enough followers on TikTok, you can't just stream directly with like an RTMP. You have to use the TikTok Live Studio thing. So then I basically had to go through this very arduous process of cropping part of the OBS window to project it to people now watching. I just realized I've been keeping it on the bracket the whole time. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that looks gorgeous and fantastic for everyone. Please tell me Louis here. It's always a little bit concerning when you give people a clear time. Puppy Paw's response. So I think we are only missing Louis right at the second, which means we should hopefully have something to kick us off in a sec. By the way, guys, do you like the new PC? I guess I can't really fully show it. I can show it to TikTokers quickly. Look at this beauty. Look at this thing here. That is our $4,500 PC that we made. That is a beaut. I'm proud of that. I enjoyed a little bit of relaxation time playing out through Space Marines 2. My God, it maxes it out. It's chef's kiss. That thing is absolutely beautiful. We have a tournament today? We do indeed. We're going to be getting into it shortly. We're literally just waiting for the options to become available because one of these 3 matches literally should be starting any second now. I mean, they were meant to have all started by now, but bear with a second. The 5 AoE fans using TikTok will certainly rejoice. Hey, man, you never know, dude. You never know. No one else is even trying to use TikTok from Age of Empires, as far as I'm aware. There might be someone that, like, slaps pretty hard. Team Marine Lord for the win. M-Lord is just, like, checking that his boys are up to scratch in prep for weekend. Wait, actually, I didn't get a chance to catch up on the Steel Series. Is it your team that went through M-Lord? It's yours and Beasties, right? I believe it was yours and Beasties from what I glanced. I think so. I mean, someone needs to get their finger out of their ass because, like, there's literally not a Wikipedia page for the Fortune Steel. Oh, you had a free win? Okay. BC and M-Lord can't win together? That's why they're against each other. Gotcha. Okay. Where the hell? Are we missing 2 players? I mean, but shout out to B, by the way. He came in really clutch last second. It was like 2 hours before the broadcast was set to begin that he said he was available. Bless. I don't know where is Louis? I would have thought they'd all be ready and spaghetti and good to go. Wham, is your set ready to go? Is your opponent in? Lucky Louis faced Lucifron instead of you. Oof. You want to see the games for third place? Wait, was there no third place played out on that? Is that right? Why am I trying to drink an unopened can of Red Bull? B not responding here? Alright, one sec. I'll link them the chats just to be safe in case they are not paying attention. Louis admittedly has been a little bit quiet, but he did originally say that he wanted to play. So let me just bump them both directly and we'll see if we can get them in there. I do love that I was like, oh, nice. 3 series running. I know which one I want to start with, but like honestly, there should just be something ready to go. And every single one has a slight delay, which is brilliant. Oh, man. This is going to be fun, though. I'm so hyped for this. Like, it's really cool because, I mean, it's only 2 days this time around, right? But I think the style is very unique. I was weighing up just doing play all 2s, especially since we upped it to 6 players. At one point, we're thinking of 5. But I think the problem with going, like, play all 2s is we would have probably had a lot of confusing or weird tiebreaker situations. I think in future what I'd love to do is, like, because this is going to be a 2-day format. I love the idea of doing these type of formats where you have, like, a round-robin group stage and then slotting people into a playoffs, but you have, like, 2 groups, right? Because then you can make it a 3 or 4 day type event. You don't know why Marine Lord's getting money, didn't do anything? I mean, dude, isn't that, like, I thought that's how the comp scene works. Marine Lord just gets invited to these things, right? Did the graphics on casting improve with the new PC? That's what we're going to find out. I took a few samples actually inside of Space Marines 2, which should be more intense than AoE 4. And the game in the recordings looked beautiful. And that was using locally, so I used the AMD encoding on the 7900 XTX. It looked really good. So I'm quite confident that should come out well. What I've done for now is the streaming quality is being done with X264 because I want to see how well it would come out considering that like we're using a 16-core CPU. If it doesn't look that great, it's fine. Learning lesson, we'll just switch back to like AMD HW AV1 or something like that, which I think I'm using AV1 for local records. Yo, what's up, Nick? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Okay, so do we have a series ready to roll? All right, Wham, looks like you got a response. You got a response from B. Go, 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 go. Because we're probably going to... It looks like we're probably going to be opening with Wham versus B. Because Louis is still a little bit AWOL right now. I don't think Puppy Paw versus Kill Jardi. Okay, so guys, we have a choice. We do Puppy Paw versus Kill Jardi, or we do B versus Wham. What do you think, guys? Because next series is... Actually, I think that works out nicely. It's like we can do it that way. Dude, Louis is going to slow our whole day down. I can already feel it. He better bloody be awake. I mean, I'm trying to remember, like, what parts of Christmas do China celebrate? Yeah, we're going to open with the Wham versus B set. So let me get that ready now. Thank you, lads. All right, so let's go ahead. And by the way, for this one, guys, you know I said it's going to be a best of 11? I had to come up with a map pool that was that big. So what we've done is we took all the previous editions of Midweek Muster and have entered the home maps into it. And then on top of it, we've added in a bunch of maps from the ranked pool. So Dry Arabia is going to be in there. Gorge is going to be in there. We've got Nagari. I made a bold choice there. Hillendale, Gorge as well. Every series will start with Dry Arabia, though. Nice setup. Thank you, man. Really sad you missed the building PC? Oh, dude, you can go back into the VODs on Twitch, and they're there on YouTube as well. It was a long stream, actually. Some people are like, man, I'm starting to feel uninspired. I can't believe this took 7 hours to build. And I felt bad. But then I watched one of my friends who worked with PCs, has built a few already, and literally her job was around tech for like years. And her and her partner were building PCs together, and I think they took like 9 hours. So I was like, wow, okay, I don't feel bad anymore. Is it a green screen? No, I decided to put the green screen down because it was going to be weird otherwise. Cause I want to keep the PC in frame. But there's loads of cool little gaming-related things in the background you guys can see. What's up, United? Thank you very much for Prime Gamer sub. All right, so bans are in. We should know in a second what our opening maps are going to be. In fact, why is that not showing up on the overlay? There we go, it's up now. Yeah, but weirdly enough, I have to hit update so many times for Dry Arabia to show. All right, so we do have the map draft. We're going to be doing Borderland and Scarguard. So Dry Arabia, Borderland, and Scarguard. Mike and everything sounds great, by the way, I'm assuming. When I tested it, it seemed all good. This is going to be fun because I'm going to have to go through that again in probably like another week or two because we should be getting sent some really cool audio tech by an amazing brand. So, hey, give away your old PC to Marine Lord? Jesus, why does he do... They should give me a PC to cast his games. General Mate should have him covered, mate. My partner's been begging for my old PC. Haven't seen me in like a week? Yeah, we did say we were going to take a break. And then we done a surprise of one more tournament in our $9,000 esports circuit. Okay, so bans are currently underway. In fact, what I can do is I can go to display screen. Did I forget to... No, that's a different one, isn't it? Yeah, we don't like that one. We won... Is it in-game? No. Gaming. There we go. Because we have got background cap here. Apologies on the TikTok side. When things get moving, it'll be a little bit less than my just talking head and nothing else. It's just because I haven't set up absolutely every scene because I have to go through a very tedious process. But if you guys take to it well, then we'll evolve the TikTok side more and more. It becomes much easier once we get the access to the custom codes to stream. because we can do it all in one software. Right now I'm doing it too. iCasting still serious this weekend? No, they said they want exclusive, right? And I really try to respect that. So, I'll let them have their tournament as long as they let me have mine. It's no problem. I think that's the way it should be, right? You should try to lift each other up, not try and suffocate each other out. So always a big emphasis for me on that side of things. So, looks like draft-wise, we've got, what, Chinese Archery on the opener. Now, remember, we're doing Dry Arabia, Scarguard, and Boardland, right? Chinese works pretty well on Scarguard or Boardland. Archery is a pretty all-arounder. Remember, this is Wham versus B, by the way. The French pick, we know they love that for Scarguard as well. I think the problem for B is he doesn't have, like, an S-class Pro Scouts pick. I think Roos are okay, but they're not crazy. Excuse me. Blimey. Sorry. Still recovering from the illness yesterday. I think, genuinely, French can just wallop Roos on a Pro Scouts map. Normal maps is a bit different. Abbasid's kind of surprising there. Usually is a ban power on both sides, not surprising at all. Both of these players actually respect it a lot. Delhi was to be expected bans as well. English is going to be snaking through at the end here, though, which is quite interesting. Because that was for Wham, right? I mean, what does B get that gives him a better draft here? Probably Ibids has to be coming out. You don't feel great about that now that you're giving English over at the end. Mongols? This has to be... Okay, so he doesn't even go Ibids, he goes Malians, and that'll be... What, do you even go English finisher? Of course you do. So, let's get that loaded in, and we can switch over the scene. And I just realized... Are we linked in? Yes, we are. So there you go. People watching on the TikTok can also now see the draft. So, likely way this is going to play out, we're going to be opening up on Dry Arabia, remember? Dry Arabia is likely... And let me change the name, Henry. Goodness gracious, Wham. So... Dry Arabia is very likely going to be... Do you put H3 first? I mean, here's the thing. You are throwing away like your strongest Civ, but at the same time, you're getting an opening win in a best-of-3 set. I think you go HRE here, and Wham's reaction is likely going to be... French? I mean, you could play French into that, but then... Boldland has to be, what, English? I think that can work. My worry is, like, if B... What is the Malian pick for? Is he one of those Scarguard believers? But then you're not playing the Pro Scout meta, which... Well, you're trying to, but I find Malians is a little bit slow on the way they play the Scarguard meta. I think B might be contemplating an opening Dry Arabia Malian game, looking at the opponents he's potentially against there and saying it could be worse, right? Maybe, for example, if you think that Wham's going to pick French as an opener, Malian should be pretty content. And that sets you up nice later on, because I just don't really rate Malians or Boardland at all. But let's start the game up and find out. Yo, what's up, Gitezma? I'm struggling with that one. Gitezma. Sorry. Appreciate it, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Thank you. Appreciate the sub. All right, let's get the game started up. And this should be, man, this should be so smooth as well. Didn't you say you were sick on X? Yes. Yes, I literally was bedridden for most of yesterday. So we're surviving. We'll see if we're thriving. What's up, Yo Dad CC? Thank you very much for the sub as well. Appreciate it. Welcome to Swarm. Oh, do I need to move that a bit? I'm now just blocking my head. I guess that's like an improvement. But we're getting the game open now. We should be getting ready to get in a second. So, are the lads in lobby? They are in lobby. Okay, so we'll be hopping in just a moment. Reminder, this is just the first of 5 sets today. We might even cover more. It depends on how fast or slow the brackets are moving, right? Because one of the awkward things of the round robins is that you can delay other parts of it if someone dragging their heels. So we're opening with Wham versus B. Likely, if things are fluid, and let's say the Anatan Louis set is fast, then we can shift across to Wham and Louis next. And I'd love to check in on, say, Puppy Paw and Anatan after that, and then we'll go as we go. Oh, you look good. Thank you. I think I just... You know what it is? Just making sure you got enough energy drink in your system that it doesn't show. Yeah, no, it was a bit rough. Like, my mum was like, I've never given anyone food poisoning. I was like, well, Granddad felt ill, and I felt ill. Something may have happened. Yeah, not a fun time to be under the weather. Okay, so we should be getting into game in just a moment. Let me check on the lads. Turn the volume down a bit as well. Looks like the Puppy Paw Kill Jardi set is a go as well, so fantastic. Good to see people are starting to get a move on. Okay. think, yeah, I'm super paranoid that things are going to crash now, but I think we're good. Whew. All right. How was the Christmas for all you guys, by the way? Did you have a good time? Do I need to treat you all like kids and go, did you get anything good? I didn't really get anything. Do you suffer food poison? I believe that is what it was. Yes. It was, and then I was in that state of like, you know, I just kind of, then you go through the almost starvation phase where you're like, I just really don't want to eat anything because it's probably just going to end up getting puked out or something later on, right? So it's like that weird dynamic wasn't fun. Yeah. But I'm glad that I'm feeling good enough to do this. It would have been a real bummer. Like, I planned this out. Basically, I adapted what I was going to do after I saw that there was going to be the Steel Series thing on the weekend. I was like, okay, I'm going to be reasonable here and shift it around, even though it was super last second. I'd been planning this a little bit longer, but the reality is I hadn't announced it really. So both are at fault. But yeah, so I made an adjustment. So we're going to be live throughout today for 5 series. And then on Monday, we'll come live at the same time for a best of 11, which I hope is going to be absolutely crazy. Like, fingers crossed, man. Really cool that we were able to find a different format to do as well that made sense, doing the round robins. All right, but it looks like Wham and B are now loading the game. And yes, Dry Arabia is the opening map. Dry Arabia will always be our default opening map. And then there is a map pool of 11. 4 bans in total. So that leaves 6 maps that could be chosen by the players in the remaining 2. All right, fantastic. Be the GOAT? Hell yeah. What's up, Kvoff? I mean, it's going to be interesting. Like, we might try and catch the B versus Kill Jardi series a little bit later. I think that's going to be a very interesting one in my mind. Because I think Kill Jardi is at that level, really. Like, I want to say B's slightly been surpassed by Kill Jardi, but it's a little bit hard to say that based on the recent results. It doesn't really track. By the way, guys, new PC, even more justifiable. We've got those AMD sponsors popping up because that is a fully AMD-powered PC right next to me. I'm going to slide it across again for the people on TikTok. Boom! And then everyone on every other platform will see my terrible wiring. That beauty right there, that absolute god-tier PC, has got a 9950X 16-core CPU unit. It has got a 7900 XTX AMD Gigabyte graphics card, 64 gig of Kingston Fury RAM, their finest with the Expo to make sure you're overclocked correctly. We have got Crucial's Gen 5 4 terabyte SSD sitting in that bad boy. And then, of course, it's all seated on an X870E motherboard from Aorus, from the Gigabyte lads. Powered, cooling-wise, by the wonderful folks at Corsair, as well as on the PSUN. So all those fans, the LCD cap. Can you guys see that, by the way? Can you see that LCD cap? All right, I'm going to screw up my camera angle, but you guys need to see this. I was overly proud of myself for this. Does anyone get that reference? You know that reference, right? You guys got to know that reference. Out of all the things I could, because you can put GIFs, you can put images on that LCD screen, I had to go for that. That is a Heroes of Might and Magic free reference right there. Oh, man. And then I need to... Whoopsie, you can see my messy room a bit. Let's get it back over there. Yeah, not everything's clean in this room. All the real players know? Hell yeah. Dude, like, when I had someone ask me, like, what is that? I'm like, you don't know games. You clearly don't know games. You've missed out. That's sick. Hell yeah, dude. I love it. Like, and then I was thinking of getting a few custom color schemes for it to rotate through. Maybe just do like all the different Heroes of Might and Magic towns. Dude, I'm a little bit of a Heroes of Might and Magic nerd, in case you haven't noticed. Am I interested in the new Heroes release? I am intrigued by it. I don't know if it will have like a comp scene or anything, or if it will be that watchable. So maybe from a content creator angle, it's a tough one, because although there are people that watch Might and Magic, I think the people that watch Might and Magic have the people they're going to watch, and they always will now. You know what I mean? I love that that scene is still alive. For anyone who doesn't know what Heroes of Might and Magic is, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is one of the greatest strategy games ever created in the history of ever. And even today, after all these years, you can still find between like 2,500 to 10,000 people watching it live on Twitch, which is freaking wild, actually, when you just think about that for a second. How am I going to protect my computer from my daughter? It looks like an appeal for children. Well, luckily, I have my studio, which is separate from the house, so my daughter shouldn't be able to attack at this, hopefully. Anyway, let's get predictions ready. So first game is actually going to be Abbasids versus Roos. Wow, they both tried to come at it a little bit differently then. That's interesting. This matchup feels like it's meant to be fairly decent for the Roos from what we've been seeing recently. I'll get predictions going, and then we will be into game in 1 minute exactly. So I'll run a minute of ads. Was that beauty of a PC? That is my beast. Exclamation mark PC, by the way, if you guys want to start buying these components up, I did create an Amazon shopping list just because that's an easy way of like getting some commission if you want to buy in. I think it works on different countries. I don't know, we'll see. But it's got all the components listed there anyway. So bare minimum, you guys know where to find it all. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 components that are a little bit awkward right now. Like the 7900 XTX, I think, is sold out. That version on Amazon. I might try and find a different way of allowing you guys to like bump through and buy them if you want to. If you want to give, you know, a little bit of kickback to me. But folks, I think it's time to get into game, and hopefully this is going to look beautiful for everyone on the TikTok side of things as well, because I have set it up nicely. There we go. I mean, you guys aren't seeing anything different if you're watching on Twitch. sorry to be the guy who like just breaks the bad news to you guys in the end. One more tournament to round out the year. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster, but not just any Midweek Muster. This one is the Midweek Muster All-Stars, our final tournament of 2024. The final official Microsoft tournament of 2024. It's going to be a fun one. We've got a round-robin group stage, 5 series across the day that we'll be able to cast. A total actually being played of 15 series. And then on Monday, the 30th, we will close out the year with the final tournament games of 2024 for Age of Empires with a best of 11 grand finals. But we begin here. Group stage, round 1. Wham versus B in a best of 3. And we're kicking off in good old Dry Arabia. That's right, we went above and beyond to make sure that the map pool was familiar in any and every possible way. Every single map that we'll be using in this edition of Midweek Muster has featured previously in MM or has appeared on the ladder in rank. It's going to be a fun way to begin as well. Abbasids versus Roos. A little bit of an interesting matchup these days, actually. I think you'd expect the Abbasids to be better because the Camel Aura, right, really offsets a lot of what the Roos want to do. But what we're seeing is the Horse Archer meta is just a little bit too good, a little bit too strong. You spam them a lot faster and a lot cheaper than someone can get their hands on Camel Archers, and that gives you just an inherent edge. By the way, guys, because I'm on a new setup, let me know if the audio is a little bit too loud or anything, because I had to reset those conditions. But hopefully it's not too loud. It feels kind of loud on my end. So, what way do you go here? Is this going to be like an eco-wing game? I mean, you could try to melee-wing and pressure a little bit, because usually most Roos players are just trying to go fast castle now, right? So that can force them off that timing. It does feel like it would be a little bit better to just play into the greed, I want to say. Especially with a spawn like this. I mean, you've got all these forward spawning resources. A TC drop here to shove the deer in, and then a third TC on the tree line would lock you in pretty nicely. But how did you guys go with the predictions in the end? I'm kind of curious. 88% of people believed that Wham was going to take this. I think that's... Is that really... I want to say that that's kind of based on the players' performances, right? Wham has definitely looked like the better of the two, right? We invited players based on the performances. We decided 6 of the best players should be invited. So we actually, we pitched invites to 8 in total, 2 were unavailable. So, you know, when you look at the people, though, of who were on the list, the averages actually have B as the lowest, believe it or not. So the order of like best performances to worst of people who got in this is you've got Puppy Paw, Wham, Louis, Anatans, Kill Jardi B. That's actually the order based on rankings. Because B, although he's done fairly well, been fairly consistent, right? I checked it. It was kind of surprising that Kill Jardi, on average, had a higher average performance. Dimu couldn't play? No. Dimu, unfortunately, had something come up. Fully understood. He let me know. Shout out to the lad. Hope he's resting up. And hopefully we'll see him again in the new year for more midweek musters. Good to hear some in-game audio as well. Yeah, I might turn it down a little bit between game 1 and 2. I wonder if it's a little bit, teeny bit too loud, per se. Wait, does the minimap seem low quality? It shouldn't do. That is just an expanded minimap, so it's bigger for you guys to see. So, Golden Gate coming in, Eco Wing on the other side. We do have the gathering for the first TC. I feel like a lot of Ambassador players have been going Eco Wing just to play 1 TC. Oh, sorry, 2 TC. The 3 TC can usually feel a bit greedy if you know your opponent's going fast castle on Bruce. Was Vortex invited? Vortex was offered an invite. Unfortunately, he was only available for today. He wouldn't have been involved for Monday. It wouldn't have made sense to invite a guy for 1 day. And then if he made grand finals, he wouldn't be able to play, right? So, woodcutting sound is serene. I think it's a bit over the top. The more I'm listening to this, the more I want to just quickly do this and go ahead and drop it to there. I think that's a lot better. All right, so B, wait, he's actually in Pro Scouts. Man, this guy loves Pro Scouts. I'd say this guy is kind of obsessed with Pro Scouts. B does Pro Scouts on more civs than almost any other player in the game at this stage. Interesting choice as well. Like, you know, he can still go for the fast castle build off the back of this. Golden Gate gets you there pretty quickly. And if he thinks that Wham is going to be extra gluttonous here and play free TC, it'll be easy for him to get away with. I think the play for Wham is just, yeah, 2 TC out on the deer, and then maybe look to play some pressure. You could even think about fast castle yourself, because that would give you access to the melee wing, and then you could straight up just get into some camels. B just trying to be a nuisance here, shoving those deer away. I mean, this is rough though, right? Because you didn't start sniping the deer. Now B, with all this waiting for the Pro Scouts as well, it's not just shoving the deer away, it's taking them away permanently. Oh my god. This is cursed. He chose poorly. This is pretty brutal, actually. So Wham has built a TC in the middle of nowhere to get, like, no value, right? Because B could actually just run in right now and get these deer behind the TC. I don't think he sees them, though. They are hidden. Yeah, he's just going to take the safe options. Oh my god, that is a poor man's TC. So he ends up with 2 deer underneath this town center. And what does he do? He immediately goes back to gathering more stone. Why? So you can drop another TC on the deer? No, no, please don't. He's probably going to be looking to drop the TC on the tree line. Usually with this type of build, when you go 3 town centers, you're probably thinking about farms. Oh my god, this is a brutal beginning. You remember the Mali meta? I mean, the Mali meta was pretty brutal. At its peak, for sure. But Roos doing this is like is something as old as time itself, it feels like, right? Like, they were the OGs of this type of meta back in the old school days when we had the Pew Pew ponies coming in. We can see it very clearly. It's going to be a fast castle build here from B. No real surprise there. Malian meta wasn't with Pro Scouts, though? That's not true. Gully, you're too young. There was a Malian meta with Pro Scouts. You could easily do Pro Scouts off the back of doing the Scout opener. Wait, no, guys, no. Wham, not like this.
Now you're
not like this. Oh, Crockety. Make them look away from the screen. You rated at the most painful times. We just watched this with the first TC. We're going to see it again. Does Wham not learn? Apparently not, because he's going to get yoinked for the 2nd time in this game. I'm baffled, man. I'm surprised he went for this over, say, the berries. Or a tree line, even. It looks like the spears are at least going to get a bit of breathing room here. B wasn't only able to snatch away, what, 1 deer? I'm a little bit underwhelmed by that. Yeah, it looked like his time was a little bit off. Oh my god. I can't believe this. Remember what I just done with the rankings where I said Wham is 2nd most powerful ranker and B is like technically the lowest ranking of the 6 based on midweek muster performances. And then this. Just this. And yes, we are using the same prize pool as we would with the weeklies. All right, so B, about ready for the tech up. High trade house should just be the given. Probably going to be dropping it on the back tree line here to get the most wood. Yeah, there's nowhere else. Ooh. I have so many questions with this particular game. Is that the first Abbey of Trinity we've seen in Midweek Muster? I think that might be. I'm trying to think, we maybe maximum had one other Abbey of Trinity in all of the Midweek Musters. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, people just don't really rate this very highly, right? The high trade house is great because when you tech up, you want to be able to buy all your age up ecos, right? How do you get them? Well, the extra gold trickle you get from a high trade house is great for that. But instead, B is looking for a very succinct timing here to snatch relics away. Meanwhile, Wham prepping the first of many, I'm sure, camel archers to come. He has so much deer. So in the end, I think, if I'm not mistaken, what happened here is that Wham got 8 deer and B got 20. Have we only done 4 MWMs so far? What, you mean KPMMs? Gotta get used to that. KPMMs. No, we've had 7. 7 plus now the All-Stars. In fact, Midweek Muster number 8 sign-ups are now actually open. Because they kick off on the 3rd of January. This is my nice little late Christmas present to you all. For all the support. To give you one more tournament to round out the year. Oh look, Wham is walling almost the entire bloody map. I've never seen this before in the history of KPMM. I mean, this is a new Wham, guys. Like, we've never really seen him try... Okay, no, this guy walls more than anyone else. Yeah, this is actually pretty wild. Like, how often he falls like this is crazy. But on a civ like Abbasis, it makes more sense, especially when you know your opponent's fast castle. You need the walls up before the horse archers start to arrive. So look to protect himself. Meanwhile, horse archers just looking to deal with any sort of flank raids that potentially could come in. And Wham feels a long way away from an age up here. Well, this income most definitely. He's still gathering a lot of wood, so it looks like he's trying to scale into more infrastructure. Plus, obviously, you have to remember these walls take a long time to build. They cost a lot, they build slow. It's horrible. Camel archers straight up beat horse archers? No. Oh, honey. So you would think so, yes. The problem you run into is all the variables around the stats of this unit one-on-one. Because it should never be one-on-one. A camel archer costs you 230 resources, a horse archer only costs you 120, right? Then you have the range difference. It's very difficult when you then also add in the production speed. Horse archers take about 0.65, is it? I think, to be specific, is the time metric. So you zerg a lot more horse archers than you can get camels out. Crazy how Abba free TC is not getting punished. I mean, you say they're not getting punished, but they're losing all map control, right? There's only one relic that B won't be able to get. And Wham is now trying to prep the archers. So this is where you get your win condition for the Assassins. And it's where B needs to think differently. Because if he just sticks to horse archers, he will lose to composite bow archers in H3. That's the goal now for Wham. Survive, buy time, and this is one of the beautiful things, right? I tease him and I mock him. Well, not mock him, but tease him definitely about his walling, which we know Wham wants to do a lot. But it is actually the right call against mass horse archer strat. Because now you can get your age up before your opponent can break in. At which point, these bad boys win. Oh no. Not like that, please. Man, the fact that Spearman is still even blocking this out for a second is kind of baffling. And it's forcing an overreaction here from B. Pulls all the horse archers back. Honestly, I mean, he needs either a unit switch or a 2 TC play now. He's so far behind, and because he went for Abbey of Trinity, he's not even remotely comparing through passive income. I'm a bit shocked by his choice to not go high trade house here. You save 200 wood. I know, of course, yeah, you do get the Warrior Monks half price, but really, in the end, you basically saved about 300, 350 resources. You're close to already paying that back with a good high trade house. Serious Sight's now being locked in. I mean, this is the other problem, right? Like, B, he can at least force Wham to come out. My worry is Wham now has 10 minutes to come out. And apologies, that's not the correct bracket link. We'll look to get that updated between Game 1 and Game 2. Also, he's going to have to defend this, try to get gate up. An ambitious gate from Wham, though. What? There's going to be a break-in. It looks like B is going to get an opportunity to do some damage. Warlord does complete. Walls are going to break. And now you need to spread out. Split up and look for clues like you're the Scooby-Doo gang. Because there's plenty to kill here. Plenty to be discovered. But B instead. Wait, what? He's sitting on the third TC. Which is confusing considering how little of Wham's economy is now impacted. I mean, maybe he feels like he can get through this, but the arrow fire from the TC is going on the scouts. This is a mistake. B, instead of diving deeper and looking for substantial worker kills, he's wasted his timing on this. Finally realizing it, but it's a big difference it just made. Veterancy for Archers just got queued up. Compos as well. Dive is at least going to start coming in, but the Camelinese is going to be there. The double Camel Rider, a nuisance. I'm not going to lie, folks. I think B just dropped the ball. Well, he didn't just drop the ball. He dropped the ball while on a slope with Wham 5 feet down on that slope, ready to receive. And now, what's your play, really? I mean, it looks like he's stockpiling for Imperial. That can't be right. There's nothing in Imperial that saves you here. You have to play the Age now, because your opponent's economy is too strong. If you go Imperial Age, Wham will mirror you, because he has a good enough economy to do so. Wham, quite rightly so, just scaling as many archers as possible now. Remember, he has that attack speed. It's ridiculous, actually. 1.25 seconds to attack. You almost attack twice for every time a horse archer will attack. Yeah, B's build looks very 2021, right? And this build was broken back then for a good reason. That was because of animation cancelling. Nowadays, this build has returned. It has popularity, but it doesn't have longevity. When you go horse archers, you kind of put yourself on the clock. Wham is jumping the gun on these trades a bit. Wait, why do we have spring? Huh? B is building Springolds against the full archer army. Reminder, this unit gets bonus damage against melee infantry. So if it's not melee, you're not going to hit it for extra. I am so confused by so many elements of B's build. But wait, guys, you're misunderstanding. If we don't know what B's doing, like nobody knows what B is doing. Figure it out. By the way, you know what you guys should be doing? Clicking that link that just popped up in chat. AMD are back sponsoring us again. Not just the build, they're sponsoring us to do some integration on the channel. If you guys didn't know, apparently there's new stock of the 9800 X3Ds coming in. I'm currently on the 9950X, and look at how gorgeous and smooth everything runs with this stream, despite the fact we are streaming and recording on 3 different platforms. If that doesn't convince you to go Team Ryzen, I don't know what's gonna. Man, this is a lot of horse archers. Knights are at least now coming in, but Wham! Look at the knight count. It's kind of ludicrous how quickly he's ramping up here. Kind of a bit surprised Wham didn't go for, say, horseman? But then again, he doesn't have many farms right now, right? He's only got 12 farms, so it would be a little bit dangerous to exhaust yourself. Knights is a little bit more balanced because, of course, it's half gold. Here we go. Assault now begins. Not really planning the stream, especially on 3 different platforms. Well, yeah, that's why I said 9800 X3D. It's literally the best CPU for gaming. Flash coming in. I mean, credit to him. B's actually trading reasonably well, all things considered. These horse archers doing a lot better than they outright should. Wham, now having the front line. That is going to buy the time for the archers to fire back. But you need to stick to this. The moment you back off is when these horse archers start to win. And it's not just that, it's the Saint's Blessing as well. That +1 damage, +1 defense is huge in these engagements. Well, +2 damage, right? So you're definitely hitting hard at the camel archers. However, you are starting to thin a little. Horse archers down to 30. And the Springolds, I'm just underwhelmed. I don't really feel like they've done that much. it's kind of weird, right? Like, they only hit for 17 damage because none of this is melee infantry. And that looks like breakpoint. That looks like that's probably going to be game because B was not able to get that timer ticking down. He has no backup plan, no multi-TC, no army, and no hopes against the Canadian. After a disastrous start against the Pro Scouts, Wham makes it look too easy to slam dunk with the Camel Boys. Damn. Crazy game one. Honestly, I thought that did actually feel like at points it could have been going either way, right? The opening from B looked so good. I'm shocked they actually just snowballed against him so quickly. I think he just made a few haphazard errors in the early game. Oh, sorry, the mid-game transition, right? Like, he wasted all that time attacking the third TC. I think that was a mistake. That was probably, if I had to choose one thing where I'm like, this would have actually made the difference to B, it was that moment right there. He needed to go and attack into economy. If he found economy, you're looking at a completely different game opening the series. But let me update this sheet. So, what was that noise? Did we... I'm paranoid when I hear that noise now. Last time it meant the OBS crashed. I'm praying it hasn't happened again. There we go. So, what's the bucking horse inside my PC? That is the victory screen from Might and Magic 3, one of the greatest strategy games ever created. Highly recommend checking out if you haven't. So let me give the victory points across to Wham there. We'll get ready for game number 2 and see where they're going to take us. That is indeed Heroes Free. So I need to update it. So game 1 was ABBA versus Rus. Could be a win for the left. And reminder, folks, there are plenty more series to see. It's not going to be like normal midweek musters where if B loses here, he is out. We are doing a round-robin group stage today. So each of these players will participate in 5 best-of-3s across the day. Let me catch up on chat as well. Oh, my throat is a bit rough still. Congrats on the new PC. Thank you, thank you. We see the PC? You're meant to. That's the whole idea. Is this an r/whoosh moment for you, okay? $10 streak? What's the highest today? Himoke's on a 20. I don't think anyone's higher. I think, was it like a month ago? Someone was like a 38 streak or something, but then they took a little break. I think Crackety was really high in his watch streak at one point. Don't know if it evaporated, though. New format? Oh, yes. Different format. A reminder, this is only day 1. Day 2 will be on Monday. So we're giving the padding space so that the weekend tournament that's being done by Wham can have its room. And then we'll be back on Monday for the grand finals, which will be a best of 11. What up? High five. Okay, is there a way on... I'm just checking someone TikTok live. Because I want to change it so it doesn't just show when people join. Because it's a bit hard to actually filter if people actually are saying things there. Because literally, for those who don't know, on TikTok... And what is up, Joke Bear? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Does my Protein Works code still work? It should still work, yes. We just don't have the things up because we're currently in negotiations to see if they come back for 2025. You know, as much as I do enjoy the goodies, you know, you gotta pay for the right to advertise. Wink, wink. But yes, the code should still work. I'm pretty sure of that. So code Killer Pigeon will get you a discount. But yeah, appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. But yeah, it's very weird on TikTok because I can't see a way. Like, it tells me when people join for the live chat, but there's no way to see, like, there's no way to filter that out so that you just see when people are talking, right? It's a bit weird. Huh. I'll have to look into that later. But what's the hold up? The lad's ready? Ah, okay. Thank you, Wham. Appreciate the update. B has to quickly take care of his daughter, so he just needs a few minutes break. No problem, no problem. We might have a no-show from Louis, which is very disappointing. In fairness, he last responded to me on the 22nd. It's been a few days, but I just know sometimes he can be a bit AWOL. It's a little bit annoying. Thoughts on Dervish? Dervish is... I've said this before, man. Like, AoE healing... You know, AoE healing can be really good. Feudal healing can be ridiculous. Put those two things together on a mobile cav unit, you got problems, right? Yeah, we might... It might end up turning into a 5-person group stage at this rate, which is a little bit unfortunate. All-Stars, what is this? It's our final treat for you all this year. In fact, I should actually change... Let me quickly put the logo up. I just realized we actually haven't got a logo in this scene. So we should fix that. So we go... Oh, here he goes. Trying to modify things on the go. Oh, no. Now I have to get the sizing right. I think that works. That look good, chat? I mean, it's a little bit scuffed because of the size of the chat window, actually, now that I look at it. But I think that's mostly okay. Kind of prefer when the gifts would start. Oh, too bad. We're never starting again. We're in a goddamn rap remix. We got a peak gaming PC now. God tier, if I do say so myself. Shuffles tie. All right, so looks like we're getting ready for game number 2. It's going to be HRE versus French on Scarcard. Another HRE believer. Yeah, we've occasionally seen HRE, but I feel like it's been very hit or miss on this map. What I'll do is I'll start predictions now for you guys. So, we can do 5-minute predictions. We've got 4 minutes until we're live in game. So I'll give you guys about a minute when we actually get into game. And let me just double check. Everything's looking good everywhere else still, hopefully. I think so, yeah. I'm just paranoid now. It was such a weird way that it just started with like OBS crashing. It wasn't even the PC, it was just OBS itself had a little bit of a hiccup. Because like we've got this very interesting plugin that allows us to have not only a horizontal perspective for OBS, but a vertical perspective. But I don't think all the kinks have been ironed out with that tech yet. Can you see the brackets? Good idea. While we've got a little bit of time, I can quickly update and we can put the brackets in. So it would be... One second. We'll update it now. Boom. All right, there you go. Should be able to click it now. That'll be the Start GG bracket that you'll link through to. For anyone to come in who wants to track on the TikTok as well, I'll put it there. Same for YouTube. I'll put it for you guys as well. Boink. I'm glad we finally got things moving though. I was starting to have a panic attack. I was like, oh no, dude, it's going to be a disastrous start. I was getting this really bad feeling. But luckily, it looks like things are starting to flow a bit. It is just going to be a bit of a bummer if Louis not ready. Let me aim as well. And that's how we'll get a default win for first round. All right. What happened about Louis? I don't know. He's AWOL. It's kind of unfortunate. You know, I literally had one player who wasn't feeling well, and even he like heads up me. So I'm a little bit bummed out that Louis is missing. Maybe he needs to get his time zones right, but there shouldn't really be an excuse because basically I got out of my way to use timestamps in Discord that will convert the time to your local region. So there's literally no reason to be late. No, but unfortunate. Amazon says it's in AUD, but it's in pounds. Oh, what? It's not working through to you? Is there no way to like just hop across to your correct page and then? That's the annoying thing with, I guess, with Amazon's affiliate shopping lists. I don't know if there's a way around that. I'd have to look into it, but I'm not sure right now. Yeah, it does sound a little bit annoying though. I just realized I should turn the music back on. I just realized I accidentally turned the music all the way. We'll turn this music off now because it's just eerie silence otherwise. But in game, I turned the music off. I just realized. It'll give you AUD. Are you not in Australia? Because if I click on those links, I get GBP. Because I'm British. In case that wasn't apparent. Yeah. But you're saying it will give you AUD. Yeah, that's fine if it's giving you AUD. That's correct. Well, you're saying it's not, because it sounds like you're saying it is giving you Australian dollars. All right, looks like we're ready to hop into another. All right, 1 second. Well, I'll do quickly. I just realized after that game one, I turned it down. We usually have a little bit of music audio here. Is it like that? There we go. That sounds very quiet still. Do we usually have it louder? I wish I'd remembered what my set... I wish this actually saved the cloud, actually. It's kind of annoying. One game down, but still potentially 2 more to go here in round number 1 of the Midweek Muster All-Stars. Wham versus B. And Wham is off to an early lead here. We hop into game number 2, and he's gone for the French. Man, these guys love the French. The Canadians seem to just thrive off of the French on Skarsgård. Skarsgård, of course, the map with, I believe it was 74 deer in total, which is insane when you consider that most maps have 28. But for good reason, folks. There's only 5 sheep per player on this map. B has gone for the HRE. Now, HRE was a civ that people tried in the very beginning with Skarsgård in week 1, and then it just kind of fell off in popularity. Now, part of that will be because of HRE just being so bannable. Part of it was just because the meta on this map feels like it's better as Pro Scouts, and Holy Roman Empire aren't really a civ that has a fluid way into Pro Scouts play. French, on the other hand, just makes so much sense. You've got Pro Scouts for the deer, you've got trade on water, which we've seen multiple times from the Canadians. Wonder if we're going to see it again. Wham hates the French, so they must be really good on this map. You say that, Wham plays the French a decent amount. I think French is like a solid high B tier, maybe approaching A tier right now in the meta. They're very good. They're very strong. Definitely not what I call a weak civ right now. I've not seen really unskilled play HRE. I mean, sure, I've seen HRE Pro Scouts played over the years. It doesn't mean it's necessarily the best way to go, though, on this particular civ. HRE is more of a timing civ than just like a play long feudal off of deer advantage. Sure, you can play long feudal with HRE, but most of the long feudal players are around archers, not around things that are meat heavy. So it's a little bit weirder of a thing to do. It's not that you can't do it, right? Like, you know, this is where I love to use the classic example of, like, you know, I'm not saying you can't eat crap, literal crap, but I'm saying should you, you know? Like MSN, you can get this. Like, I'm not saying that you can't allow your brother to walk on camera in his underpants, borderline getting you banned, but should you? And well, I'm not saying you have to go Arkin, and B isn't either. We've got mine work. Oh man, this guy loves mine work. We've seen it in, I believe it was actually KPMM7 when we last saw it. It was the opening game, Atacama. He done HRE up against Roos. And he went for this Minework build into a fast castle with the Knights barding. Might be a little bit different here, though. You're up against French, so likely you're just thinking about spears, but those spears are going to be very powerful with the +2 all pikes tech. School of Cavalry coming on the other side from Wham. So nothing unordinary there. I mean, you could Chamber of Commerce, but really, why are you doing that to yourself? Okay, so looking at the spawns as well, gold is not the safest for Wham. He's got this one back here that can kind of feel safe down the line, but you know, you're kind of semi on the front line with your gold and your tree lines as well. Everything is kind of mirrored in the same position. You wish you kind of had a tree line back here, for example, so you could pivot. Because if H3 come in very aggressive here, things could get a little bit out of hand. The good news for the French in this matchup is that you're now going to have a pretty good economy. B sacrificed the buff of 40% on all his workers. Now, of course, he can just build prelates to buff every 9 workers. It's not a bad idea. But over time, you're losing out on villagers, right? Which is normally pretty rough. But what makes it even worse is over time, you're losing out on even more villagers because the French build more. So it puts them further ahead. So, you know, these type of details tend to compound. It's why French has looked really good in a lot of matchups that have been playing longer feudal, is because it allows them to eke out this natural edge on villagers while producing just better units. So we'll see which way B wants to play this. I mean, it's clearly going to be pro scouts. It's coming in. You just can't ignore it in a map like this. Like I said, I don't think this is your S tier Civ for pro scouts. Minework definitely doesn't help there either. And what is up, Age of Noob? There's a face I haven't seen in a while. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. Appreciate the Prime sub. Good to see you again. Thank you, thank you. I'm loving the new PC, man. Top of the line. 9950X. Now, by the way, I wouldn't recommend most of you get that CPU. I think most of you will be wanting the 9800X 3D, which is genuinely the single best CPU for gaming on the market right now. But honestly, like for years before this was like NVIDIA. I've tried the AMD 7900 XTX and I can thumbs up it wholeheartedly. That GPU, I'm gobsmacked, mate. The bang for buck on that, and for raw gaming potential, like it just compares. So Pro Scout's mirrored on both sides. Knights are at least arriving, and B may have been a little bit greedy about this, because you guys may be noticing a lack of, well, anything. He's not got Raxes. He didn't build an outpost, which is ultra weird, actually. And I guess the other problem here is now, yeah, you've gone pro scouts. You don't even have a stable. So you've got one guy returning the goodies. Finally, Raxes are being dropped, but this delay has been kind of expensive. He didn't lose any units, sure. But the out of time achieved, that kind of slight advantage is now allowing Wham to prep archers ahead of time. Dude, he's just a step ahead. I think this is the problem with maybe this build for HRE, is almost feels like you're predictable when you have to go pro scouts. If you're going pro scouts, like, you know, you aren't going to discount the French are, so you're going to have to pay full price. You're probably not going to be able to afford horsemen, not that you want to do it against knights anyway, but the fact that you're kept away from horsemen for longer just gives more power to Wham's follow-up play. Archers and Raxes, wow, he's ticking every box. For this HRE or OTD, I mean, you could have just taken the T out of that, and it'd be a bit more accurate. It's a bit ood, isn't it? It's not really what you'd expect from B, let alone HRE. I am a bit worried, folks. Like, this starts to reek a bit of a 2-0, because I'm not really seeing the full picture yet. He's now having to play a longer age. If he's thinking all pikes, in theory, cool. In practice, awkward. All pikes, you know, it looked OP when we saw it at first before Season 9 on the test server, right? That was when it was, I think it was +3 damage. Ridiculous, because, like, for those that didn't think about the maths of it, a spearman will do 8 damage in feudal age. All pikes plus bloomery was basically giving you a 50% damage increase. That's absurd. But, you know, since it got dialed back, and also in this matchup in particular, I'm not crazy about it. I like the bounce from Wham as well. That's the other thing, right? He hasn't been overly greedy. He only went 2 knights. You know, against the Civ like HRE, usually you want to go more because you want to try to pressure. But the reason he didn't bother is, like, on this type of map, this type of build, you know, it's not like your opponent has a ridiculously stronger economy. I am wondering if B is going to end up just trying to go for that castle build, because this build he does with Minework looks a lot better with the castle variety. The reason is you go for the Knights Barding, the Steel Barding, and it gives you +2 melee and ranged armor on your Knights. Just makes them ridiculously chunky. It means that French Knights don't just win. right? Because yes, they get extra damage. They get an extra 9 damage in the fight because the canceled saddles from a charge. But with +2 armor, if you think about how many hits it takes to kill, right? You do about, let's say, 24 damage, mitigate 5. You know, it's going to take you a solid 10 hits or so to kill a knight. So in that situation, the Bard armor for H feels a lot better than the extra damage for the French. He's going crazy with the spear count here. So this is a bait and switch, right? He's finally upgrading the spears. It took him long enough, but Harden's coming in. I think B's goal here is to bait an overreaction into archers and then switch into horsemen. In the meantime, though, the tricky part is Wham hasn't reached critical mass of archers. He's being punished for it because of the marching drills. That's kind of crazy, actually. You see he's prepped the second stable, so yeah, we should be seeing a switch. Instead, though, he's thinking archers. He must have scouted the spears. Only thing that's really missing here is, like, just take your blacksmith edge, right? And he's gonna not even wait around on it. Blimey, usually you want to go for the bloomery first, right? Because it's just so cheap. Instead, he's straight into the wall pikes. I'm starting to think Wham got in his own head a little here. If he didn't go for the spearman transition, he'd be at, what, about 15 archers. That would have been scary for B to dive out of his base at. But because Wham wanted to secure all angles, B now has this weird edge you wouldn't have expected at this stage of the game. Now, he does still need to do something with it. Over time, he's going to fall behind. We've got, what, Prelate buff on... I want to say... Is it maybe... Wait, where's the third Prelate? Because he's got 3. With 4 Prelates, he should be able to buff essentially his whole economy, but, like, not everyone's glowing, right? The gold worker's got 5 out here that aren't glowing. Over here, not every villager on the tree line is glowing either. So I'd say it's maybe about... Should we give him a generous 70-75% efficiency level of that buff around? So that's putting him like a 30% buff rate increase. So you have to add 30 onto this. That means that he's got like an extra 10 villagers. Wham, meanwhile, is already 6 ahead. So like you can see how this is already going to start to hurt B the longer it happens. Because every 9 villagers, you're sacrificing an eco unit. Good denials across the map at the moment. Wham is just looking for the small skirmish groups. The problem is you need to be quick to catch B not looking because of the movement speed. You can always just get away. Knights are now going to go for a march in here. B, a little bit slow on the reaction. We'll pull away just in time to the south side, though. Pretty ridiculous how quick formation shuffling is. Because, reminder, folks, B doesn't have wheelbarrow. Yeah, it's kind of ludicrous how often I watch that happen. Formation shuffling really is, I'd say, one of the biggest things I want changed in 2025. I know there's going to be more obvious things that break the game, but I feel like it's just one of the sillier things that's existed for a very long time. That I'd absolutely be fine with them just fixing. Formation shuffling, by the way, for those that don't know, is where like you have a big group of villagers and you shift them left or right to kind of get them to move faster than they're meant to. So Wham has arrived like a boa constrictor here. Problem is he hasn't got an opportunity to sink his fangs in just yet. B's army is still quite threatening, folks. They are neck and neck on the military count, but deceptive in its own ways. Looks like Spears Archer moving in, but this is a concave. Wham may have just walked into his own undemise. Horseman just shoving into this right now. The spearman count not looking that impressive. Only 6 on the front line. And mistakes made by Wham. Yeah, the Knights are trying to shuffle in on the flank to make it a little bit better, but this was an overstep, an overreach. Weirdly enough, not optimal from B, though. He sends archers to deal with Knights and spears to deal with archers. So giving better trades to B than he should get, but you're still seeing the value in that all pikes. It's ridiculous how much damage he's doing here. Even the spearmen, who don't get bonus damage, who get bonus damaged against. An archer will do 11 damage. Meanwhile, you're already doing 11 damage. Second wave of archers is now going to arrive, so B probably wants to start backing up now. Good breathing room and good damage done. Now with an 8 military lead. All of a sudden, it's starting to look like we might be seeing a game 3 here. Wham's eco lead is still extending gradually over time. It's not fast, right? It takes time, but it definitely adds up. The B is starting to shove back across the map, putting himself in a position where he could be the one doing damage. You want to mute game sound hotkey first? Oh, what, you mean for the alert pings? And it's funny you say that, because most people then get tilted when they lose the game because they didn't see a ping. Alright, one's if you think B's going to win this, two's if you think Wham's going to win it. I'm kind of curious where you will lie. Dude, I'm so impressed by this PC, by the way. I'm pretty sure I used to cap my frame rate to 60 when streaming on the old PC. I've got it fully unlocked. I think we're capped at 144 here. And then we're pushing 60 frames a second clean across 3 platforms. That's crazy. You think Raw Institute's going to hurt? Well, I'd usually agree, but I guess I should ask you, who do you think is going to hurt? Because when I see only 7 knights, I'm a little bit underwhelmed. Yo, what's up, Packer? I'm overwhelmed with joy at that. Thank you for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. B needs to play catch-up now. But look at his income. He could be there in a minute, minute and a half, and in the meantime, he could be shuffling his prelates out. What's up, Wakar? Thank you very much for the sub as well. Appreciate it. Keep those subs coming in. Let's round out the year in style. Let's see if we can crack 400 subs for the month. That'd be incredible. And Wham, like, I don't know if there's really that much value in the Royal Institute over the Guildhall here. Kind of feels like in some ways you're putting yourself in a clot by doing this. I mean, you're definitely, right? Like, Guildhall gives you that natural transition to him. Maybe his thought process is he doesn't want to go there because if this does go to Imperial Age, then H3 can go there as well with Palace of Swabia. Completely just sacrifices your villager lead, right? B should now be stockpiling. I imagine, you know, maybe we just see him going knights. It's not a bad idea per se. Definitely a capable build for this Civ. I just realized I need to disable Steam overlay. Oops. It's a good time to come back now in with the siege rework. I like the siege rework. It's not perfect. Mangonels in the hyper late game are a little bit oppressive, but I think it's better than Spring or Meta. So sure, I'd say give it a shot. I think a lot of people will be looking at the game in the new year as well. Hopefully early on in 2025 we'll be getting an announcement. Fingers crossed. B. Well, this definitely has to be a Regnitz. I'd love to see Wham just rushing for relics right now. So far. There we go. Monastery is down. But no signs of the monk production. If he can hoover these relics away, B's in a really bad predicament. Right? Because part of the idea on how mind work justifies itself is after your feudal play and you tech, you already have enough prelates to go out and pick up everything. But with his position on the map right now, that's not the truth, right? Like, veteran archers are winning this right now for that. And yes, we extended an invite to Vortex. Vortex was available for today, but not for Monday. I'm not going to invite a player who can't make grand finals, because even if he was to get knocked out in the group stage, it just doesn't make sense. So now that we're heading to Castle Age, there is a new tech that's going to be coming in for B, which is going to be the Steel Barding. Steel Barding's not a bad idea here, by the way. If you can scale Knights, you can wipe Wham's army. The Royal Bloodlines is going to make it difficult to one-on-one Knights. But it's more the support cast, right? Just a few Knights frontlining can buy you a lot of time with your backline. Tech up complete though, and Wham now looking for a way to inject himself here. We actually have a Dock Sneak B. He knows he needs to get those relics ASAP. Wham already walking out a Monk. Has picked up one relic, second one soon to come home. Meanwhile, the dive begins. Knights moving in. Raw Bloodlines is there. Begin with the poke. Steel Arrow 2 is going to be there. B, remember, he can get these techs very quickly. Mind work, only half the research time. B right now with a military lead, but hesitant to commit. We also do have dock play now from Wham. This game feels uncomfortable on both sides, actually. Neither player feeling like they're in an absolutely dominant position, but Wham's once again taking that boa constrictor approach. And like, you can usually You can actually, in a lot of cases, kind of think of like the RTS dynamic a bit like chess, right? In chess, there's two types of players. There's tigers and snakes, right? Or boas. They try to constrict or you try to attack. Attackers, defenders. Right now, Wham is, funnily enough, like being aggressive, but in a very snaky way. I feel like we just don't have a tiger in this game. There was a window where Wham was going to try it, then B, but now we kind of reached that stage where both of them are playing defensive. It's just a matter of positioning. Wham is trying to stay up in B's face so he can get the relics. B is fully onto him, understands what he's doing here. So he has to push out for the fight. Stab back at him. Horseman upgrades also on the way in for B. He's going to continue to try to scale that. Wham may have overshown his face here. The Knight's just not really able to have an impact here. I mean, he has got another group being held in reserve. He needs to get him here ASAP, though, because a lot of archers are being sacrificed. Without those archers, the Spearman will win the day. Transport ship has been spawned, but the prelates have not been moved, so the archer ship rise perfectly. Archer count has been reduced down to 23. There's still 17 spears, so a lot of hesitance to be had there for Wham. I mean, it's crazy, actually. Like, he held a lot of these Knights in reserve from what we were seeing on the menu. I think maybe there was a missed rally. Or it's just he had a really big burst at a weird point, so it looked like they weren't fighting. The flash continues. Gold is not a panic point for B. He still has the reserve gold. He's taking risky resources now. We also have stone being gathered, so it looked like it's going to be a keep drop soon. But in the meantime, the Knights look to break that front line. And B is lacking spears to defend. Royal Bloodlines doesn't eat its own heart out, it eats your heart out. These Knights are fed on a nutritious diet of German humans. Archer count barely existing anymore. And B starting to fall behind here. You can see it in the villager production rates over time, but now it's going to be Vera Massacre. Knights continue to dive in. Spearman count is practically non-existent. B is finally trying to get into crossbows. But it feels like it might be a little bit too late here. Yeah, more villagers lost on the front line. That's like, what, another 5, 6, maybe 7 going down. Yeah, it just went from, I think it was 1 kill up to 10. And Wham now senses he's sniffing at that win condition. No reason to walk away with anything but the 2-0 victory. Strong start to the group stage for Wham as it takes a 2-0, but don't worry, folks. B ain't dead yet. We've still got 4 more rounds to decide the 2 players that will make it to the grand finals of the Midweek Muster All-Stars. Stay tuned. See what's going to happen next. In fact, I just realized, shame on me, I should have added the logo here as well. I'm terrible today. Ah, man. Forgive me. Well, I'm not going to try to hide behind the excuse that I was ill, but I mean, I was, but you know. Whoa, big boy. Let's go like that and go. Whoop. There we go. We'll make it even bigger. I mean, we've got all the space, right? Is it big enough? It almost feels too big now. Ooh, I like it that way. It gets the extra little fins. There we go. All right. So, that is going to be a 2-0 victory for Mr. Wham. But, like I said, we've got plenty of other series to go. So let me have a look here. Now, okay, so Louis woke up. Dude, he woke up late. I'm tempted to give a penalty of some kind, but, I mean, I guess we just have to let it lie. Food poisoning isn't a joke. I know, right? It's pretty brutal. I'm surprised they recovered in a day. But we could hop into the Louis Anatan series now. I mean, we might as well, because that's the side of the bracket that's going to hold things back a little anyway. Is a kid on the other side of the world cutting some slack? I hate that logic. If you set rules, like, I mean, I'm literally going to start concocting rules and penalizations for 2025. If you don't turn up your... Like, if you want to be a professional player, things like punctuality is part of being a professional, right? Just like, for example, when people try to bite back and go, why aren't you just using maps in KPMM that are on the ladder? The reason we don't just use maps on the ladder is because practice. You're a professional player, man. Part of being a professional is prepping. So, yeah. But like I said, we should at least now have the series. They have drafted their civs. It's going to be Juji English opener. Let me quickly reset the draft, and we'll put it in again. It says school, Dry Arabia as an opener, and it's going to be Juji versus English. So let me get that ready, and we'll hop into that game straight away. Yes, Louis turned up an hour late, which I'm not happy about. But we'll address that later. Okay, so Wham with the win. Big congrats to him. His next matchup is, I believe, going to be Kill Jardi, if I'm not mistaken. Right, there we go. We're just a minute away from live. I mean, part of me was tempted to just give a game 1 win to Anno. We probably should have done that, but yeah. I need to craft that into the rules, but let's get ready to go. And let me put predictions up for you guys as well. Is 0-0 in China? I mean, sure, but then just say you can't play the tournament. Like, there's a to be fairs, but like also Louis, like, yes, it's a bit weird having to be that little bit, like, he's used to this time zone, let's be real. He's been playing in tournaments that run at this time of the day for over a year now. You can argue whether you think it's fair for Asia to have to play that late, but that's not the argument here, right? It's just on me. I just need to put clearer, stringent rules. It's just obviously because we usually have open scheduling format. It's different. All right, one and all, welcome back to even more midweek muster all-stars action. That's right, second series of the day. Looks like we're probably going to be casting 6 series at this rate. It's going to be Anan versus Louis MT, the one that I actually want to start with. But someone was running a little bit late. They were not exactly punctual, but maybe we'll have a very quick set here. English versus Juji. Dry Arabia is your opening map, and we already have some wacky landmarks in terms of placement and style. Council Hall opening from Louis, and a Ford Meditation Garden from Anan. Ooh. Not a big fan of this for Anno. Juji versus English. If English play the old school Lombo build, I feel like they do pretty well here, right? Like, the initial pressure is just quite overwhelming. Whereas what happened for a while, actually, I want to say Juji looked a bit better because, you know, English were just playing this 2DC meta. I really like Louis' approach here of just playing aggro. One, because he's got to catch up, right? This is only round 1, and he's behind already. So he needs to catch up to the live series, which this one is live. It's just, we literally just cast one of the round 1 games, and because of the delays, we were ready to do this one as well. So maybe he's trying to play with a little bit of urgency, but it's also just a really smart play. You know, like, this was when Juji came out, when they released in Salt Ascend's update. I feel like this is one of the go-to bread and butters for a lot of people. Is that you could just annihilate people by playing into Lombo Mass. Like, I remember at the time players saying there's no harder counter for Juji than English. I know. Wait, you've got to be kidding me. There's no way. He's going Anno did scout this, right? I mean, he's about to reveal it. You can't pro scouts this, surely. No, there you go. He immediately switches. So he gets 1 scout out, queues up the horseman. But I don't think he scouted just deep enough to see the racks. Surely he must have. It'd be crazy if he actually skipped on the racks detail. But Louis, really smart about this, wasn't greedy. Even moving out for the deer now as well. This is a little bit ambitious against horseman play. And what's up, Brit boy? Ambitious with the bits. 500 bits, you absolute legend. Have a pint on me? Oh, mate, I think I'll give it another day or 2. Like, you know, trying to prep a tournament with limited time or having food poisoning has been a very ambitious way to spend my Christmas week. But appreciate, mate. So Pro Scout's still coming in from Anno. Won't be denied his greed. I mean, it kind of makes sense why he's going Pro Scouts. I don't think it should be an every game type move here, but if you look at the spawn resources here, Anno, everything is forward. Deer and Deer are both forward of his TC. So if he doesn't play into Pro Scouts, you know, he's pretty much got whatever sheep he has, and that's only 10. Doesn't give you much runway. Louis looking to play with that urgency. Has already parked himself the longbows. Now, you really can just move into these choke points like here. It's a lot better to try and hold these areas. He's probably feeling good about what he's doing right now because he's disturbing the piece. By being here, this landmark is generating less passive resources. He's probably going to wait until he's got enough longbows and spears, and then move a little bit deeper. The cool thing is if you actually play into these small choke points between the buildings, you don't need as many spears to defend. But you know what? You don't need as many cores as I've got in my CPU. I've got 16. You see that on screen right there? AMD Ryzen 9800 X3Ds. 8 cores and chef's kiss. Maximum gaming performance. Check them out. Click the link. Go on. Literally, it's free to click the link. We're doing an awareness campaign with AMD right now. So just clicking on that link actually helps. Louis? Huh? What was... Oh, no. I think he was meant to go around the back there. But the wall, he didn't expect it from Anan. That's kind of vicious. So Louis now playing blind. He does at least have the vision for the lombos, which is pretty damn good. But against Horseman, it's still dangerous to find yourself in this type of position. And it looks like he has to shuffle back. I think Anan didn't glimpse that right, because yeah, there's no scout. So at least the villagers aren't seen out in the deer, which is an upside for Louis. Then again, if Anan just pays a little bit of attention and sees no deer on the fog, he knows that it's being gathered, right? I know now with the juke. Reminder, by the way, the reason why I really want to catch this matchup, that's why I was a little bit frustrated when it got delayed at the start, is because last time these two met, Anan got 3-0'd. The last time these two went at it, Louis MT rolled over Anno. And Anno apparently wasn't feeling very well at the time. That's what he at least said on stream. He's like, you know, I shouldn't have played this series. It was a bad idea to rush it. So now it's this redemption arc at the beginning of Midweek Muster All-Stars. And honestly, right now, it's kind of looking good for him. And the Horseman count's looking good, Jiggerin. Yeah, the Meditation Guard's getting aggroed a little, getting idled. But he's scaling. Next thing's going to be when you reach about 10 Juke, you want to be getting into the Blacksmith timing. Undermesh actually probably a high value here just to mitigate the lombos. Then again, this Steeled Arrow will allow you to shred this Spearman line. But now, though, the Horseman just trying to raid on the backside. Trying to also keep Louis honest. You know, what Louis trying to do here isn't tech up. What he's actually trying to do is get his Blacksmith upgrades. There you go, knows his timing. I like this from Louis. I think when they both matched up last, Louis was a little bit complacent. He didn't really play with aggression, even though he's capable of it. And we know that Louis likes playing that later game, that later phase. Doesn't mean you have to aim for it, though. Louis still trying to play interception here. The problem is I think Anna already got quite a lot of deer home. So it's not like denying these scouts is going to starve him out, but it's just right now you don't have enough troops to dive the base. So you're looking for other things to do. These Horsemen are really struggling to find their value. It's going to get so much worse now with Steeled Arrow coming in. That's when it gets a bit tricky. And you already see Anno has prepped the Blacksmiths, but he really needs to be thinking about Undermesh first here for his Horsemen. It's a high priority right now than the Juke, because the Juke aren't really looking to directly fight. How do you guys vote in the end, by the way? I'm kind of curious on this. 64% for Anan. Okay, so people trusting in the boy returning to his form, but also not discrediting Louis' capability. I mean, Louis has been a force to be reckoned with on the English in particular. He really made a name for himself on the midweek muster standpoint in week 1, if you guys remember, when Atoll was the home map. His English was so ridiculously dominant, it got him all the way to a grand finals. This will be a nice start for him because the Undermesh is coming in for him, but Anan is almost just forgotten about Blacksmith decks. Rough fight now, gets pinched. Lombos might be slightly overextended. Spearman not going to go for the stab, but looks like the Horsemen are going to commit to him, so the Lombos just have to trade out that back line. Spears, I mean, they did mop up a decent amount of this, but you see the trickiness of it. Lombos just not guarded well enough here. Anan getting it about as good as it really gets from this position. Still going to cost him dearly, right? The second line could really do some serious damage. Did lose a lot of Horsemen, but for a guy who was 2 Blacksmith techs behind, or almost 2 rather, I'd say that outcome is much better than you rightly deserve. Kind of outrageous, right? Undermesh, you know, you wonder why wouldn't you prioritize that against the Zhug. The Steeled Arrow should have allowed Louis to be at a point where he could just brutalize these horsemen, but he held so much in reserve. Had that second wave been coming in, like the Rohirrim Riders, you'd be having a very different looking game right now, but instead we have a consolidation around the Meditation Garden. Anan is trying to go Castle Age. Oh my god. And now he has enough horsemen left over to make the space for these outposts to go up. We're going to have arrow slits being prepped on run, or rather hand-can slits. And getting to the secondary as well. Anno is, for some reason, gathering an extra deer. But it's starting to look like Anno has survived this. Louis is prepping rams, but the timing is a little bit slow. Right? Because now you're going to have to go through these outposts to try and block and get deeper. I mean, technically, Anno also has a backup gold if he really feels a little bit pressured. Also has taxation to help pad the way into castle. And I think he still has some... Okay, no, he's actually been taxing himself up the wazoo. Nothing really left to gather. What Anno needs to do now is just drag Louis away from his timing. Louis needs to go in the next 20 seconds or it's over. He's prepping the ram now. The Anan coming in with the Mount Lu Academy. We've seen this build before. You know, I hope you're all above age, because it's the PG build. I'm sorry, that was terrible. We've got the Palace Guard build coming in. The Mount Lu Academy is going to give him the supervision tech to double the production speed with an Imperial official watching. By double, I mean double of what it usually supervised doubles to. Regional inspection should be the first priority here. So here you go. Supervision's already there. 12 seconds till the upgrade. Then he pumps them out every 9. Regional inspections coming in now. We've seen Anan attempt this build 3 times in Midweek Muster, and every single time he forgot to resupervise. Will it happen again? Hopefully not. Especially when he's taxing as well. In the meantime, though, Louis continues to push through. Ranged Armor 2 is coming. This has to be the one. 15 seconds. He's got food on the backside. He's still gathering. The deer is running out, though. And Louis, it feels like he's a little bit slow about this. But then again, Anno, where's the gold? He has to buy a marketplace. Here we go. Regional inspection. He hasn't resupervised. It's still only 9 seconds. I mean, then again, he couldn't afford much out of it. He just queued up 4 more, though. Guys, it's happening again. Every time with regional inspection, remember, if you get this tech, which takes you from 150% supervision speed to 300%, it only activates if you move the Imperial official off the building and back on. Asgard, in the meantime, going to start pushing this back. Louis, in response, has chosen tech over death. Castle Age soon to be on the way. Question mark is whether we can get away with a greedy choice here. His army is shuffled far away to the north side. That's going to give Anan entry point into the English economy. I mean, it is a budget burger. But, like, the weird thing is when we call it a budget burger, like, when you call something budget or discount, it makes it sound worse. This is proof that cheaper can sometimes be better. You get a Burgrave level effect as a byproduct of a certain landmark. And man, that is painful. On 1 TC, he has to go for it. White Tower. But it just got scouted. And Anan, if he dives in here right now... Anno? Oh no! He looks the wrong way. This is wild. Anan, he sent a Zhuganu down there. Now you're my Zhuganu. That should have been a dive and an easy peasy win. And there's one of our big winners from the Midweek Masters. What's up, Vortex? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all, to the final Midweek Muster of 2024. I cannot believe what I just saw here. Louis MT seemingly getting away with murder. The White Tower is up. Anno does still have that PG pump coming. Now, the upside is because his opponent went White Tower, you don't have to worry about scaling eco. However, you do have to change tactic a little. Diving around the White Tower is not justifiable here. Upside, at least for you, is that Louis put his White Tower in a very questionable location. He chose the wood and the front side of his base, but now his farms aren't protected. Palace Guard, quite fast. And yes, Louis was late, but he is here now. We'll have to talk to him about actually having his clock set right, because he did arrive an hour late. Crossbows from Anan, but I mean, no reason to do it just yet. He's expecting or anticipating Knight/Men-at-Arms, and quite rightly so. We do see the first Knights getting queued up. All right, one's if you think Louis is going to win this opening game. Two, if you think Anatan's going to take it. Trying to get a curious read of the room here. It does feel like the later this game goes, the better it gets for English now, right? But I mean, Zhuji shouldn't be written off in the hyper late game. If they can get relics, pagodas are insane. If they can get their hands on the unique techs for their better cavalry, that's where the late game potency really is. And in fairness, in the late game, what do English like to do? Right? Like longbows, spearmen. Well, longbows, men-at-arms actually, rather. Men-at-arms in particular just feel a lot worse in the late game now compared to like Season 8. Especially if you're up against like heavy cav. So there are ways actually that Zhuji can fight you in the hyper late. Nice coming in the meantime though. And believe it or not, despite the fact they're not glowing, they do actually have the attack speed, or I don't know what the hell happened there. Weirdly enough, the unit that has the glow... Wait, now it works? Wait, did they hotfix this? Because the Knight now has the attack speed. Okay, I want to say big pog, but then that's an English buff. But right now, it looks like it's holding on. Barely, though. The front line is quite thin. Longbows are doing a lot of damage, though. 9 damage into a 5 ranged armor unit. Yes, you're offsetting a lot of damage, but it's just the bloat of it. And Anatan kind of exhausting himself with this dive. Down to just 9 Palace Guard, and having to admit that this game is going to have to take a more macro-focused angle. Jiangnan now coming in to prep him for the farm transition. You do at least have monks moving out, but I feel like Anatan should be making this move a lot earlier. Louis is already mirroring it. Like, this is your edge, right? Your opponent went White Tower. You could have easily just rushed relics, been 5 relics up, gone for Yuan, and you're a mile ahead. But because Anatan decided to resume dives, his position is a bit questionable now. He lost a lot of units attempting to get into the base there. Anatan, although he has the first relic on the way home, Louis is already in good position to secure 3 relics himself. Oh boy. And that leaves Anna with what? 2 TC recovery arc? Kind of predictable from this position, right? Louis could pretty much easily just attempt to crawl up with an outpost to get that aura going. He could even just go 2 TC himself. I mean, this is one of the frustrations, right? The English don't have many economical benefits, but the ones they do come around the farms, right? And if both of you are transitioning farms, who's going to do it easier? The guy that pays 37 wood per farm, or the guy that, even with his discount, has to pay 53 wood per farm? And not to mention that, yes, a granary will give you the buff effect, but the mill's already giving a 25% buff effect. English are happy to turn this into a farm transition game, because they'll always complete it quicker. There is some balancing elements to that, where like you could argue Zhuji get 20% more wood, so you actually have to give them like an extra 20% discount on the farm costs. It's true. But it's still the buffer rate of the English farms that just allow them to feel a bit more fluid. I find usually with Zhuji or Chinese, you rush into mass farms, whereas English, you very gradually build it. You don't have to rush it. Knights doing a little bit of chip damage here. I think we've had some skipping on the town center as well. There's, what, 5 worker difference? The kill count doesn't really add up for this. So yeah, it looks like Louis may have skipped on worker production occasionally. Chinese farms most efficient because of rice? No, they become most efficient if you can get like the Imperial Official in as well. They can be a bit better. I actually think that's something that Zhuji in a weird way have over Chinese in the late game. It's like, you know, you do have the ability to build extra imp officials, which means you could technically supervise all of your granaries. It's just rarely done, right? Pop efficiency and whatnot. And also at the same time, you still be staring back in the barrel of like China has ancient techniques, which is the 4% gathering buff per dynasty, which still just beats Zhuji. It's again. So Louis has prepped his second TC as well. They are mirroring piece for piece, but Anna's taking it a step further. However, Louis is still gathering stone, folks, so I think we're about to see free TC on free TC. Even without officials, with all upgrades, Granary's usually farms is better than English farms. Well, because Granaries give like 10% each, right? How's your maths working out there? Because if you're 10, 10, 10, this is 30 in Imp. So you're mirrored. Are you talking about because you're using Imperial officials? Yeah, if you're using Imperial officials, sure. Rice lets, well, just, okay, yeah, I can see that. That's a fair point, right? Because the wheat makes its way all the way around, the rice regenerates a little bit quicker. You are right. When you add in the gold, it's a little bit different. I think that, you know, Zhuji, one interesting thing to consider there, though, is like, Zhuji can get gold out of their granaries easier than China because of the speed. The single wheat reform that gives the 50% movement speed makes it very easy to drop off tax. So I'd say, like, even if you get to that late game and you're, like, massing food and gold, Zhuji are going to feel better than English because their gold gen is actually going to compare. Yeah, they really don't look like rice farms, right? I've got by the way, just to really emphasize this, I'm on max graphics. Where's my rice? It's coming up. We are setting up for a late game. All right, so I thought maybe they'd try and play with a little bit more urgency, but it's going to be a long day. Also, where's the water for rice? Pretty sure, like you know, every other game that I've had that has rice in it, that stuff starts below the water. We irrigate the crap out of that. I've played a lot of strategy games, okay? I'm telling you, they all agree that water goes over the rice. While we're at it, what is wrong with these psychos that just pick up wheat and eat it? Where's the bakery? I mean, I know the world likes to think British people are weird, but I'd like to reassure you guys that we do turn this stuff into bread in real life. We don't just eat it raw. Actually, that's not true. We have Weetabix, which... Okay, yeah, I've just confirmed the weirdness. I'm just going to stop talking now. Anyone else have, like, do any other countries have, like, Weetabix? Where it's just, like it's wheat crumped up in it, like, a shape. Then you, like, pour milk or water over it. Or is that actually a British thing? Because I feel like when I go abroad, it's very rarely offered anywhere. It's what Weetabix is one of the brands that we have. It's like wheat biscuits, right? So it's just like the wheat has been crumpled into like a shape, like an ovally shape or whatever, or a rectangle shape. Wheat Bix, yeah, Wheat Bix, Weetabix, or Weetabix, or whatever, right? It has a bunch of different names depending on the brand. I feel like most of Europe doesn't do it. Oh yeah, dude. I have my Weetabix with sugar all the time and milk. Keep drop coming in. We have Grennies being queued up as well. These number of horsemen here, though. However, that is a lot of crossbows in a choke point. Aura is up, though. Louis, he has got that attack speed buffer. Castle's going to complete, though, so Louis needs to back away from this. It's an unwinnable fight. Yeah, he's going to realize as well. Like any other Civ, it's going to be a difficult struggle to get that up quick enough, but Zhuji Chinese really are more capable than any other Civ, these defensive buildings. In the weirdest of places. And remember, Anan can afford those losses because he went 3 TC. Louis only went 2. So yeah, it kind of hurts your scaling, but you do secure an 8k gold vein. You also block the short route to your base. It strips Louis of some of those options. Knight still just creeping in again, man. Like, this guy's been so on point. They're just shuffling 1 or 2 in. You heard British people are myth? That's true. It's all English. British was us just being nice to the others.
Sweet, sir. Yes.
Comparing, why did you compare Chinese to Japanese though, JT? What took you there? I mean, Japan's just a very sad Civ overall. They have like one viable strategy. You know, my dream is that we get to a meta where every Civ has like 5 viable strategies. Right? That's the dream. You want to have options. It's never fun when there's just one option that dominates the meta. Or like in Japan's case, one option that's only viable. right? It's not even that it dominates the meta. It's like, if you don't do this option, you feel like you're playing a subpar Japanese. English for a while were like that with the 2 TC build, but then people realized, oh, you can play actually King with 1 TC Horseman. You can still play the, you know, just 1 TC Council Hall into Fast Castle. It's like English has like 3 or 4 viable builds right now. Juji has, I'd say, about 3 viable builds, it feels like, right? There's the Jugenu All In. There's the Fast Castle into Mount Lu, Fast Castle into Shaolin Monks. Louis. Now, fast on his way to Imperial Age. We've got the Berkshire on the way. First Trevor's out. Anno is mirroring, though. He understands where this game is going. I love the fact that this set started an hour... Was it like an hour and 20 minutes late? Or like an hour and 10 minutes late? And they're like, first game, let's go Imperial, lads. Oh, God. Temple of the Sun is going to be on the way, though. Correct choice being made by Anno. I'm really not a fan of the Juji library first builds. It just doesn't make sense unless you immediately queue up a tech. And I'm going to be real with you folks. Practically every single Juji player I've watched do that build doesn't queue up a tech for the first 2 minutes. By the time they do start using the library, they have enough resources to go imp again. The reason why that happens, by the way, is when you tech up like this, your elite techs cost a hell of a lot. They cost a huge chunk of gold, 700 each. So it just doesn't make sense that while going for all these 700 gold techs, you'd be able to afford Juji library tech as well. Meanwhile, by going for Temple of the Sun, we've immediately got value. The infantry be zooming. Oh wait, is the AMD... Oh, let me check that. I'll check that command. The AMD command should work. I'll fix that afterwards. Dude, I love this AMD setup so much. Oh, Papa got Christmas too this year. The Spearmen are just going to be able to scout out. You don't really want to hang around for 1 or 2 worker kills. You want to find out what your opponent's transition is next. Because 1 or 2 worker kills is going to make a grand difference at this scale. Still just infantry from Anno. Asgard Spearman. Bombard's now arriving though. Louis does have that attack speed aura because that outpost never got taken out by Anan. He doesn't even know about it. Keeps can't see into Stealth Forest, right? It's a little bit tricky. He has got his counter bombard coming through though. Nestabee's also shuffling in, but the Berkshire is going to make that a bit difficult. This game has taken a very slow turn, right? There's been some slight attempts at harassment, but it feels like they're both just bulking up for that inevitable death push. At which point it comes down to whose economy is better. And right now it's undeniable. Anan with a lead in a lot of areas. Louis does have the lead in terms of matchup, though. The Horseman not feeling that contested. Only a handful of Spearmen left alive. The Nestabees trying to strike into that crossbow formation, but the Horsemen are reaching them. Only 2 knobs left alive, but so many units dying, trying to body on top of them to protect. Louis MT has got rid of the castle. He has got rid of the heart of this formation. Now look for a temp reset into a second wave of Horsemen. Anan just kind of a tricky situation there, right? Like, has to body with the crossbows to protect, but the Horsemen, yeah, they may not be able to kill the Nestabees because of that. But they get the same bonus damage against crossbows. They only kill them quicker. So you kind of get, you know, get to give the poison over one way or the other. Anno once again trying to scale into those knobs, but you can just see how much harder it is with Juji compared to China. Juji don't have that health edge. What they do have that's not being leveraged, though, is Divine Defense. I don't think Anan has toggled it once, despite the Bombard usage, despite the Nestabees usage. Louis stockpiling so much resources, he might just go imp again, even if he could. Instead, we got Arrow Volley being prepped. Horsemen should start to queue up. Like, this is the point where you want to start stockpiling, you know, 20, 30, 40 Horsemen in reserve. The push continues. Anno in a bit of a shaky position here. He's trying to go back for Zhug, but, really? Your opponent just shoot mass Horsemen and you go, no. All right. I guess it's kind of an awkward situation either way. If you do have enough Spearmen / Palace Guard, you can make the Zhug work. Problem right now, though, is like you're sacrificing mobility. Even with the Divine Haste, you're not going to be able to keep pace with Horsemen. The army tactics is on the way. Now, that will make a big difference. That will give you a lot of strong arming in these fights because Horsemen will barely tickle you. 10k bolts? You could down the line go for Juji Library. You have to wait until your max pop. He's there now. But at the same time, like, once again, why would you go Juji Library when you still got ensnare arrows to get, right? Like, this is always the predicament I see with Juji Library. You have to wait until you've filled your roster of techs. What are my predictions on the new civs? Let's get some Aztecs in there. Let's get some Danes in there. Polish. And then maybe like a variant civ of the Mongols, get the Mughals. I mean, Mughals, if I remember correctly, they have, is it some Delhi descent as well? But I think it makes most sense to mirror Mongols. Or like the Oirak tribe, maybe. You could do something crazy like Ethiopians? Because like Ethiopians at one side, at one stage were they were Orthodox, right? There was a majority Orthodox in that country. Did I not say Mughals? I'm pretty sure I said Mughals. Unless I'm just saying it wrong all these years, but I'm pretty sure it's Mughals, not Muggles. We're not Harry Potter. So break into the farm, see a little bit of torch and hard to harass. Juji Library's coming. I mean, this is starting to look pretty good for Anan. He does an eco lead. He's chipped away his opponents, and on top of that, he's now going to have a lot of damage coming out from the elite crossbowmen. With the Juji Library tech in, there you go. 10,000 bolts on the way. These crossbows are going to shred. True kings of the late game. Mongol and Mughal are very different. But I'm thinking more from like the angle of like them both being hordes, right? I think there's maybe enough overlap there. Maybe. That's why I was saying potentially like they have more overlap with Delhi because Mughals rippled into northern India, right? What's up, Pedro? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Mughals will match the timeline, I guess. I'm trying to think, does every Civ in AoE4 currently match the timeline correctly? I don't think they do, right? Yes, Mughals came from Persia, yes. But they ripple down into... I'm trying to remember the exact chronicles of history. I'm pretty sure they ripple down into India. Because like they were part of how India got flooded with so many like so many hierarchically dominated Islamic areas, right? For example, like if you know your Indian history, you know that like most of the Indian regions were like basically led by Islamic religions, and then the Hindu people existed like under them as like the worker class, and the majority. That's why I said Mughals might make sense for either Mongols or India, but it's like I think it could be a really cool civ to have. I think we've done enough in the Middle East. Like, it's cooler to maybe get another, like, Indian-type civ in there. Maybe there's, like, enough unique things for the Bengals. By the way, we are still keeping an eye on the game. It's just, you may have noticed, we've reached somewhat of a limbo phase right now. There's harassment happening occasionally. There's plays for gold veins. But there's no full-on commitment. This game is very heavily slowed down. Maybe we just need the Canadians. We need like a new S tier line for when a villager dies. Because you know how like right now the S tier, you know what the S tier is, right, guys? It's the bastards with that. Ah! Right? The Canadians could just eclipse them with every time a villager dies. You go, thank you. I'm sorry, I had to do it. Another keep drop. Kema could be interesting. Wait, it's not... Am I saying it right? I always get this one mixed up. I'm pretty sure I know I'm saying it wrong. It's not Kema, is it? It's pronounced differently. Kama? Kema? I can't remember. That's a very weird pronunciation. At least in my brain it does. Wait, what? Whoops. We seem to have a slight gap in the walls. Clash in the center as well. Louis now with the eco lead. We do finally have Elite Army Tactics on the way for him as well. Mass Men at Arms, dude, Louis. He's reached the point in the game he loves the most, man. Remember, Louis is the guy who so infamously, for most of like Season 7, Season 8, would go late game English and just build 100 Men at Arms. Nothing else built throughout the whole game. It would just be MAA the entire game. So he's getting to kind of his cozy point here. Now, that strategy did get nerfed quite heavily with the removal of extra health. Now they only get the extra melee armor, so situationally they have the same health, but only when they're against other melee units. I know, isn't this going to be able to idle out the gold a little bit? Louis already has plenty in reserve. Incan, Aztec, or Mayans? I mean, I think Aztecs or Mayans makes the most sense from like a known perspective. If you had to name the most known civilizations there, right? It's probably, I will say Aztecs first and then Mayans second. For most people to know those civs, right? If you want to be really cool, you could do some bonkers like Zapotec. But like most people just don't know what the Zapotecs are. Inca was the Inca may have been the largest, but I just think if you were to poll 100 people, like guys, list like first the one you knew of, or you think most people know of, and third being the one you think the least people know of. Aztecs, Mayans, Incans, which order? So if you put Aztecs first, you think they're the ones that know the most. I feel like most people would say Aztec. That's coming in. I mean, it like goes back to the idea of the Mughals, right? Like Mughals is absolutely huge, but how many people have actually heard of the Mughals? I feel like more people have heard like Oirat. Like there's bigger, I think there's bigger civs than the Delhi in the Indian Empire at times, but they're the ones people most know. Clash is happening though, and right now Louis MT is holding numbers strong. However, Anan has a lot of siege behind this. We're up to 6 bombards right now. Remember, they're decent infantry snipers, over 100 damage per strike, meaning they one-hit these longbows. Even the men at arms only take 2 hits to bowl down. And the death ball is pushing Anan moving up now. Outpost to crawl in as well. I think we might have our breakpoint here. Louis kind of just struggling to hold on, even with the attack speed aura, even with it being network of citadels. Which, by the way, still says 40%. Can we look into that, please, devs? I think the only thing missing for Anan is probably going to be production, but with the Divine Haste, he's quick enough, right? Usually, you wouldn't be able to do this, but that extra movement speed that China usually get access to in the late game means they don't suffer as much from delayed production arriving. Because of how fast it can arrive. For the time being, though, Louis MT still keeping military count lead. Berkshire is slowly being repaired up, but nowhere near quick enough. And the bombards, nowhere near contested enough here. Just 42 extra health, 252 total with 85 resistance to ranged attacks. Makes it difficult for the longbows to take them out. Man, you're just seeing the power of that second strike, right? 22 damage on the primary, 9 damage from the secondary. Almost a 50% increase in DPS for these crossbows for the 10,000 bolts, making the difference to allow him to break in here. And Louis, practically at breaking point. He's exhausted all of his food reserves. Barely anything left in queue behind this. I think we're in a bit of a death spiral. Bombard's now moving in for another landmark. He can rush for the victory at this rate. If Louis sacrifices a screen of defense here, he'll be dead. Yeah, and you know, this is the thing, right? Anan's comp doesn't really require too much gold. It's only 25 gold. The Palace Guard. Crossbows aren't being scaled too hard. He's switching to Juke now. The taxation is doing it for him, man. Like, you know, if we look at Anan, he's got 6 Imperial officials in total. He's got the Zuma Boy strat, so they're moving at 1.69 movement speed. He's getting enough gold out of the taxation. And he still has the gold vein left with 3,000 in reserve. This is over. Opening game win for Anan. The statement being made that Louis MT may have got the better of him last time. But today, Anan is switched on and dialed up to 11. Man, great idea from Louis in that early game as well. That pressure play in the feudal age looked like it was going to pay out. But in the end, Anan weaved his way out of a bind. I think Louis MT was maybe a little bit slow in his execution of that ram timing. Just opened the doors for an Anan recovery in the mid lane. And even though Louis got the majority of relics, even though Anan never ended up banking those in pagodas, it just didn't matter. And Ming, by the way, has just been making an extra layer of difference in these fights, remember. He's getting 20% more damage on his Yu This switchover hasn't really hurt him. Palace Guard as well. Like, that 20% extra damage offsets Armor Clad. And offsets Louis' chances. GG gets called. Game 1. A reminder that Anan is never to be slept on. Only the first, though, folks. First game and potentially 2 more to come. This best of 3. Let's actually get that one ranked up as a win for the left. So let me check what the draft was quickly, because we rushed into that, so we didn't get a chance to have a look at it. So we've got Pigeon's View and Himiyama. So let me just load that up quickly into the overlay. So High View, Himiyama. Had some pretty cool games so far, though. Oopsie. Versus, there we go. So, I think Louis, with this type of draft, you've got Delhi for Pigeon's View, right? Do you I feel like you thin your opponent's roster more first. Does it feel weird watching Game of Thrones as a British person? In what way? I don't get that. I don't know if you're aware of this, but we don't have dragons on our island. Despite what some may believe, we do not, in fact, have dragons on our island. Just want to clarify that. Don't want there to be any confusion on this. Oh. How's YouTube and TikTok doing? You guys enjoying the games? We've still got so many to come. Dude, it's kind of crazy. What's your internet cost per month to stream to free platforms? So I'm currently with Virgin, but I'm switching off them because they're just terrible value. So I think my upload is good enough for this. I'm spending, I think I'm at £67 a month. It's not cheap. But I'm switching to a full fiber line, which will be mirrored download upload, and that's going to cost me £40 a month. So a lot cheaper. Thank God. Is it weird watching Reign of Fire as a British bird? Dude, I need to get back to that movie. Damn, that takes me back. I haven't watched that since I was a kid. Like, wait, guys, wouldn't the one be, is it weird as a British person watching 28 Years Later? That would have been the question. You guys, like, I'm afraid you guys are showing your boomer inability to keep up with the meme meta. Which ISP? Hyperoptics? So I'm going with, it's one of the City Fiber ones. Because City Fiber's been running a lot. But I think one thing that I was a little bit dubious of is there was another ISP that was done by City Fiber as well that was like £12 cheaper a month, but they've had less runway with their internet, so I didn't want to risk going with an internet provider that didn't have a track record, if that makes sense. I want to play it a little bit safer because obviously this is my business, this is my livelihood. If I end up with an ISP who sucks, I'm screwed. All right, looks like the lads are getting in game now. Let's have a look at where they're going to be taking us. And I'll also pay out on that last one. So, Anan with the win. Game 2, it's going to be Roos versus Delhi. So he's going to be pulling the Delhi we talked about. I mean, this matchup is decent for Delhi, right? On a map like this, yeah, you can force the pressure pretty fast. So we'll rush into game. Looks like we're 40 seconds in already. Let me get predictions ready as well, and I'll switch on over for you guys. When I named my PC, I think I just called it KP's PC. I should have called it The Beast. Sup, Pathalus, speaking of beasts. Is it weird as a British person to see the remains of the Empire all around you? Yeah, dude, like, everyone's just copying us at this point. Any thoughts on the AMD GPU video encoders yet? So you should be able to tell. So, well, so let me know what you guys think of the quality of the stream, if it looks any better than it normally was. I'm currently using X264, which is, for those who don't know, that's a CPU type of encoding. I know, GPU is usually better, but I thought because we have 16 cores, I'd try it out and see how it looks. If people say it looks bad, we'll switch over because the recordings that will be going up on YouTube in the future, the edited games will get uploaded, they are currently being encoded in, I think I chose AMD HW AV1. So I'm using AV1 from AMD, which is meant to be very, very space efficient for a start. So like, for example, we just had, yeah, it's actually ridiculous. We just had a 20-minute game. I think I recorded at 1440, sorry, a 40-minute game. I just recorded at 1440p, and with 38 minutes on the clock, with 5.3 gigabytes, which is pretty good. And yes, I want to use AV1 encoding, but until Twitch enables it, we can't. Everywhere else has it. YouTube has it. I don't know if TikTok has it, but YouTube apparently has it. But until Twitch enables it, I can't do anything. Right? But what we are using, if you guys have a look, you'll be able to see, is we have all these... We're basically using the new multi-encoding option. So you can choose one of 5 different video qualities, and I'm encoding them all. Because that was something new that Twitch added earlier this year that we're leveraging. Because our PC's a beast. Game number 2 in the first round of the midweek muster all-stars. We've got Louis MT versus Anatan. And Anatan already in the lead. Now with the Roos is going to be up against Louis MT on the Deli. Deli, a pick that usually you'd expect in Anno's hand, a pick that in anyone's hands can cause you to have a heart attack, or at least shiver up in panic. Let's see if Louis can do that to Anno here. Let's see if he can get us a 3rd game for the first time in Midweek Muster All-Stars. Dome of Faith versus Golden Gate. And we are going to be on Pigeon's View, aka High View, but better. Yeah, Roos, it's a very good map for them, but at the end of the day, it's an even better map for Delhi. Blind playing out to the mid-map into Ghazi, 2 Sacred Sites can be rushed and are easily capturable objectives, has led to Delhi being one of the most easy-peasy win-type civs on this map in particular. Roos definitely not far behind them. If I had to predict the win rates, I'd say Delhi is at like an 80% win rate on this map. Roos is probably at like a 70, 75. It's because of these trees. All of these stealth forest trees just give so much extra gold in the hunting cabins over time. Unfortunately for Anno, the spawn didn't work out that way, right? He didn't get these stealth forests that came a little bit more intrusive, like at the back here for Louis. This would have been perfect for Anno because he could have dropped a hunting cabin here, and then another one down here. This one would have generated like probably about 28 gold a minute already. Instead, he settled for 20 and 14. You want to see an AoE4 add-on with all the Last Kingdom factions? Wait, which ones? Wait. What do you mean? Oh, do you mean that mod pack with like the Polish, the Vietnamese and whatnot? Yeah, I think there's some cool ideas in there. I don't think all of them are like standard game appropriate, but there's some really cool ideas in there. I really would like to see at least the idea of what the Polish do in that mod pack. So, if those don't know, there's a mod pack in AoE4 that's like 4 custom civs in one. But the problem is the modding limitations mean that you have to replace an existing civ with those civs. So you basically lose a civ to gain a civ. One of the ones I really did actually like the more I thought about it, because it was subtly very smart, was the Polish tech up. Because the way the Polish tech ups worked is that you had 4 landmarks, and each age up you'd choose 1. But if you didn't choose it in that age and wait until a later age, you got a new version of it, an improved version of it, right? So like you might get, for example, if you go age 2, there would be a TC option that was like, would take 50% longer to produce villages. If you then got it in age 3, it was just a normal TC. If you got it in age 4, it was like 2 TCs, stuff like that. I think that's a really cool idea for a civ. It's kind of like another branch of like the comparison of House of Wisdom versus standard landmarks, right? Anyway, Pro Scouts players coming in from Anno, so we'll get some yoinking in going. Interesting choice, actually, into Delhi. Delhi should be opening with Ghazi pretty aggressively here, which could just block you out before you really even start to yoink away the deer. The tough part there, and I think this is why Anna's doing it, is on a map like this, Louis is going to be pretty blind. Not easily going to be able to see, right? So you should be able to sneak in and out, grabbing these deer as you go. And the cool thing is, because you're massing scouts, your opponent isn't, you'll also see his Ghazi beforehand, so you can just rear off. All right, predictions. Let's see how you guys weighed up on this one. 53% for Louis, 47% for Anno. So pretty tight. I'd agree with that. I think it's like fair. I think both these civs are 2 of the peaks. The other civ that does really, really well on this map is English. I think those are like the top 3. French has been creeping up in the win rates on this map, though. Pro Scouts is creeping in for Louis as well, so we'll at least be able to start yoinking away his safety in near him. Sheep shouldn't really matter too much now that both of them will have access to the deer. The berries is more important for Louis. You can already see that he's looking to shuffle out early to gather more. A bit dangerous though. On a map like this, you know, his vision's going to be very limited, and Ano has the correct read. He's going into Knights. A little bit ballsy into Ghazi, but I actually like it for the raid potential. If you're playing on like a Dry Arabia, I wouldn't be a fan of this build from Ano, but on such a blind map where ambushes are powerful, Knights are a pretty potent unit. That's why I think French has been just rallying up in terms of pick rate and win rate on this map as well. Civs with Feudal Knights, man. On a map where you're usually going to find yourself doing things like this. Like, if you just check Louis' vision in the area, by the time a Knight starts diving in, it's probably too late. You're going to lose a villager. Maybe two. He's at least scout the Knights early. I think maybe Louis is playing a bit ambitious on the blocker here, trying to like deny the scout gathering. Like that he's just peeled back here. You don't want to really sacrifice your Ghazi mass. You need numbers to win against this now, because you just saw that Anan got plenty of food. He's going to be able to keep massing Knights. Instead, we now have the scout switch, because if this is going to turn into that type of game, all that matters is who has more food when the dust is settled. He looks to make sure that he's not going to be left behind in that regard. 2 secret sites also locked in. It's going to give a lot of juice into Louis' economy. Might just try to actually rush an age up now. It's not the worst idea from this position. A little bit risky with the food on the flanks, but what you'll probably see is Louis plays the age for like another minute or two, just tries to gather up as many deer safely as he can, and then he can hunker down. Wolves should eat deer and sheep? Why? We literally earlier today just watched Krakeny fail to get any sheep while his opponent had like 16. And now you want wolves to take from him as well? Why do you hate these players so much? I was saying that I think there should be a Civ that has a cannibal-esque nature to them. And you give them an alternate version of Pro Scouts, where what they do is they run over and lasso villagers and drag them off into the fog while they scream. Okay, I'm sorry, that was Monk-esque. But come on. Do wolves make sense in the game after bounty rework? They kind of didn't make sense before either. I remember I had to have this discussion with the devs when they tried to implement it with Jean so she got XP off it, and it just didn't make sense for that, right? Like, you basically made Jean super RNG. I think wolves just need a new role entirely in the game. They just don't have a good role right now. I'd actually be okay with them just making wolves more lethal. Like, I'd actually be fine with that entirely. I know some people be against it, but some people also against Stealth Forests. Other people love them. Like, dude, imagine if wolves had like half the damage of a boar. Damn. And half the health. Okay, maybe that's a bit extreme. Maybe like a quarter of the health. Ghazi are intercepting here, so good read there, but Anan has already yoinked some deer away. He's going to have to ditch these eventually, but behind this, high trade house now on the way. Thank God he didn't do this one. Get your numbers in, folks. It's coming. So interesting that someone's mentioning the idea of domesticating wolves. There was an idea with that in the Scandinavian mod, where you could summon wolves with a warrior monk, but there was no way of controlling them. So what would happen is the warrior monk would summon a wolf, and the wolf would immediately start attacking the warrior monk. I mean, he could have this high trade house, right? But I think he's a bit paranoid. He had to have known about it, surely. Yeah, he sees that area. He just wants a safe tech up. There you go. High trade house down. Get your numbers in quickly. We're going to click on it in a second. In the meantime, Sacred Sites have been decapped. So Louis MT now just having to mirror, following up behind with House of Learning. Now, this is where things get a bit tricky for Ano, because Delhi are going to be a bit more efficient on this spike. They're in position on the map to get relics. They're also going to have fast tech unlocks. Meanwhile, you're going to have to pay for everything you want. And also, going your monks isn't cheap either, right? Those warrior monks costing 240 resources each. And looks like we've got, what, 142? 71 on the first tick. Second one to come through. So a decent one. Basically, almost 2 relics extra for the roofs. Mongols should eat horses. They don't eat sheep so much. See, that's what we need, guys. What needs to happen is when a scout kills a scout, he's then able to pick up the scout's corpse and take him back. The human as well. We don't waste around here. So we have... Wait, we just got scholars waiting in the tree lines. They don't really give any vision, though. Sup, Hacking? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Well, harassment coming in here. Attempted harassment anyway, the Knights. I'm going to block around the center of the map, but relics are already being grabbed. Louis, free on the way home. This is not great for Anno. This idea of Horse Archer is in theory cool, right? But you're already slow to it. I think the choice to go Horse Archer plus Knights is a bit of a predicament because it slows down your bulk timing. If you have more troops, you can attack more places, right? It's part of the logic. Outpost will at least buy some time here. Louis needs to defend soon. Louis might just try and run home. He doesn't have the textiles, though, so either repair or leave. Spear's almost in range. Louis? What? Okay, so Spearmen arrive, but the Knights do clip through a few. Ends up losing what? I think a Knight, almost 2. Kills 2 villagers in return. So not a bad exchange there for Anno. A little bit questionable from Louis, but Louis at least has the right idea. Crossbows starting to mass up. Once he has the Pakes, it can be very easy to trade into these Horse Archers. On a modern FFA, if you kill a player, they still play, but you're allies now. See, I think I recommended that before, but I can't remember if when I feel it was Hussein I talked to about this, and he said it might be a bit difficult to code. But I like the idea of, like, I mean, you just call it kings and vassals, right? When you kill a player, they become your vassal. I think the reason why Anno went Knights instead of Horse Archers here is, like, A, the risk of your opponent walling. Louis is a prolific waller. He loves walling more than almost any pro player. But it's also just, you know, on a more open map without Stealth Forest, Horse Archers, Knights, yeah, Horse Archers just have better ambush value. When you're on a map like this, Knights kind of have a similar presence of danger. And actually are, like, better for opportunity costs, right? Like, one Knight can do more damage than one Horse Archer with these Stealth Forests. So it wasn't the worst idea for Anno, actually, now that I think about it a bit more. Militarily, they are comparative as well. Remember, Louis, 15 of his military is not military. Anan is definitely not ahead. Anan is 5 relics down. Like, he's behind. Right now, militarily, he's ahead. He's just not really doing anything with it. He's stationing in the mid-map, but if the goal here was to win a relic race, you failed. He actually needs to do some damage. Like, sitting and just idling like this makes no sense unless you go 2 TC. But once again, it comes back to the fact that he scaled Knights instead of just Horse Archers, right? And while I like the idea of it, he didn't really find his timing to attack. So you kind of reach a point where you wish you'd gone Horse Archers so you could at least have, like, the main engagement. So difficult to find the fight you're looking for as well. Now that the crossbows are in there, it's not simple as, oh, he hasn't got many spears left. I know, missing the crossbows is the way. Switching over now, but that's unfortunate for him. And Louis MT already has Pakes on the way. Remember, that's the tech that gives him the extra crossbow range. Where is the bracket for All-Stars? Exclamation mark bracket should work for that one. Two Sacred Sites locked in again, man. Louis has just got so much passive income, it's insane. It's making the Roos look like they need a buff. Like, oh, what's that? 161 gold in a high trade house? Please. Have you tried maybe getting 250 gold for 2 Sacred Sites and 5 relics worth 400 gold passive income a minute? Oh. Why Delhi just feels so oppressive, man. The way they scale scholars, they're just always so good at being immediately on every single relic. In a way that no other Civ really can. And theoretically you could with like H or E, it'd be very inefficient though. Thank you, thank you. I'm hoping that everyone actually had a good Christmas. Hoping this is a good way that everyone wants to round out their year. I know a lot of people probably out partying, but appreciate everyone who's been tuning in and catching these games live. We've still got so many series to go. I mean, this is still just round number 1. We've still got at least 4 more best of 3s to do on this channel today. Oh no. It's happening. The elephants are coming. I mean, Anan was right to switch away from Cav very aggressively here. Cav was just gradually going to lose you the game. Louis, he's getting ready for a keep drop though. And remember, he could rush the unlock into Village Fortresses, making it a second TC. Yeah, and he's building it at home as well, so we will get the Wi-Fi immediately enabled. This is pretty crafty. It's also going to allow him to play with a little bit more agency out to the map. Doesn't have to worry about defending home as much. Especially even more so now that Anatan's switching to infantry. Before, when he was just thinking mass knights, you have to panic that he's going to run past this keep. But now has a little bit more value deterring an attack. And the question in my mind now is who's going to be going age 4 first? Anna's not really in a position to rush the age, right? It's more realistic that Louis would age up before him. Time being though, big fight coming in. Villagers almost built the castle up, and it looks like Anna's going to try to dive towards it. There's only 8 villagers on it, so he might be able to do the damage. The knights are in, and Louis a bit too greedy with this. Has to pull them away. Several villagers going down. However, that break to the back line did sacrifice the archer wave coming in from Anno. Crossbows will be able to stand their ground. More villagers being pulled. I don't think Anantan done enough there, and I think he lost way too much. This guy had, what, about 15 knights at one stage? He's down to 1. And barely any crossbows left to deal with the elephants, and that is immediately it. GG gets called. The Delhi just too damn good. And once again, at the heart of its cause, Dumbo. Dumbo the elephant. Making the entire balance of this game look Dumbo. Oof. But what ain't so stupid, we get into game number 3. What is up? Roos pretty mid. I don't know if I go that far. I think it's more the issue the other way. Delhi a little bit too good. So Roos marked, Delhi marked. So right side win. We're going to head to Himeyama to decide who wins the first of this 5-round series of games. And I'm looking at the draft remainder. We took a weird angle, right? I thought it was going to be Himeyama to fin it first. Now LUMT is left with Ibids or Jean. Anno has Mongols or Malians. I think you just... Do you not Mongols this? My new sub looks sick. Thank you, thank you. Dude, this thing's a beast. Although I need... I'm going to need to turn the heating off. This thing can run pretty hot. It has a lot of... a lot of ability to heat up my room. I've been considering underclocking... or sorry, undervolting the GPU slightly. So it doesn't have to run as hot. But, you know, saves me on the heating bill. So, let me power predictions. I reckon Anno's going Mongols here. It just makes the most sense. I think Malians are too much of a gamble in the deciding game. I mean, in fairness, you know, you could try and take that gamble. After all, you have got plenty more series to play. In fact, while we've got a second while they get into game, I can very quickly update the graphics. Nah, I'm getting used to Windows 11 because that's the other thing I've done as I switched over to Windows 11. I know some people are like, oh my god, why would you do that? Well, here's the thing, guys. Windows 10 support is ending in about a year, so you're kind of just going to have to switch over whether you like it or lump it. Because that stage, Windows 10 becomes an unsecure platform, right? Because it won't get security updates. So I was like, might as well just jump in now. Had Range Rovers in the game instead of horses, it'd be much easier to roam around the map. That's not true. I feel like a horse would go through those trees better than a Range Rover. Gotta think about the terrain, man. Alright, so 2-0 for Wham. Let me see. Did we get the results posted for... Just checking, because we obviously would have had 1 or 2 other series play as well, so we can double check on the scores. Have none of the players been updating their scores? I don't think they have. Because I didn't catch what Puppy Paws X series score was. So bear me one sec. What's my GPU? We're using a 7900 XTX from Gigabyte. Beast right there. Absolutely gorgeous thing. That, by the way, like, honestly, AMD really did catch up. So, like, yes, if you want to go for the absolute top range, sure, nothing's going to beat a 4090. We know that, right? But, like, who the hell's going to buy a 4090? They're too expensive, right? Like, that's a true enthusiast card. That's like maxing out your credit card. The 7900 XTX competes with a 4080 Super, is notably cheaper. I have a 4090. Okay. But what you don't have is a sub-icon next to your name. So, this is the problem, Liquid. You could have subscribed to my channel, like, what, 400 times? Instead of buying that 4090. True story. If you can afford a 4090. Nah, he's probably got turbo. Yeah, this is what I mean. You could have had, like, a 7900 XTX. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like you really need a 4090 in most circumstances. There are very rare situations, but, like, for most people, you're better off having, like, the 4080 Super S1, which, by the way, the 7900 XTX, in games that have released in the last year, has been taking it on blow for blow. But the difference in price is like $300 plus. So you save a lot by going for 7900 XTXs, in fairness. The only areas that should really matter is, like, there is an argument for NVIDIA from, like, a encoding perspective, but AMD is doing a lot to catch up in that regard. For raw gaming, you know, they are literally neck and neck. Then it comes down to price. All right. Deciding game in the first round here in Midweek Muster All-Stars. That's right. Louis MT on his infamous Jeanne d'Arc and Anan. Man, I feel like I never see him play anything else on Himiyama. It's Mongol time. This is going to be a fun one. And yeah, like, we're just having a discussion live on stream about, like, AMD versus the NVIDIA and whatnot. And 100%, like, AMD, like, it's better bang for buck, right? Like, you know, NVIDIA has some nice quality of life perks, most which are more useful to creators than are to, like, gamers. But one thing I will say, by the way, is, like, someone just mentioned about, like, the ray tracing. I need to actually buy Cyberpunk and test it, but I've been hearing rumors that actually AMD's been doing some interesting updates to their ray tracing. And the performance of the 7900 XTX in Cyberpunk, at least, has been really impressive on ray tracing. And yeah, that is a very odd UV placement. Please tell me. Okay, no, he knows about it, so I guess he was already walking south side. Maybe he glimpsed that first. Yeah, because that would have been his starting point. So his closer stone outcropping was south. It's a bit unfortunate now because it's really far away. We do have a dot play. Something that's really popular with the Mongols. I actually really like this type of opening. The reason is by going as Mongols on this map, your opponent knows he can't play dot. Because if he plays dot, you're just going to burn it down. So what Mongol players realized a while back is the smart play here isn't to build a racks with no target. It's better to just go for the fishing straight away and get your own greed. Intel and NVIDIA just worked. I mean, is that true of Intel, though? Because he's like the big bot on that. Like, are you really going to try to argue that AMD isn't just beating Intel in, like, gaming performance now? With CPU? Because it is. It 100% is. So I don't think there's really that much of a bot there. The big bar I'd have is I actually want both to do really well, because whenever you have one or the other dominate GPU/CPU markets, the only person who wins is them. The person who loses is the consumer. That's why we should be hyped about, like, AMD starting to compete with NVIDIA. That's why we should be a little bit dubious about, like, oh my god, like, you know, AMD's pulling really far ahead of Intel now, because then it's like, uh-oh. Well, I mean, AMD have been good guys about it so far, but we know how tempting the dark side is when you are in control for a long time, right? Like, you know, I always warn people about, you know, wanting one side to just demolish the other. Because monopolies are a real thing, man. Alright, so Liu MT has got Jeanne d'Arc in range form. No surprise there. I mean, you can go melee form if your opponent's going to go spears, but the moment you see that he's got Keshiks, you're just sad. This is like a rough matchup if Mongols get a slight lead. I think Jeanne is that way in a lot of matchups where things get volatile. Love the ball play to begin with, though. It's actually a ridiculous amount of food. Oh my god. That is actually ludicrous. So much food on one location for him here. Great play there by Liu MT. However, Anno does have his own food buffer, right? He's got the fishing. But no, this matchup, like I said, is very volatile because what ends up happening is Jean hates heavy cav. Jean actually, there's no other unit in the game that Jean hates facing off against more because that can snipe you in either form in H2. Keshiks aren't as good as Knights, but they are good enough. It comes down to how you navigate the initial engagements, though. And by the way, I'm going to just refute that point, Smoothie King, about the crashing of the drivers. Dog, I have been running this 7900 XTX for like a week and a half. We only had one crash, and that wasn't on AMD at all. That was on OBS because we put some custom plugins in. I played through Space Marines 2, not a single crash. I played Battlefield. I played the new Delta Force. I played all these games at higher settings, no crashes. I don't know, I think people, like, they lean on legacy. Like, for example, right, we're probably going to see King of the Hill returning to competitive in 2025. And people are going to have opinions of it that are based on the experiences with it in comp in 2022. Even though the game has completely changed. Times change. It's like Jean, right, as a Civ. Jean used to be seen as OP. Now, she looks tiny. Look at her. Yeah, she does feel pretty weak now. I think she's situationally okay. She's just not really as dominant as people try to make out. Can I test Total War Max? I do need to test Total War Max Eng. It's the new one, Warhammer 3, right? I should do that. I was thinking of re-enabling my Xbox Game Pass because Microsoft sent me a code or two. And I was thinking of actually trying out Black Ops 6 because that's the funny one. Black Ops 6, apparently, AMD is slightly outperforming the 4080 Super. Yeah. That's pretty crazy, right? Love to see it, though. Love this mana as well. Just massing Keshiks non-stop. It is the correct call here. Louis right now doesn't have that many Knights here. And look at this backstab coming in. It's going to force him further away from safety. Love that. He cancels the charge to re-enable it to get in quicker. Nice counter charge there by Louis, but the numbers are not on his side right now. He's just lucky that the Deerstone was never packed up and moved over. That aura would have crucified him. Instead, Louis able to get the Knights in the way. The blocker to retreat. Has still got the Divine Restoration as well. Nice quick charge there, but nice pinch. Anno punishing him for his gluttony. Divine Restoration comes in, but it's just a terrible use of it, right? This is the thing. Keshiks will win against Knights if they outnumber like this. And if you micro them. But this is sick. He's using the flow of quantity to just move past, right? He's not hesitating. He's not waiting around. And it's allowing to pinch. If he turns around right now, he can get 2 more Knights. Huge edge that's starting to build for Anno. Another Knight goes down. Now, this is falling apart quickly for Louis. Shows you the power of that fishing as well. It definitely helped a lot of Anno blowing up this count. It's definitely risky if you don't know how to execute this right, because it's 20 XP per. But Anno, on point with his timing, didn't wait too long, didn't hesitate when it was the time. Puts him in a pretty confident position right now. Still with plenty of resources in reserve to commit. So, Louis, we can actually, because we're live, we can switch this quickly. I don't think he's got that much XP. No, nowhere near. 171 of 500 required. He's a long way off. To put that in like perspective, that would take him, what, 17 Keshik kills to get level 3? It's a lot. It's not impossible, but the likelihood that you survive that long is small. Especially when your opponent starts to get a Keshik lead like this, because you can just peel 2 Keshiks to hunt John, and the rest can just focus on the Knights. Nice charge there as well. No maneuver speed arrow. So looks like Louis will be able to get away, but he needs to respect that. Maneuver's there, he's in trouble. So just pumping out a few of those divine arrows, trying to get them low. And this is kind of tricky though. We only have Chivalry coming through now. That will be an edge. Anan needs to be respectful of that, and you can see he's doing so. Age 3 is about to be on the way. I love this switch, man. He knows his timings. The UMT got shrunk with his Knight count, so he couldn't just rush Chivalry. That's what that fight earlier rather was so important about. Is like it kept Louis away from his efficient timings, and gave Anno the space for this now. So there should be Kurotai coming in, and that's gonna give you the healing buff you need. What the? Are you brain damaged? Where are you going? She's like, I'll take you all on. I don't need on these pussy knights. I got a bow. That's like the sniper rifle of the feudal age. Oh my god. Alright, so fun discussion going on right now about ray tracing. I'll say this about ray tracing. Most of the people that can afford the enthusiast cards that would do ray tracing don't use it. Because most of the people that can afford those cards or are willing to invest that type of money into a gaming platform are looking to competitively game, where you don't care about ray tracing, you care about frame rate. Do you think when Krakeny bought his 4090, he was thinking about how glorious the ray tracing would look in the newest Call of Duty? Or do you think he was looking to get more frames on Age of Empires? Oh, shot. Kurotai's about to come in, man. Louis missed his timing. He can't commit to this now. The healing's going to be there. The veterancy of the Keshik just got queued up. Oh, I'm not saying there aren't people that like get these enthusiast cards for ray tracing. I'm saying a lot of the people who get these cards, though, that are good for ray tracing, don't use them for ray tracing. I think that we can agree on, right? A lot of the people like buying into those things are like playing Counter-Strike, or they're playing Apex Legends or Warzone. And in those games, people want higher frame rate. Anan, he does have food. Remember, he went pro scout, so he's been dragging the carcasses home. Louis in quite a tricky predicament now. Has to back away. Veterancy is there for the Keshiks, but the Kurotai can't easily be there. It's going to be a slow-moving endeavor. That's coming in, though. Armor arrow is going to get activated. The Kurotai is unpacking. Louis trying not to hang around too long here. Louis is starting to stop on it. This can backfire on Anno quickly. His Keshik count is a little bit underwhelming at this stage. If he finds the right timing, though, he could dive Louis as he's teching up. And that would be disastrous. The reason why Louis got a knight advantage right now is because Anno committed 1,800 resources into attack. Love this wrap. Louis is just on point, though, man. He always understands when he needs these outposts on these like flank resources, right? So gets out of the way quickly. Anno can, of course, benefit from this now pulling for the pro scouts. Keshiks are going to march deeper, and it's going to get mirrored on the other side. The Knights are shuffling in. A second line is being built by Anno, but much smaller currently. It's all about who can outmaneuver the other. Keshiks not in a good position to take this fight right now. A bit of a disaster. The villagers are next on the chopping block. Anno needs to return fire fast. He's shuffling through, but he's wasting time in the main. And his 15 villagers idled out, right? So it's not the worst of ideas here. If you're not killing, kills off 1 or 2 Keshiks to go hunting. Villagers are also going to have to shuffle out the base, and Louis is hunting for that as well. Anan's hand in a bad position here. The Yam can allow you to run, but only run so far. Great strike by Louis. Finds the villagers, and Anatan in a bit of a weird position here. He's still trying to burn through the primary. I mean, maybe he does, but at what cost, right? He's slowly losing the Keshiks to the arrow fire. At the same time, you haven't blocked the real win condition. Louis still with 17 knights in the field. Food being gathered, gold as well. Louis now on his way home. The veterancy is coming in. I don't know if this was worth. It's really weird, right? Because it's burn on the TC. You're probably not going to kill it, but you are healing over time. You last longer. You're also idling 15 villagers. If you can finish this off, it will be worth. I am just having my doubts right now. For good reason. The Knights are now on the way home. TC now on fire. Anatan needs to get ready to move. The villagers could pull out and just repair, and I think Anno is going to be left in despair here. No way. He can't get it. The Knights arrive just in time. A hold on the choke point. XP farm for Jean. And Town Center survives. Does cost him, what, 4 villagers, but totally worth it there to mop up. Anatan now down to just 12 of these Keshiks. And the Kurotai, this is always the problem of Keshik Kurotai comms. Congrats, you've arrived. Only the fight happened 2 weeks ago. Oh, man. And it's like, this is what happens when you get in cav on cav engagements, right? It's like, Your opponent can keep pulling away. You have to chase through. Then the Kurotai needs to pack up, move again. If you're up against a switched on player, they'll rarely ever let you use the Kurotai to win a fight. What was the HP on the TC like? I think down to 500-ish is where he got it. It wasn't, in the grand scheme of things, close enough. So Anan now has to reset at home. But awkward, because now the Kurotai isn't actually here, unpacked to defend. So these Knights could actually win this fight. Good charge in. Royal Bloodlines is on the way. A little bit of a misengagement there from Louis. Disengaged a bit too late, right? Ended up losing 2 or 3 of the Knights unnecessarily. Royal Bloodlines is now coming in 20 seconds. John has got Divine Restoration in 45. This is starting to look like a Louis dub. Ano's in a bit of a weird position now, right? Like, the fishing is soon going to run out, so that's an advantage lost. In fact, I think he's got maybe like 300 left there. Yeah, 350. And I don't think he snatched away many of the deer either. Also, apparently, Anan skipped on Step Lancers that entire time. That's crazy, actually. Step Lancers for that dive on the TCE would have been the difference, right? With the extra healing and the attack speed. That would have allowed him to break the town center quick enough. Louis now diving in again, but the Kurotai is unpacking. However, the Royal Bloodlines is there. So kind of offsetting some of the effect. Cannibal Saddle's coming in now, but a little bit too late to this engagement. However, the Keshiks are struggling to hold on. We have got raids coming in elsewhere. He tries to hit some economy. Defense arrow is going to get activated at the very end by the last Keshiks, but it's the last of the battles here for Anan. Round 1 will be a win for the Chinese project here. Louis MT takes it 2-1. Man, kind of a tight matchup. You see how close it can be both ways. I think Anan, just a greedy choice to try and go for a 7,000 HP landmark at a critical phase in the game. Louis just having the easy target to barrel for. Understood what kind of eco lead that could lead to. Looked very close, though. It looked like he could have lost it. Like, what do you think, guys? Do you think this matchup should usually be Jean or Mongol favored? Let me know in the comments. I'll catch you all in the next chapter, because we have got plenty of chapters left in the Midweek Muster All-Stars. See you soon. All right. So, 2-1 victory for Mr. Louis. Didn't expect Anno to lose the set. Yeah, I think he started off really well. It just felt like, you know, he slipped maybe a critical phase. So 2-1 there. I still do not have Poppy Paw's score from his Kill Jardi set. I'm hoping one of them has dropped it for me. Oh, it says tournament start. Oh, okay. Apparently the tournament didn't get initiated on Start GG. I'll do that now. Whoops. Oh, this is where it doesn't help that Chum is out, because I always forget how to start the tournament. Crap. I can't remember how to start tournament. I have to find out on Start GG. Start bracket. There we go. Press the big red button. I have pressed it, I think. Yes. So, players should be able to submit their scores now. That's my bad. Totally forgot about that. Was that a best of 3? That was indeed a best of 3. So we're going to move into our next sets now. I think we wanted to go for Wham versus Louis next. In fact, looking at it, we can do either Wham versus Louis, Poppy Paw versus B, or Kill Jardi versus Anno. I think we go for Wham versus Louis, though. That's my instinct. Because B and Poppy Paw is already mid-series. Let me just double-check Poppy Paw's results against Kill Jardi. Ooh! Oh, what is up? Mr. Finn, here to finish. Can you guys guess what the score was for the Poppy Paw Kill Jardi series? A very surprising outcome. I mean, no offense, it's just Poppy Paw is usually just like the boogeyman. Kill Jardi beat him 2-1. So this is already a very interesting start to our brackets. Wow. Okay, well done, Kill Jardi. Great start by him. So let me just update those brackets. Yeah, there you go. So 2-1 for Kill Jardi. Wow. Well played, my friend. That's impressive. I didn't expect that. Kudos to the lad. Okay, so I think we should be good for whoopsie, not in game. For Wham versus Louis is what I want to go to. So we'll stick to that. We'll go Wham versus Louis next. Oh, my throat is a bit rough though. I mean, part of me wants to do Anan Kill Jardi because of that surprise result. I thought like he'd get a game. I didn't expect him to get the series though. But I think we'll go with Wham versus Louis, right? Yeah. So, and we're going to get some Hill and Dale. Wham picked Hill and Dale for God. This guy says he doesn't like walls. So he's trying to prove that by picking a map that you don't need many walls to wall yourself in. So we got Hill and Dale from Wham, and the choice was Scarguard from Louis. Okay, fantastic. Wait, did they random? They got dice rolls next to them. They don't need to random because there's 10 maps to choose from and only 4 bands. So yeah, a little bit surprised by that. But let me get their draft. So Wham versus Louis. Draft is about to complete. So I'll just I won't switch scenes. I'll just update it in a sec. And it is another Bassett pick for Mr. Wham. All right, there we go. So update that. Whew. So who won the draft? I mean, Louis Chinese on this draft. Zhuji as well. Wham's got his French again. He loves them on Scarguard. Pretty decent. Yo, what's up, Crackety? That PC case looks sick, right? Yeah, you know what the horse is from, right? Crackety, did you play Heroes of Might and Magic as a kid? Yeah, I'll give another zoom in for you guys watching at home. I love this thing, man. This thing's sick. Look at this. So yeah, we've got that's the AIO cooler up there. We've got an LCD cap screen on there with a Heroes of Might and Magic GIF. We've got Kingston Fury RAM in there. It's on an Aorus Gigabyte motherboard. We've got the Gigabyte 7900 XTX down here. I might look to ask Corsair to send out some of the organized power cables because you can get the ones that are, you know, neatly lined up. These are just the standard ones, the RM1000X power supply unit. And we've got Corsair IQ fans all over the place. So this can actually support 140 or 120 millimeter. I went for 120s here to match the AIO radiator, which is 360 millimeters. But these can hold up to 140, so 420 millimeters total. And then we've got the 140s at the back. So these are all the max RGB fans that they do. Well, no, the ones there are max. Those are standard size ones. Oh, wow. I just remembered that. Yeah, if you get too close, can you hear that? The interference of when we get close to a thingy. But yes, and then finally, underneath the heat sinks, you can't quite see them here because you have to have heat sinks on them. We've got Gen 5 SSDs sitting underneath that little heat sink thing there. You can kind of see the silvery black thing. And then another one below it. And then I think that was everything. And the case is Haven. This is the HS420. It's really cool, actually, because everything kind of clips off. So, like, check this. So you can clip it all off, piece by piece. I really like it. It's all magnetized. This has, like, a roller on, because usually you can get really scared of having tempered glass. But this, like, has rollers for you to slide it in and out. And you can also, you can get another 4 fans down there, or 3 fans. This is usually storage on these back panels, but you also, it comes with a VESA mount. So you can actually mount a monitor on there, like a tablet, right? You can mount like a tablet on there, which is really cool. Because some people like doing that nowadays. I was like, I don't really want to do that, but cool that I can if I want to. But apparently the kids like that, apparently. Well, let me just, there we go. What CPU? Ah, yes. I can't forget that. 9950X. I've been saying the CPU so often that I blanked saying it there. Yeah, we've got the 9950X, which is a 16-core AMD CPU. It's literally like the peak when it comes to cores and performance. But if you want better gaming performance, if you're a gamer only, I would wholly recommend the 9800 X3D. It's just better bang for buck. It's a little bit cheaper, and also it's like it has the 3D cache, which gets better performance. I'm hoping, my AMD guys said, Well, no, he didn't say, because I went, if you guys release a 9950 X3D, can I have that? And he said, we don't necessarily have one of those, but if we did, maybe. So maybe we get sent one of them. Are they in game yet? They are going to be in game 4 minutes. We have the stream delay. So if you want to get yourself a drink or whatever, now's the time to do so, because we're hopping in live in just under 4 minutes. What I'll do now, actually, is I'll run some ads. Okay, I can't. Dude, I swear to God, Twitch just knows. It auto runs the shortest length of ads at the very moment when you be like, yeah, I'm going to go for it. Who's better now, Intel or AMD? Intel hasn't really been moving forward with performance the last like 2 or 3 gens. AMD's been doing a good job. I also think AMD just has a big ace up their back pocket by the way that they've been designing their CPUs. They've still got a lot of space that's not being utilized, which they could just come out of nowhere with. But like right now, AMD for sure is ahead. Like AMD, without a doubt. You can look at performances in gaming. There's an argument to be made for like other types of work where Intel can still be viable, but I'd say even in those areas, AMD competes, right? It is on par. Whereas in gaming, with the X3D line, AMD eclipses Intel now. Just a reality check of it, really. The interesting part, guys, is like, do you guys know how much of the standard consumer market is Intel and how much is AMD? Numbers are going to kind of blow your mind here. How much do you reckon? If you had to put numbers on it, if you had to guess. 85%? No. It's actually lower. So it's about, it's predicted to be about 30-70 split. Now, obviously, there's like rough predictions. It's hard to gauge the true number. But it's apparently AMD is up to about 30% split of the consumer market, which is insane because just a few years ago, if you go like 8 years back, Intel was at 95%. So that's actually a crazy shift. And it's expected to shift further. That's why, for example, when I got the Corsair AIO cooler, the default bracket installed was the Intel ones, but they come with all the different brackets anyway, so you just clip them out and put the right ones in. Is best GPU of the year as per reviewers? Well, it depends what you're looking for, really, 03. Like, on the budget end, it's pretty good. I'd have to check, like, the comparison. Like, I'm not aiming for that line of GPU, so I can't really comment on it. That's like a under $300 GPU, right? Whereas I'm, like, targeting, not the enthusiast level, I'm not going to pay 2K, but I'm more, like, towards the, you know, $700 to $1,000 mark, which is where, like I said earlier, AMD just seems to be the better value right now. There are a few areas where NVIDIA will be like maybe your more go-to, like we talked about earlier. Like the encoding is catching up, but because of Twitch limitations, you could argue NVIDIA is better for streamers on Twitch. But raw performance and raw stats, AMD's there. And they have a lot of extra tech that like Sam, for example, that if you have an AMD CPU and GPU, get you like a 10% uplift in your frames is crazy. There's a lot of things that AMD are doing well. Yeah, like AMD has come a long way. In the early days, their drivers left them questionable, but you got to ask the question. As a guy who always went NVIDIA, there had to have been a reason that I went AMD. Now, obviously, it definitely helps that AMD was one of the sponsors, but I could have approached NVIDIA. I could have been like, let's try an NVIDIA. But after I looked at all the details, I was willing to hop in for AMD and give it a go. And I'm happy I did, man. I'm really impressed with the results. Like playing Space Marines... I think it was 120 frames, right? Out of the box without modifying anything on 1440p. That game is beautiful and also hardware intensive. All right. Let's get ready to start the predickies. Oh, still got so many series today. Shame upon this man. This man right here arrived late to the All-Stars. He made it all run behind. No, actually, we should be proud of that. That means that we get even more live series covered. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Midweek Muster All-Stars at that. We are here in round 2, best of 3s. And the first round already delivering some bangers. Lou MT with a 2-1 victory. Puppy Paw losing 2-1 to Kill Jardi. But Wham tried, true, and trusted with his 2-0. The only person to 2-0 so far. Can he do it to Louis? Let's find out. We open up with Chinese versus HRE on Dry Arabia. Interesting matchup. On Dry Arabia in particular, I mean, Spawn's going to matter a lot here. Double deer forward spawn is a bit rough for Louis. If he plays Pro Scouts, though, there is a way you can hunker down. I feel like we're probably going to see him hunkering down here. Are all the series being casted or only some? Only some. Because you have to remember, we are going to have, in total, 15 series happening. Right? So we're going to be doing 1 to 2 series per round, yes. Which is still a substantial amount of games. That's still potentially 15 games casted on this channel, right? Like, we are in round 2, and we're already almost 3 hours into the broadcast. So you're definitely getting your bang for buck. Yeah, HRE, man. Like, I'm kind of surprised HRE snuck through with the map pool they went with, right? Because they went with Dry Arabia. I think I said Scarguard was in there. And then, what was the final map we were talking about? Hill and Dale. I guess Hill and Dale really isn't a crazy map for HRE anymore. Traditionally, it was. But they have a different style now. But just as a good opener on Dry Arabia, right? Louis MT on Chinese is going to be kind of interesting. Like I said, with this spawn, probably Pro Scouts. Then, do you try and play the Age? My feelings is no. I think HRE's economy is just good enough to overcome your taxmen in the early phase. There's also a scary reality that if you get baited into playing H2, your opponent's just going to skip to H3. Something that HRE are just infamously and historically good at. Narkin coming in. Talk about a good one as well. Double tree line here. So gets on the initial, is going to be able to trim into the secondary, which is plenty of wood buff, which means we could be seeing an opening into archers here. Imperial Academy on the other side is just bread and butter. I don't know how I feel at this point about Imperial Academy. I mean, people who've watched my videos for a while know how I feel. I've been pretty free with my feelings about it. That it's OP. It's like, it's a really good landmark. I think I want to say it's top 3 feudal landmarks in the game. The problem is, like, if you nerf this or buff the alternative, you now have one of the defensive landmarks taking over. And I think if there's something we can agree on, it's that as the meta has shifted away from defensive landmarks, the meta has improved. Okay, would we all agree on that? Right? Like, as things like Barbican and Kremlin have fallen off, I almost feel like the game has improved from a playing standpoint. And yes, Arkham will be better than Imperial Academy. It varies on what you can do with them. There's definitely some peak timings Imperial Academy has that like Arkan struggle to compete with. But yeah, like notice I said it was top 3. I didn't say it was top 1. Arkan is still a god, right? That being said, situationally, I think there are plenty of examples now where Mine Work can actually exceed Arkan. It just depends on what your win condition is. In this matchup, going for Arkan feels really like obvious because going Mine Work gives you a very early all-in timing, which you don't want to have to commit to. If you're the notion, Kremlin, Barbican, White Tower have fallen off. Kremlin 100% has fallen off. Maybe not in like gold lobbies or whatever, but in Conk is fallen off drastically in favor of Golden Gate. And Barbican has, for a long time now, fallen off at least first pick, right? Like, basically, most of the time, people now go Barbican because they want Song, more than Barbican itself. But yes, White Tower is still quite popular. Then again, even the White Tower builds are kind of shifted with people going 1 TCs more. IOs are already lackluster. I'm sorry, what? Are you okay? No. I'm going to have to debate that. Okay, 1's in chat if you think Imperial officials are underwhelming. 2's if you think they're god tier. Because here's the thing as well. Like, this is the other thing. It's not just the Imperial official themselves. It's the landmark. It's the gold gen. That's the absurdity in the early game. Is with production builders nearby, a blacksmith as well, doubling the trickle of gold you get is what makes the taxmen so good in the early game. You know, taxmen without the Imperial Academy wouldn't be able to fill the bags of goodies quick enough, right? They wouldn't actually have that much gold accruing. It's the generation with Imperial Academy that makes them seem nuts. Louis MT, oh my god, we've got a Barbican drop. Well, a bit of an awkward Barbican drop because Wham is already prepping men at arms and an outpost to try and protect himself. And you're seeing why Louis is doing this as well. Look at the gold. Double gold on the forward. He can't last to go up. This is kind of crazy. Barbican coming in. I mean, you feel like you want to be a little bit deeper. I think you actually could get a little bit deeper here. Maybe one more tile because you won't have arrow slit straight away. Wham brings out the men-at-arms. Louis only built 2 spears, though. Scout's going to try for the body blocks. Louis trying to buy a little bit of time to make that difference. He's actually doing a great job of pushing this away. Man, I swear Louis must play Dota 2. Like, he plays these body block games like a Dota 2 player. Right now, that Spearman is saving the day. Wham! He's not addressing this correctly. He's got Spearman coming. He needs the villager pool. Barbican is most definitely going up. At this stage, it's way too late to stop. Ain't no build speed like a Chinese build speed. We'll lose the villager for it, but with a song that's going to offset the losses over time. And now, a blocker to the goal, but Hankaslits can't reach this side, right? So he should still be able to gather with 4. And I think Wham needs to, because you can see he was intending to go for Castle Age. Damn. Louis MT and his body blocks. And this is the evolution I think that was missing when Barbican was last in the meta. We used to see Barbicans into food gathering nearby. This is so much better. He now has a very efficient timing into Jugnu. Right outside of Wham's base. And Wham, wow, he doesn't even try to contest it. He says, I know where this is going. If I play the Age, it's Mass Jug. So he wants out. I mean, it's pretty crafty, right? And Jug aren't mobile. Louis does seem to be on it. He's shifting over to spot it, but the problem now is it's too late. Right? Like, what does Jug do? They're not going to be able to march around there in time. So do you now mirror the tech? That's kind of rough. I think Louis, he got tunnel vision, right? It's like when someone scratches 2 of the numbers out on a scratch card, like, oh my god, I'm going to win, I'm going to win, I'm going to win. And they just keep focusing, even though they scratched out the last number, like, oh, 100k, 100k. And then they realize, oh, the final one's a 1. Right? It's like, this is that feeling where you're so focused on one side, you completely neglect the other important detail. Great read by Wham as well to just build a second prelate to get out here, because now he has a very efficient play into dropping off this relic first. In the meantime, buffs for all the gold he needs. Damn, this is crazy. Well, Burgrave is Wham. How much? Wait. I mean, he has got the deer out here, right? But this is a guy with only 7 sheep at home. That's a bit ridiculous. Disable the YouTube chat? Well, joke's on you, mate. There's a reason why your Twitch message is up there. That's the Twitch chat. So, Wham. With limited food going, Burgrave is a little bit weird here. He'll probably drop a mill and just try to switch between gold and food to balance him out. And yeah, this is a bit horrible. Like, the Arkin. It's like, am I a joke to you? Oh, I mean, he's shifting around. Louis, in theory, if he breaks this position, Wham's food issue becomes exponentially more problematic. Oh, okay, for the guy. No, I am occasionally looking at the YouTube chat. I'm not looking at all times. The interesting breakdown of YouTube is usually people who want to watch passively watch on YouTube. People who want to interact tend to go to Twitch. But, like, that's something that if it changes over time, I monitor it and we will adjust for it. I need to find a multi-chat option that makes sense, because for a long time you couldn't have multi-chat on screen. Because if you had multi-chat on screen, it was bannable by Twitch's rules. But I think they might have changed that recently. I'd have to double check, though. How does the prelate get left behind? Like, bro. Double outpost defense will scare Louis away. Louis needs to keep pressuring, though, man. If he backs up here, this starts to look grim. I've got an outpost coming, a staging point. But in the meantime, it's already up to 8 men at arms and scaling. He has got the mill available, so we will eventually get that deer gathering we talked about. Still doesn't have an easy access onto his primary god. I mean, I do think you could just have 3 villagers here quite safely. Just doesn't feel worth the risk in his eyes. He has got the deer gathering. That's soon to exhaust. And still no additional prelates, right? Like, he's been so gold-starved because of the harassment here. He hasn't been able to afford to get those prelates pumping for the relics that would be his win condition. Men up. Wait, are they just going for the base? Ah, yes. We have found the negative of building all of your military aggression next to your opponent's base. Who's defending mum and dad at home? The answer is no one, Timmy. We've got problems coming. Marching drills problems at that. Luminty, in the meantime, is getting ready with the siege engineering. Rush up on the village to try and give him protection at home. That's going to be a little bit too late against normal men-at-arms to be quick enough, but no! Wham! He goes the wrong way. He's going to arrive a little bit too late to block the builds. So Seek Shot will get Louis out of the jam. One villager is going to get chopped down, though. Louis continues to play this age, so no signs of letting up. Jugunu are just going to begin the ping cushion strategy. It takes 155 shots, so 52 volleys, because you shoot 3 times to kill an MAA. Quite a lot. Guys, we're definitely helping build it. Yep, all the build speed together, boys. So Wham has got products coming now, guys, and we've got relics. Wait, oh, sorry, it's right, yeah, because you went Burgrave. I mean, he didn't really need to do this necessarily. He could have like banked in the outpost, right, and then been a bit more efficient on getting the gold in. But it's fine. He needed a monastery eventually anyway. God, I'm so used to always seeing Burgrave. I forget when it's Regnants. Louis, I don't know, man. It's kind of unraveling a little. He really needs a breakpoint fast here. The Jugunu number is big, but remember, it's splintered, so it's less impactful. And you can argue the men-at-arms are as well, but like, you know, if you were to divide these 2 groups into 2 fights, I feel like the MAA are going to do better there, right? There's less kill threat on them. Really, you want to keep your range together. Melee can afford to be in smaller groups for small skirmishes because it means they're engaging quickly, right? If there's only 5 men-at-arms in each fight, they're all attacking straight away. If you have 50 Jugunu in a fight, they're all able to instantly attack. Wham just seems to be everywhere here. Splitting off into every little crevice he can find. Villagers getting idled everywhere. And Louis, the plan quickly unraveling in this game number 1. I think he's done. It's too many MAA already, right? It's up to 21. Louis doesn't seem to have a way out of age 2. He was looking for a timing. The Barbican looked great, but really the bread and butter of this is he got a little bit too excited. He was that guy in the Dota 2 Major that got up from his keyboard and started cheering like he'd won the game before there was actually a GG. He did not sufficiently block the goals. Now the beast is out of the bag. Behind this, more and more relics are going to start funneling home. Second one now coming in, third to be grabbed. Remember also the Arcan is starting to get some added value. Farm's getting added in now, so that's even more buffs. And when he comes back, the Prelates can continue to buff this area here to maximum efficiency. Man, Wham may be looking to make a statement today. Remember, we've still got plenty more series to come, but right now with a dominant opening game like this, he's the only person at this rate that's looking like they're going to make it all the way through without dropping potentially even a single game. And remember, only 2 players will qualify to the grand final best of 11 out of this group stage. Merciless. I think at this point, Louis is just kind of scrambling, trying to look for that recovery. I mean, the reality is, right, we can say it's GG. There is still an element of Wham needs to execute. In fairness, I don't want to say it becomes completely A-click brain, but like once you have this type of lead with MAA, it to a certain degree reaches that point. Even if he's losing men-at-arms to the Jugunu mass, it's the fact of what is the rest doing, right? If it takes 20 Zhug to kill 2 men-at-arms, what about the other 14? And that's why you're seeing this lead build. I mean, it's now 15 worker kills. Half his eco idle at any given time. Man, great build. A reminder also that just sometimes Regnitz is bad, Burgrave is the way. And that means we've got what? Louis still has Juji. I think on the map draft they've done, it's pretty competitive, especially with the pick. So there is always a way he can still get us to a third game. What I like from Wham, though, is, you know, he didn't get baited by the early aggro. He played for that mid-game timing where he knew he'd thrive and prevent Louis from ever finding a recovery arc in delay. Game 1, another Canadian win. Still more to come, folks. Best of threes. See you in the next one. Okay, what's this waffling about scores being hidden? The scores are literally not hidden. What? Physics, what are you on about? Talking about Willis? Rogan? Also, why is it saying that YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth stream? It should be. Huh, weird. In-game score for the players. Oh, that? Because it's kind of a moot, irrelevant detail that is just a mixture of bollocks that usually doesn't add up to really tell you anything that honestly indicative of the true outcome of the game. That was something that was discovered a long time ago. And because that is a nice place for the sponsors to go, that's why they sit there. Because, you know, they help make this whole thing possible. Yeah, in-game score is disingenuous. Just like destroyed value is disingenuous. It's really not that helpful. And pretty sure most channels do it this way as well, where they cover the in-game score. Because it's seen as that moot of a detail. It's not just me. Alright, so game one, guys. That is going to be a win for Wham. HREOP, etc., etc. What we got next? Hillendale or Scarguard? I mean, he's still got Shuji. Do you really want to be doing Shuji into French, though? Theoretically, you could. And then you could just mass spears. Prep a slow comp, switch crossbows. The alternative is you go in Hillendale, but like Wham's not going to relinquish the French there, right? Hillendale is likely going to be a Bassids. Louis has Roos or Ayu there. I don't think you want to pick Shuji into that map. I mean, theoretically, you could try something crazy like Ayu on Scarguard, but French Pro Scouts is going to feel pretty good. I think he's going to take us to Hillendale. He goes Scarguard. Oh, wow. And Wham doesn't use the French. He goes Jean. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't really heard anyone complain about the in-game score before, so I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen this literally on EGC broadcast. I'm not sure if SteelSeries do it as well, probably. You technically could have it over here. There's such a thing as the art of too much information. I should really do like a talking head piece on that sometime. But, you know, it's the whole idea of like when I've had people say, what kind of stats would you like to see? What kind of stats are useful? What else do you want as a caster, for example, right? And it's like, I've always said you need to be careful not to show too much info because too much info is actually bad. Like, for example, Cal done a great job of making a UI where it shows income and the villager count. But there is a risk that even with that, you have then got too much info up here that to like a casual audience member looking, it becomes a bit confusing, if that makes sense. Like, more numbers doesn't always mean better, basically, is my point. And that's not like a shade at Cal. I think it is a really cool feature. But like, in general, for example, down here, I almost want to say I'd rather have army value and destroyed value, like, be on a separate tab. So you can occasionally go into it. Not always have it there. So let's give a win to... Oh, let me flip the score as well. We'll give a win to Mr. Wham. And we'll set up predickies for game number 2. Also, match summaries? I haven't seen the match summaries. I'm assuming it's Cal, so like this idea that they're better than EGC, they're probably the same. Because Cal does both of those. I don't know. Theoretically, we could move it. I just don't think it... I think there's something nice about having all that info over there, like, versus having it here. Oh, and then I've got the World's Edge thing, haven't I, that I've got to detach. Ugh. I don't know. I don't like it. I'm not sure. Just doesn't look as clean, right? If we're being totally real. Compared to, like, over there. I think that looks a lot cleaner. Personally. It slots in nicely. Alright, I'll think about it some more. Maybe I'll change my mind. Alright, anyway. Wham on an unbeatable win streak here in the midweek muster all-stars. Game number 2 of this series up against Louis MT. Jeanne d'Arc up against Roos. Can Louis do it? Can he finally bruise the Canadian? Or is this man going to be unstoppable on the group stage? We go to Scarguard to find out. A map that is dominant for Pro Scouts and both civs able to play in the Pro Scouts. You've got Jean with the cheaper Ecotech. Saves a lot there, but also on the other side, you've got the Roos that are very efficient into their timing civ. But this is a bit different from Louis. We're seeing Kremlin play, and this is a reaction to French Knights. He's likely going to be going fast castle here. You need to protect your boost. If you go for Golden Gate can work phenomenally for a fast castle build against defensive civs. Jean is pretty much the polar opposite, right? There aren't many civs more aggressive than Jean, which is why you're seeing him opt for the landmark. I'd say in pro level play gets built about 5% of the time. It's very much not popular. Faked. What happened with water maps with Roos? They don't have Imperial ships. No, but they have that unique cannon thing they can get, right? They have an extra layer they can add to theirs. I mean, to be honest, Roos have been a bit underwhelming on water for a long time. It hasn't just been about Imperial. This map's a little bit different, though. The water really isn't about much in the early game. Late game, it can be, but in a very intriguing way. They usually get side treatment, because on this map, there's no fish. There's only the gold, the relics, and the sacred sites, and of course the boar. I need to talk to Avi about maybe shifting the idea of boar. Something's just not valuable enough about this. I've never once seen someone play boar on this map, but options are nice, right? What about Roos Pro Scouts? Oh, Roos Pro Scouts is the expectation here. Like, this should be Pro Scouts on both sides, right? Because the Roos, the reason it's efficient for them with this build is because they save 150 wood building into stables to start pumping scouts. They pump the scouts earlier. And then for Jean, it's the fact that you pay less, right? You can see that. You only pay about 250. Make it 2 balls on 1 island. I mean, I contemplated that as a thought, but like, I don't know, maybe? But where would you put it? You're going to have it on the balanced midpoint. And that midpoint is currently occupied by the relic, right? It's a bit weird. If there wasn't a sacred site, sure, I could see it. I'm not sure. I think it's like theoretically cool to have the boar as an option. How can we see the bounty now? You can at Capture Age and ask them when they're going to add it. Scout going down a little bit awkward from Wham. Didn't we see, was it him who had that happen earlier? No, I think it was Louis actually when he got walled off. There was no wall to force it this time though. And we do have the dock. Oh, we're getting another trade game. Dude, the Canadians love this. They're the only ones that really go for this hard that I've seen. And oh my god. Someone remind me at the end of this to turn off the Steam overlay. I keep forgetting. I totally forgot to do it when we switched to this new PC, because usually I have it fully off. Wham and his goddamn trading. Ironically, the first time we saw this was in a game of Wham, but it was against him. It was when Puppy Paw played French into Malians. Louis, bloody hell. 7 scouts now. Really feels like the race is on, huh? It makes sense. Wham is already snatching from his side of the map. We have got the stockpiling already, so you can see no intent to build anything. Just a rush for age 3. Jean is on the way. Now, this is the cool thing about being ranged on here against a defensive civ. You can pick at the gatherers, right? You can poke twice and then go for the Divine Arrow Snipe to get a kill. Louis. He's getting poked down. Doesn't... No! Wham! Buddy. He didn't wait for the final arrow to notch. So I actually failed to get the kill there on the scout. Just kind of a waste of the Divine Arrows, because remember, scouts do heal over time. But here come the trade ships. So it's 33 wood and 33 gold each way. It's actually really not that bad. It's just extra economy as well, right? Like, the alternative is what? Build a TC? It's a lot more expensive. And this is a lot safer. Like, what is Louis going to do against this? When he has horse archers, it's going to be a little bit annoying. But before that point, I mean, he's not really going to scale archers in Age 2, which would be your better interceptor, right? Ranged units always feeling better. Militia pulls always just look demoralizing bad now, thank god. Remember when the Kremlin was the scourge of everyone's existence? Bless the nerfs to that landmark. So needed. So Louis should be looking for a high trade house. We did see an Abbey of Trinity today. I just was underwhelmed by what it done. I'm not expecting to see another one today. Wham, going into spears. A little bit surprising if you think your opponent's going H3, because you should be going horse archers, right? I guess if you can force it down the center, this makes a lot of sense. Because then the horse archers, like, they're great when they can kite, but it's very hard to kite when you're defending. You don't have enough terrain to back across. High trade house now coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. How big or small is it going to be? Scout, I think, did actually glimpse the trade. So at least know about it, but really there isn't much you can do about it. This Divine Arrow will get another kill. Wait, why was the... Are you drunk? Oh no, dude, he got griefed by Seek Shelter. Seek Shelter needs to be reworked, I swear. It just happens so often like this. Shivery also coming through from Wham. I guess he's going to stay in the age a little bit longer. We've got archers added in now, right? But these aren't going to trade well into the horse archers, not in this count. So you need to bloat quite a few if he wants to do this. So it kind of shows his intent. I guess he's going to try to starve Louis in his base. What would be really big brain from Louis, and I don't see enough in this situation of players doing, is if you're up against mass archers in feudal from your opponent, instead of doing horse archers, just do mass archers, right? Just vet your archers and spam. Because then they'll win. And you are playing a Civ that gets 20% more wood anyway. So you're still leaning into the advantage of your Civ. In fact, you're doing it more so than if you built horse archers, right? Horse archers is 33% cost wood, whereas archers is 60... Is it 6%? It's like 60% or whatever. 65. It's high. Oh, look. It's that Wham wall moment. Makes sense. This is the natural counter when you see a fast castle roost player. Because now it's going to take these horse archers 1,500 arrows to get through. Has anyone ever sat there with horse archers trying to break a palisade before? Like all the way through. I don't mean just poking a bit. Have you ever sat there and tried to shoot your way through a wall? How depressing did it feel? And how many episodes of Demon Slayer were you able to watch before you broke through? Sorry, not 50, 1250 HP. 1250 shots, though, is still a lot. Nice interception. Well, Wolves got nerfed, but they got nerfed for their build speed. They didn't get nerfed for their health, right? So if you get Wolves up, it's still a living hell for a Roost Horse Archer spammer. So we have got Undermesh being prepped. This is the other awkward thing, is like by your opponent scaling archers like this, you know, they're cheaper, but also because their damage value is lower, they get even more value out of things like Steeled Arrow. In fact, Louis really should be prioritizing getting Undermesh here, now that he sees archers. Just because it offsets so much of their damage. It's rough as well, because the more Wham plays into archers, the less attention Louis can potentially give to that idea of trade. Right? Which is Wham's gradual win condition here, with the fact that he's not playing French, he can't scale villages quicker. So his eco advantage is coming off the water. 5 trade ships now. What's better, horse archers or Magadai? Horse archers. Depends on what you're trying to do in the game, but like, Magadai is stronger as a variable pick, but horse archers are more generalist. And the high trade house in the end, folks, was 121 gold. Yeah, only a mere 32 trees, but still pretty impressive for that number. Wall's pretty much up. Louis does have a small gap he can try to funnel through, but the archers are mirroring. I think Louis is going to want to get off horse archers pretty quick here. This can very easily just bounce against you now. Mobility is your one edge here. You're not going to have that anymore. Is the new tech from Wham, or do people go water trade on this map? So when we first introed this map, these Canadians were the first ones to start water trading on it. It's not a bad idea, and also it's a build that got buffed a little in the early game because it's more efficient. Because now these docks count as a house, so you save 50 wood building. Knight's now being added by Louis. I mean, he needs something to break through these walls. Is there a world in which he tries to get crossbows? I think it's a bit awkward to try and make that switch, just because you're going to encourage Jean to, once they age up, do the same. And arbitrary be crossbow, right? It's like not even close due to police. So for the time being, he needs to keep pressure oriented, which is why he's sticking to cavalry. You can kind of get away with knights at the time being, because at the current point in the game, your opponent doesn't have the ability to mirror you, right? French knights are decent. They can hold their own within reason against a castle age knight. But over time, you will just start to trade inefficiently. The difference, however, is the healing, right? Like, if you as Louis can keep forcing the fight, knights win. But if Jean gets poke attacks, you've got Divine Restoration, you've got Chivalry. Like, that's the problem for Louis. Like, so Louis right now is looking for an all-in timing. But Wham's approach here is to play more strategic. Play more raid-oriented, right? Raid within the fight, not raid within the economy. So he wants to go in, poke at a few of these back away. He wants to get a little bit of XP for Jean, get some knight damage in, get away with them alive. And yes, Louis does indeed know this trading. I think he scouted it earlier, just hasn't really done anything about it. I'm a bit surprised he didn't intercept now. I mean, this was in the golden time, but it seems like he feels it's more important to break through the wood line here. Go for the land economy. So Militia did give him the fast burn through. I think that's an interesting difference these days compared to the old Horse Archer builds, right? It's like the Militia actually gives you a burst through point. It is a one and done, though. If you get pushed back beyond the threshold, likely not going to be able to make it happen again. Oh, it's starting to come in here. Horseman scaled into. Wham! Pretty ballsy, man. Especially when you start to see Knights arrive, but feels confident it's the only way it's going to be able to hold this long term. Knights with the body blocks now coming in. Also not going to be able to keep chasing this. Okay, that was actually a decent fight for Wham. He needs to care not to overextend here. But Jean's getting a lot of XP out of this. She's not being sniped as a prio. Divine Restoration comes through, and the Horseman get in again. Jean does go down, but look at the Horse Archer losses here. That turn to get that kill on Jean actually cost him pretty dearly. I mean, that was nicely done. I don't even know if I'd say that was intentional from Wham as much as it was a bit of a flumber. Definitely the word I'd use by Louis. He overextended with the Horse Archers to kill Jean. And that gave way too much damage to the melee mass. Wow, now going to just keep pressuring. Needs to focus fire down those Horse Archers as best he can, but he may have overextended. And by the way, this is pre-Boy's Fortitude. Yeah, I think Wham, the moment the Knights go down there, you just need to back up. But the problem in his eyes here is that if you ever have to run away, you're going to die to the movement speed. Die he will. Louis able to get that counterattack in. Jean has been rebought. Now Louis looking to keep this gap open forever and ever. Oy, oy, oy. And Louis now on his way to relics as well. We have at least got a blocker towards the free on the water side. Wham was starting to stockpile a bit of resources for Castle, but I don't think that's really that feasible now. Has to double down on the feudal again. And Jean dead again. Okay, that wasn't better. Last time, you actually got a really good trade out of that. You lost Jean, but you killed about like 5-6 Horse Archers at least for it. That time, one died. And you also lost, what, a Horseman. Doesn't Roos outscale hard? It's a bit weird with Jean because if Jean gets age 4 with her attack speed, she's kind of insane. But like in the mid game, yeah, Roos is going to feel pretty good with this lead they've built. Flash coming in now. Wham. Having the front line with the archers, essentially. Knight count still at 7 and looking good. And Wham at breaking point here. Has got more spinman coming out. The TC really needs to focus in on those Horse Archers, though. Looks like he should be able to hold from this. And yeah, Louis, he did not have Boy's Fortitude that whole time. So I think that was a bit of a mistake. Louis shouldn't really be diving this deep without that tech. He was in a pristine position to get it around this fight here. It is expensive at 500, but totally worth it. I think the other awkward thing is like you've got Horse Archers, but instead of going around the back and hitting the tree lines, hitting the golds, he's brute forcing under the TC. I do wonder if that's really the worthwhile way to go here. You do have some stone gathering on the front side, so Louis, guess you could gradually find your way into a keep drop. Wow, now just basically being stripped down to mass infantry, which is just awkward against Horse Archers to a certain degree. I think Louis is in a fairly good position here, right? Like, he just needs to find that one opening onto Wham's economy. It's a bit hard to tell how much food Wham's got left because of the nature of the deer being hidden. I'd guesstimate like 7 or 8 deer, maybe? Meanwhile, Louis has what? Probably in about the same. Maybe more. Especially considering he's got the high trade house giving him extra every time. Jean has to be close to a level up, surely. It's always annoying against horse archers because they just don't really give that much XP. 120 resource AK-12 XP sounds good. But how easily they can snipe you down, it doesn't feel good. And yeah, chill. Wham is not going to go for an age up when he's being dove. It's not like he's building a white tower. Just to build a Royal Institute. Wait, is he? Okay, no, we're playing long con. This has just become a dangerous game for Wham. He's playing deeper into the game state against a player who historically thrives off that late game. Yeah, this could backfire really quickly for Wham. If Louis reads this correctly and just plays for scale, which he could very easily do, right? He's got 2 Sacred Sites locked in. He's got gold from the relics as well. He can get another 3 relics, which realistically he should get access. Would need to send the horse archers to clear up the boats, guarding and patrolling the shores though. I mean, the trade is decent for Wham, right? He's up to 9. So gold isn't going to starve him out of the game. That's the good news, and he has got a back gold anyway. This is really important. He's down to 1,500. And the excess gold is just a bit too far away, right? Like, you're not really going to be able to touch this, not with the pressure coming in. So gold isn't going to be the problem for Wham. What might become the problem here is food. You're already seeing that Louis is extending his life in that regard, playing out into the boars. Deer is still in the area as well. Wham has got a little bit of reserve deer plus the berries, but I think at this rate, he's likely to just get burnt out on food. Night Match just looking so good as well. 22 knights now. Jean might get level 3, but at this stage in the game, it doesn't really count for much. Saint's Blessing is going to be coming in. We even have a scout running around with a car. Wait, did he just yoink from underneath the TC? I think Louis did. Baits him out as well. Forces the few knights left alive to commit a little bit too wide there. Alright, apparently the scout's been carrying it the whole time. It's a trophy. It's his precious. He's a Schmiegel. And this Warrior's Monk definitely helping a lot, right? The Saint's Blessing just giving you so much extra ranged firepower here. And defense. Even with the veterancy, the Archer's not hitting anywhere near as hard as you'd think they would. The Brute Force now coming in. 16 Spearmen left alive. But not for long with the Boy's Fortitude as well. The Knights are cleaving their way through that front line. And Wham looks like he's at break point. No more Spearmen left in the formation. Jean gets sniped again. And the choke point hold is not going to work. Wham reduced down to a handful of archers and a hope in hell not existing of getting a 2-0. Finally, it is proven that this Canadian can bleed. What a game from Wham and from Louis. Both of them really sick approach. Louis, it looked like he was a little bit over the top with his earlier dive, but it worked to keep Wham a little bit too long in the age and ensure that Louis will keep himself alive in this set. We are going to a game 3. Alrighty. There was a character in Attack on Titan. Oh, yeah. I forget her name. Crap. I can't remember her name. I know the one you're talking about, though. So, game 2. That was Jean versus Roos. Yeah, I do wonder if, like, he could have brought out French, but would have been better. I don't think it was the worst idea. Oh, sorry, right side. So, 1-1 scoreline. It means he's still got French for the final map on Hill and Dale or Bassets. Louis got, what, Juji and Ayu. I think Juji could be pretty good here. Really good if your opponent goes Bassets, right? Maybe a little bit more awkward if your opponent goes French. So do you play it safe and play Ayu? I can see that making a lot of sense. Let's see what he thinks. Let me do predictions as well. So, wow, only 15% bleed in Louis. Big mistake there. It is going to be a Basses, Yuji. Yeah, so I think... I guess the problem is, like, IU French is, like, you'd think it's just outright IU favored, but there's ways that French can play that. And then IU Abasa can be pretty rough for IU these days, right? Which I haven't seen too much IU since the Dervish Wing plays up against ABBA, so maybe it's a bit different there. Zhuji versus ABBA, though. Does Louis just go for an all-in Quite possibly. I mean, theoretically, it can work against Abbasids on a map like Hill and Dale, but you have to be so quick to block the walls going up. But let's do the payout. Let's start the new predictions. We're a minute and a half out from in-game. Whoop, whoop. Sasha. That was a name from Attack on Titan, yeah. Good job. I'd forgotten the name. By the way, guys, you just saw that link pop up in chat. We're running another campaign with AMD. Click the link. It's an awareness campaign. You don't need to buy. Just actually give it a check-in. It supports me. It lets them know that you love seeing AMD and others sponsor our streams. So, yeah, you know, I hear a lot of people a lot of times say, you know, I can't afford a sub or whatever else. Whatever way can I support? That is a very easy way to support. Just click the link. Oh, I'm doing my push-ups, fine. I have to do those chair push-ups, though, remember, because I've got a broken ankle. 1, 2, 3. Oh, very hard work. Just double-checking everything in the background. The players, I think the players are able to enter their scores now. Good, good. Whew. Nice. All right, let's get ready for another. I mean, it has to count that way. Like, I literally have a broken ankle. I can't do full proper push-ups right now. Oh, it's going to be a long day full of intense games here in the midweek Muster All-Stars. We're back for the deciding game. Louis MT with the Zhuji, Wham with the Abbasids, and we are in Hill and Dale. First time that this map has made an appearance in midweek Musters, but definitely not the first time in competitive AoE 4. Cool to think that actually it'll be the last time you'll see it in competitive AoE 4 in 2024 will be in the midweek Masters. Remember, guys, we're going to actually be having the grand finals of this tournament Monday, 30th of December. Dude, I'm so hyped for it. All right, so Louis opening up by going for the 4 deer, pretty much expected. Makes a lot of sense against Abbasids. You probably wouldn't make this play against something like French because there's a risk you just get raided. But against a more chill civ like the Abbasids, it's a free play. What Wham could do to be annoying with this is go something like Military Wing, but man, it's Abbasids. We're probably expecting to see some greed. Eco Wing seems the most likely. I think if Wham goes Eco Wing, he needs to be very careful because Louis can just fast tech. In fact, a good start to that would probably be a Meditation Garden just safely at home, right? 36 food, probably about 30 wood. Wouldn't be too bad, too shabby here. There are some plays with Zhuji out into the center of the map, but they always feel like a gamble. Sometimes you get these broken resource spawns, and sometimes you get ones that are a bit more underwhelming like this, right? Like you kind of wish the gold was here, because then you could have got 50 gold and like, you know, 48 food. Likely I'll play it safe at home. Scout opening is going to be very important. They are mirrored right now, and it looks like actually Louis got ahead of him, so he's going to fall behind in that regard. But Abasa versus Zhuji, like when I've been seeing it recently, I feel like Zhuji have been improving their wing. Okay, come on. How did... I think Louis needs to gargle some salt water, clear his throat there, because he clearly didn't yell loud enough. Even though he's closer, somehow Wham gets the sheep. Why is that still a thing in this game? Well, at least pivoted both ways. It's going to be close to a 50-50 sheep split. I love it. Wham's going Military Wing. Okay, I think this is the correct call. If you wait, what happens instead is both players will probably wall up, and then you can't rush Castle Age, right? But you usually can. And then they go Shallow Monks and Rush Relics, which just gets them too far ahead. So I actually agree with this play. It's going to allow him to shove his opponent off the deer. It's going to allow him to force Zhuji to build units in this age when they likely don't want to. You know, Louis needs to finish dropping off here. It's always the awkward thing. He's not as far behind as you'd think. It's just because he went deer, he has to wait until he's gathered 25 to drop off of survival techniques, right? So it always looks really bad when you watch this. But in reality, it's fine. The Medigarden. Where's he going to place it? Is Louis streaming? I don't have access to the Chinese platform, so I can't confirm. Wait, what? Really? That is a sad-looking meditation garden. That's like one of the worst ones I've seen in a while. I mean, I guess it's not as terrible as it could be, right? It's 25 gold, 25 stone, and then probably about 15 wood. So, you know, it's not great. It could be... Oh, God, it's even less. It's like 7 wood. 7 or 8 wood, yeah. I thought we'd go for this one here, which would have been the 36 food plus probably about 25, 30 wood. Hillendale is just a weird map for this, though. It's very rare you get a great meditation garden option. Oh. What do you guys think of Hillendale, by the way? I'm kind of curious. Do people miss it from competitive play, or do they just feel like it's a map that's been played out and they never want to see it again? And we forgot to disable the goddamn overlay again. It's driving me crazy. I need to remember after this one. Loving Hillendale. I think it's not as obnoxious as it once was, at least a lot of the time. It's a bit annoying when you get spawns like this where the trade posts are corner-based because you can end up with insanely long games because of it. But there are a few things that change with it now that it's more balanced. The tree lines are a bit harder to reach. Over time, it's had some improvements. Sometimes I see Hillendale with all the safety that you have on the high ground. I'm like, man, kind of feels like we should have had flying units in this game. Guys, that's what we need. We need like a Chinese variant Civ that has the giant like gliders that they can shoot units to fly. That thing with that was in what was it called? Was it Dragon Throne Battle for Redcliffe? Those things were incredible. So military wing units have at least arrived. We have got the horseman follow-up. Wham going for the classic one too. He's playing 2TC behind this as well. Jiangnan straight away from Louis. A little bit surprising to go Song this early. Yeah, you don't typically see it in a rush. Now you don't have that fast castle build. I guess you make the transition to Zhug a little bit cleaner, but like at the sacrifice of a 15% discount age up, doesn't feel great. Feels like you're going to have to play the age more to justify it. And instead, wow, he's just turning it into a TC game. Okay, so it begins to make a bit more sense why he wants the Song, right? Admittedly, the savings isn't as insane as you'd otherwise think. You do save 120 wood. It is a lot, yes, but like it's not as if you're saving on the stone as well, right? But the reason you can do it is because there's no eco wing in this game. You mean remember the Ottoman English game on this map? Yeah. I think sometimes you can get really cool games on this map, but a lot of the time it becomes a wall up and then a meat grind. This is the thing about, like, I think overmaps and why, on average, they become more popular, is the mid-game feels more meaningful than when you have maps like this or Mountain Pass, where people just wall up and wait until they've got all their big guns, you know? I think, in some ways, for people, that the whole idea of getting all your big units together is funner to play, maybe, but not as fun to watch. Does that make sense? Like, you might think it's epic once you've got a gazillion units attacking a gazillion units. The problem is waiting X minutes for a gazillion units to arrive is where people are like, okay, this is slow. This pressure is annoying though. Louis just kind of getting delayed a little bit in his timing. Remember, it's actually stone that he needs more of than wood. If he just gets shoved away here, it's not going to look good for him. Shivs are going to come out. Probably enough to scare away his opponent. Wham, of course, doesn't want to reinvest behind this. This is all just to delay his opponent's TC timing because he is going for additionals. 2 TC online is going to make it free. And Louis, is this going to be a mirrored reaction? I don't think so. I think this is just 2 TC to try and play catch-up because he's got too much wood now. Then again, he does have it scouted. He knows his opponent is still gathering on stone. So likely he mirrors, but I don't like mirroring here for Zhuji. The problem of mirroring is that your opponent is just saving so much more food than you, right? Like, your cost of free TC, I mean, he could have 4 TC and be paying less. Maybe Jiangnan worth? Jiangnan has some value. It's just, like, the reality is it doesn't give you a quick transition to castle. You now have to play a longer feudal, right? That's your trade-off. Now, where it makes sense for Louis is if he thinks he can't survive without the food and needs to go granaries, then Song Jiangnan becomes very justified. Man, look at that third TC. I mean, he knows about it though, right? Louis is going to be looking for it. It's a really sick placement. It's safe in a very tight area. You've got berries, you've got wood. But if you get spotted building it up, it's going to be a disaster. Wow. He does notice this. Horseman Scout coming around, and Louis... Well, someone's got a scout here. Because if this TC goes up, Wham is nicely insulated. Because Louis is playing multi-TC, he can't afford to go for an all-in on the third TC. So he's going to poke him away. So actually, Louis gets scared, runs with his tail between his legs, and that means that Wham, folks, is going to start building an economy lead. But not for long. Louis, for God's sake! No. This is going to be one of those games. It's 4 TC Zhuji, and he just scouted the stone gathering. He can check and see the stone outcropping. And does this mean that Wham mirrors, or does he just age? I think Wham just says okay and ages, right? Because like Louis is going to have to go for a farm transition on the high ground before he thinks about age 3. And Wham can just now prep the tech. Oh no. Yeah, Jiangnan paid for itself, folks. It only took 4 TC Zhuji. Louis like, outboom me? Oh, I never. Let's be real about this, though. Like, what Louis has done here is incredibly gluttonous and now very punishable. Wham had the right idea not to mirror. And yes, we weren't going to start up the KPMMs again until January the 3rd, but I decided my late Christmas present to you all was to do one more midweek muster in 2024 with our most accomplished midweek muster players. So welcome back for the final time in 2024. We'll be live today and then on the 30th of December. Oh my god, this is just too much TCH. And this is what, probably going to be, I mean, you just go Culture Wing for a timing, right? Eco Wing feels a little bit greedy. If you want to match the granary, sure. And he does. Economy win is now on the way. Do I eat nuts? I feel like I'm being baited into something. I've started to eat nuts recently. It's been a transitional like element in my life as a fussy eater. I recently tried peanut butter. I like it. It's alright. The flavored peanut butter especially that I've been getting from like Protein Works. It's got like toffee biscuit and salt caramel. I've never tried the KP nuts, no. Okay, so Wham of Eco Wing. He's walled in quite nicely. This TC also blocks the one access point to his base. Louis needs to rush an age now. And he can at least do that. That's the upside, right? It's like Wham has to wait all this time. You can just zerg your way into the next age. However, because you did go Song, it's not going to be cheaper. Probably still going to be looking at a play into Shaolin Monastery. Realistically, when you're 4 TC, you can kind of justify Mount Lu as well. But going Shaolin Monastery first, picking up the relics, and then playing Pagodas afterwards makes a lot more sense for Zhuji. Then again, I guess the trade-off here is because you're playing 4 TC, you're spending 600 food a minute on villager production. So if you do go for the Shaolin Monks, they're very meaty, 200 food each. Can you really afford it? I think you have to. The alternative, like what you're giving over, just doesn't feel great. Okay, no, he's going Mount Lu Academy. So this will be a rush into a monastery then, and he'll supervise to pump out free. Because relics make or break this now. You sneak onto the boar, Zhuji, or the boar out in the middle of the map. Yeah, that would be pretty dangerous. You kind of wish you had the ball placement of Wham over here. Would have felt a lot better. All right, ones if you think Wham's going to win this. Twos if you think Louis going to take it. Where do you all lie on this one? I feel as if this is like Wham favored right now with these openings. He's got a lot more lances being pumped. He's now also got archers coming, which he will have composite bows for. And I wonder, yeah, there's Louis' monks finally. Are we going to see the same from Wham? I mean, realistically, he could. I think he's playing for map control before relics, though, which is a healthy approach to this. And yes, when Malians, Ottomans, Av or Ibids kill boars, it disappears for both teams. That's why tournament rules have often said that you cannot kill the boar if you're those civs. Because, like, it's a pretty ridiculous, like, detail. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it hasn't been fixed. Personally, I think that if they kill the boar, it should just kill the boar. I'm pretty sure it's not intended. If it's intended, it's one of the dumbest things they've implemented. Because it's very silly, right? Like, it's kind of like the same idea. Like, the way I look at the boar disappearing when certain civs kill it, I look at the same way with docks over fishing, where they used to erase the fish, but they fixed it now so that the fish come back after the docks are taken away. Monk intercepted, though. Nice start here. Wham able to block the first gathering there. Now, Wham playing for his own relic grabs, but behind this, there's a lot of force coming, right? He went for the military escalation first, and on top of that, Louis playing a dangerous game, refusing to make the granary transition. He has to play for risky resources. I mean, it's kind of do or die, right? You have to take this risk or you're dead anyway. Because at this stage, like, your opponent has so much food to work with, they're not investing in farms, they can just all in you. So if you have to now go granaries, like, just imagine the difference you're seeing military now. If you went granaries, Louis has maximum 10 units at this stage. Wham is playing a little bit reluctant, but it's probably because he thinks that deep mid-age here isn't bad for him, right? Like, playing deep into castle age is good with composite bows. Even against Palace Guard, it's not the worst affair because Palace Guard have less ranged armor than standard men at arms. Still, a little bit weird that he's playing it this slow. Probably doesn't realize that his military lead was there. Not fully, anyway. And we do have the good old single whip reform coming in, so those taxmen are about to get very quick. Eventually, we'll probably see Imperial Red Seals as well. No regional inspection coming, but he already built so many racks, it's probably somewhat moot. I've yet to see a single game where anyone really valued Military Affairs Bureau. That's the one that when you supervise a castle, it takes 35% less damage. By the way, speaking of things that disappear when they get killed, I still love how monks carrying relics when they die, they just disappear as if like the relic is so heavy, it crushed them. It's very kind of like cartoon with a giant anvil dropping on your head-esque, right? Single Whip Reform actually got rid of taxmen. Don't tell them. They'll stop working. Down from the walls now coming in. We do at least have outposts being built by Louis to protect himself, but I don't think one outpost is going to make a difference here. His ass just needs to leave. And unfortunately, he did get most of the deer here, so yeah, he gets what he needs before he has to exit. The boar wasn't really touched, though. He has at least segmented the map, though, where we've got walls pretty much everywhere. I just realized that, like, I actually credit to them. This is the first game where we're seeing walls to this extent. These two are probably the two most prolific wallers that we have in Midweek Musters. And they're finally showing it. Louis really trying to get that relic home, but struggling right now. Nestabees is coming out. Manjanique is really adamant that they need to kill this mill. He's like, it's got 91 tax in it. We can't let him have it. He's going to back off now. I mean, this is looking like a 2-3 split, right? Louis should be getting 2 relics. Wham should realistically be getting 3. Wait. Where is... Oh, it's back up here. Yeah, I was about to say. It's like, please tell me we didn't get a 4 relic spawn. And Wham, I mean, the realistic what you want to be doing here, right? Is you want to be building relics and then going for sacred sites. That'll force Louis out of his base quite quickly. Archers are just going in and poking away, not able to get the Nest Bees kill. Be a little bit careful. You could just play into Mangoes. Remember, this isn't Ibid, so no Manganiques. You haven't got that spread burn fire. Funnily enough, with the nerfs around Castle Age Mangoes, I'd actually say Manganique's fire mode is just kind of better overall. Sure, it hits pretty low damage, but the idea is that it spreads damage. Against a high-level player, they can very easily dodge Mango shots now, right? But against Manganique incendiary shots, it's like a mini Nest of Bees effect. Wow, we do still have a lot of stone gathering underway. So we should be seeing some keep drops coming in on the big golds. Understanding that Louis can't play long game with UG without gold. That's a grab there, but an ambitious overreach. We do have additional mangoes being built by Wham now. Wham, who so often says that he doesn't like Siege, but often finds himself building them. Hey, Wham, when the meta calls for it. And no, Springles no longer counter mangoes. It's a great change. I do think that maybe more tweaks need to be made to the siege system overall. Some people have been disgruntled with mangoes being harder to kill. I personally prefer the direction we're starting to move in over what we had. I think anti-siege meta sucked. Springles are a bit sucky right now, but I think people should chill going, what's the point in this unit now? It's like, dude, Springles dominated the meta for 3 years. I'm kind of okay if for a season they have to be sidelined because they're not very good. I don't think that's a bad idea, right? Like, let them have their cooling period, figure out what their role's really meant to be. Don't change their role to be anti-infantry, but then overbuff them. You know what you guys should do? You should change from those crappy old slow CPUs to new 9800 X3Ds. Click the link in chat. Dude, shout out to AMD for coming back to sponsor us again, on top of helping us build this Giga Chad PC we're now using to stream and play games. They're also coming back to do awareness campaigns. What legends. Lance is just getting buffed away by these spears. Not really a great way to engage. Wham's slowed down though. He's going age 4. Freaking Abbasid economy. What about GPU? Can wholeheartedly recommend the 7900 XTX, or if you want to wait for something that's maybe going to be a little bit more budget friendly, but have respectable performance as well, you could always wait for the new GPUs likely to be announced. Not sure if they're going to be launched though, early 2025. The ones that are being theoretically dubbed the 8800 XT. But as someone who has the 7900 XTX, I can full on thumbs up it. I love this GPU, it's great. I don't know, Wham's looking like he's in a pretty good position here. Trade Wing's going to give him that longevity. Louis needs to start making moves. What he's waiting for is Imperial now. He's got the farm set up, he just needs to get Divine Haste. And then he can run along the flanks with Palace Guard. On a map where Wham has yet to build stone walls. I think Springles still do range damage instead of siege damage. Yeah, because like I agree, but like the whole logic is like MAA armor being what, 6 or whatever, right? Get up to 8 with the Inkspin arms, 9 technically. Remember that the bonus damage Springles has offsets that as well. So I don't think that's necessarily the drastic problem. I think the bigger problem with Springles is the hitboxes just suck. So when you try to penetrate, it doesn't work very well. Lancers, yo, what a timing here! Finds villagers on the flank. Looks like Louis was trying to secure his sides, but unable to do so safely. So great timing there by Wham. Gets his tech up first. Temple of the Sun is coming for Louis, but he might be overboomed here, folks. 142 eco. Wham down at 113. He's got room to scale more military, but also now wiggle room to switch into traders. So Wham is going to have to back up here, realizing there's more walls. Tech up's complete on both sides. And we are seeing Dali horses. So Louis likely getting ready for what? Horseman's Wedge? Interesting. I mean, yes, you are up against archers. What he doesn't know, though, is that Wham is prepping golems. STB's big hits! Even with boot camp, he melts. Good damage done, Louis. Had to get a little bit of breathing room there. More and more, dude, the force in this game. This is ridiculous. Unbelievable. Nesta Bees now mopping up what's left of this Archer retinue. Wham is prepping a big transition to masculine though. It's crazy because Louis is taking the bait. He's massing spears. So we're going to have a really weird clash here. It's going to be Mass Nesta Bees Spears, the classic, versus Mass Gulam. And these Gulams are going to slap you about. If he gets his timing right into Elite Army Tactics, these spears are going to melt. And if he gets his spread right, which should be line formation and concave, the Nesta Bees damage should be somewhat negligible. I think what Louis needs to do is just keep using these walls, because like the downside of what Wham's doing with all the Gulams is that he's going to struggle if he runs into blockades. Right, that's where range wins, right? And the Nesta Bees will be the king of ranged. Explain to me how Siege has been nerfed. Start of Castle, most definitely. I think Nesta Bees are in a weird place, that's for sure. The weird part is Nesta Bees feel terrible once you get to Imperial. But in the Castle Age like, area, we've seen, especially from B in particular, some obnoxious holds. Mangoes definitely in Imperial Age, once you have adjustable crossbars, are really good now, though. Like, this is one of the interesting things. If Wham just gets into adjustable crossbars and plays Mass Siege, Nesta Bees will lose. Right? Technically, Nesta Bees already are a bit of a loss on the tower range difference. You can make that even worse with this tech now coming. There you go. Extra projectile range, extra splash, extra damage. Just gonna start diving in the Gillums. Just need to get through. Actually gonna chase the Knobs back behind the wall. Get just behind it, but now the body blocks. The Spearman can't get away. We talked about this idea of a concave. This is kind of what we were looking for from Wham. It's a mass Gulam flood. And he just gets shredded. Able to mop him up and walk away. Instead, he's going to look to burn through the wall, though. Doesn't care about the Knobs coming behind this. The funniest part is there's actually not that many traders yet for Wham. He only has 5. So this is still without the OP trade. Louis in a bit of a predicament now. He's got the gold vein over here. It's down to 3.7k, after which he needs to make a move for more. I think this is the turning point, folks. Adjustable crossbars has been long in the waiting, but Wham now has it. That's where Knobs will fail Louis. Because remember, Nesta Bees got a few different nerfs to them, right? Like, for a start, they lost the gunpowder effect. So they lost +2 per shot, right? So that's 16 damage less on an attack. One thing that's least cool for Zhu is with this here, Temple of Sun, you can get an extra 1 range of Divine Defense. As cool as that is, though, that puts you up to 8.5 tower range against a unit that's going to have 9 tower range. It's a bit tricky. And yeah, I think Louis did forget about that relic in the corner. No! Come on! Are you actually kidding me? Neither of them scouted that. Oh, the brutality of map edge relic spawns. The army attack is coming in. Oh my god! Louis? Was that intentional? There's no way that was intentional. Surely not. I mean, I know he hates the siege. I know he's got too much economy, but, like, are we there yet? I think that was partially intentional, but, like, not worth it if you don't kill the siege. Wow. They hold their torches up like they're at a Kumbaya sing-along right now. Louis has got a lot of pass guard. But, like, his reserves aren't really that impressive right now. Does need to be careful not to overcommit to Culverins. Yeah, Louis, this play that he made, like, I checked the queue, he had like 30 pass guard in reserve, great, right? But It's not like you got 80, right? You haven't stockpiled. You haven't done that classic, let me get 10,000 food and then throw away my economy to win the big fight. PG going to wrap around the back. We're about to find the mangoes. So you should be able to split out actually 3 of them. It's actually a really good fight there. Wipes them out. This is the obnoxious thing. Gulen will beat you, but they can't catch you because the movement speed is just so much better. PG raids on the flanks are going to be a little bit less successful. The keeps being up. Except down here where he finds a big chunker. Wham, not paying attention to his goal gathering. He's going to get taken out of there. Okay, so Louis just doing that thing that he's infamous for in the late game. The obnoxious raids on the flanks. Understanding that the Ghoulims will beat him in a straightforward fight. And Wham, now looking to escalate things. We have got hand cannoneers being queued up. Pulver Mass still looking good. Nesta Bees still trying to be a nuisance. The castle to be dropped here, but the Ghoulims marching in. With a double strike, this could be surprisingly tight, but the reality check is usually build speed is just insane. Gets the castle up. Not many villagers left alive, but on 4 TC, you can afford to lose 10. Oh, wow. Scaling that hand cannon mass. This is kind of the new scary point. There's a breakthrough to try and deal with the trade. Wham has, what, 8 traders? Not that big of a deal. What could be a big of a deal is the hit onto villagers afterwards. But I don't think Louis is at the point where he's got the surplus to send there yet. He has to be a little bit worried about the center fight still. Knobs, I've said knobs are kind of wacky, right? Like, once you get late enough, you will beat Nesta Bees. But that doesn't mean that they're like worthless in the mid-game, right? They are, I'd say, a lot better for defending you. Pre-adjustable crossbars than Mangoes will ever be. Cold? Oh no. Just a reminder that China and Zhuji get the fastest men at arms in the game. And isn't that reasonable? So ridiculous. There is a point in the game where, like, Zhuji and Chinese players are right to hate how power-scarred feel to fight with. And that's when you have a condensed fight and nowhere to go. But when you have breadth on the map, this is by far the most annoying men-at-arms unit in the game. Without a doubt. 1.58 movement speed. Like, come on. Breakthrough coming on the east side. Louis MT just seems to be everywhere that Wham cannot. Diving attempt is going to be a big fat fail because he runs into the Nesta Bees again. I've seen this tale before from Louis. He's so obnoxious at exactly this. I think we're going to be seeing a win for the Chinese kid. Like, it's just impossible for Wham to keep up with this now. TC in the flank's been lost. Villagers now running for their lives on the west side. Wham has no gold in reserve. And the gold he needs to gather is now getting blocked. So he's got the hand cannoneers on the way to eventually shut this down, but the cost is high in this deciding game. And yes, if you ever wonder if Louis has the Temple of Sun upgrade on for Divine Haste, just look for this little logo here. He has not toggled off of it the entire Age 4. They're just so desperate to get away. But even more going down. Remember, on the other side, the Palace Guard are actually waiting to receive. Man, this is brutal. He did at least get the stone wall up in time, so Louis is going to leak into the top economy. But, I mean, this is Louis in a nutshell, man. Like, if you ever play against Louis and your game goes late, this is what you need to look out for. It doesn't matter if he's playing Zhuji. It doesn't matter if he's playing Chinese. If he's playing English, he will try this as well. I have never met a player that loves men-at-arms in Imperial Age as much as Louis. And you'd think that with the changes to Elite Army Tactics, with the changes overall in Season 9, that would be a negative. But somehow, this legend of Chinese Age of Empires always finds a way to make it work. Now, game isn't over yet, but it's looking pretty grim for Wham. He's hugely behind on economy. Louis is carving out more of the map. He's taking away the majority of the 8k gold veins of what's left. And Wham doesn't have mass trade, right? He's down to just 11. Not just that, Pal's got to... I can't with this unit. I just really can't. I swear, when people listen to me, I must sound like the most biased hater of China and Zhuji. But there are, I think these civs, China and Zhuji, they have some of the most polarizing things in the game, right? Zhuge Nu may not be OP every single situation, but they can look it quite easily, given the right circumstances. Palace Guard may look a little bit flimsy in the mid game, but once you get to the late game, this unit moves like it's a knight. It's so hard to keep pace with these things. Why is Wham on Golden Age 2? I mean, what do you want from him, really? Right, he's got separated base over here. He's daisy chained in, but some discombobulation. I mean, it's 60 structures. It's not always as easy as you'd think. Louis just strangleholding him now. We've got the Rams. 9 queued up. New Palace Guard wave moving in. This one assisted by the Nesta Bees. And I mean, 6 Nesta Bees can do a number on these hand cannoneer masses. We also do not... Okay, we do have Serpentine Powder. Knobs need to move up, though. Louis. Coffee break, sir. We've got other wolves coming from Louis. Some ambitious ones. Into a choke point. Probably the one place that Wham doesn't want to be going here. Louis a bit reluctant to hang around, though. Doesn't turn for a shot. But this is ridiculous. In fact, guys, can you remind me, am I right in this? When we had a game on Lipany, a late game from Louis, wasn't that against Wham as well? I'm pretty sure that was against Wham as well. That was the, was it 50-minute game? I believe it was English versus Zhuji. And Louis kept snaking proxy Raxes, breaking the flank walls, and breaking in. And once again, we find ourselves in the late game. Wham versus Louis. It may not be the same civs, but he's doing it to him again. More Rams knocking at the door. Zhuji Library also coming behind this. The extra buffers are going to be on the way for Louis soon. I mean, what do you really want from Zhuji Library? I think this is just about Ming. Really, guys, like, think about his comp. It doesn't do anything with Zhuji's Library. I guess you could build Palace Guard against Gulam. And what are those Gulam doing? They're trying to go for the Nesta Bees. But, I mean, if Louis just backed up, he could have got away there. Instead, he just hangs around. Oh my god. Louis could have made that so much harder for Wham. All he had to do was get behind the second palisade. But Wham, in a frustrated moment, finds a moment of recourse, and immediately there's a tack pause. No, I'm kidding, it's not a tack pause. I hope it's not a bloody tack pause. We've got a pause. I'm starting to think Louis might have had a lag spike there. And okay, yeah, we just got confirmation his live stream died. Oh no. I mean, this would probably be a remake if it comes down to that, unless one of them volunteers a forfeit. I feel like Wham was trending towards a loss, but like this outcome of this fight, you could argue even if he pulls Nestys back, the wall burnt so fast, he might have still surrounded him and killed him. So this is problematic. So apologies, folks. We're going to find out what's happening in a sec. A reminder, by the way, this nutty series, we're only in the round 2. We've still got 3 more rounds after this for day number 1 of the Midweek Muster All-Stars. If you like what you've been seeing here, make sure that you're following across on all the platforms, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter as well. Please do feel free to engage with these platforms. They're all easily engaged with for free. The Twitter side of things actually help me out a lot when you just see like sponsored tweets, whatever tweets, liking, retweeting. And of course, watching the videos on YouTube and Twitch helps immensely as well. But it looks like we are back. I'm going to pause for a second. This sometimes happens after a resume. We just need to get unpaused at the right time. So we should be not stuttering now. Louis lost a lot there, folks. He has got a lot of gold access still, though. Wood should be fairly good as well. Yeah, he's fine for Wood. Sets him back, but doesn't kill him. Do you have a discount code for Crucial? Let me check with them. it might be a little bit of a wait for a response. I did create an Amazon shopping list. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a better way globally for you guys to buy where I get an affiliate where I get an affiliate kickback. Because I know that like I don't think Amazon tracks between the different countries well, right? Because like mine show up in pounds and it's probably not the same listing on Amazon's different locations. So I kind of need like a component provider that like ships everywhere. I need to start Corsairs because Corsair does at least have affiliate links that you can use. But let me look into it. Dive underneath double keep. Still more STVs here. Wow, this isn't going to break Louis. It might break your bank though. He doesn't have much gold coming into the bank. In fact, he's losing a lot of those gold workers. Wham on the backside again. The trade gets cut off. Oh man. On the upside, if Wham does still have quite a lot of hand cannons left. This type of starvation, very important. Has at least secured the gold vein on the west side. This game is getting bonkers. The Fog of War, sure, we usually just don't do it as much in the late game because at this stage, the spread is wide. It's also switching player POVs leads to a lot more ping notifications, which I think a lot of people don't like in the late game. But you can quickly see, like, it's pretty dire in terms of what Wham sees. Doesn't really matter, though. They know what the clear targets are, right? Like, gold veins in center for Louis, blocking trade on the backside from Wham. He's chased again. Ghoulims are really good at killing knobs, remember, because the double strike. Man, love this Ming Dynasty read, though. It really did ramp up the STV's damage. +1 doesn't sound like a lot, but really does kick it up here. Now, with that Ming as well, remember the Power Scar just hits so hard. Ming Power Scar probably beats Ghoulim in a direct fight. I'd have to double-check the statistics, but I feel like Ghoulim can still win that. Right? Because you've got, what was it, 16-23 versus just 24. It's really good for Ghoulims, and they have substantially more health, especially with Boot Camp, plus the Elite Army Tactics. The problem for Wham is he completely negated to get his hands on fitted level works, which is like a big deal when your opponent has been massing melee constantly. Even level 1 melee tech is good. And yeah, even bigger deals, Wham skipping on the melee attacks. Melee attacks matter a lot because of the double strike. It's doubly effective for Abbasids. Burn power coming in. Louis now with the dive into the gold. Once again, trying to start the Canadian out. But remember, Wham now already up to 40 hand cannoneers. Is at a stage where he can stockpile additional gold. Louis, meanwhile, just kind of feels like he's burning through his reserves constantly in this game. STB's now starting to get taken out by the keep, but will be dropped eventually. Full push back behind the wood lines, behind the walls. Another keep drop coming in from Wham to try and stabilize here. I mean, at this stage, Louis' win condition is Sacred Sites. He's now reached that point where he should be going for the blocker. He can even afford to keep drop on them to make it easy to hold. And that would also resolve any worry of gold issues down the line, right? Because he'll keep stockpiling. Wow, being crippled at this stage, hobbling through this late game, 87 economy. He has at least still got one marketplace up, but only 3 traders in total. Wait, where are the rest going? Oh, he built another trade post here, so 15 traders still in total. But they're not as efficient on that high ground. Castle oil is so... Well, there's a reason why we don't call it boiling hot oil. It's actually called lukewarm oil. I'm starting to think this has to be a Louis win. I thought for a moment there'd be a DC and like it maybe would have been a bit hard to justify the call 100%, one way or the other. But now that we don't have that DC, now that we're this deep in, I mean, it's kind of undeniable, right? Wham's army is definitely bigger. It's just, what has he really been able to do with that? This is like a classic reminder that size doesn't matter. Yes, the army number is bigger, but where's his win condition with this? You go to the left side, your opponent goes right side. You go to the right side, left side. You go down the center, he comes down both flanks. Right? Like, Wham's in a position where no move he makes is getting him a win. If it's DC now, would you give a win to Louis? I think so. Like, you can see Wham's reserves are drained. And he's just, even though he's got the quality army of hand cannon Ghoulims, Like, what is that doing for him? Yeah, his army value is higher, great, right? That's like the discussion we had earlier that you could buy a 4090 or you could buy like a 7900 XTX. One's going to cost a lot more, but like, is it going to be an equal, oh man, you paid double for this, it was double the frames? No. It'll be more frames, but not as much. In this situation, it's kind of grimmer than that. It's like you've got double like the value in your army, but it has no value because it can't find a fight. And Louis, I mean, dude, these walls are so disgusting. Like, I'll give Wham this. He's like, I'm not the worst for walling. You're right. You're the second worst. Like, as in you do it so much, right? Like, the worst for walling, the most disgusting person for walling, without any reserve in my mind, is Louis MT. Look at what he done to this map. It's like a freaking Picasso painting. I mean, Wham's defense force on the farms isn't working anymore. I think we're at the conclusion point. He has to be realizing it as well. Other weird dynamic with Gulam versus Palsguard is Palsguard just dies so quickly, get replaced, right? Gulam survived the initial fight on half HP, then die in the follow-up, and that is it. Curtains closed, a GG called, and a 2-1 victory for the Chinese Prodigy Kid. Sway for a moment there. Almost thought we were going to have a disconnect and have to have a judgment call. What do you guys think? Was there a stage where Wham could have won this in the last 15 minutes? How did Louis do this? Let me know what you guys think about Palsguard in general. I still think it's a really controversial unit because when you get to this stage in the game, what the hell is your answer meant to be? Let me know what you think in the comments and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oi, oi, oi. Ridiculous. What do we call that one, that series actually? Just trying to remember what happened. Shame upon... Whoopsie. All right, there we go. G2. V versus Wham, G3. So, moving on to the next sets. Let me pay out there. Louis freaking MT. This kid, man. Always finds a way with these type of games. Seen Palsguard be beat plenty of times, no need to nerf. I mean, depends on the stage of the game, really. It's very hard to keep them out. Like, a high-level player with PG spam on the flanks is just... It feels almost impossible to keep up with. Did you disable the overlay? Thank you for reminding me. I now need to do that. Because in settings, let's have a look. Enable while in-game. I think I need to restart my game to get rid of it. So we should be good now. Thank you, Rise Durant. I almost forgot that... I think someone else said it earlier. Wasn't it? What's his name? The physics guy. But then again, my brain was like kind of filtering physics guy out because, in fairness, physics guy, every time you've spoken so far, it's to moan about something. Like, no, I'm not gonna make that. If my girlfriend moaned as much as you, I'd be very happy. No, I'm gonna stop that now. I'm not even gonna make that comment. Anyway, let's get ready for the next set. So let me just restart the game. Next up, I think what we're gonna be looking at. We said we want to do Puppy Paw versus Anan. I think that'd be a really cool one to hop into. Why is AoE 4 not closing? It's being a bit weird. Just give me a second. Yeah, AoE 4 is being really weird. It's like freaking hanging for ages. So let me update the scores as best I can because the players should have been able to log their scores in Start GG now. So we have some scores in. Yes, maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? Yeah, players have started to log their scores. They do admittedly need to go back and log their first, probably. But I'll try and keep this updated as best I can. So I'm going to take a second quickly to update the scores. So you're probably going to see a few of them flash up as we go through here, as I have to check the players' profiles. But I think Puppy Paw, is he now already into the Anno series? Let me double check. Because that's the I really want to check out Puppy Paw versus Anan. Then again, Wham versus Kill Jardi could be very intriguing, considering Kill Jardi 2-1'd Puppy Paw. So, guys, do you want to do... Like, I was going to do Puppy Paw Anno. I'm starting to think we do Kill Jardi Wham, and then do we come in for, like, Puppy Paw Louis afterwards? And then round out with Puppy Paw Wham. Then I think we've cast everyone at least once. Because otherwise I'm like, where do we do Kill Jardi? That does make us quite Wham heavy. Wait, because we done Wham beef. No, I feel like we do Puppy Paw Anno, right? They've already done game 1 is my only concern. Alright, guys. Puppy Paw, which one, in round 3, which series do you want? I'm going to mark up the scores from the other ones. Holy crap. Guys. Puppy Paw just got 2-1'd again. Kill Jardi Anno? We haven't got Kill Jardi Anno. Round 3. Round 3, man. We're in round 3. Get it together, man. Let me update. Let me just double check Kill Jardi Anatan's score. So we got... Oh, dude, it's so slow to load. Kill Jardi got 2-0'd by Anno. Oh, man, dude, this is going to be such a tight group stage. And then we just saw a 2-1 victory for Louis. I love this. I actually love this. This is going to be so, like, this is what I was saying. Sometimes, like, the luck of the draw and the elimination brackets really matters compared to a group stage, right? There was a concept for a league I had that I might try and implement in the second half, maybe, of 2025. Because, like, playstyles matter a lot. Like, look at this. Look at the updated results now. That is ridiculous. So we've got 2-1 Kill Jardi, 2-0 Wham B, Louis MT 2-1, Puppy Paw lost to B 2-1, Kill Jardi got 2-0'd by Anatan, Wham just lost 2-0 to Louis. We're gonna do Kill Jardi Wham, I think. I guess we could do... Wait, no, I said B Louis, right? Because of the... Oh, dude, I feel like there's players we've just missed out on at this rate, either way, because of the way the way things got delayed. I wanted to try and balance it so everyone got their time in the limelight. What I'll do, I'll quickly put a poll up for a minute, and you guys can choose between these two series. So it'll be either B versus Louis. Which series? B versus Louis or Wham versus Kill Jardi? Because we haven't done a Kill Jardi set yet. I think we should be... Because we'll either do Kill Jardi now or we'll do him next round. So, 1 minute, poll, go. Puppy Paw Anatan is already in game 2, which is why I'm like, we do the other ones. Guys, vote. There you go. The votes are up. Sorry, you two. There's no way to, like... Actually, I guess I could start using, like, an outside voting mechanism to include you as well. Someone's argument about the boar disappearing. You can't delete extra berries, so boars should not disappear. There you go. Eat that, vegetarians. So you guys want B versus Louis. Okay, so we'll do B versus Louis. You know what I'm going to do? It might have to be from replays. It might not, depending on how the schedule moves. We'll probably look to do 2 series in round 5. Do, like, Puppy Paw versus Wham, and then Louis versus Kill. Dude, all those funnel sets, man, I'm like, oh, I'm kind of annoyed, actually. They're all really good. They're like, Kill Jardi, I wasn't sure how he's been looking great, though, right? Like, judging by the scores. So, I'm like, part of me wants to do all those series, but, like, realistically... We could be on a very, 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 very long stream if we did. Damn. I'm surprised you guys didn't want Kill Jardi after what he just done with his last 2 opponents. Oh, sorry. What he done with Puppy Paw. Alright, so let me get it ready. Where is it? So we want... Which one did we say? God, my brain is having a bit of a fart. We said we're going to do B versus Louis. Alright, so B versus Louis. Let me get that draft ready. They should be sharing the links to the draft, so we should have a live draft in a sec. Like, in an ideal world, I'd love to do B versus Louis. Dude, I feel like I'm going to be Louis heavy at this rate. So maybe after this, instead of doing Puppy Paw Louis, do we do B versus Kill Jardi? And then we round out with Puppy Paw versus Wham. Which means we would have only done one Puppy Paw series. I mean, it's 5 rounds, right? Someone's always going to get a bit sacrificed no matter what you do. The other way is we do... I mean, like, dude, it's like either Kill Jardi or Puppy Paw don't get seen much. It's just one of those things. That's the only downside of having, like, group stages like this. Unless you do, like, multi-day group stages staggered and whatever. That's the way that it can work out a bit better. But... Louis should now be setting up the links, so we should be good to go in a sec. So bear with us a second, guys. What I'll do now, I'm going to run ads on Twitch. I think the other platforms handle themselves. Thumbs up. And we can chat for a minute or two. Oh, wait. No, I can't run ads because they have already been ran. As they always have, I think. Yep. God damn it. It always knows. I mean, is that good or bad? Has it been running ads when we come to this screen often? Maybe. Single-handedly protecting the sanctity of Chinese gamers in the AoE4 community. Dude, well, that's the thing. We were talking about this the other day. Is like, guys, you do know who the biggest streamer in AoE4 is, right? Do you guys know who the biggest streamer in Age of Empires 4 is? Waiting for wrong answers in chat. I may have already teased it. It's Louis. It's legit Louis. Louis has like 4,000 people average watching him. Beastie don't come close. Marine Law don't come close. Dimu don't come close. It's Louis. Apparently Louis has like 4,000 people who watch him live. On Bilibili. Pretty wild. Freaking wild. He streams on the Chinese platform. So like if you're not Chinese, it's probably not going to be of much like interest to you. But yeah. 600 people? Is that because it disconnects? Yeah, in 3 a.m. Only around 400-500? Someone told me he has like 2,000 or 3,000. I've seen screenshots of him having like 2,000 or 3,000 plus. Maybe it's like a specific time? I don't know. Can't use a VPN to stream on Twitch? What's the value? I'm not sure what Twitch's payout policy would be to China. Probably bad. Right? That's what you have to remember. Like I work on an agency side, and I can tell you, getting money out of China is a freaking nightmare. It's horrible. Like, you know, we expect to get paid in this many days, but then like you're gonna inherently run into issues when you try to get paid. It's like, imagine that from a Twitch side as well. Because like what you're suggesting there is illegal. He should be able to do that. He'd have to have someone outside of China set up a company to funnel the money for him. And then there's an argument that like maybe it gets detected as money laundering anyway, right? So like there's no easy win for him to try and stream on Twitch. And his fan base, like remember, if Louis streamed on Twitch, his fan base wouldn't be on Twitch anyway, right? The people who would watch Louis are going to be on Bilibili anyway. There's literally no reason for him to do it. But I hope that kind of explains it a bit. Who was it who has... I heard there's someone in China that has 4K, reliably has 3 or 4K viewers on Bilibili. Maybe someone got confused when they told me it was Louis. Ah, okay. Maybe mistake. People watched and people watching. Well, there's a big Chinese caster, right? I think there's a big Chinese caster that eclipses like even EGC's numbers, if I'm not mistaken. There is someone who has a ridiculous number of viewers in China. So I've seen his videos. They pop off. He gets hundreds of thousands of views on his on like his YouTube type content. But draft underway. B, he's going to be opening HRE. We map pool wise. We've got Dry Arabia, Highview, and Scarguard. I don't know, man. Dry Arabia, Scarguard coming up a lot. I'm kind of surprised people want to play Scarguard so actively, but the Pro Scouts meta allure is strong. And that has been, was it B drafting that regularly? Sorry, let me just double check. I think it might have been. Yeah, B is upset. I'm not surprised, man. He's like a Pro Scout aficionado. Louis, just getting that Chinese Yuji. He loves this. He done it in the previous series as well. What average viewership gets you FU money? It very much depends. Like, for example, there is someone, I think about 3/4 of my size, that via their affiliate links with like an energy drink company, because people go through and buy. He like someone was like I was talking to one of the I was talking to the energy drink company who was showing me the guy's sheets, and his community had generated him $75,000 worth of commission. So it varies. You can use rough gauging logic of like what you see in terms of like viewership count to figure out what someone's can earn from deals and whatever, but you never know the full bread and butter until you dig a little bit deeper. Like, there is an argument that, for example, an IRL streamer of my size would probably make triple what I make easily, because the amount of sub, dono, click-through revenue is going to just inherently be higher, right? Like, a few of you have asked me about PC components, right, and links, and I'll sort them. I'll look into sorting them. But, like, compare that to, for example, if someone's like a tech YouTuber / Twitch streamer who regularly is building PCs, their buy-through power is going to be higher on that. Theoretically, my buy power should be in games. I'm not sure. We'll see over time when I start doing those activations more and more if that holds up. 3/4 your size. I thought you were talking about ML. I mean, like, RL, ML is like half my size. That's why we must protect him. Bless. But yeah, like, I think, let's switch over, actually. We got the draft now. It varies. Like, if you're wondering, like, where I'm at, like, you know, I'm definitely nowhere near FU money. I would imagine, I mean, compared to everyone else in the scene, and I would say this because I don't have clear sight in his rev. Like, I help him in some ways, but I've never looked at his numbers behind it. Like, BC probably makes really good money compared to everyone else in the scene. There's probably, like, a very big gap between what BC makes, and you can see that just based on average views, but just outside that anyway, right? But, like, I mean, my rev gen, I've been really impressed by my rev gen for the last, like, month and a half. And that helps a little bit more. Thank you, Future Ours. But I said before, right? I'm not at a point where I literally pay my bills off of Twitch and YouTube combined. I'm not at that point. So I'm definitely not seeing FU money. But, you know, it varies, right? So, like, Beastie, his average isn't at 1,000. His average is actually going down. So I have statistic trackers behind the scenes, so I can literally see this straight away. So his 30-day CCV is 730. So he used to be like at 1,000. It's going down. And just keep an eye out for it, by the way. They haven't entered the lobby yet, so we're not in game for B Louis yet, so we can have this discussion. So with that as a baseline, let's say I was to go out and get him a Raid Shadow Legends deal. That Raid Shadow Legends deal would probably be worth about $1,400 for 2 hours streamed, with a widget and banner for about a week on his stream. That would probably be where you're at, right? Let's say a new RTS comes out. Well, BC is a higher priority grab. I could probably get him like 1.1k maybe per hour streamed. So like it really does vary. There's a lot of different conditionals to figuring out like, you know, where that point is. Because then you've also got people who have 200 or 300 average viewers who have Nike sponsors. Right? I'm not even kidding. There are those the ones out there. So, you know, for some brands, it's not about just your inherent pull on that regard. It can be, for example, if we brought you out to a photo shoot, would you look good in what we're doing? It could be your unique type of content. So, like, for example, I know Elgato just had a call to arms to bring in new ambassadors. And Elgato, they will definitely go for big content creators, but they also look at smaller content creators who are doing unique things. So some of the people they signed last year were doing really cool, crazy things on their live streams with green screens. That's of appeal because what they're doing is they're finding cool ways of leveraging the brand, which has a higher upsell value, right? So, like, for example, like if you're an aspiring influencer or a stream, whatever, a big piece of advice I give you is you need to basically every time you do a campaign, you want to ask them afterwards for things like click-through rates. You want to know what your engagement rate is. You want to know what your sell-through rate is, because the expectation is on an integration, sell-through rate averages is between 1% and 2%, which sounds really low. But like if you think about how many people are seeing things, not necessarily. But like let's say you command a 5% conversion rate. If you command a 5% conversion rate, you might not be Kai Cenat's size, but you can begin to charge FU levels of money, because you are telling the brand that you have a conversion rate over double the industry standard. That is powerful. Those are powerful words to come out of your mouth if you can justify them. Dark Carrot, he's not a pro player, but catch a video of him gets about... Ah, there you go. Yeah, I think I've heard about Dark Carrot. He does really well. For people like iShowSpeed are making... No, yeah, iShowSpeed will be making FU money for sure. Kai Cenat will be making FU money for sure. The delusion... the misconception would be the fairer word. The misconception that comes in the industry is that like people see these very big influencers and they think that everyone makes good money. It's like it's a baiting thing. It's why like you have so many people streaming to one viewer on Twitch in an environment that no longer makes sense for it. You shouldn't be. If you are a person, I'm going to break your heart on this. You shouldn't be going live to one viewer without a goal in mind. If you're using going live to get your YouTube content, to get your TikTok content, that's smart. If you're just going live to go for the sake of going live and expecting to get anywhere, that's basically headbutting a wall, right? That's why my YouTube has definitely been important to my growth. That's why my integration of other channels have been important to my growth. If I just went live and only used Twitch, I'd be very much just playing the lottery to an extreme, right? And then even as we grow, you know, like the goal is going to be to build these long-term partnerships and build into bigger things. Once you can get in and prove your value to a brand, then you can amplify the deals you work in, right? From being like a 1K or one-off integration into 15K for the year, right? Which is pretty good for me, but like for Kai Cenat or iShowSpeed, that's a dog crap deal. That's like maybe 1 hour of a video game. I'm not even kidding. All right, so sorry about that, guys. It's been a little bit of a delay. We should be ready. How many minutes delay on OBS should we do? Right. How they start? They should be starting now. They might not have a delay because they were just asking about stream delay in the background. Basically, the way the rules work for our midweek musters is everything outside of the grand finals is not a mandatory stream delay if a player is streaming. If a player is streaming, the delay on the broadcast, on the lobby, should be whatever it is for the player streaming. The only exception is when we're in grand finals. In grand finals, you have to have a 5-minute stream delay. That's always been our way of midweek musters. So just a little bit of an update for anyone who's looking to play. Because by the way, if you put an exclamation mark KPMM, sign-ups are open for midweek muster number 8, which will start on January the 3rd. That's right. We're back fresh and early in 2025 for the next midweek muster. And I believe we're going to be doing... did we announce it? Let me double check it. I don't want to I shouldn't really announce it if it's not announced, but I think it is. It should be up. Yep. King of the Hill, baby. This is what's coming in midweek muster number 8. King of the Hill, and we also are rotating Lakeside. Lakeside is the other map that got added in Season 9. Maybe we should have taken Atacama out now in hindsight. Atacama has to be used with a certain spawn, or it gets weird. I really hope they fix that. Did you see my message? I did. I've just been a bit too busy to respond. But like, I'm pretty sure we said to the players that if both players do not agree to use the other type, you have to use that spawn. I'm pretty sure I said that before in the rule set, Cal. Pretty sure we said that earlier. I don't know if that got updated in rules or not. I'd have to double check. I'm managing about a dozen things, so I can't check that right now. King of the Hill, better than Hill and Dale. I think it's going to be interesting to see King of the Hill again, because it's been a very long time. So we'll see how it actually looks when we get back into it. I think the meta has changed enough that King of the Hills will feel quite different. Because the Trebuchet meta is a lot stronger, so these drop keeps and just win the game are probably going to be less potent. The lorry... The jackpot in the US is over $1 billion right now. Alright, I'm not falling for that though. You could get yourself a lottery ticket, or you could just subscribe here. Hit the jackpot in terms of content gained for no ads. Swag glasses. Hey. Thank you, Sing. Appreciate you, mate. Alright, so... Looks like they're in game. Apologies about that, folks. I don't know why that took so long. I think they were, I don't know, they were just having a little bit of like clarification on the stream delay. I imagine they've gone for like a 0 minute though if Louis is streaming. Yeah, okay, we're in game. Fantastic. So we just got to catch up. I think we're about a minute out. To go to live. Start predictions. All right, let's go. I could not have predicted this at the beginning of the day for Midweek Muster All-Stars. Look at those results after 2 rounds. You're not sure who the hell is going to make it through to the Grand Finals, because of these 6 players, only 2 will make the playoffs. We're in round number 3. Louis MT versus B, and man, so many incredible results. I mean, you saw it, quickly just taking another glance at that. The first row on its own is a gobsmacker. Puppy Paul, who's been dominating the Midweek Musters throughout 2024, has yet to win a single series. B has had some incredible results. Louis MT, some fantastic results. I really have no clue at this point who's going to make that best of 11 Grand Finals, and I love that. I was a little bit worried the later rounds of a round robin sometimes can be pointless, but it will definitely have relevance in terms of qualifying the 2 players, but also because we are paying out 1st through 6th this time around, it's also going to have relevance there. What a way to kick off this series. UG versus Malians. 2 players as well that are not shy about the idea of pro scouts. Wonder if we're going to be seeing it today. To begin with, though, oh, you cheeky bugger. Louis MT. What is that spawn? I'll tell you what, if the berries and the rocks get any closer together, they'll be giving birth to rubies. That is ridiculous. 50 stone and 48 food. A bloody good way for Louis MT to begin H2. Manticore, the standard for B on the other side. Malians versus Juji, though. This is a matchup that felt fairly good for the Malians, right? Juji can't go for the Juganu Rush. That was on the old gen version where Juganu Rush was kind of the bread and butter. We've recently seen a lot of new additions to the Juji. For example, we've got the Fast Castle Palace Guard Flood. We've got the Mount Academy build with that to make it more vicious. But we've also got the old school Shaolin Monk Rush as well. So there are ways. There's even the possibility of just going 2TC to be obnoxious. But I think the Stone would have... I don't think he goes for it. I don't think there's like... You could, in theory, drop a TC here, but it's always weird doing like pocketed TCs, and that's where you get the most value against Malians. So instead, I think we're likely looking at Fast Castle here. Lou MT will have the Stone to protect him at home. Just because he went double Stone here doesn't mean he's going to be going for 2 TC, because remember, this is generating now 50 Stone every minute. You'd have to wait 7 minutes to build a TC. It's a long bloody time. Oh, for God's sake, he's going to... And despite what I have just said... Now, you might be going, but KP just said this is really inefficient. Why is he doing this? Because it will be worth it by the time he needs his 4th TC. Then it's pretty much paid the Stone for itself. We figured it out. So if you... I feel like if you polled most Yuji pickers, they would almost all be of the same opinion. To not do this, right? But it's Louis. I'm trying to think of a more elegant way to put it than simply it's Louis. This is such a Louis-esque move. We just saw him do, what was it, 4 TC against Wham? So I'm not really that shocked that he chose to go for a TC route again. And TC booms are pretty good against Malians, right? Like, if you ask Malian players, the #1 pet peeve, it's going up against TC rushes. B's also not just rushing the ranchers, he's going pro scouts. Interesting. What's the sheep pool looking like? It's 5 to 15. I think Louis is going to have some food issues, folks. I mean, he could try to TC drop on the deer, but like most of the times, usually don't do that. They want to keep the TCs away from where they're gathering, right? And I feel like he wants to go free TC anyway, so it's going to begin quite congested. If B takes an aggressive line here, it could be really bad for Louis. mean, javelins aren't bad to play into with maybe a little bit of cavalry against Juganu. Yeah, because I think you can play Sofa plus javelins. It's very expensive. But if your opponent's going for like free TC, you should be able to afford it. So Louis begins by opening up the spears. It was Delhi, HRE, Biz, and one more Civ that was S tier. I mean, I think Biz is stronger than HRE, right? Delhi definitely feels like the most strong. Juji are a solid A tier now, I want to say. I think they perform very well now that they've got some diversity on their builds. French has been rising up the ranks quite well. They are bordering going into A tier at this stage. Like, what are the trash civs, right? Order the Dragon, Ottomans. I think those are probably your big, like, underwhelming performers in general. Mongols is situation. I think Mongols on ladder feels depressing. Mongols in competitive feels really good. Because the whole idea is in competitive, you can kind of thin out your opponent's selection phase and then get a good pick for Mongols. Whereas, like, you always feel as if you're rolling the dice with Mongols. There's just some matchups, if you get them on ladder, some maps as well, you're like, oh god, this is over. But yeah, here we go. So B has got the stables, archer range follow-up. This should just be archers to begin with because it's in spears. And Louis is going to go for the loose TC. I'm curious to see what B's reaction to this is going to be, because I've actually been impressed by the results so far today. I mean, just look at that, man. Like, B, he 2-1 Puppy Paw. He did admittedly get 2-0 by Wham, right? But I don't know if it's just Puppy Paw's just not up to scratch today. The fact that he hasn't won a single series is a little bit surprising. I feel like I'm maybe being a bit harsh on him, but it's more that there's been an expectation. Because for anyone who hasn't been following the Midweek Muster, Puppy Paw has been slam dunking it. He has won, I think, was it 5 out of 7? And he only played in 6. So he's by far the big boogeyman that a lot of people were expecting coming into All-Stars. I'll always take a tight round-robin group stage up to the bitter end. Double archer range with that, so he's looking to pump hard. I really like this approach from B, man. It looks like he is saving up. And we are starting to get some ranches in. But playing archers isn't a bad idea here, right? Your opponent's showing spears. Eventually, you want to get into toxin arrows anyway. Juganu now from Louis. He made the right choice to just stick to TC. Free TC would have killed him for sure. Like, actually, if you went free TC, Malians could have feudaled you, which is very rare these days. I'm trying to think of the amount of matchups where Malians can end the game in feudal. There's maybe like 1, maximum 2 civs. It's very much a civ that always wants to get castle. It's going to be a little bit scary for the extra pit mines though, right? He's got one far on the flanks. Like, in some ways, this spawn was kind of horrific for B. There's a lot of exposed gold. The other options are really far forward. But I think he's done a good job of getting away with everything he's done so far, right? Pro scouts as well. General rankings well accepted. I mean, Delhi, Biz at the top. China, like, I think China is bordering S tier. They look really, really good. I think Juji and Chinese, like, they have some similarities in their potency and competitive right now. It's just what China has over Juji, I think, is a little bit more flex in the opening. Right? There's a much more scary figure me out phase between China playing feudal and castle. Whereas Juji are a bit more obvious about when they do one or the other. Like here, where we can see they're very clearly looking to send it into feudal. B, he is getting into those sofas we talked about earlier. I mean, the sofa's very tanky here. Nowhere near as tanky as they would be if you got age 3, but it sets you up nicely. If your opponent doesn't attack you, then you will just have a unit you want. You have the full unit combo you want for castle. If your opponent does attack you, then you have enough to contest. Order of Dragon being ranked so low. I think Order of the Dragon like is kind of fairly ranked, right? So like one of the earlier series that Puppy Paw lost, he played Order of the Dragon and lost with. Sometimes they can look good situationally, but it does feel like the Civ underperforms and also is predictable. I've seen Order of the Dragon players just default to going late game time and time again recently, and it's just left them a bit too readable with little effort. What the f... Talk about not readable! We've got a Farimba Garrison. Oh, this is Freeborn. I wondered if there was a possibility, and then I just completely discarded at the moment I saw the ranches, which I think was part of the intent from B, is that Louis would think the same, that, oh yeah, it's just a Fulani build. He's diving in now. He will be able to see what's happening here. He doesn't have enough to dive the TC. However, the villagers gathering on gold. Maybe overreading the situation. Only loses one in the end. We'll be able to shove him away. Now the archers should be able to take control of the situation. Louis still scaling into more of these horsemen. But problems on the way, folks. It's freeborn time. Is there a world in which he goes Musafadi? I don't think so. Mansa Musafadi in theory isn't bad here, right? Against all this melee, but the freeborn just annihilate Juke. They stop a crossbow mass. Once you have a few Sofa to assist as well, it just feels like Louis stuck, right? Moment of truth. Tick, tock, goes clock. He's busy focused on the fight right now, so he's going to look to mop him up. Louis starting to stockpile his own resources to get towards Castle H. For him, is a free win versus Yuji. Are we maybe thinking about a certain 170 HP base unit? Maybe? Eyebrows? Weirdly enough, B hasn't selected yet. Still. We have veterancy for Sofa coming in, archers as well. He's leaving us in anticipation here, folks. We have Mountain Academy on the other side, so Louis MT getting nicely insulated here for the mid game. I'm B, like, is he waiting? I think he's waiting to see what Louis does next, which is bloody crafty, actually. Like, in theory, freeborn would give you an edge here, right? But, like, the bigger edge is letting your opponent lay the foundations of his demise. Like, for example, if Louis now opens with Palace Guard, which is likely with the Mount Lu Academy build, you just go Mansa Musafadi and win. Because remember, the Mansa Musafadi, they are giga stacked. They are Musafadi, basically with Elite Army Tactics armor already built in. They have 4 melee armor. Even if Louis does this as well, Lancers, I mean, once again, Mansa Musafadi can destroy Lancers. Choice made, he went freeborn. So he just wants that chunky front line. Okay, I mean, Louis, we did talk about the fact that if you want to go crossbows later, it screws him. I guess part of it is also because B's already starting to layer Sofas. This gives him the blocker towards them being countered. Poison Jabs do a better job. What, the Mansa Musafadi? I don't know if I'm going to... Really? You think so? Think about the interaction there. I mean, you'd think so. I feel like quite often the attack speed wind-up is the sucky part for Jabs, right? And he's already been scaling archers. Unless you had like 20 jabs upon tech up, I'm not really sure you ever consider the Mansa Javelineers. I think of the options actually, Javelineers is probably the least viable. Freeborn feels like the most desirable. And then Mansa Musafadi, just because Castle Age is so often about heavily armored units, right? I think the only reason B didn't go for Mansa Musafadi is the paranoia around Duke. If he just saw that there's just no units fast castle, Musafadi makes a lot of sense. But because there's been some Duke production, you need Freeborn. And these Freeborn are going to be god tier. Imam's also moving out, so Relic control going to be with B here as the pressure starts to come in. Louis is trying to pick up Relics himself as well. Has walled himself into the corner. And we've got Greedy Boy B going for the big pitmine plays now. B has a lot of Sofa. I mean, Louis has balanced his military well between Spears and Duke. This veterancy just feels so late as well without supervision. Outposts are at least going to slow things down here, but behind this, B should be getting the majority of relics. Like, there's 4 that he could easily grab. Only 1 protected behind the walls. Alright, 1's if you think B is going to win this, 2's if you think Louis taking it. Louis has built a pretty healthy economy lead, and you have to remember that B did not go for the Filani. So he hasn't got that big pump of food coming in, which is why his military is not really bloating quickly. The other wild part is B, he chose Freeborn, he's yet to build a single Freeborn. I don't know, man. I feel like this Farimba choice, B had something in mind that simply didn't happen. It's starting to look that way, right? It could be that he's just waiting to see it, that his opponent has built into a unit that he needs freeborn for. Sure, I get that. But at that point, why even make a choice? You could have just waited the entire time until you saw what you wanted to counter. There we go, freeborn finally starting to get queued up, so a few are on the way. Server count is looking good. Next objective for B should be Sacred Sites. The way you deal with Louis here is forcing him to come out. Louis hates having to play on a timer. Like, this is a guy who legitimately seeks the late game, walling everywhere with Nestabees behind it. If you can just target those Sacred Sites quickly, it forces him off of his timing. This is going to be a 40-minute game, I can already see. Freeborn are good versus Spears, right? Well, they're tanky. It's a unit that has 170 health, remember. Its base health is really high, 175, right? It has no melee armor, but it has 175 health and 6 range armor, 5 being base. So Juganu going to do no damage. Crossbows will do little damage. It also kills range units faster. Remember, its bonus damage comes out against range. And they move fast. They're pretty damn good. I'm just getting worried that this is way too much time chilling. Yo, what is up, Beastie? Thank you very much. Look at it. He saw a Malian game. He's like, I want to watch this one. Hello, Beastie Cuties. Hopefully all the cuties had a good time. Notice he was checking out one or two of the other games. We've had an insane midweek Muster All-Stars so far. Could anyone have expected Puppy Paw to drop both sets? No. He is our champion. 5 out of 7 midweek Musters under his belt. But remember, only 2 people will make it out of this group stage. And B, I mean, he's looking pretty good with some of these ideas. This is going a little bit questionable, the pacing on this one, but this is a guy who was a last-minute invite, looking to duke it out with some of the best. He needs to find that pressure point, but Louis MT's been given so much time to just wall in. B has at least got 4 ranches now full. I just feel like B missed his timing here. We're playing into a later phase of the game where Louis has a substantial villager lead. And soon should have granaries, right? With this type of villager lead, you can afford to switch into farms, which it will be cheaper because of the song. Ay, ay, ay. A perplexing state of play right now. He has at least got relics going for him, so B gets a lot of extra surplus gold. He did go for the big pit mine as well, right? But the Sacred Sites are just not there. And I think that is really the timing that's missing here. We mentioned it just, like, what, 2 minutes ago? That if you wait on this, if you slack on this timing, Liu will have everything he needs. And that right there is a V for victory granary formation. An awkward opening phase here. I mean, Louis, he's been taking these series long every time, right? He's the only person consistently to always be in 2-1s. And funnily enough, always going his way. Opening with a win like this. I mean, B's draft wasn't really situated around Malians, right? It was his final pick, I think, or second to final. He's still got Roos HRE, so definitely not dead by any length or any measure. But remember, like, on the other side, Louis still has another similar pick in Chinese. He's also got his English, which he's infamous for at this stage. He's going H for what, you mean Louis? I mean, he could, right? There's no rush now. If Louis is assessing this game and thinking about the matchups, usually don't really fear Imperial Age, right? They welcome it. Do you guys know why Louis welcomes Imperial Age? Have you ever watched a Louis game and wondered, why does this man send so many men-at-arms down the flanks? And what would make it better? What about movement speed? Because that's where I think we'll be heading here. Louis is disgusting for his ability to spread the map in the late game. And although Malians are a bit faster to respond, even they aren't quick enough to respond to Palace Guard moving at the speed of cavalry. Like, I'm pretty sure when you get to Imperial Age with the Temple of Sun, usually you just buy Nitro boots for all of their Palace Guard. Is there any reason I can explain they move that quick? Either that, or similar to how the Chinese discovered gunpowder tech long before all of us, I think the Chinese also discovered roller skates tech before us. It's the only other way I could explain the movement speed buff they get. Great for coming in here. What's that? You want a sacred site? No. Get the hell out of here. I can't believe this. The opening for B looks so good. Now, yeah, he just feels so questionable. Keep drop coming in. Mass Sofa. Looking for that engagement. Louis has got nested Bs here to protect this, though. Freeborn begin to dive in, but there's Spearman there to block their path for the nested B shots. Just tracking now back into the arches. The Sofa's basically giving better options here. But it looks like B has got enough to strong arm this. The meat shield is just too strong. Sofa and the Freeborn all on average about 180 HP each. Basically double that of Louis' army. Louis a bit too ambitious with that keep drop. I'm not really sure what he was expecting to happen there. Possibly a staging point, but instead, his ambitions get usurped. Sofas need to try and bypass this from the Zhug, but looks like they're happy to just take the trade. The Spearman unable to hang around, and B puts the baby back in the crib. Louis just getting a little bit too confident there. I mean, the game was trending well, but an unnecessary move, I think, in this state, right? Like, there wasn't a ticking time bomb of Sacred Sites. Gold wasn't running out anytime soon. He has 6,000 behind him, has another 10, 12k on the east side. Just felt like an unnecessary fight, and now B getting some unexpected hope here. See if he can keep the pressure up. Rally point giving over some freebies as Louis now has nothing left in terms of siege. Next step for B is breaking the walls. No hesitation, just dive in, full divide. And what is up, Xbox controller? Thank you very much for the gift of sub, mate. A worthy game to get those subs in on. Spearman having to hold. Sofas are about to break through, though. It feels undeniable that Louis should surely not be able to hold on to the front of his base here. It's still 15 Freeborn, 20 Sofa. The keep drop coming in behind, but Louis, there's just so much wiggle room to go south here. The farms are not safe. He's got a double keep, but Sofa could easily flow through. Instead, B backs up. Hesitation once again on his mind here. Louis with an unexpected stay of execution. I don't get it. Like, obviously we have God Vision, right? But B, usually at this stage, you got to be expecting granaries. So usually you want to be just taking those Sofa and going behind. But I think B's issue is he's paranoid because he doesn't have Fulani. So he thinks, oh, my food income isn't good enough to replace 20 Sofa like that. I get the concern. I get the paranoia. Now Louis just keeps that meat grinder going, and as a result, Imperial Age looks even more attainable. I don't know, man. I think B is kind of convincing himself out of wins here. Didn't we have a game like this between him and Wham? I think there was a moment in one of those games where like there was an opening for B, and he slowed down. Now we do still have a lot of Freeborn here, right? A lot of Sofa's lost, but a lot of Freeborn coming. And we do have Trebs on the way, so he will have an answer eventually to the keeps. But by the time we do, Louis is going to be aged up. And if he just supervises these veterans to elites, even with a smaller army, and the choke point of the double keep, he'll be able to hold. Stonewall's also on some of the flanks, makes it very difficult for you to go a different angle about this. Louis has been very tricky about this, actually. Notice that he's just set up small stone walls on both flanks to force you between these castles. Crafty bugger. I mean, Louis, he just feels like one of those masters of defense, right? Attack up complete, B. He's going to mirror. In fairness, these guys get stupidly tanky with the Imperial upgrade. And on top of that, it's not all doom and gloom going Age 4's Malice. Because, remember, you get another Mansa unlock with the Age up. So he could go for Mansa Musafadi as well. Which means if Louis ever does his classic switch to Power Scarlet, which we know he loves, Mansa Musafadi will clap their cheeks. How do you deal with Freeborn? Usually the idea is mass melee. It's tricky though, right? The trade-off is meant to be these units are a little bit expensive. I mean, not crazily, right? Sometimes I look at Freeborn stats and think they're a 150 resource unit. They're only 125. It's kind of wild, actually, the more I think about it. This unit costs the same as Palace Guard. Grew up bar in the way as well, Jesus. Well, it's a smart choice. Usually when you see the Fulani, a lot of people go for the Huntress, but when you don't have Fulani food, you need the Griot Bara to amplify your food income. Obviously, farms aren't there in mass, but down the line, it's going to be needed. But Age 4 now reached by both sides. Freeborn get first strike? Oh yeah, you're right. I don't think it says that on the landmark though, right? But I think you can't, I don't know if you can really afford to go for the keep here without the Ranch's Fulani. Your food income's just underwhelming. Louis marches up, but just look at the hell. Oh wow, you tickled us, huh? And remember, these haven't even been elited yet. They're fighting into an elite army. Elite army with the bolt magazines as well, which, oh wait, no longer gives the bonus. I just love how much this unit changed from Pop. Remember on Pop, this unit sucked because it had the light melee infantry tag, which meant that like archers countered it, right? But now, my oh my. Yeah, I've got Musafadi upgrades coming in as well. Wait, did he take the wrong thing? Okay, no, sorry, I forget. It categorizes both, doesn't it? So check the health on these bad boys now. He just got an extra 30 health per. And the damage increase as well of +3. And the ranged armor increase of +3. I can't, man, this unit. For revenue for you, is gifting subs the best way or any other way to contribute? So gifting subs is definitely one of the easier ways. We have donation links. There's a dono link. There's, if you want regular contributions, there's my Patreon. That money goes to me. If you're looking to, if you don't care about me and just want to put money into tournaments, that's what the coffee link is for. Those can all be found down in the Twitch channels, in the Twitch panels rather. They look so cool with the inbox. I feel they look so cool because of orange as well, actually. Orange yellow just kind of dabs hard, you know. And this is rough for Louis, right? Now playing into Palace Guard, like if you're China, you at least get the extra health. You don't get that as Yuji. That's a unique Chinese thing. The battle hardened. Oh my god, we've got silk bowstrings as well. Sinner is coming the other way. And Gunner's getting queued up by B. Something that Louis simply cannot build. The army tactics as well. Dude, this is gonna get ridiculous. Like, this is another insane thing about Freeborn in the late game. Is like, this is a unit that is meant to be weak melee armor-wise, right? But because of the way elite army tactics now works, this is one of those rare examples where it actually just pads its weakness. It's gonna have 5 melee armor. Flash comes in. Freeborn just front-lining. Sova wrap around the back as well. They just barely get tickled. Oh my god, it takes you like 65 shots from Zhuganu. And that's ×3, by the way, to kill Freeborn. Just one Freeborn. This is out of control. Louis, he just can't get Palace Guard out quick enough. B, a lover of Springolds. I don't really know if I'd say they're making that much of a difference, but whatever. At this point, build whatever you want. And this Freeborn just non-stop. We've also got Mansa Musafadi. Remember, he teched into them, so a backup option which will kill off the Palace Guard after the Zhuji are dead. Or Zhuganu are dead, rather. At which point, the Zhuji will be dead. Case bombings are coming in, so it looks like he's going to try to go for the damage buff to get through them, but that's just worthless with Zhug. So that means you're going to be, what, Grenadier and Palace Guard? Great, Mansa Musafadi ruin you. Oh my god. Sacred Sight's now attainable as well. Keep drop is coming in, but it's not going to work out. Louis, maybe? No way. Surely not. Are you kidding me? I can't even believe it's that close. That's Yuji. He cancels it. 3 Sacred Sights now able to be locked in by B. Still outnumbered on economy, but it just doesn't seem to matter. No Imperial Guard for Louis. he hasn't got the tech. He needs to go Juji Library. He went for Temple of Sun. And even after Juji Library, you then have to pay for the tech, then you have to pay for the units. And remember, Imp Guards are ridiculously expensive. They'll also get countered by Mansa Musafadi. You need to go Yuan Raiders, theoretically, and then just go after your opponent's eco. It's the only way you'd use the Dynastic Protectors in this matchup. Unbelievable. I mean, Louis with the Grenadiers, remember Freeborn's armor doesn't matter against that because it's siege damage. So this is a step in the right direction. He has also got the Divine Haste to try and run away faster. PG plus Grenadiers is probably Juji's best bet against what B is doing. My worry is, like, both of the things that come out of the Farimba counter that, right? So Freeborn counter... they counter the Grenadiers because they can reach them and kill them fast, and then Mansa Musafadi counter the Palace Guard. There is an argument, actually, that your opponent just goes raw Mansa Musafadi when he sees this comp. And that, by the way, would allow him to afford these bad boys. Remember, these bad boys hit for 41 base damage. Their bonus damage, so Freeborn's bonus damage against ranged, they get +8 against ranged. So base currently is at 17 with EAT and only 2 melee tech levels. And then on top of that, an extra 8. Grenadiers are slower, even with Divine Haste, and don't really have that much health. Like, look at these poor boys. 150. You melt so quick when you consider, what was it I said? Was it 28 damage? Oh, no. No. Louis does see it, right? He must do, yeah. He's pulling away. Good thing as well. Funnily enough, actually, if B hadn't brought these Freeborn here, he would have noticed and the cannon placement would have completed. Which would have just been disgusting. I do believe Louis has a gold issue, folks. And none of this comp plays without gold. He'll be reduced to just spears. Hardcase bombs at least coming in, so a little bit of debuff there. Mansa Musafadi not doing very well against the Zhu. But it does buy enough time for B to almost get the walls fully up. He needs to rush them, finish that for that last little slab or two. There's a wrap around the north side, so it looks like he's going to be able to shuffle his way in again. Wait, what? We made all this effort for... Wait. Are those spiky walls reflect damage? If only. No, actually, I don't think stone walls ever need that buff, please. Now, if there's any player that could somehow just find a way out of this hole with Juji in the late game, it's probably Louis. I am struggling to believe at this stage, though. I feel like we've just done a rotation of most things we could realistically build, and everything is just not working. B, he has his farms, right? The Griot Burrow, I don't think he's even been using it that much. Could easily do so with how many farms now? 28? Then again, he's got 2.6k food in reserve, so what's the rush? I'd rather just keep the gold. B, I think he's going to be going for Sacred Sites again. He really should in this position. Bloody hell. What day this is proven to be. We're like, what, 5 hours into the broadcast? I'm just realizing this is probably like a 9-hour stream. Really round free. Oh, I love it. Reminder, folks, by the way, this is a 2-day tournament. This will be your exclusive location to catch the grand finals on Monday. The Army Tactics finally coming in for Louis. This has been sorely needed for so long. So now able to at least compete with the Mansa Musafadi somewhat. Gunners is still a big problem, though. And they do have the Serpentine Powder. Which means they hit like a truck. I do wonder, actually, if maybe B should be going into the farm area. Like, this is not that well guarded, right? He has a fort over there, but most of the farms can get idled out easy peasy. It's not like Louis is holding a big reserve. Obviously, we know that. B doesn't. Keep drop now coming through, though. And that might cost Louis a little bit, but no stopping that Shuji build speed. However, no stopping the burn down. This is the moment where you activate Griot Barra, surely. Surely? Yeah, B isn't really a Grew Up Bara fan, folks. Remember, he could torch that down almost instantly with the Siege Festival. Oh my god, what? B, please. This could have been so quick and clean. Instead, he gets massacred by the Nesta Bees. So I don't get it. How do I die to this thing? My name is B. Unbelievable ton of events there. Louis MT massacring the main force. Freeborn and Mansa Musafadi count now under 30 collectively. Louis MT about as close as he looked to having semblance of control in this game for a long time now. B, I'm shocked. I'm baffled he went for that. Without the siege, remember, because it's huge. Look at that. Torch damage increased by 50%. There's a way in which you actually blitz through that keep quick enough. Possibly before the Nestamies even arrive. Another big shocker is the fact that B didn't try to pull the melee to the east side, which would have put him where the repairers were and further away from the bees. So yeah, he just kind of stood there in A-click mode. I think he got a little bit too Zerg-brained with the Malians in a build where, although it looks like he's Zergy, Zerg implies like a never-ending horde, right? And like his economy isn't capable of that. You can't just throw away 60 and have 60 again. However, that might be slowly changing. 120 eco now, 20 traders online. And we do have the outpost out for toll, but this is pretty depressing. It's only 33 gold each way. Yeah, this dry Arabi spawn, not great for late game. Thought B's going for mass cannon. What, you mean hand cannon is? He's got to resmart the gunners. They've got bombards on the way. Going bombards is a bit dangerous against Zhuji because they can just outrange you. Right, they have the divine defense, which gives them +1 on their gunpowder. Louis got, what, how much gold left? 6k here? So, like, he's got quite a bit of runway still. Remember, he did go Mount Lu Academy, so he has the extra taxmen running around. He's currently sitting at 6. If he ever goes Zhuji Library, he can make that 8. 8's usually quite overkill, though. Is this the Dota 2 commentator? Once upon a time. Be nice to get back to some Dota. It's been a while. But yes, I did begin in Dota 2 in 2018. Young me. Back before the grey hairs started to emerge. Oh my god, these Grenadiers are actually doing the work. It's kind of ridiculous how effective this is proving to be. And the Freeborn are still a hard kill for the Juganu, but it's starting to mop up. B once again gets cleared. I'm getting worried, folks. I think B has plenty of gold. His issue, though, is food. He's no real match for his Zhuji full granary. Still strong to understand what the best comp to make against what B has been making. And you do bonus damage against Freeborn. Springalds. Technically true, but you don't want to build them because 11 ranged armor. Grenadiers is probably the best goal because Grenadiers have siege damage and siege damage doesn't care about ranged or melee armor. It's still a very tanky unit, but yeah, it's your best goal. And no, you can't do hand cannoneers because usually, yeah, they usually don't. They know, like, you know, they don't know how to shoot, but they know how to throw. At least when I play him. Yeah, you can tell I don't play GG. That's the whole point. I'd find a way to throw. X marks the spot from B. Oh, wait, guys. No, look. He's making the local knowledge emblem in game. Ah, there you go. Well, we do have 10,000 bolts on the way. Which is great, because that means now Louis, it'll only take him 51 shots? 52 shots. 52 shots to kill one of these Freeborn with Juganu. Much better. Yeah, this matchup's a bit depressing in that game. Ming Dynasty is going to give Louis a huge upper hand now. What, with Zhuge Nu? Not really. I mean, you do damage now, right? It's 13 damage versus 11 ranged armor. So you are doing double damage you were before, yes. But it's really not that good. It's great if your opponent's building Musafadi, but not so much when they're building Freeborn. Like at this stage, B's comp should probably just be Gunner Freeborn. It's a lot better than adding in the Mansa Musafadi. I get why he's doing it for the Palace card, but that kind of enables the Zhuge in a situation where they otherwise just suck. B. Needs to be careful not to frontline this guy. He has got some of the wall though. B, I think you're being a bit ambitious here. I mean, where's the front line? I have questions. I'll delay them though, because we've got bigger problems here. B is in a bit of a pickle. The Sacred Site win condition is being taken away. Louis has got a little bit of gold issue approaching, but he's not there yet still, right? He's got, what, 4K left? He's not been tapping this dry too fast. I feel like if this turns into too much of a drain game, B should be fine. Because, like, Louis would have to set up trade, right? And do you, like, you don't usually trade with Juji. Do you really want to be trading on this map? The only reason it's kind of okay for B is because of the outposts giving toll. So that's generating additional gold, right? For most people, this trade post, this trade line, to put it in the words of Marina, would be... So we do have Freeman leadership as well. I don't think mobility was B's problem, though. A Sofa transition is kind of intriguing. I love it if your opponent didn't have 21 spears already. Not to mention the 4 Nestlees, Jesus. Spring ults. Why? B is the only person who so consistently tries to justify spring ults, I swear. In comp games as well. Now the Nestlees get to feast even further. Hand Cannoneers. What are they even doing? What? I think he's diving with the Nestlees, but it's just not worth it. Alright, this is beginning to look done. B, in theory, if he can hold on for like another 20, 25 minutes? I think Louis is just doing a very good job of pushing, right? Like, this is basically a race between if Louis can break the base fast enough before he runs out of gold. We still have what? Divine Haste? Yeah. I mean, you can just switch into the extra range on your gunpowder units now, right? Because then you can just snipe your opponent's bombards without losing your own. Nestlees do even more damage, right? It's just a win-win for him. I do still need to see the absolute solution to Louis' gold. Like, credit to him, man. He has not been running through this fast. I feel like when we checked a few minutes ago, it was like 3.8k. So he's not exhausting his gold at an insane rate like you'd expect with this build. Did he pick AoE bombards? I think he did. It kind of looks like it with the splash, right? Yeah. AoE bombards, good eyes. Kind of putting his opponent in peril here from the siege angle. Ironically, B, the man who was infamous in the midweek musters for massing Nestlees and sticking it to his opponent, is kind of having the same thing done to him here. Bombards do need to back away. B now up to 5 on his back line. His front line seems a bit more worrisome though. B just doesn't have enough troops here again. The siege may have overstayed their welcome. This guy just march in. B is just so reluctant to back up here. Once those Nestlee kills, might come at a pretty penny. This is one bombard. Could end up losing a second, but gets away just in time. Second wave arrives just in the nick. Louis MT struggling to get beyond this choke point here. B. Has he done it? Has he drained Louis? I think Louis is reluctant to go into Grenadiers because of that drain threat, right? Grenadiers are 60 gold each, so that remaining gold should be gone. He does have these extra taxmen we talked about earlier, right? So, like, there's been a lot of gen coming that way, but he's not using it. Look at the granaries. That's over 3,000 gold just sitting there. Dude, you're about to run out of food to feed your people. They're going to have to literally chunk on golden nuggets. Great cereal, but that's the cereal. We're talking about literally giving people gold bars to munch. Maybe that's part of the plan in Louis' mind. I just think actually he's forgotten. I mean, he's even building traders. Oh, God rest your soul. Where are the taxmen? You've literally got one here running around getting taxes. I guess the problem is like, is where you drop off from the granary. It's just so far away from your TC, right? That bombard AoE damage. This is so obnoxious. Beast like, I just want to end the game, but this choke point is death. Fulton keeps being a drop-off location. I thought about it, and like it kind of makes sense in some ways, but the thing I don't like is like China and Juji are already one of the best civs at building keeps, and now you're talking about giving them more reasonable keeps. That's my problem with it, I think. B, oh my god. He seriously feels like he has an issue with siege here. Look at the amount of bombards. You wish you actually... Wait, you can't even move that one. This is the problem though. Like if he had repair crews right here, the bombard AoE would kill it. So like as long as Louis keeps the repair boys, he'll win the siege. Unfreaking believable. And yes, Cloud of Terror is the tech name for the Juji library. I mean, it's just a smart read, right? This is now the advantage your opponent can never have, is as long as you're not exposed on the siege. The repair boys will always be better for you because B can never leverage them. And we're about to see the last tap. 500 gold left over, and then Louis is drained. No other gold access, and trade is at 9 right now, so he's gradually getting the numbers up. Villagers do need to repair. That bombard's just in time. Mistake turning around for that shot though. Splinter's another. The casual freeborn just making his way in with 1.58 movement speed. And it looks like Louis. Wait, have we got the breakthrough moment? Louis, there seems to have been a gap in the defenses here, right? Not enough troops again. Has to back away. Yeah, part of the problem here is he only has one nest of bees. Before he had like 4, 5. Making a big difference, but instead B now breaking in at a time when the trade is being set up. This could be what he needs to push him over the edge. Castle's starting to crumble. LuMT's only gold source that he seems to be willing to engage with is about to start running out. Even small granary farms. Louis, surely not like this. I thought he was in control at this stage. He's just been on point, not losing the bombards. They're very efficient in the approach eventually, right? Just scaling over time. And what is up, Pope Diaz? Glad to hear you love the KPMM. Remember, guys, we do these midweek musters pretty much every week. Even when we're meant to be having 2 weeks off, we're like, let's do one to round out the year. A reminder that the midweek musters will be returning from January 3rd through to June. Your place to be on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. What a wonderful way to spend the Friday. Bombard count needs to slow down. He needs to get more troops to the front line is the problem here. B would benefit a lot from full production. Then again, just switching surface might achieve the same. Well, looks like Louis has rallied a second wave, but I mean, bombard numbers kind of don't lie. Louis has just queued up 48 spearmen, so reacting to the sofa. But if B just keeps pumping Mansa Mustafadi, he should be fine there. You'd think B would have an overwhelming edge, but you have to remember, like, look at how much it is in Siege. I'm not entirely convinced whether the Springel's done anything here. This is the weird thing. Like, for all we know, Springel's may be secretly OP and we've just never realized it because they seem so subtle in fights now. I mean, the pen damage isn't terrible here. I think maybe, just maybe, the guns were more important for the Malians. It's going to be a fullback retreat again from B. Guys, please. Like, I'm recovering from being ill. My throat is buggered. And this is only game 1. So, I'm pretty sure we just clip it and ship it as a pristine example of why AoE 4 needs super weapons. I, at this point, feel like I'd be okay with Spectre calling in a nuclear strike. It's crazy that Louis is somehow, without really any good gold, still competing. But this is Louis in a nutshell. He keeps doing this in late games with practically nothing. It's insane to watch every time. Like, if you were to look at every variable here and go, Juji have no gold, you'd be like, GG, game's over. He hasn't even been taking the granary gold, right? Like, at this point, just drop a TC here, it's worth it. There is, in these granaries, collectively sitting almost 5,000 gold. I believe, yeah, he's got the Divine Defense now, so his Bombards outrange Bees. Really big problem. Means you never get the trade out efficiently. That Bombard shot as well, just blitzing the front line. I'm going for another. B knows he has to back away, but catches him on the retreat. 11 time range will do that to you. B has so many traders though, like he's up to 45. What? You've got to be kidding me. Almost 3,000 gold, infinite, per minute. Alright, ones if you think B's gonna win this, twos if you think Louis is gonna. This is just getting ridiculous. Rewall as well. I mean, I'm not even sure if the rewall necessarily helps you. It was the rewall makes more sense when he was Nesta Bs, because Nesta Bs can shoot over. They don't need a gate, right? The Bombards definitely do. By all logic, B should win this game. But like, since when has RTS ever been about logic? We always say it is, and then something weird happens. That weird thing is called Louis. Is it me, or has Malians recently been responsible for more of the late, super late games than anything else in Midweek Master? I feel like the answer is yes. See, trade out again. Need those Bombard shots in the front line though. Instead, he goes for the back. Gets him low. Loses one in return though. Repair crew is going to be there. Extra shots are coming in. And B is losing a lot of the siege. I mean, front line has been cleared, right? The Springel's helping out with that. Now just crossbows trying to hold on. Remember, those crossbows have got the extra bolt shot coming through. So Sofas will be melted fast. Once again, a pushback. All right, guys, I'm just going to go and, I don't know, I'm just going to go and eat something. I'll be back in 20 minutes. This game won't be over. This is why I need AI to just control the camera. This is ridiculous. I was like, yeah, let's do 5 rounds. What can go wrong? I mean, let's be totally real, right? Like, you know, the current meta in AoE4 is fairly fast. I'd say, like, what, maybe like 25, 30-minute game average time. Totally reasonable. Yeah, this is fine. It'll be fine. And then all this. Did all Louis' games go to late game today? Not all of them. On average, he's definitely trekking the latest of everyone. Now, B is breaking through, but we've seen this before. I blame Cow. I do, too, literally blame Cow. A game mode to control the cam would be great. There's no way it would guaranteed work well. Like Dota 2 has for years had now like a directed cam, I think is what it's called, and it's not very good. Good eyes. Yeah, Louis didn't finish off his eco tax. I mean, I don't really think food and wood were his problem, to be honest. Bombard's now backing up again. B just, I mean, it's just the gold, right? At the end of the day, this is a race on gold. The B should technically never, ever lose. However, push like this. Oh my god, it's never gonna end. You'd think at some stage he'd just go mangoes, right? But like, this is the thing that's tricky about Juji. Cloud of Terror makes it very hard to mass mangoes. Because if you mass mangoes, they die very fast to these 11 tower range units. That's why he went bombards. But there's maybe an argument to be had that instead of having 30 plus pop and siege, having 30 more sofa would give you the break-in to kill the bombards. But no, instead we decided to take a static fight against the Juji. And we will continue to take these static fights against the Juji until KP's voice dies. Once more into the breach. Village is being pulled. Louis sees an opportunity. Tries to seize it, force the bombards away. That'll allow him to win the frontline fight. Bombards now being repaired by the Malian villagers, so won't lose any here. Not that it really matters for the guy with 3,000 gold a minute, you know, just putting it out there. Oh, that's true. If we just wait like another few hours, B can build a wonder. He's even got the Manticore Soundstone. Help me. You know what the best part is? Originally, I was like, man, look at all those final sets in round number 5. I definitely want to just cast all of them, and we can. And now I'm like, maybe not. I'm still not sure who wins this. Every part of logic tells me it's B. But then every fight happens. And every time. B really would benefit from just a ram and like 10 sofas going into the economy. But it's been so late that he probably feels like it's not value play anymore because his opponent has so much food. So instead, his better play is to keep trading army, and hoping that Louis doesn't have enough gold anymore. This is also the point in the game where Malians look a little bit weird because they don't have crossbows, and crossbows are so good in the late game. Gunners are incredible as well, for sure. But crossbows, especially with the 10,000 bolts, are really cost efficient. Louis, how many traders? We're at 26. Military is bloating bigger and bigger as well. Look at this. 118 military. Oh. Hey, just have a quick 2-day tournament. How long could it be? Part of me's like, oh man, is the tournament going to be long enough? No. Shouldn't have even worried about that. Man, it's just so hard to reach trade. You know, everyone was like, yeah, Dry Arabia is the best, most balanced map. Are we sure with these? Are we sure about that statement with the trade posts? Because like sometimes the trade posts spawn in the corner. These are crap trade posts by comparison, and this is just never-ending gold. 700 viewers here. Glad to hear it. Appreciate the raid early from Beastie. Shout out to him. Appreciate all the people who find their way through. Hopefully, a lot more people will find their way through on the Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays in 2025. As I said, we're going to be running these practically every single week. Not sure if I want these two to match up every single week. Even without the Cloud of Terror, remember Bombards are pretty good at this stage of the game. They do 112 damage to an infantry unit. That one hits crossbows. And what was that micro? What? I mean, he sent half the crossbows in, half out. That was a bit weird from Louis there. Bit of a fumble. He's now at 130 military. Man, this is tricky though, because if B sees what he's doing and B commits to a very ridiculous fight, he can immediately trigger Griot Bara for the production rate, reproduce in Lost Army, and then overwhelm. Louis at that point will not have the economy to replace the losses. So this is all about body now. Like, B needs to time it right and just go for a double down, because he's built reserves. Louis has gone for this one big punch, and it's a win or a lose. Very dangerous game. Is B going for a wonder? If that's what it takes. Still got some way to go, though. He's still 3 and a bit K short on the stone. If he really wanted to rush the wonder, he could be buying stone occasionally and waiting for the stone buy rate to cool down to buy again. What's happening in this game? Everything you fear, soldier. Welcome to B and Louis. B, Louis, and Wham. The ones most capable of doing this to you. By the way, the game has been going for an hour now. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, I'm wondering why. Because you probably have had to suffer several minutes of ads, which you could have dodged otherwise. It's Bangstone, quite possibly. Remember, he also has Mansa set to stone at all times. Oh my god. I'm just double checking something. What's up, Quaxis? Thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you, mate. Let's get Subtrain going. Let's hype it up. This set is definitely going to make it up on YouTube. Okay, guys, I just checked. They have high view as well. Scarguard, high view, the other two maps. So this by far could very easily end up being the longest set. Scarguard very rarely hits that hyper late game, but can. High view is more the chill and don't rush the kill map if players want to. Hey, sub Advan Kenobi, thank you very much for the prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Valorant coming in. Whoa, hold on a sec. Where's Valorant came in from? Apparently Valorant now watches Age of Empires 4. What the hell? I'll take it. Appreciate ya. Malkia Gaiden, thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the subs. Dude, look at that. You guys started a sub train. Big win. That's Twitch wide. I don't care. I'll take it. Valorant loves Age of Empires 4 is what we've heard. Riot RTS confirmed. Well, Louis is starting to gain some ground here, folks. Bombards are just making it so hard. A little bit of an opening on the flank here, though. Louis sees an opportunity. Goes in with the PG. Gonna snipe down one or two of the pass guard, one or two of the Bombards rather, of the pass guard. Needs to dive deeper, though. The problem is just getting a little bit difficult without a front line anymore. And what's up, M-Lord? He's tired of these games as well. Real's like, screw this crap. How is this game still going? He raids us instead. Thank you, Tip Fella, for the resub as well. Welcome back to Swarm. You are witnessing... Is this going to be the longest game in Midweek Master history? The record is actually also a Malian game. That was the Puppy Paw Anan game, coming in at, I believe, an hour and 35 minutes. No, wait, we had longer. I think we've had 2 hours and a bit between SAS and Wham. We've still got some way to go. But it's still possible we break a record today. Bombard's marching in B. Just has to gain so much ground before he can deploy, but he's overextending again. Louis, now up to 35 traders, 39 villagers. Are you freaking kidding me? Needs to be careful not to lose the crossbows, though. That's the thing that's going to be harder to replace. PGQ, Spearman Q looks good. You didn't have it to wait. How long was your game, SAS, against Wham? This has to be it, surely. Louis' production rate just isn't that impressive. Knife's going to be coming in. He's going to push him back. Louis has just drained himself to the bone. We talked about this, right? That he was going for that one big punch, that one big maneuver, that one dominant stomp to get a win. But he has failed him. 81 villages is not enough to sustain this push. He's forced to retreat. B marches in deeper than he's ever reached so far in this game with the main army. The freeborn numbers are massing up. Power Scar to defend, but gunner numbers also looking good. B senses it. He smells the weakness, and he looks to pounce. Surely, this is game. We'll have to see. Louis MT trying to make a stand here, but ending up losing the buff. Temple, the sun is down. And Salty Nick just made our sub count go up by 1. Let's keep it rocking, guys. Tier 3 sub train. Let's see if we can make the 4th. To honor this ridiculous game. Trade could easily be blocked right now. Then again, why bother? Louis MT now has way too much gold and not enough food. Yeah, he missed macroed pretty hard now. Damn, what a game. I am baffled, man. Louis MT in a nutshell. You get him into this late game, even when it looks impossible, he somehow makes it look competitive for this long. And the game isn't over yet, folks, because there's going to be a reset. The overextended again. New wave is arriving, but the problem is B in that last fight gained so much ground, his production rate hasn't moved up to the front line. So he needs to start adding in Braxes and things like that. Okay, that is just depressing to look at. Now, popular to contrary belief, Louis' granary was not raided even once in this game. Not a single villager died on these farms by the hands of B. Louis is a vicious overlord that, to inspire his farmers to work harder, murdered half of the people that knew how to farm in this country. Hey, what's up? Xbox Control, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Valorant coming through for extra gifted subs as well. You legends, dude. Look at that. Hell yeah. M-Lord got a gifted sub. He finally has access to the coveted pigeon emotes. Dude's leveling up. Oh my god. Surely. How is he still alive even for a second? It's the bombards, right? It's the bombards that are making this so difficult. Every single time B has struggled, it's been due to a gap in a wall. Every single time. But finally, he has admitted defeat. Game 1 between B and Louis. It took him well over an hour to claim it. But Louis' like, strategy complete. It is now early enough in the morning that my brain is awake in China. We've still got more to come. I'll see you in the next one. Oh my god. What was that game? I'm gonna probably drink another Red Bull. I mean, why not, right? I'm gonna be live at like 2 a.m. It's almost guaranteed at this stage, isn't it? All right, choose outcome. 82% of you went Louis. Ha 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 ha. You're funny people. B gets the opening win. I can't. That game. Dude, I don't even know what to do with the YouTube thumbnail for that one. Holy crap. That's only game 1. Carson's top. Thank you very much, Keen Plazzies. Is that intentional? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Prime Mouse for Lee. I'm telling you, man, it's part of the strategy. What do I even call that one for YouTube? I'm trying to wonder now. I'm trying to figure out, man. I feel I don't want to make it about like somewhere about the time zones. I don't know. We'll see. It might end up being just simply longest series incoming. I don't know, though. We'll see. So that's only game 1. Whoopsie. I just need to shuffle that around. Let's get ready for game 2. Dude, every like, any other series that has to wait for these two is now like, oh, for God's sake. Come on. Poor Anan. And B, by the way. It's just like, is B 3 hours ahead of me? I think so. So it's about to hit midnight. He has kids, goddammit. Poor guy. All right. Game 2 should be getting ready now. God, the ridiculousness of it. What's the term? Filibustering, right? Do most people know what filibustering is? Filibustered AoE 4. So filibustering, I don't know, I'm going to have to see if there's a better term that more people know. For those that don't know, filibustering is basically, it's a political term where like, have you ever seen those things where the politician's like, looks like he's going to lose or whatever, so he just keeps talking. And he keeps talking, so he's like, you might see it in like debates where a guy will not stop talking, so the time runs out and his opponent can't talk. That's filibustering. It kind of feels like that was the filibuster of AoE 4. What would be the top 3 worst civs to 1v1 at the moment? What you mean, like, as in to 1v1 with or to 1v1 against? Like, what to 1v1 with? I mean, it depends if you're on ladder or in pro play. In pro play, Ottomans ordered the dragon, and probably Mongols, but Mongols situation can be good, right? Japanese is a weird, like, in competitive, actually, Japanese is, like, worse than Mongols, I think. But on ladder, Japanese is, like, a mid-tier, like, pick. If you work on the build, you could easily get to like Concrank with a basic Japanese build. They're very nice and simple. Look at you guys, legends, level 5 hype train. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you. Oh, remember those subs are going to be very valuable as well. It's actually like the perfect time because we've got this day of action that is like basically only halfway through, and then on Monday we're going to have a best of 11 between the 2 best players from the group stage here. And then, starting on January the 3rd, is the return of the Midweek Muster weeklies, where we will be casting them throughout the week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, with Thursdays always being grand finals. Dude, it's non-stop. We've got 850 viewers. Hell yeah. Marine Lord and Beastie coming in big. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Are the lads ready to go? I think they're probably just stretching their legs for a second after that ridiculous game 1. Good God. Catch up with them chats. Yo, what's up, Philly? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. There you go. Whoop, whoop. 2-month streak. Got to make sure you're here every month, mate. Got to tap that watch, check the time, make sure you get it in. Appreciate you. Oof. It's weird. TikTok started off with a fair few people coming through, and then it just kind of slowed down. Are there more people showing up on TikTok? I don't know. I'm just wondering if TikTok's just not that chatty of a platform. It's weird because I've done something odd. I just tried to go live instead of making curated content first, which I don't know if that even works on TikTok. What's up, Pill Essie? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, those Prime subs are free. You want to use them because otherwise you just bought Bezos another Ferrari as an early New Year's present for himself. I don't even have one Ferrari. So be smart like these lads, like Martel as well, and do it because you already paid for Amazon Prime. So using a Prime sub is free. And in return, you don't have to worry about all those ads telling you that you're going to chop your bits off if you don't buy a particular razor. What's up, Awesomeo? Thank you very much for Prime. Look at that. It's beautiful. Love that. That's what I love to see. I'm just thinking of you guys because we do like 110 hours of content a month. And the amount of ads you're dodging is just, oh, cha-ching. Is that a prancing pony? That is the victory horse from Heroes of Might and Magic 3. If you played it, you know it. Whenever you win a fight out in the open, like it's literally just like, and then they sort of going up and down. I had to do it, man. There's a few other options. Should I, like, we're waiting for them to hop in. I think they're now beginning. Thank goodness. Because we've got a long schedule still. But, like, I have got... In IQ, I had a few different options. Because, like, basically, you can load GIFs, images. You can just upload whatever you want. Remind me after this game, and I will show you guys some more. Because, like, I added quite a lot of them in. Like, I think... If I can quickly... Can I quickly find it? Where is it? Yeah, you ready, guys? Boom. Angel. A little angry. Christopher Drake. Alright, whatever, let's get in the game. I got loads. Hom 3 best at Hom ever? 100%. Incredible God tier game. Alright, let's get ready to go. Are we marked up correctly? No, we need to flip score back. Wait, no? No, we're good. There we go. Your opinion about AoE 5? I'll probably release by the time the B versus Louis series finishes. I mean, it's going that long anyway. What are we talking about? Age of Empires 5? We've got Age of Empires 4 DLC for 2025 that's meant to be happening. Let's focus on that. But for now, let's focus on rounding out 2024 in style. B versus Louis MT. Mongols up against Chinese. A matchup that has actually looked really good for China for a while now. Curious to see what B can do. We're going to be on High View 2.0. By that, I mean Pigeon's View. This is the newly improved one where the trade posts and sacred sites are in the center. Good news is, compared to Dry Arabia, where these guys are able to just gather up in the corner, this should not be as feasible. We've got mid-trade posts. But we'll have to see. I've seen some insane trade games on this particular map. What new civs do you want to see? Oh, dude, people keep asking me this today. I think Aztecs makes a lot of sense. Aztecs, Polish, and maybe like Danes? Or like Scandinavian, like Swedes. Danes or Swedish? Probably Danes for the timing. Like Sweden became more relevant around like the 18th, 19th century, right? Is there room for... No, Netherlands is too late as well. Spain is another obvious one, actually. I think, legit, the most obvious combo is Spain and Aztecs. Or Spain and, like, Incans, right? Or actually, Spain and Mayans, right? For, like, the overlap there. And you could have campaigns where you start as one of the civs and move into the other one. So those two combo really well. I also kind of would have liked to see them just do maybe an update to add in campaigns for Japanese and Byzantines. It's kind of sad they don't have them. Anyway, Imperial Academy coming. We have got Deerstone on the other side. This is the meta now, guys. Like, you're very rarely ever going to see Silvertree. It's just not a very good landmark anymore. You know, going Silvertree puts you on a very one-dimensional course. I think it also, in this particular matchup, really does favor the Chinese. It allows them to get away with their greed. Hold on a sec. You know why I just cracked that one open? Because we're only in round 3, and we're already past the 6-hour mark of the stream. And yeah, there we go. That's what I want to hear from Philosbo, is his disdain with the fact that you can't play Silvertree in this map. I mean, you can play it. Actually, technically, I've given you a better map to play Silvertree, because if you put a Silvertree in a corner here, trading here to here gets you more gold than trading to here. So you're welcome. But yeah, I think earlier today, the other civs I said I'd love to see have a variant civ is maybe like Mughals. Moogles or Oirat, maybe? There's even some other civs that come to mind if you want to have like a Delhi variant, like another Indian civ, such as, I've forgotten how to pronounce it. I used to play a lot of EU4s, like Vajani or something. And then the ones that begin with B to the north were both pretty dominant. Like, there's loads of cool civs. But I think ones that would be popular with people, like you're probably looking at Spain, Mayan/Aztec, and then like something Viking-esque. Makes a lot of sense. You could theoretically go for the Huns. Mughals would be a Delhi variant. That was my thought, yeah. Because the Mughals eventually settled in the Delhi territory, right? Well, a big part of it became that. I don't think we need more Middle Eastern civs. Like, we've already got quite a few, right? Like, Ottomans obviously isn't quite Middle East, but it's close enough to that region. Like, you've already got enough clashing forces between Ayyubids, Abbasids, like, in that area that fit that. I was saying it would be really cool to have... There was an Ethiopian... I think it was the Ethiopians that, like, at one stage were Orthodox religion. That would be kind of interesting to find a way to intertwine with the game. Anyway, let's focus... Wait, what do you mean, of course, the Brit knows Delhi history? Technically, that part, like, we left alone for a long time, okay? We like coasts. You want to know why English people like coasts when we invade places? Because when stuff goes really bad, we just hop onto our boat and leave. Go back to our island, and we can never truly lose. Jackpot. All right, so looks like we've got Horseman, Spearman opening coming in from Louis. No Pro Scouts play there, right? Meanwhile, other side, wow, what a shock. B has picked a Civ and has gone for Professional Scouts. Oh, sorry, maybe it's not Orthodox. Was it Ikopian? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember the name of the religion. I'm not always perfect with... There was a very weird, like, religion. Coptic. Was it Coptic? Is that what it's called? I don't know if that's weird. It's like it's weird in that it's a very weird place to have had an Orthodox religion. But there's a Ethiopian Orthodox, like, religious sect of, like, Coptic? Coptic religious followers. I'm trying to think of the technical term. Yeah, it's a lot of similarities. Like, if my understanding is correct, Orthodox and Coptic are closer to each other than Orthodox and Catholicism. See? I know my weird, very niche, nerdy pieces of history. I also would definitely take a polar bear civ. Anyway, we have Horseman Spears coming around. We kind of take it chill in the opening because we need to reset after an insane game #1 between these two. B is going in for the Keshiks. I mean, it's pretty good on a map like this. Heavy cavalry just feels really good on high view because of the lack of vision, of info that your opponents can have. And Louis, it looks like... Is he mirroring into Pro Scouts? Very delayed, yeah. I mean, it's very delayed, but the cool thing about being China is with supervision, it only takes you 30 seconds to get that tech. So this is a reactionary play. He's doing it to block B's intent. I do kind of wish that Pro Scouts improved was worth it for the Mongols. Does anyone in chat know what Pro Scouts improved gives Mongols? Can you guess? What if I just told you it's really bad? Would that make it obvious? Nice little raid there. Does get a worker kill for Louis. Like, whatever you're thinking in terms of bad, it's probably worse than what you're thinking. So when you play Mongols and you get Pro Scouts improved, you ready for this? Woo-wee! Look at that! You get 100% more increased damage against wild animals. Yeah, it's like you one-shot deer, which is like, it's kind of handy, but not 100 stone handy, I don't think. Hell yeah, people been generous with the subs. By the way, if people watch this later as well, just a reminder, I told everyone live about the Prime Gaming subs. If you watch it later on YouTube, whatever, remember to come through, drop those Prime subs. And, you know, we don't want them to go waste. You get one-shot deer anyway. True. What we need is the magical deers. Does everyone remember the grove deers that were like added as a seasonal thing? Did they have extra health? Because they had extra food, right? Maybe that's where Mongols should have been picked. Barbican coming in, though. Louis in a pretty good position right now. You got Keshik Archers coming, but Louis halfway towards Castle. At this stage, you could just go for it, right? Like, I don't think B has enough presence on the map to threaten. If everyone subs, KP will enter millionaire status. That is true. If I convert my life earnings into Nigerian dollars, I will be a millionaire. Carry ball would be necessary. I mean, here's the thing. Like, carry ball would be so broken. You could carry balls in the campaign. Little fun fact for you guys. Thankfully, it didn't make it into online play. Can you not run ads between games? Sometimes, but it's not always possible. The alternative when we aren't able to do that, because sometimes games are too long, is subscribe. So Louis should just be go. I mean, Imperial Palace here, I think, is good. You're probably going to see him go for Clock Tower, but I think that's a mistake. Imperial Palace is really good here, because if you drop it at this location, you see all the way through the Stealth Forest. I actually think Imperial Palace is giga broken on this map. It's probably the single best map for the landmark. But he's a Clock Tower boy. I mean, I can't blame him. Louis clearly got his eyes on the clock, with it being, I'd say, about 4 in the morning there right now. Maybe 5? I think Louis is going to win. I mean, he is pretty damn good on his Chinese. If this goes late enough, right? But this is a very hard map to protect yourself on initially. And B is playing a rated comp, which is correct. The problem is he's now just a step behind. You need to tech up. I'm still a bit shocked by the Clock Tower choice. I think it tells you lose intent, though. Like, Clock Tower to me is you want to play a very, very late game. Still, I feel like it's better to just go at the Imperial Pass now, come back for Clock Tower for Yuan for your late game, right? In the meantime, guarantee that you see any flank raids coming super early. Am I based in London? No, I'm based like an hour and maybe 20 minutes by train out of London. Good lord. No, I couldn't afford London, mate. I can't even afford where I live right now. Living in the UK in general is not cheap unless you live in the north, and I live east of London. I'm a Suffolk boy. I mean, it's not like someone's going to be able to hunt me down. I live in a like a city with a lot of people. I'm Ipswichy boy. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's ever looked at house prices in the UK. I mean, if you're not from the UK and you have, why are you even bothering? I wouldn't recommend it. But the price of like houses where I live compared to someone living like Manchester or anywhere near there is like double. Doesn't compare to the ridiculous prices of London, for sure. Oh, the ridiculous price of this. Kurotai, 1,800 resources now on the way for B. Always weird when you see this with Keshiks. It's better with archers, I don't mind that. But your opponent's already getting to crossbows. I feel like we're moving past the archer point. I don't know, man. This Kurotai just feels weird. Kurotai feels a lot better when you've got substantial military in the field. This is not what I deem substantial. I mean, in fairness, guys, now with Pro Scouts improved and Kurotai, that would mean he would increase his bonus damage against deer by 360%. Wow. There you go. Figured it out. Yeah, pretty much at that stage, if you sneeze on deer, they die. So, there's a problem here, right? Like, B is just stuck in a limbo state now. By going Kurotai, he has no eco upside. He pretty much rushed Castle, like, was forced to, right? So, usually when that happens, you have to go step readout. Now, Kurotai is in theory good from a, like, if you don't lose units, you'll heal them and you fight better because they have better damage. You're not really at a stage where you can just, like, guarantee units aren't going to die, though. Right? You're nowhere near that phase, actually. And all of a sudden, the Nesta Bees looks better for Louis because your answer is meant to be archers. Good luck into knobs. I don't know, man. I think that game one done something to B's brain. I can't blame him. Louis does weird things to people. Tottenham fan? Oh, I didn't mind Tottenham. Used to watch a lot of Tottenham. Man U was my main one I followed when I was a kid. Ipswich, of course, is my hometown, so they're doing well. You know what? Discussing English football like this is still more relevant than when someone tries to bring up American football references. Oh, he's not really able to get in and do enough damage here. So Louis should be able to get that second relic easy peasy. What is up, Swallow 21? He swallowed 21 times and then decided it was worth paying me. Prime sub coming in. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. And what? Someone didn't give him the memo. What was that? That was a bit over the top. Cowboys... I'm confused. Should I get the Cowboys suck reference? Is that just hate on AoE free? AoE free has Cowboys. How dare you? You got offered 28 to 30,000 pounds annual in Warwick from Team 17. Yeah, I know those guys. They don't just make worms. They actually make a lot of games. Consider okay, but now I saw the price of renting. I mean, that's the problem. Is like actually in general, development work in the UK sucks compared to America. I can say that as someone who has development experience. But being a game developer sucks compared to being another type of developer. Like, going into SharePoint can get you, as a starting wage, probably 1.5 to 1.8 what you'd earn as a developer. For a little bit of insight for you guys. But, like, starting wages for someone in, let's say, even London, like, you're maybe looking at 40k if you're lucky. 45, maybe? But if you're in America, in a similar location would be like San Francisco, right? The starting dev wage is 120k. You just heard me correctly. My country, kind of sadness. Louis just cruising. This is... If it feels like we're not focused that much on the game, it's because B isn't really doing anything to change the state. Nothing has evolved from the last 5 minutes, other than Louis winning more. Right? Like, B needs to be making some maneuvers. On a map like this, he should be able to make these maneuvers. But he's not pressuring with knights. He's reacting to whatever Louis' move is. And that's bad because Louis built the counter. He has spears, crossbows. There's no reason Keshix can ever win these fights. Over time, Louis with one TC song, with the chip damage he's done, with the relics, like, he's a mile ahead, man. This, at least, should be a swift game 2. This is Mongol gameplay, no trade equal die? No, no pressure equal die. You can play Mongols without trade and win the game. It is possible. It's just B, his idea of going Pro Scouts sacrifices your pressure, right? Like, Pro Scouts is so expensive. Then adding in the Scouts, like, think about what Mongols want to do in the early game. That's your first 2 Keshiks that just don't exist. They were never born. And I thought Philisberto would understand that with the buffs to the Mongol TCs, the players build 15 TCs. Crackety showed us the way a long time ago when they still cost 900 wood. Now, they only cost 850. What are you waiting for? Get in there. Chat smart. Push coming in, Louis. Starting to sense just how strong he is, really. Kurotai is speeding on in there. We'll go to unpack. Wait, wait, is that an ambush, Kurotai? Louis didn't see it. This is his moment. B, he was using that tiny sliver of stealth for us this whole time, waiting for this moment. You legends. B, he's going for the army wipe. Nestaby's a little bit of a nuisance. He has already lost all the Keshiks. Or Kekiks in this situation, so Knobs might still be able to recover it because he's moving out of range of the heal now. But remember, like, Nestaby's not as strong as they were, right? So some trickle of damage, but now he's out of range! Oh no. He's riding blind, right? Yeah, he can't see a thing! GG gets called! Game 2, a very fast strike back by Louis MT. We are gonna see a third one to decide this. Somehow, the map that's usually meant to be faster was insanely long. Somehow, the map that usually goes insanely long was very quick. I don't know what to expect on Scarguard to decide this one. I'll see you there. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, unbelievable, man. I don't know, man. I'm not really sure what the win condition in B's mind was in that game. I think he just got caught off guard when he saw the pro scouts get mirrored and he saw the initial aggression. Maybe, I think what probably happened there is he's like, oh, it's Louis. He's probably going to go like 2 or 3 TC and just boom. Louis was crafty though, man. He didn't seek out the greed. He seeked out the pressure. That's why he gets the win. That's why we get ourselves a 3rd game between the two. Four out of 4 correct predictions. Damn, I'm good at this. I mean, in fact, well played. On that one, though, 91% of people did go. Not to good job on the last one, because I think, there's about 50-50. That one, though. Yeah, that story is, like, becoming old as time itself, it feels like. Like, recently, China, Mongols is just sadness for China. 95% of the time. Oh, sadness for Mongols, rather, 95% of the time. But let's get ready for the 3rd. So, deciding game. Skarsgård. B has got HRE. Louis, Abbasids or English? Okay, so not really a big fan of Abbasids on Skarsgård. I've seen it tried a few times. I still remember when Wham tried it, it got annihilated. I think you have to go English here, and B just has an inherent play into HRE that feels great. So, like, maybe you just try to gamba Abbasids, but I don't think it's that good. Is that a freaking horsepower PC? Literally! Look at the little horse on there. Oh, wait, I said I was going to change it for you guys, because we're waiting for them to start the game now, right? You guys ready? Power of an angel. What else we got? What else we got? Power of a centaur. We got great horsepower. Powered by literal freaking dragons. I've loaded up so many heroes and might and magic things. Zealots. Yo, I love this one as well. That, I've got Rampart and Castle uploaded. It's evolving cities, so the city grows over time. Did Mum build the PC? She helped, yes. I need to remember to go back and highlight that stream, actually. I should highlight it. It was a long stream. The build, I think, she had to leave because it got very late. We finished at like 2 a.m. I think in total we spent about 7 hours building it. Which, for like the advanced wiring setup we went with, which is like everything is hidden and clean, was quite good on timing. And we spent a lot of time explaining how to build, also letting my mum be really involved in it. So yeah, I think overall it went quite well. Oh yeah, then I have these cool guys. Little Crusader and the Dread Knight on foot. Yeah, I need to get some more loaded in. So, looks like we're getting into game. He went at Bastards. Bastards HRE. HRE, I don't think HRE is Giga like Civ, but B's going to play it very aggressive and you're going to see what I mean. There's a certain thing he believes in. Alright, let's get ready. One second, let me just double check something. Hyped for Hom Old Era? Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the graphic style they've got going, but the fact that it's just replicating the OG isn't a bad idea. It's like Hom 3 is still... In that category games, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is still the best one ever created. In that style of games. Alright. Man, we have gone for budget picks on both sides. Atri and Abbas is definitely not your most highest priority picks on a map like Skarsgård. That's where we find ourselves after this weird and unorthodox series between Louis, MT, and B. A quick game 2, but maybe a game 3 that could be just as long as the first. HRE versus Abbasids. Both civs, not necessarily scared of that late game. Let's see how they want to approach it. Louis MT, we've seen a few players try Abbasids on this map, and I've got to say, it has not looked great. It's usually able to be rushed. HRE is one of the civs that can do that rushing, and I think, actually, for B, we're probably going to be seeing mine work and seeing aggression, which makes a lot of sense. Regnit's rush doesn't really benefit you when there's only 2 relics on the mainland. And what is up, Roadhouse? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Keep those subs coming in, guys. Can we get a second sub train going before the weekend? That would be wild. And yes, folks, I have played Songs of Conquest. I very much enjoyed the game. I don't think I'd say it's better than Heroes Might Magic 3, but it's a very good inspired by game. It's definitely worth checking out if you haven't. I haven't checked out an expansion they just released. They released an expansion with 2 new civs. I think it was 2 new. I think there was the Vikings and there was some sort of monster-based civ. But guys, the monster is coming out. The buzzard's on the way. We've got mind work. I love this. We've seen B can do some miraculous things, right? Actually, if you guys remember, in that series against Wham, in round 1, he attempted this build, but actually got, I think, out-microed on the engagements more than anything else. Louis going to be playing a more greedy civ into an aggressive civ here. This can backfire quickly. Man, especially if you get into things like all pikes, it's kind of intriguing. I think all pikes in this matchup's a little bit weird because the camel archers can offset more damage because your base damage gets amplified with all pikes. But if Louis wants to go greedy, H3 is still going to have a very powerful economy to begin with the prelate buffs that's allowing them to ramp up more troops initially. So probably the way you want to open this as B is begin archers and then switch into likely stables. The reason you want to begin archers is there's going to be a melee wing you need to address, so you need 3 archers. And then just H3 archers are just much better for raiding early anyway. Melee wing isn't a bad idea from Louis. The reason is if you go like eco wing 3 TC, you just die. You will die to an H3 all-in timing. By going military wing, you get to set the tempo because he can now add in the stables once he levels up. And then, when the age continues to drag in and you've gone 2 TC anyway, you get boot camp. Boot camp is your military edge, right? You need that now against mind work anyway. And B, you crafty son of a gun. I mean, I like this. So, like we said, the logical play is archers to counter the opening play. But because of the rampant efficiency of this ABBA military wing into stables build, which was popular for a very long time, he wants to get ahead of it. It does mean his initial horseman will suck against the spears, but he'll counter the archers, he'll counter the follow-up horseman, and it leans him into that all pikes play that actually B has more frequently rushed than any other player with this build. Most players go Bloomery first, not B. We've got freaking pro scout. Okay, yeah. Of course we had to get pro scouts. It makes sense. I thought maybe there was a chance B would just go pocket resources because I think that's the value of mind work as well, is you can shuffle around. A little bit surprised he didn't actually. Louis MT on the other side is going pro scouts too, isn't he? He's going to open 2 horsemen and I think he might go PS. No? Okay, no, he's just going 2 TC. I think it was really good at, like, it would have been hilarious to watch Abbasis do pro scouts and just show you how, like, pro scout dominant this map is, because it would be the first time Abbasis had done it. But, like, I'm expecting the play here for B to be just get your hands on your pro scouts and then just build a few horsemen. Because you'll need them to protect your pro scouts play anyway. And yeah, I would expect this map to be quite good for scouts, guys. Remember, there's 74 deer in total on the map, of which 68 of them, I believe it is, are outside TC range. There's a lot. Actually, it might have been 64. It's been a long day. Yo, what's up, Smoothie King FPS? Appreciate the bits, mate. Wait, did that not pop up on screen? Should have. I'm not sure. Archer range coming in from B. And there's the horseman to begin with that we talked about. So nice fluid way to get Archer Horseman together. Louis can't mirror this because he's going to DC like a greedy mother ducker. Every Abbasid player would. Kind of a sad map for it though, guys. Because another reason why I hate Abbasids on this map is there's no berries. There is literally your initial berry patch and then nothing else. So where do you drop a TC? Between like the small deer stacks, maybe? Probably your best route to go here. There's going to be nothing else nearby. Like, this spawn is kind of awkward for 2 TC for Louis because it's just deer back here. There's no gold, right? So instead, he just takes the tree line. Just has to play very safe. I mean, he could have went out here. This wouldn't have been a bad idea, and then you're close enough to your secondary gold. And, I mean, you've got one here, though, right? The reason why Louis feels more confident doing this is H3 do have that all-in time we talked about. If you go loose 2 TC, you're just getting rammed down. Especially against Mindwork, because Mindwork is so efficient at going rams that you save so much getting into siege engineering that you can afford your first ram for free. Does the math check out in your guys' brains for that? Right? Because you're spending 88 resources you get a 50% discount, right? So you saved about 80 resources. And then the blacksmith would cost you 150 anyway. It's pretty wild when you think about it that way. Why military wing? It's the opening. He wants to play blocker to what B's trying to do. Because his logic is like, if I can get a beginning that's good, B will run out of food very fast on this map. Because you only get 5 sheep and the initial deer underneath your TC. Then you have to come out. I think Louis missed his timing, but what he at least done is he kept attention on B's side of the map to get away with 2 TC. Now, the logic in Louis' mind is, if I drag out the age, B does not have Arcan, thus his efficiency sucks. And the numbers support that, right? Like right now, B has 2 prelates. He can only buff 18 of his 28 villages. And yeah, like this, for anyone who wants like the metaphorical TV comparison, this map is like turning up to a Ron Swanson barbecue. There is some vegetation, but it's mainly because he's just having it in the park. But we cooking all the meat here. Louis is cooking a Castle Age build. I mean, pretty crafty to get ahead of B like this. Because you can now just play into mass archers, which you have a lot of wood for. Mass archers with composite bows would be the game winner. I do think that for B, you probably want to like consider castle into Barded armor here. Would make a lot of sense to counter archer play. Now B is just going to keep flooding horsemen. Not the worst of ideas when you expect composite bows as the back play coming through this. And it does give you a raid point in the meantime. So Eco Wing now triggered by Louis. He's looking to prep for the late game farm transition that will be required. Meanwhile, B just has plenty of mid-game presence and is starting to save up the meat. He's salting it and curing it. A bit poke on the goal, but obviously B can't hang around with these horsemen. Doesn't even have the undermesh. Has got the all pikes coming in though, so focusing on aggression over tankiness. Who is gonna win this one? Like, I'm just doing the math in my brain as things currently lie. If Louis wins this game, he will be top of the group. That checks, right? Like, Louis will be dominating in the groups. Like, dominating might be a stretch, but he'll be looking very clean to make his way into another grand finals, which would be impressive. It's a bit ballsy though, because you can see B is just around the corner from going castle himself. Now, this is the interesting thing about HU with this build. If you do go pro scouts on this map, you can go Burgrave. Burgrave with Minework teching is going to give you an insane ramp. One that lasts a long time. And B, he has already set up double racks. So maybe we just see Regnits. Usually you only need 1 racks if you're going for Burgrave. You can just slow tech here and then just fast pump from the landmark. Oh, the truth is coming though. On the side, this blacksmith's added in by Louis as well. This is a very depressing looking army. I thought maybe he'd be going archers, but yep, it's Burgrave. Okay, so Louis is going to have to mass crossbows here. He's going to have to be fast as well. Instead he goes golems. No. Alright, this is nightmare fuel. This is exactly what you don't want to be seeing in this situation. B is going mass men at arms, and you're going golems. If Louis had Golem crossbows, I'd understand it, but like only Golems here is very greedy. Very negligent as well, right? Like you're just not respecting the multifaceted design of B's comp. And this playing the Mosque for Louis, not a bad idea to trickle extra gold, right? Especially considering he's getting starved off of it right now. But if you can't get on gold, what makes you think you can get on relics? Why Golems against Horsemen? He's trying to be very gold efficient, I think, is one of the reasons. But now that he sees the tech up, like it just doesn't make much sense. I think Louis was expecting all pikes and mass spear horsemen. So by going Golems, he has the ultimate counter to that comp. But B was just a step ahead, man. Like, just going all pikes almost felt like a bit of a debate. It definitely paid off with this many units, right? For a tech that's like, what, about 150 resources? I can't believe that, though. B, come on. He's had pro scouts for several minutes. He only just got survival techniques. That's a little bit whoopsie. A little bit whoopsie here as well. Villagers getting shivs out, but up against the all pikes. Not an ideal fight, especially without textiles here. Goodness will eventually mop up, but this is just buying time. The men-at-arms are already on the way. And remember, he can prep the heavy maces and two-handed weapons out of these Raxes here. Crossbow's now being prepped by Louis. So is pivoting the right way. Food is still a big predicament here, though, guys. Like, remember, he didn't go pro scouts. So while B has everything safe at home, Louis has to play wider. This is bad news for Louis. Good news right now is B still has plastic swords. Had plastics. Graves is so quick on the tech. I don't think B was expecting the Golems to come out here to meet him, so he's delaying his tech timing. He could have actually, funnily enough, queued it up ages ago in this, but that would have taken him a minute. Instead, it only took him 12 seconds. Heavy mace is now on the way. This is not looking good for Louis. He only has 2 crossbows to his name. Remember, men-at-arms, that quick gap close means you're not going to be able to kite very well here. Golem's trying to buy some time. Men-at-arms are getting in their own way, but the Golem count is going down. Louis needs more. He needs them fast. He's holding the choke point. It's the correct call. Louis, like, he just needs to hold between the blacksmiths on the edge. That minimizes the rate at which you lose troops and buys time for crossbows to come in. But I don't think he's lasting long enough here. B just flooding so many of these bad boys. Men-at-arms starting to leak into the gold line. Crossbow count starting to be intercepted before it can even grow to begin with. B really sensing the weakness. In the meantime, there's going to be an attempt to raid on the other side, but it's only a solo horseman. Law's going to be there, so it looks like B wants to delay this, but he's blocking the relics being returned. First wave of men-at-arms is almost cleared out. But Louis has hemorrhaged economy from this. On top of that, he lacks a front line now. Only 5 crossbows. B is adding in his own expos. He could actually even just consider going horseman. The reason he's not is because of all that food pump into MAF. A horseman's going to last a lot longer than a men-at-arms, right? Even against like a small group of crossbows. Also has more kind of omni use, right? Can flex a lot of different ways. But this is depressing food income, man. Wait, is he getting griefed by the... Oh, come on. Like... Idiots don't even know how to look in a forest. The natural camouflage of the deer. The shrubbery. I can't do it. I can't. It's there, right in the tree. Just in that tree. The saddest part is, for some reason, for Louis, this is not showing his idol. You guys see that, right? Like, that's such a grief. What? Oh my god, that is painful. I mean, 7 villages, that's most of his eco lead. Just not working. I've never seen that before. Wait. What? I mean, he sees the deer now. They forgot how to hunt. Now, cocks the shotgun. It's my turn to hunt them. Okay. Louis is going to watch this game back and probably break his keyboard. I'd be so annoyed at that. That's ridiculous. That's 7 villages. Monastery drop now coming in from B. He's trying to return the relics. Already got 1 home, a second one on the way. This also is going to allow him to start flooding prelates to buff what remains of his economy. New wave of men-at-arms coming, and oh my god, is it big. 34 men-at-arms. I still can't believe this. Like, how is that working that way? So, like, apparently the villagers can detect that there's a deer nearby, but it doesn't actually track. Can someone clip that and send it to me on Discord? I'll send that to the devs. That's weird. Like, they've even got shivs out. At this point, they look like they're going to start eating each other. Like, we'd love some deer. I think you're about to be the deer, though. Uh-oh. Well, that might actually save him, because now he doesn't have 7 idle villagers. But he's going to have at least 7 dead here. Great staggered formation to get the surrounds. He can ripple beyond this as well. The charging is going to get him in front of it. Louis MT just losing so many of his workers here. B got what? Was that 6 extra worker kills? 5 or 6. Let's also just block us the food. Louis is probably going to have to start adding in farm soon. Meanwhile, B has 2 groups of men-at-arms now. And Louis' army is very immobile. He needs to also be careful not to throw away his valuable crossbows like this. Like, 4 crossbows running like this should just get killed. B's hesitating because he doesn't see that this is a fake. Finally turns into a real. But, oh, no. No! Dude. Louis! The Stealth Forests have been murdering him this game. No freaking way. B is playing him like a fiddle. I mean, sometimes Louis is playing himself, but this time it was just B baiting him with a lack of vision. And this is why I love Stealth Forest, man. It's why I think it's one of the best things AoE 4 ever introduced. It's another layer to gameplay you have to give attention to. Men-at-Arms now diving in. Extra waves are on the way to break in here, and they will have time to do so. Crossbows also being reached and clubbed down. This is going to keep him busy until reinforcements arrive! It's a chop through. And it's a chunk down. Everywhere, villages are being lost. This looks done. Louis MT in absolute panic and despair here. To think this series began with an hour-plus game. It took almost 2 hours for a best-of-3 just to end up here like this. Burgrave spammed into an early grave. GG comes out. B will block Louis MT on his unbeaten streak. Sure, he drops games here or there, but so far, up to this point, Louis MT had not lost a set. Now, let me put the question to you folks. You can see the results up to the beginning of round 3. Get your predictions in now. Let me know in the comments, who are we going to see in the grand finals of All-Stars? Make your predictions early, make him proud, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oh my god. Guys, it's 9:30. We still have 2 rounds to go. All right. So, let's see. Where are we going to go next? We need to update the results quickly. So, bear with me a sec, guys. I need to update these results. So let me open up my Photoshop file, and we will sort that out. Too sweet. So we just saw an incredible set between B and Louis. B in the end takes it 2-1. Let me just update that ASAP. Man, my Photoshop opens so quickly now. It's so nice. It's so freaking... Dude, this PC is Giga Chad. This PC next to me is top notch, mate. So happy we got it. All right. B. 2. 1. Let me check Puppy Paw and Anna and see how that one went. Oh my god, I thought Puppy Paw Anatan game 2 was still going on. So Anatan beat Puppy Paw. Dude, Puppy Paw can't win a series today. It's looking like he's not going to make the finals, which is really shocking. That's like the biggest upset imaginable, because he's just been such a consistent performer. He's been annihilating people. Let me check on Kill Jardi versus Wham. I'm going to have to remind Wham to open his bloody data. So Kill Jardi versus Wham was a 2-0 victory for Wham. Dude, Wham is, I mean... Yeah, there was that set against Louis that was a bit rough, but like Wham is looking with Louis like the most likely to make grand finals at this rate. And because he has that win over Louis as well in a tiebreaker situation, it would favor Wham. So let me just update that now, and you guys can have a look at the brackets. So I think what we'll look to do now is we can do B Kill Jardi, or we can do Louis MT versus Puppy Paw. Should we finally check in on Puppy Paw? Did we? No, we haven't done a Kill Jardi set yet. I think we look to do B Kill Jardi into Puppy Paw Wham, right? That probably makes the most sense. round out with the Canadians facing off. Because it's looking like we're probably not going to get the classic Puppy Paw Wham Grand Finals at this rate. You think we should do Louis Puppy Paw? But then we'd round out with Kill Jardi Louis. Because, like, we haven't done any Kill Jardi, and I feel really bad about that. Because Kill Jardi, like, has done reasonable, right? Like, I wouldn't say that. He gets a win over Puppy Paw. Anno beat Puppy? Oh, sorry, you're right. I missed... Yeah, you're right. I miscatalogued the scores. Thank you. Yes, you are correct. Puppy Paw lost to Anno. Let me update that. Good eyes. It's been a long day. Alright, so... We're thinking what? You guys want to do Puppy Paw Louis? Alright, we can do Puppy Paw Louis. Oh, wait. Puppy Paw and Wham played this... They're playing this set now. I think? Or are they practicing? Let me check. No, because... would they be? Maybe, because that set was taking so long. Let me have a look. Yeah. B versus Kill Jardi. We'll do B versus Kill Jardi, because that'll be live. Puppy Paw and Wham are playing their set early. They're already into game 1. Game 2, rather. So yeah, we'll do that. It's a bit weird. I get why they done it. It would have been nice of them to have let us know, though. So, because that now, let me double check. Does that affect other things? If Puppy Paw and Wham are playing now, well, that means Anan is waiting on a set. What? I kind of get why they done it, but also at the same time, it's a bit silly now because it messes. Like everyone else also has to wait. No, we don't have Louis versus Puppy Paw right now because Puppy Paw and Wham are playing, which has made things weird. I guess P versus Kill Jardi is our next go-to. It's the only one that makes sense now. I guess. We'll do B versus Kill Jardi. Because I think Puppy Paw and Wham only just began game 2 and they're in a toll. Game 1 was really, really fast. So we could hop mid in this. They've made it so weird. They've made it quite weird. It's Roos HRE. Dude, this is probably a 2-0 with Puppy Paw losing. So Puppy Paw is like almost guaranteed not to make it. I think. So let me... I guess we do the Kill Jardi B set. Because I think they're drafting now. Let me double check. Yeah, they're literally drafting now. So because you guys like full sets, should we do the Kill Jardi B? I think that makes more sense. And we are going to get some Borderland trans... Dude, we're getting different maps for these two as well. I mean, dude, all of them doing different maps. I'm kind of gutted now. But let me just reset draft, reset everything. So, free game series, Dry Arabia, Borderlands. I think for the coherency of having full game series, we're just going to do Kill Jardi B because it makes the most sense. Bit gutted that they, like, moved ahead with their series early because it means we won't be able to catch any Puppy Paw. But it is what it is. Well, actually, we can still probably come back and catch Puppy Paw Louis. But it might have to be partial replays, is the only awkward thing. But, like I said, we haven't cast any Kill Jardi either. I did have a plan on how to make this nice and fluid, but they kind of messed with it. Like I said, I kind of get why, but it's also a bit... Like, it's... I don't harbor blame to them, because the problem is... It's technically Louis' fault. Because Louis was an hour late at the very beginning of everything. And that is why now Wham and Puppy Paw have been like, well, we'll play our series. Like, Louis was very close to a default loss in favor of Anan. I was very close to calling it because he was over an hour late. Anyway. Oh, wait. No, wait. Hold on. Puppy Paw and Louis just drafted. Okay, we've got Puppy Paw Louis. We're good. We've got Puppy Paw Louis. Things were getting weird. My bad, guys. I think we've got Puppy Paw Louis. Let me double check. No. I think Louis just made the... No, they've picked the maps. So we should have Puppy Paw Louis, I think. My AoE2 is bugging out really weirdly. So that means... That must mean, like, did they complete their series and Wham got 2-0'd? Either that or they've just... It's possible Puppy Paw and Wham were just practicing and they just debated me, which is fine. It's just weird because they've done Dry Arabia and then done Atoll. And... Wow. Okay. Let me just double check. I'm going to check with them. I'll check with him. That's what confused me, is legit. It's like, I would have thought it was just practice if they hadn't done Dry Arabia into another map in our rotation. But it's because they did that my brain was like, huh? I'm confirming Puppy Paw now. But we have got Puppy Paw versus Louis, guys. We're going to have Puppy Paw versus Louis. So all good. Sorry, Kill Jardi. Bummed out. He missed you. Finals best of 11? Dude, of course. Gotta get our entertainment. Okay, so bless him. Like I see where I get where he's come from. Puppy Paw was like, no, I didn't expect it to take this long. It's kind of funny because like we started later to try and be okay for the Canadians as well. But I can confirm they did play the final set. We can maybe round out by casting that from replay, so I'll probably leave that detail hidden. But we are going to have Lou MT versus Puppy Paw. So Puppy Paw and Wham technically already played their final set. Bit weird, but I get it. My feeling was like going to this day, I was like, is 5 best of 3s a bit long? With what the meta average is meant to be, no. But with how long some of these games were, yes, was the problem. And like I said, we did end up being delayed by an hour on average because of the late arrival of one player. So it was a bit unfortunate. But yeah, we should have, like, we should be good to go. Round 5 before 4. It kind of makes sense. Like, if a set's taking long, go play your other set. I do get it. It's just a matter of having it coordinated. So we have got Dry Arabia, Borderland, and Scarguard is going to be the 3 maps. I believe we should have a draft now. Complete for the 2. Yep. All right. Yeah, like in hindsight, maybe I should have made this a 3-day event. I don't know. My worry then is there's just like you could have very short days. So it's like, it's always tricky, I think. The best ideal way of doing a group stage is like it is a fixed format schedule of maybe 4 series a day. And like you just go through one by one after the other sort of thing. But even that can theoretically be long, right? There's no guarantee it's going to be short. It's a tricky one. It's always a tricky one. But looks like we have got our drafts. Lou MT getting his coveted Jean in the end. Puppy Paw didn't get his Chinese, though. He did have to get the Juji as a backup. Japanese is a little bit funky here. The map pool didn't... Yeah, that is Scarlet, sorry. Transhumans was going to be the other series. So yeah, Transhumans would have made sense of the Japanese pick. This less so. Maybe it's just like Dry Arabia. We've got Order the Dragon again from Puppy Paw, but so far I don't think it's been serving him up wins. Yeah, it's also like, I do feel a little bit, I don't know if I feel bad. I don't, bad's a strong word, but like, I feel, I definitely feel empathy for the players. It is a long day, I guess. It's a tough one because it's like, and we have 4 minutes until we're in game, guys. We're in game in 4 minutes. It's a tough one because like, as a content creator and a tournament organizer, the worst thing that could happen to you is a very short day. Because like, the way that statistics work and success is measured is like by average viewers and whatever. And if you're live longer, on average, usually that average is going to be higher. So you want a format that guarantees you at least like 5 or 6 hours, right? Whereas we're now like close to 7. And there are a lot of things we couldn't have expected. I mean, we can kind of anticipate Louis MT playing a long game, but not necessarily certain players getting sucked into the cyclone. Like B and Louis taking an hour and I think 20 minutes was very unexpected. Huge problem with default loss in a format where only 2 advanced motivation tanks. The problem is we only had 2 days to work with, really. I didn't want to like overstress people in the holidays and have too many days committed. I wanted them to have time to relax and be with their family. I didn't want to overburden, right? So that's the challenge that we faced. So I wanted to find someone that was kind of forgiving to not take up too much of the holidays for these players. And in an ideal world, we would have had like a bracket slotting. But that doesn't make sense when you just had a group stage where everyone played each other. Like, slotting them afterwards makes sense when you have 2 groups, but we only have 1. So, like, having 1 group stage to then just slot players would be like, why didn't we just do, like, double elim instead? Double elim, theoretically, we could have done, but the worry was I needed more people, and it was limited time anyway, so it's like over the holidays, getting responses quick enough is difficult. But I thought round robin would be cool for a change. There is at least an effect on prize pooling, right? You get more money by placing higher. It's not a crazy amount because I'm not rich. I wish I was able to offer a $10,000 prize pool or whatever, but I don't have that type of backing. Maybe one day. You know, who knows? If AoE 4 continues to grow and we continue to grow with it, and we go to like, you know, 800, 900, 1,000 average viewers, then we get to a stage where we're putting up $600, $700, $800 a week, right? That's theoretically feasible. Like right now, I feel good. If we continue on the trajectory I'm envisioning, and we finish midweek muster, and by the way, we're almost in game, not filibustering, I swear. But if midweek muster finishes at like 800 plus average viewers reliably each week, right? So that would probably involve peaks being higher because like you're gonna have like Fridays always feel or often can feel weak because people don't see the big names facing the big names. But like grand finals helps balance out the other end. So if our average is like 800, like at that point, I can go to Nilly and be like, dude, look at this viewership that we generated for $300 a week. And he'll be like, yeah, that's really good. Let's talk about a bigger prize pool. It's realistically a conversation that could happen. So yeah, all about growth over time. I mean, our average today has been phenomenal with people tuning in. I think YouTube has slowed down a little bit. Don't know. I think it's just like time of the day, right? It's always a challenge to try and bring new people into a game in the current state. I hope that AoE 4 is going to see a huge surge of people again with the DLC. I think we just need more regular content. That's the challenge. We just need kind of more frequency of content drops that kind of get people to come back. We live in a time of gaming where people want new stuff all the time. Practically every game you can think of is technically seasonal nowadays. It's just some are more subtle, some more obvious. Like, for example, Path of Exile's Diablo, super seasonal. But even other games are seasonal, right? Like, Valorant is a seasonal game. Release new content, peak, drops down a bit. But they release it quite frequently, so it comes back up. AoE 4 is definitely a seasonal game as well, around expansions. It's just we wait a long time for those expansions to come. Well, it's time, folks. Whew. The most accomplished player in the history of Midweek Muster, and yet he stands here unable to win a single series so far. This is a brutal upset. One and all, welcome back to Midweek Muster All-Stars, a formation of 6 of our best average performers across the Midweek Musters of 2024. Puppy Paw, amongst those, has been by far the most decorated, winning 5 out of 7 of the weeklies. And yet, every time 2-1 so far. Louis MT, on the other hand, has had a pretty good time. He's looking in the running, top 3 so far in the rankings after a 2-1, 2-1, and then a 1-2 loss. We open the series Abbasis versus Order the Dragon. Puppy Paw, you might be thinking he's throwing, but I've seen him do the OOTD builds. There's some matchups where they can be vicious. In the Atacama week in particular, I was impressed. Curious to see how this is going to work out, though, against the Abbasids. How's the predictions looking? I imagine after people heard their results, yeah, 53% voting in favor of Louis MT. I don't think that's unfair. Like, Poppy Paul losing so many 2-1s. I mean, no offense to Kill Jardi, it's the only series he won, right? He got 2-0'd by Anan, he got 2-0'd by Wham. Wham has been keeping up his consistency, though. Like, I think Wham is looking like the front runner at this rate to make grand finals, which will be a best of 11, by the way. I think Poppy lost his confidence in the last week. Possibly. I didn't really follow Still Series tournament closely to see what happened there. He didn't make it, though, right? So maybe like that can happen. There is an element of that. Like, for example, when you have a concept, an idea of how something's meant to happen, how something's meant to play, and then it's wrong, it can kind of screw you a little. But let's see if he can regain his confidence in a big way at the end. Good start here, playing out to the Deer. There's something that Order Dragon do very well. Against a non-aggressive Civ as well, it's just free extra economy, really. You shouldn't have to rush home soon. Games are divided by two categories. The games that are seasonally and the games that you always come back after those games fall off interest. AoE4 was the game for me before it was Dirt 2. You play AoE4 when there are not other games to play. Sort of. I think AoE4... I don't know if I fully agree with that. Do you guys think AoE4 is a seasonal game or not? Because I've got kind of like a take on this, but I'm curious what other people's take is. And we have got a trade wing build from Louis. What year am I in? No one does this anymore. Trade wing with also a terrible trade post location. That's wild. All right, so Louis getting creative here. Love it. Yeah, so trade wing fell off in popularity when they made the change to the techs. You used to be able to get Spice Roads, which is the one that gives you a second resource and 25% of what you normally get. But then they changed it so that level 1 is armed caravans, which is just giant poo-poo on a stick. But yeah, to answer the original question I posed about like whether you consider AoE4 a seasonal game or not, it is a seasonal game. It's just a different style of seasonal game. Not because we have Season 8, Season 9, but because we have expansions. It's a very different type of seasonal. It's a very delayed type of seasonal, which is very unorthodox these days. And yo, what is up, Tidebreaker? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Like, the seasons in AoE4 don't really change much, so people don't care drastically. But expansions are seasonal. Most games nowadays, because they're live services, are seasonal. It's just a different extent. And Louis, look at this. Is he... Dude, he's setting up in the corner. This is kind of bonkers. Poppy Paul should have a clear edge here. He's playing into mine work. Yeah, this is a bit wild. I wasn't expecting this on the opening game. Poppy Paul, when he needs that morale boost the most, might be about to find it in this group stage. I have to wonder, Louis, he definitely scouted early where the trade post was, so this was an intentional thought process. Armored Caravans immediately queued up, though. This is going to make it very difficult to kill, normally. The reason I say normally is because all of the Dragon units hit substantially harder, right? So if he builds a Horseman, that's 12 base damage. Free armor, it's still going to be 9 damage into you. That's 10 hits to kill. And yes, Crackety, KPMM is a round robin this time. Admittedly, the day has gone a little bit longer than maybe anticipated. But it's learning lessons, right? Someone will review. But Poppy Paul, hold on. We've got a proxy racks. Dude, I love this. Poppy Paul's just playing very aggressive. He did communicate to me he wasn't expecting the day to go this long. So I think with that in mind, he's playing a bit more urgently. Hilarious that it's not really Louis doing that, considering now it's like 6 AM for Louis, and he's been playing all through the morning. So trade post now up. It's kind of awkward for Poppy Paul because he's diving into the base when actually it would have been close to him. In the meantime, the first trade is going to be here. I love this. Louis is going to just loop and cycle. He's going to trade over here, then shift to the corner, and then trade back to his own neutral. So he's just kind of doing like a figure 8 type thing. Good amount arms arrives though. Poppy Paul looking to pressure already. Louis. What's the option going to be to respond to this? Usually Abbases like to get into Camel Archers. Is actually one of the best counters to men-at-arms, but that's a very slow to produce comp. Scouts have removed the element of surprise from this play. Poppy Paul now aware of what's happening. And his men-at-arms can just camp this on the return. Meantime, he's going to start diving underneath the TC. I think this is a bit tricky what Puppy Paw is trying to do at this stage. He does have Undermesh. He did get the Cuirass. Louis is idling a lot of villagers to deal with this, though. It's like, in some ways, Puppy Paw can justify this. My worry is when the deer runs out and you have to move. That's where you're going to have these weird gaps. This just feels so cheesy from Puppy Paw, man. This is like a classic Dragon build. When people first started doing this, I remember that was when people thought Dragon might be a bit OP. But then the adjustments came in, right? So the traders are slowly making their way back across. Golden Age, in the meantime, has activated, so a big boost to lose economy once it's back online. No, not again. This is going to be a long feudal age. I mean, maybe not. Puppy Paw is kind of losing too many men-at-arms with this play. I think Louis, although it looks bad with all the idle time, is kind of content with this, right? First Camelot just got queued up, and this is Nightmare Fuel. This is exactly why Puppy Paw kept doing this. Because once he committed to this play, if he stopped and the Camelot just came out, it's GG. If you build spears, you get countered. If you build men-at-arms, you get countered. This is pretty much game. Even with that idle time, man, the fact he's just still finding the camel arches. First one now coming out. And Puppy Paw, even now queuing up men-at-arms at home. But that's just a bigger win for camel archers. They can snipe you from afar. First one is out. And remember, like this TC, each arrow fire is 6 damage, right? This is 11. So that +1 armor is really not doing much anymore. And you just see the difference in idle time as well compared to before. Just feels like it was, like, I don't know if I say half, like maybe 2/3. Imagine when Louis has 2 camel archers, 3 camel archers. The trade is just a nuisance as well. Extra gold trickle, definitely just helping out, right? It allows him to just trade over, get into, for example, blacksmith techs. He also can sell it for more meat. Puppy Paw has at least now got the count up. I wonder if maybe in hindsight, the floor was just diving. The moment that the archery range went up, maybe he should have slowed down and waited for extra MAA. It's just tricky because if you do that, the camel archer timing is quicker. It's kind of just a pick your poison type moment. Wait, did that men-at-arms T-pose when he got hit in the face? I think so. And yes, this is a special edition of the Midweek Muster. This is the Midweek Muster All-Stars. 6 of our top performers. Boy, he's up to 5 men-at-arms. I mean, there's some faith growing in me now with this. But it needs to start leading to worker kills. He's chipping them down over time. Wasting time with the camel archer is the worst thing you can do, though. He'll kite you, but also tank you. Back over the tree line. Man, I'm wasting time with the scout as well. It just feels like Puppy Paw is being pulled left and right here. All this for just one measly worker kill. And the gaps are starting to emerge, right? He's moved over to the second deer. Did at least have the wheelbarrow to do so. This is 100% a timing attack. There's only so much food he has to work with. Lou, of course, is going to be more efficient because he's not losing units. He's just losing gathering time. Second archery is now coming up behind this. I think once the camel archer count is at 6, it's over. Puppy Paw needs to either add in horsemen or find more damage. This is so cheesy. It just feels so cheesy to watch. I think like this build, even just half a year ago, would break people a lot more frequently. But instead, Puppy Paw is the one who gets broke in game 1. Camel Archer defense is simply too good. The Guild of Men-at-Arms, too figured out. Puppy Paw on a collision course for defeat here. If he drops this series, he will not make grand finals for Midweek Muster All-Stars. A big shocker and upset on the horizon. Stay tuned to see what's going to happen in game number 2. Yeah, that... I think maybe Puppy Paw is a bit tired. It's been a long day, right? It's been 7 hours of gameplay. Oh, bless him. Lou's like, we can play tomorrow if you want. Puppy Paw says it's fine, though. Yeah, I think Puppy Paw's in a rush. Apparently he's got a family get-together, so we'll hop into game 2. It's going to be Chinese versus Mongols. I mean, Puppy Paw is right. I believe he's dead last, if I'm not mistaken. It looks really grim. He's probably not going to make it. This was my hesitation with round robins because it does have this issue. That's why, like I said, if we had more time, what I, in hindsight, would have liked to have done is round robin into seeding. Like, I love what Dota 2 does. Dota 2 will have a round robin group stage where, like, maybe 1 or 2 teams maximum get eliminated. And then you have double elim format where you have teams seeded in upper bracket and then teams that get seeded in lower bracket. And lower bracket teams start in a best of 1, right? Stuff like that. I do quite often prefer that format. But we'll get predicties ready. We're going to be hopping into game number 2. It's going to be Mongols versus Chinese on Skarsgård. This is... Oh, no. I think we're going to be seeing Puppy Paw in last. Okay, so let me load this up. We'll switch over now. And then after this, we should have Louis MT versus Kill Jardi or Anan versus B, whichever one's available. Live games? It is indeed live games. Shout out to the players for slogging through this. It was admittedly a bit of a longer day than expected. It was a bit unfortunate about the delays. It's some review on the process. We definitely need to for next year. But it's like, you know, my goal isn't to get everything perfect, and I never said it was going to be. It was an experimentation on a format. I think there were good things that came from this and bad things, and we'll adjust that for the next ones. You know, we weren't ever going to get everything right here with this format. It was the first time doing a round robin. It's rarely actually done in AoE 4. But shout out to the players for slogging through a long day. We're now past the 7-hour mark. Louis MT himself is sitting at about 6 a.m. in his region. Puppy Paw has some family things to do, so he wants a quick set one way or another. We hop into game 2 after a swift opening game favoring Louis. Now, a matchup that also favors Louis. Chinese versus Mongols on Skarsgård. A Pro Scouts map where Chinese are one of the kings. And yes, the prize money for this All-Stars tourney is going to be $300. First place will take, I believe it was 110 or 120. I'd have to double check. We did disperse it so that every single placement would get something. I think the lowest gets paid, maybe it's just like 10 bucks or something. But that's like for coming last, right? You could essentially get sacked 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, the whole group stage and still get 10 bucks. Yeah, shout out to the players. Like, I think in hindsight, there was a point at which it was going to be a round robin 5-player format. But then when we had the option to bring on a 6th, it made a bit more sense for the fluidity because I didn't know if players wanted to be idle waiting for an opponent, which is what would have happened. But I think, you know, I should have just stuck my instinct. Originally, we were going to do play all 2s, but then we made it best of 3s because that would have led to less weird tiebreaker situations. But I think play all 2s in hindsight would have been a bit better. So let's see if Puppy Paw can find some hope here. He has got the racks open and coming. It is going to be a 4th gold spawn from Louis. Louis has already pretty much got the gold he needs for a tech up, though. And once you have Imperial Academy and enough for an initial taxman, you don't really care about the gold vein. Is there anything else that's like exploitable in this spawn? I mean, it is double tree line. Puppy Paw was probably going to try for like a triple outpost rush, just go for a classic. Which I don't really blame him. We've seen people try to play into the mid game against Chinese with Mongols, and it hasn't looked great. And it's not like this is a map where Silver Tree is an option, right? The trade posts are quite central bound, so you can't easily get long trade. Nice deer shoving as well, so Louis going to have some extra runway before we need to worry about Pro Scouts. Very important, considering you're about to get idled off in gold. So if you want to go Imperial Official plus Taxman, you're not going to have enough for Pro Scouts as well. Midweek must have not considered an S tier? No, I think, well, usually the tiering is done by, like, financial element. I'm pretty sure we technically catalog as a C tier, even though if you combine all of the funding together, which is 9K into prize pools, I think 10K is the threshold for B tier, if I'm not mistaken. whatever. Even if we are technically C tier, I think Midweek Muster has delivered some of the most entertaining games in 2024. Maybe I've got a biased statement in that, but I'm a stand by it. Liam T just keeping the Mind Camp alive as well. Doesn't want to give it over for free. Puppy Paw in the meantime has got more spears on the way. Should be stopping at 4 here. It's really too late to do any additional damage. Like, your opponent has the age up. He has got the Taxman ready to produce. In fact, he's got enough for 2 if he wants to. He's being so annoying with this, man. It's so tilting because Puppy Paw's just like, just give me that little bit of trickle of resources, please. Never for free, though. Taxman's like, oh, yep, no, we never a penny left behind. Gotta get that 16 gold. Bye. Histo now on the way, at least. Puppy Paw's probably going to be following up with Keshix for a dive. I don't mind the idea of just, like, infantrying it up, because Louis doesn't have quick gold burn. He can't just rush a Barbican, and he can't rush Juke. So if you just go Archer Spears, you have a very efficient way of bulking, whereas if you go Keshix, it's a lot slower, right? And that means that your opponent can basically just defend himself with Spears as well. Archer range coming, though, so that might make Puppy Paw feel like he needs to go Keshix. Is it worth it to repair? I mean, he wanted the extra gold. Every little counts. I actually don't mind that Louis done that. Remember, he's blocked off a gold now. He got triple gold forward spawn. Like, this is kind of an outrage. Puppy Paw got a retracted gold, and Louis got everything ahead of his base. So that extra 16 gold might not sound like a lot, but when you're trying to get your eco techs, like the Broadaxe, when you're trying to get an additional Taxman, it really is a game changer. I mean, there's kind of hope for Puppy Paw, actually. I don't think this is as grim as it should have been. He could probably just look to pump Keshix, but he's going to need to be fast. If you mass archers now, you're at a disadvantage because your opponent beat you to it. Right? Because now, like, he's already 4 archers ahead. He has 20% more wood coming in, 20% more food. Keshix is probably your safest strategy here. And yeah, Puppy Paw agrees. I wonder if there's a world in which you can go Horseman even. Sounds kind of crazy, but it gives you a much quicker float speed because Keshix cost almost 2 times Horseman, right? And they take longer to produce. Considering his gold, yeah, he's going Keshix. Tricky bind here for Puppy Paw is the fact that by Louis going into archers, you just stockpile so much gold, even without access. But now he's got that breeding room. He can either go back on the gold vein or he can just play it safe. Probably going to see him playing it safe, setting up for Raxus next. Thank you, Lance. Glad everyone's been enjoying the Midweek Musters. I've been blown away by the support. I think I made a quite blunt statement. I was like, I kind of saw setting up Midweek Muster as like the do or die for my involvement in AoE4 content creation. I'm like, either this trends to a point where I'm able to provide for my family and then grow it into bigger tournaments, or it's just like, we need to think of something else to do because we're not able to sustain in this. The growth has really blown me away. I've been impressed. I think we're on track for the targets I set myself going into 2025. I still don't think it's lofty to say that by the end of like the Midweek Musters for 2025, my goal is to be at like 1K average viewers. Maybe some people think that's bold, but I think if you're going to set yourself a goal, set yourself a good goal, one that's not simply easy to achieve. Set yourself one that feels worth it. And you guys have made it a worthwhile ride so far. Thank you for that. Thank you, Frozzy. Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Welcome to sport. Oh, I might need to refill my water. My throat is going to need the rest over the weekend. And no, I will not be doing any Mongol throat singing in this game. Spear archers like we expected from Louis. Puppy Paw has gone crazy on the spearman count. This is very much a monkey man A-click build. Whether it's going to work or not, no. Barbican coming in, and what on earth is that? Okay, TikTok apparently worries about inactivity. I'm not sure why. Bit weird. That was weird. I don't know. This is bad news for Puppy Paw. If the Barbican goes up, it's Juke new into mass spears. It's already looking bad against the Archers. Forced to commit. Villagers coming. What the? No, Poppy Paw, no. No, dude, I'm just hearing the whimpering of a dying dog. All right, Poppy Paw's out and lost. That is going to be a 2-0 for victory for Louis MT, and pretty much, I think, almost a guarantee in the grand finals. I think he's guaranteed at least top 3. Poppy Paw, after being the most consistent and dominant player in midweek muster throughout 2024, will finish last in All-Stars. I love from Louis, like, oh, you have villagers? You got villagers? Huh? Huh? Get out of my game. To the Falcon screech. I was like, rah, rah. Damn, I kind of want a pet falcon now. So, I will not be paying for Poppy Paw's rent this month, it seems. A 2-0 victory there. Means we should... I mean, that was quick enough that we might be good to go on the Anan series we were eyeballing earlier. So let me just double check that. Just want to have a look. Where is Anan at? Oh, Anna's not showing online. What's happening there? So B... Got Loom TB, which you just saw. B is in his first game against Kill Jardi. That's going to hold up Louis MT versus Kill Jardi. Crap, I haven't got quick math in my brain to know if there's a series we can cut here, because I'm feeling bad about how long this is going for some of the players. So I don't want them to feel trapped. I also think... Wait, did the players not have the ability to catalog who won each series? Did Chum not send it up that way? Surely he did. I'll have to go back and sort that afterwards then. You have to see Louis MT versus Poppy Paw. We literally just cast it. That's literally what we just done. Where's QE, Marine Lord, and Vortex? BCQE I don't think would have made it based on like average performances. On like, a top list of invites. And he didn't really play enough. Vortex played just enough to like be in the threshold, but he wasn't available, and Marine Lord didn't play, so he didn't get invited. Sorry, I'm Lord. But hopefully he'll start playing in 2025. Alright guys, so 1 second, let me figure out what's going on here. Series-wise. I need to do the maths in my brain. So I need to catch up on the last round and see what the scores were. Because we now have few things. The Mongol Chinese, yeah, that was that was game 2. That was a 2-0. Louis just won. So Louis MT, I'm pretty sure has made grand finals, or is very close. Like he's on the verge of just making grand finals. Wham versus Anno. Let me double check. Because Anno and Wham aren't online right now, so I'm wondering what happened there. I'm checking now. Give me a sec. Sorry, guys. I'm one-man arming literally everything, so that's a bit... Because it is late, so I'm wondering if it's like reaching that point where it's a bit hard to keep beating them with the stick. We do have B versus Kill Jardi, which we can do now. We might have almost the full picture painted. And what I might then say is, like, if there's 2 players that are, like, drawn that wouldn't make the grand finals. Because I think after B versus Kill Jardi, I want to say we're close to the full picture. Well, Wham has won 2 series, lost 1. LuMT has won 3 series. Well, Wham won his one against Puppy. I'm just going to reveal that now, right? So, like, here you go. You can see the brackets. One sec. Oh, I haven't exported. There you go. So that's what we know so far. We're now getting in for B versus Kill Jardi. On Dry Arabia. Louis and Anan, they need to clap some tomorrow? I mean, dude, like... Oh, Anan played his series versus Wham. It was a 2-0. Okay, so we have that info. So he's waiting on B now. Let's hop in for this set anyway. We'll probably speed through the early game just to catch up live. But let's hop in. Let me reset the score as well. Alright, Anno is going to play a series afterwards. So Anno, Wham was 2-0. And Anno, 2-0 for him. So let me update that in the thingy. Give me a sec. Need to open Photoshop, quickly update that, and then we should have our live. So we're speeding up live, because I think they're about 12, 14 minutes into this one, so we'll try to get as close to live as makes sense without ruining the experience. But yeah, it's going to be a 2-0 for Anan. And then, is Kill Jardi playing tomorrow? I don't want to burn him out as well, if he is. Because I don't think I don't know if Kill Jardi can make I don't think he can make playoffs. Anyway. Alright, a bit of a speedy beginning because we're catching up on the schedule. This is the state of things right now. This is getting tight towards the end. We are going to have Anan versus B to round out the day after this, but now it's going to be B versus Kill Jardi. A really important set for B, because if he wins this one, he stays in the running to make grand finals. Opening game is going to favor as well. We've got Chinese against Delhi, and we've got a fun opening here. Rax coming in, archery reaction, still a Dome of Faith build, but Kill Jardi immediately having the right read to go archers. Kind of interesting one. Like, historically, Delhi have suffered against Chinese due to the bargain drops, but ever since the change to Dome of Faith, it hasn't really been as much about this feudal all-in, which has kind of given Delhi a new breath of life into the late game, even against the Chinese. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're only at like 7.5 hours right now. Shout out to the players. I feel really bad. I didn't think it was going to go this long. I kind of looked at 5 BO3s and I was like, there might be some length. I didn't think it was going to be this rough. It's a learning lesson. So like next time we're going to have penalties for late. Next time we might just do play or twos if we do this type of format as well. But once again, the really big shout goes out to the players. And in holiday time, I didn't want to create a format that was going to take too much time, and admittedly, I may have failed in that regard. And Louis is the only one playing tomorrow. Well, apparently he doesn't care. He's full DGen schedule. Pete has got an advantage here over Kill Jardi. He caught him off guard. This was a really quick switch. He went into stables and then supervised, which put him ahead. Kill Jardi behind this is going to be forced into the 1-1-1 build. We're going to do little speed ups where we can because I want to get us as close to live as possible so we can continue the series. Pro Scouts coming in, already there for B. Dude, this guy's obsessed with Pro Scouts. Beats the Delhi to the mark. It's going to look to just beat away that Sacred Site advantage Kill Jardi is now trickling gold from. Great sneak there, actually. I love that from Kill Jardi. He played both flanks, just got his hands on the resources unnoticed. We'll stick to the 2x speed. I think at this state it's kind of okay, because Kill Jardi doesn't want to rush out to attack. He wants to delay, get blacksmith techs, and then come out with probably archers, plus a small group of spears. B, on the other hand, I think he can just go castle. I think castle's a really creative approach to this now. Instead, he's going to go Barbican. Okay, so we might just get Shuganu Blob, which actually, in fairness, makes a lot of sense, guys. The reason why Dome of Faith is kind of cursed in this matchup, and why I was saying like Delhi feel better later game, but this is still like a rough matchup, it used to be because you dropped a Barbican on the Sacred Site, and it ruined the Tower Victory all in. But now, the weakness of Delhi is in the fact that they don't go Tower of Victory, Without that attack speed buffer, you don't get through mass spears quick enough, and it means that Zhuge Nu win everything. Now, that's normally when you're talking about Ghazi Archer versus Zhuge Nu speeds. There are no Ghazi. Like, if you looked at Kill Jardi's build right now, you'd be like, why do you not have Tower of Victory? Everything about it says build Tower of Victory. This is bad, man. B looking like a badass in this set. Dude, I gotta give him to him. B's been cooking today. Shout out to this lad. Like, B, just half a day ago, didn't know he was playing. He's a substitute for a player who couldn't make it. No, looking to ramp that pressure. Steel Arrow is also going to be in the way. Sacred Sites are being decapped, so Kill Jardi, no extra cheddar to nibble on here. Not an ideal situation either. Zhuge coming in, that's going to feel like 1.5 times the military value to what you have here. I think B needs to calm down a little. He is over-aggressing here. You want to wait for the first wave of repeater crossbows. That's when it's very hard for Kill Jardi to contest you. If you let him fin your spinning line like this already, you're going to be in problem land central. So we do have Ghazi production now on the way. Zhuge do arrive. Bad news for Kill Jardi. B trying to go around the back. Second wave does arrive, so the spearmen are going to reset this. There's not that many Zhuge just yet. I think B still needs to buy a little bit more time. And Kill Jardi going into ravenous dog mode. In fact, if we go in for a listen in with Kill Jardi right now. There you go. That's him on repeat for the next 5 minutes. Like a dog with a bone, he just can't let go. I mean, this is not bad, actually. If Kill Jardi can keep this Archer blob at the end of this, B's going to suffer from a lack of Zhuge. In fact, I'm sorry, where did that economy come from? Oh, that's right. We taxed every single building. Well, apart from the mill that has 246 gold in it, good lord. Do not tell me that Imperial Academy taxation is not good. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? I mean, most of the military difference was in the retreat where Kill Jardi just kept getting fights. The fact that B is now in age 3 like that. Kill Jardi's in trouble land right now. May have to shuffle out into the gold to actively gather. I mean, he's got enough food income to get there quick. It's the gold that's going to let him down. First Lance is also queued up for B. He's still scaling more Zhuge. Upgrading makes a hell of a lot of sense here. We jump in the gunfighting now, though. Average Pro Scout China suit. No, this is not a Zhuge one. This is an average Chinese Pro Scouts like eco. They get so much more gold than Zhuge in the other game. So much more. It's insane. But Kill Jardi, he is playing signature Finn. The dive underneath the TC. He says, what the hell do you think you're doing going age 3 on me? Villagers running for their lives here. I mean, they aren't even in China land anymore. These people have vacated to a particular island off the coast. They do not identify as the mainland at this point. Fully vacated the base. House of Learning come behind. Kill Jardi has caught up. Damn. What a move at a critical juncture in the game. I mean, because these archers are going to be worthless now, right? He doesn't want them anymore. Not against Vet, Zhuge Nu, not against Lancers. B has returned to the homeland. Not with many losses, right? It was only 3 workers. A lot of idle time, though. But the more important part is that Kill Jardi is in age 3. I'm going to hit the speed up for a little bit here. Is he going to be pulling for relics? He has got 10 scholars, but none of them in position right now, which is very surprising. Yeah, missed opportunity, actually. I think Kill Jardi was too distracted with his dive. He could have had 4 relics already coming home. Instead, he starts to pick them up as the Lancers arrive. Uh-oh. Only 1 relic now on the way home. Sacred Sight's also been decapped, so less gold to work with there. Be on a collision course for the base. First Knights are out. Kill Jardi is mirroring, and remember, if he actually bothers to drop a Scholar off, he'll pump them out quite quick. bit problematic, actually. See, he doesn't want to commit the Lancers, trying to reduce the spear count first, right? But just means you lose most of the juke. He pushed back again. Man, I love this. This is not just a, oh my god, look, this guy's running away with the game at 15 minutes. Elegant dance back and forth between Delhi and Chinese. Scholars now starting to reach those relics, so free walking home, but B still has a few Lancers to try and intercept with. Problem is, Kill Jardi, like, if you start intercepting these Scholars, Kill Jardi will win the main fight with his heavy cav. He's building a lead, man. And this is the tough thing. With the Scholars count being up at 9, 3 or 4 of them on average being out, he's gradually getting all these free eco attacks, which is going to make a grand deal of difference in this matchup. Are you kidding me? Dude, has this been going on the whole time? I'm pretty sure that's the same Scholar we looked at earlier. Piety is something else. 140 HP, but finally he is going to be brought down. Alright, one's if you think B's winning this opening game. Two's if you think Kill Jardi's taking it. Let the speed up again. A little bit of breathing speed. Look at the relics. Look at them on the minimap. It's like there's a gravity field pulling them towards the Delhi base. Just dragging them in. He only has 1 banked, but 4 of them are just so close, and B is now coming for the goodies. We'll go to claim the west side. I think B gets 3 relics here. I mean, Kill Jardi does have a lot of Lancers. They're just not really being committed to one location. He seems a bit too paranoid about the state of the game. I do think B isn't as strong as Kill Jardi thinks right now. That's part of the problem. It's a bit too much respect. Good micro there, though. Intercepts, gets out. Wait, B? That was tight. Piety, once again, is so stupidly strong. Piety makes you believe in the feasibility of Wall going off, and oh my. Kill Jardi, B, stuck on the wrong side with the Lances. And there's you coming in as well, just getting cleaved down. Punches are being prioritized here, but right now all I'm seeing is a Lance account, which is edging in favor of Kill Jardi. Jugar going to go in for the sniper, the Scholar. But still 2 more relics on the way home. Kill Jardi refuses to give up on his trinkets. He's full schmeagling this. B finally able to pick up one of these relics, but I feel like he had these monks out a long time ago. Not great. Was expecting an advantage for him. Instead, it is now looking like a 4-relic game for the Delhi. B's making OP crossbows. Well, sure, but Kill Jardi now has Lancers in the meantime, and he has OP relics. Both running out of food. I mean, please tell me he... Oh, no. Well, Kill Jardi does have a big surplus of safe food in the back of his base. 2,400 to be specific, but he doesn't know it. And I imagine after, like, a group stage, which is now 7.5 hours long, Kill Jardi's probably a little bit too tired to realize it, because he's usually in bed by now. Oh my god. We do at least have a keep drop coming in. Ball play as well, something that Delhi can't do, but B can. I think Kill Jardi's going to have to go for farms first, which is unbelievable levels of cringe to say out loud. I mean, if you thought my casting was cringe, listen to this statement. Delhi farms now. It's bad. Kill Jardi has, what, no food left? Oh my god, yeah. It's going to have to be a full farm transition. B has runway for about, like, another 2.5 minutes at least, but he's already prepping granaries. Dude, he's a mile ahead. Song Dynasty, the good trades, right? Now with the crossbows coming through. Military numbers are deceptive because Kill Jardi, basically a third of his army is Scholars. Kill Jardi has to play the long con. A man who likes to play aggressive is going to be forced to play a macro game. Oh boy. We'll be on the 2 times here. Like I said, I want to get as close to live as possible because we hopped across from a different series. But guys, come on, chill. It's fine. B can't win this game because he doesn't have elephant. Guys, he has 20 crossbows. If you ever wondered what an elephant would look like in a giant, oversized oven, burnt to a crisp, you're about to see it. Crossbow is the counter, and what the yes, that's the word. That's a lot of gold. B, what happened? He only has one relic, right? So he's just been, I think he was over-macroing pretty hard. He's going to be forced to go Imperial. Getting the Bream Room to go... so Kill Jardi may be getting Bream Room for farms. Oh my god. But B has farms and has Imperial. Right? So while this is good for Kill Jardi in a sense that he will have food again, it's bad in like every other sense of the fort. I do like the Tower Elephant play. That's a good solution to crossbowmen. But my worry is like, if you're talking late game eco, who's better off? If Kill Jardi was able to mirror Imperial, I'd actually favor Delhi. It's pretty good for them. But he's not able to mirror. He's going to be a mile behind. Like, he doesn't even have the resources starting to be stockpiled for Imperial Age. Like, I actually think Kill Jardi instead is going extra keeps. So he's going to try to inflate eco. But B can legit just come over the top with him into, what, probably Palace Guard? Even just Spearman, elite Spearman here to clear the elephants is pretty strong. I know, Tower Elephant is not heavy, hence why I said it's good against crossbows. But it's like, if your opponent just goes for, even Yuan actually. Like I said about, oh my god, triple TC all of a sudden. I was about to say, he can either go Elite Spears, or you go for Yuan Dynasty, and you just get the movement speed to pinch the elephants with Mass Spear. Kill Jardi, where are the relics and what is happening? Wait, what? Oh my god, B yoinked him. P, for God's sake. Some players want to go to bed and then there's P. It's like, this is fun. He's like, dude, I got kids that are going to wake up in the morning. KP's giving me an excuse to get a lion. The wife can deal with them. Imperial Palace coming in. We're going to get Yuan Dynasty. We're also getting Clock Tower Nester Bees. And we do indeed, in honor of Wham, have the Wham Walls coming. Kill Jardi needs to move with a bit more urgency. He should notice the Yuan and realize what's happening here. He's like, wait, why can't I catch these guys anymore? This is the point where you're like, oh, he's getting a bit greedy. I need to do something about that. It's just so slow to ever do anything. Imagine if B just went Imperial as well. No, please don't. This is the play. Like, you've seen elephants, just go spears. Kill Jardi, funnily enough, would be favored if he went like archers. The problem is there's already just so many crossbows. And I also think if B gets to like 4 Nester Bees, you're in trouble. Right, 4 Nester Bees plus mass spears. You pinch elephants, you clear all the archers that are trying to protect them. Keep drop coming in the center though. Kill Jardi makes a claim for the 8k veins. B, getting that wall up just in time is actually important. Actually shoves the army of Kill Jardi to the west instead of east. He just with a very healthy eco lead though. Remember, he went free TC Song. And, oh my god, Kill Jardi's like, I've seen B do this before. This man and his Nester Bees, I'm leaving, I'm going home. Let's go Imperial. No, please don't go Imperial. This is just the sad part of playing elephants when it gets revealed very early on, is like, by the time you reach your opponent's base, he'll have some sort of counter. Oh, that's true, he's not Song anymore. He did go Yuan, but he's free TC, so who cares? It's been a long day. And no. That's criminal. Kill Jardi, his army, his slow-moving army is halfway across the map when this comes into the farms. Kill Jardi, he was saving up for Imperial as well. This may have just caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. Army's marching home now. Seek Shell is going to be used. Luckily, he does have the housing tech, so can hide inside him. The other time alone is going to be painful here, though, because B is looking for a tech up as well as some scalps to hang on his wall. And that was a full vacate of the farmlands. Kill Jardi pulled every single villager he had there. 34 farms not working. And behind this, we are now going to get Spirit Way in the way. We did also get the pagodas, so even more income there. The reroll coming in. The Lancers are going to get stuck inside. Quick burn and the torch out there. B, most of them will be able to escape. And most importantly, he just forced Kill Jardi to reinvest while he's aging up. Tricky bloody bugger. Also decaps coming in, so no Sacred Sight win condition. B is playing him like a fiddle, man. You're just seeing the mobility advantage. Elephants, yes, normally they look very OP, but really what mattered here was the movement speed. Let's get the speed up again. I want to try to get as close to live as possible. Oh my god. And I rest my case about War Elephants, folks. Crossbows, the king of everything. With Yuan especially. That dive in. I fast forwarded because I was like, what can he really do in 20 seconds? That is what he can do. Clash on the flank as well, so decap over here. Behind this, elite tech's coming in. The crossbows, a lot of them were sacrificed, but remember B, he's got that mass granary late game comp. He's good to keep bursting more units in. Kill Jardi is yet to even make the tech. And Kill Jardi, the awkward part here is like the elephants aren't a quick blitzer, right? It's not going to get you in instantly. So while he might have an opening here, whether you can do enough damage is very questionable. And yes, Village Fortresses is definitely live. He's right now at 3 TC effective. So he's mirroring what B is doing. But he is going to remain almost 40 villages behind for the time being. Kill Jardi. Looking for blood. Palace of Sultan is coming behind this. Love the target. University techs. He's worried about them coming through. He's going to look to defend. Are we sure about that? An ambitious attempt to dive by Kill Jardi. Elite Spearman upgrade is on the way. The crossbows were prioritized first. Let's speed up again. Tower Sultan coming though, so we are going to get the Gunpowder Elephants. Not a bad choice here. Yuan's still going to be tricky though. I don't know, I just think Yuan at this stage in the game is really good against the Delhi Elephant builds. Usually the way you want to counter elephants is mobility. Right, War Elephants, crossbows, but then the Tower Elephants, it's all about getting on top of them. And with this match, movement speed 1.44, going up to 1.8 when you charge? Mahoots might be strong, but come on. It's almost double the movement speed. Do we have a switch coming? It's just more scholars, right? Because Kill Jardi now needs to bloat his scholar count to get his techs. So that's going to leave him weaker for the initial fights. That's why it was so important that B got an age ahead like this. He's already ready to just keep pumping units non-stop. Oh yes, he is indeed getting the keep down first. A little bit of a slow shuffle around, and I think actually Kill Jardi... Wait, what? 4 villagers? There's greedy, and then there's just pushing it beyond. I can't believe that. B. I mean, he's got the other keep, right? So it's not the end of the world, but that was ambitious. Just 4 villagers for a second keep. He was trying to block the 4K here. Still, this 8K gold vein is everything for B. It's a do-or-die type investment. It's getting him to hand cannons, and folks, this is really critical. Pyrotechnics is the bread and butter of the late game for China here. Kill Jardi is playing hand cannons too, but he will not have the mobility, the range, he'll have nothing going for him. Chase back here, Bombard also getting caught by the spears. It's just Yuan. Zoom, zoom, baby. Oopsie, didn't mean to press that button. Another elephant down. I'm struggling as this game goes on to see Kill Jardi's win condition. Right? Like, you know, yes, Imperial very strong for this sieve. Yes, they get crap loads of techs for free, but China. Hand Cannoneers, Palace Guard, even Bombards now, which remember, by the way, Bombards are actually now technically a counter to elephants. They get bonus damage against Ellies. We're going to hide with fast forward this because I want to try to get towards game 2. So I imagine by now they must be into it. Siege begins. clock tower bombards, by the way, so they do not die easily. Kill Jardi marching in as quick as he can. He did use the force march to gap close as much as he would be able to. Mango's bombards, Nesta Bees getting involved in the mix-up. But I think Kill Jardi may have tried to brute force this a bit too hard. Too much backline from B. Overwhelms him. I mean, remember, Kill Jardi, half of his military is pathetic little scholars that teach you many things, but they do not teach you how to win. Apparently not in this game anyway. Dive coming in. Bombards are going to be able to clear the way through the castle, at which point Kill Jardi's going to be the one feeling a bit gold-starved here. And the demolitions begin. Let the rise of B begin here. This is looking almost done. We'll stick on the fast forward now. I don't really see the way anymore for Kill Jardi. He has no real standing military. He's building trash units against better units. He's now going into archers, which is not going to bode well against the pyrotechnics that have extra range, right? Like, you're not going to be able to reach them still. It's just like, pick your poison and all the poisons are bad. Usually that's how poison works. So, game 1, a win for B. An important one at that as well. We talked about B potentially being in tension here, but he can't afford to lose any more sets. And a 2-0 victory would be a big booster. He's off to a good start. Kill Jardi, on the other hand, statistically, there might be a tiebreak situation if he could win against B and win against Louis. But it is looking hard. Can is pushing in. Game 1 a win, man. China still dominant against Delhi, guys. I mean, it wasn't just because the Juji build, right? The Chinese Juji build that we usually see. Deviation in the late game, but even there, B, just understanding with timing, China can still take it against what is one of the most scary civs into that late game. But more to come, folks. Game 2 already underway. We're going to hit the super fast forward now because I want to get into that one ASAP to be close to live as is possible. All right, game 1. Let me get the draft. We'll get ready to roll. Sorry, I know that got a little bit fast, but it's because they are in game 2, and I want us to get to that so we can be as close to live as is possible. And it's going to be Jean versus Malians for game 2. In fact, let me get the draft as well. Transhumance, Borderland, and Dry Arabia. I'll just slot in their draft. I'll leave the map pool clear just because I want to save a little bit of time here to keep this moving. So, game 1 win for B. Let's get ready for the next. Anan and Wham out? No. Anno beat Wham 2-0. So Anno, I believe, the players that can still make grand finals. Louis MT is looking the most likely. I think Wham is now denied. It's looking like, I think Anan, maybe? Yeah, if Anno beats B, Anno's in. Otherwise, I think it's either B or Wham. And based on the fact that they face each other, I think it'd be Wham. I'd have to double check, though. All right. Let me flip the score, though. We'll get ready to go. 1 second. Let's double check something. All right, we'll fast forward to like the 5-min mark. Whoopsie. All right, we're going kind of speedy with this one. We are into Borderland. I want to get to live as possible, so we definitely don't miss the final series. B on the Malians, Kill Jardi on John. This is a matchup which can be decent for like John, if the map is bad for Malians. And I gotta say, I haven't been entirely convinced by Borderland. However, this spawn is kind of outrageous. A slightly retracted pit mine, a second one in the corner. This is pretty damn good, actually, for B. Tricky situation for Kill Jardi, considering he's already facing a 2-0 annihilation if he fails here. So we have got the first of the Jean coming, first Jean and Knights coming through. And am I the only commentator? Yes, I am. I'm sorry, Bills. I know I suck, but you got to do that. And yeah, Puppy Ball's been having a hard time, guys. Puppy Ball didn't win a single series all day. Pretty brutal. And B has been doing Pro Scouts almost every game. I don't think every single game, but most games. He's a big believer. Mastodon's coming in. So how's this matchup meant to usually go? Knights opening, then you have to go to Archers, but then like Javelins is a good counter. Your goal is to force your opponent to overcommit into Donzos, so your Archers breach the base. And the whole idea is like compared to French, Jean could do a bit better because she's going to be escalating towards level 3. Not sure if that's true when you go this though. This to me is kind of a game-losing play because if B does now find his way into Javelins, Jean is going to die at level 2 and level 3 really quickly. Yeah, Marlins is kind of a nightmare for Jean for that reason, right? Like, if you can't leverage the early feudal age well, B right now is just bloating Mass Donzo, nothing else. A little bit surprised by that. I thought we might be seeing jabs, but he's a one-man army. One-man comp, at least. Oh, sorry, I didn't start predictions. We'll get that done for the next game. I think we have Pro Scouts. Yeah, we've got Pro Scouts from Kill Jardi as well. Double Pro Scouts. Is this wait, is this called Dorio's map? This is the Borderland map. You have very small tree lines around your starting TC. Big tree lines to the center. Although these guys used European tech. Wait, what happened? I've never seen this on Borderland before. This is extra Borderland. Like, there's meant to be much fatter tree lines here. This is the first time I've seen this happen. Huh. Man, B with 8 scouts. Alright, this is depressing for Kill Jardi. He played Pro Scouts, but he's so slow behind his opponent by comparison. And there's so little left on the map, right? Like, Central's being taken, Northern being now taken by both. Scouts should be shuffling up there next. And B, oh my god, he's doing Farimba again. This point is dirty Farimbas. I mean, it's a smart play, right? Farimba now into Freeborn, and you just have Donzo Freeborn A-clicking. The H-up should be coming in. It's happening. I think we're going to be seeing a 2-0. This is a really hard game now for Kill Jardi. In theory, Mass Knights can win if you do Royal Institute, but Guildhall's a bit harder. Without Royal Bloodlines, you're not just going to have bulky enough boys to break it. In fairness, like, Kill Jardi does have a window to survive into Imperial now, which I think is his goal. Warrior Scouts are Horsemen Light? Yes. They don't... So they function like Horsemen, except they don't get their bonus against range until Age 3. They do, however, get bonus against Scouts and Siege in Age 2. Freeborn Knights? Yeah, but the problem is, like, it's not just going to be Freeborn. It's going to be Donzo. Men-at-Arms coming from Kill Jardi is a smart choice, though. However... Are you kidding me? He prepped Musafadi. This is correct now because Kill Jardi's got Men-at-Arms. This is actually the right call. If it had been like Mass Archers and Arbitrier, Freeborn is better. But because Kill Jardi is going into Men-at-Arms, Musafadi is just like the nail in the coffin. Kill Jardi needs to catch this and intercept it quick. Archers is going to have to be a really reliable part of his comp. In fact, funnily enough, if Kill Jardi didn't go Men-at-Arms and only built Archers here, with a few Knights, he'd actually be favored in these engagements. Enough Knights to keep the Sofa away and then just Archers to win the fight. He has at least got Veterancy on the way, which you're always going to do with 20. I just don't really know if I expect him to build more Archers, which is a little bit worrisome, actually, for the Finn. All right, one's if you think B's going to win this, two's if you think Kill Jardi's going to take it. I've got Arbitrary. I mean, that's good against the Sofas. Mance is a little bit more annoying because they can ambush you, but remember, he does have Gambeson's tech, which gives you a lot of armor. How many Raxus does Kill Jardi have? I'm going to guess he's at 2. Yeah, third one added in. 2 consecrated, though. Jardi, can he keep himself alive here? We're going to hit the fast forward again. We are approaching close to live, I believe. Didn't want to sport for myself or you guys. So you Secret Sight's locked in. I mean, it's extra cheddar in the pocket, right? In a game where now he's going relics, and actually B seems to have forgotten about that. A little interception, though. Sofas are starving him off these additional resources he can find. We do have a few ranches. Only one so far, actually. No third pit mine either. This is the weird thing about going Farimba. Farimba is just really slow to get you to scale. Right? Because when you have to rush Castle Age, you just don't have that Fulani pump that gives you a Zerg effect. Farimba is really about quality. So it's a very weird dynamic to play with Malians, because instead of just being about how do I have 1 million units and afford 1 million more, it's like how am I very clean and efficient about how I use the limited units I have. You can't afford to slip up. Kill Jardi right now is actually doing a really good job. He hasn't fallen behind on military mass. He hasn't allowed his opponent to get anything for free. Now the trio really are the true win condition. This is why I thought it was going to be freeborn. In theory, the Mansa Musafati should have been the win condition because MAA were built, but Kill Jardi pivoted away quick enough. And Arbitrary, as the game goes on, is better and better for Jean, right? Like, especially when you get eventually age 4, that attack speed turns you into a Gatling gun. And remember, Kill Jardi also isn't fully on the clock here. With Guildhall, he actually has the advantage the longer this goes. So B needs to make a move urgently. Especially the fact that Kill Jardi has Sacred Sites and 2 relics. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm impressed, man. I really was ready to write Kill Jardi off as kind of like dead. I think B's build was looking really good until that Musafati choice. Had he been raiding with it, I think you'd probably be looking at a very different game if he'd been sneaking with stealth. But Kill Jardi, so far, despite the fact he has a reputation as an aggressive player, he's doing a good job of defending. Wall's going up as well to make sure he's not exposed. John did get level 3 in the meantime. Can go cow food without landmark? Yes. The difference is that Fulani gives you an extra 20 food per cow in range, which means you can get in total an extra 400 food per minute from the Fulani. Without it, these cows are only giving 75 food a minute. And if you want to put it in different terms, like 400 food per minute at that stage of the game is like an extra 8 villages, I guess. I mean, you consider how quickly you can get to Castle Age, it's actually a drastic difference. And John just farming this up on the flank. I mean, she does get the bonus damage against the light melee infantry, of which, welcome to what this entire army is. Looks like the monk will get sniped out. However, Kill Jardi really seems the only one go for relics. B, in the meantime, is going to try to dive in. Jean will get eviscerated. Kill Jardi. He's going to start to get poked here. Needs to defend. Jean with a buyback. But his army out of position. He's actually going to have to go in for the counter dive. Backs up the time being to buy a little bit of time. Men at Arms are going to hold this back. The army is approaching it slow, but once it's in position, B doesn't have a defense force to deal with that. Instead, he continues the attack. Reaching around with the gold as well. Looks like the first wave is going to be shoved away. The second one is going to be able to creep in here. Kill Jardi is just basically taking a fireman's role here, trying to extinguish every issue. But now it's time to go full pyrotechnics. He's setting fires of his own. Pyromaniac, I guess. Sorry, too many Chinese games. What is this? This is absolute chaos. I love it. I'd expect nothing less. We have discovered the true value of making players play for over 8 hours straight. The game's become unhinged. And Kill Jardi needs to get in right now. He needs some return damage ASAP, or this is over. He stand here. Jean just front-lining essentially at this stage. No Divine Restoration. It means he has to expose that back line. Gambeson's tech did come in, but what? He comes home. Unbelievable. Kill Jardi is returning to protect his home. And B now with another wave coming out. I think this should be game, surely. Get the fast forward again for a little bit here. Villagers getting raided, even more losses now. That's 24 worker kills to 1, and I'm just at a loss here. Kill Jardi rotated around the entire map just to come home without doing an iota of damage in this game. B now with an insane 26 villager lead. Guildhall has at least got enough to get him towards Imperial, so Kill Jardi Can maybe look for a recovery there, but can't help but feel that B is in control of the game. Feels like it's his to lose now. Now, the only play is Kill Jardi is going to have to drop a red pass in the enemy base. I don't think there's any other way you get back in this. And guys, are you kidding me? It's going to happen. Kill Jardi is looking to follow the logic of the first 3 letters of his name. Mass villager pull. Kill Jardi going for that red pass drop. B trying to get in position, but right now his army's in the wrong place. If they had been here, if they had been stealthed, but instead Kill Jardi goes for a cut to the jugular. He's going to force the defense. Shivs out from B as well. Are you kidding me with this game? What? The villagers have been pulled. The army's coming home, but they're coming home to a tomb. Kill Jardi gets it up. The Red Palace to try and turn the game, and now the all-in push. TC is in range. He can snipe that down first. What did this game turn into? I kind of regret having to fast forward just to catch up, but we had to. And now B! He leaves home. Pulls them all to the gold. What? Wait, why? Why are we going gold here? Are you kidding me? If it's a landmark race, this is the worst place to do one possible. I mean, you can't, right? You can't kill the Red Palace. Not without Siege. And by God, he has done it. Kill Jardi is going to force a game number 3 with a Red Palace rush. Oh, they do entertain. My lady doth protest, but it is not sleepy time for Kill Jardi yet. He stays alive, and he will see a map number 3. I hope people watch that despite the fast forwards. I hope they actually appreciate trying to get live. Oh my God. The psycho. We are going into a deciding game between Kill Jardi and B. Oh man, I hope people don't mind the fast forwards. Like, I was trying to be conscious of getting as close to live as possible because it's been a long day, but... Oh, everyone on every platform is jaw-dropped, shocked at what we just saw. Let's get ready. Game number 3. And it is going to be on Transhumans, guys. So this one is only 2.5 minutes in, so we will be live. Oh my God. It ain't dumb if it wins. Kill Jardi, by some miracle, has stayed alive and gotten us all the way to a 3rd game. Poor Anan is waiting to play a series after this. Louis MT probably doesn't care as much because it's now 7 a.m. He's probably having breakfast. 1-0. Welcome back to the group stage of Midweek Muster All-Stars. Deciding game is going to be on Transhumans. B, he loves his Japanese. He trusts in it. But Kill Jardi, he learned at the hands of Vortex how harsh Ibids can be on this map. And he's here to give some lessons to B. Is this going to be the logistics wing play? The one that has been growing in popularity and also feels very dominant on this map. With a forward spawn in gold and berries, it would make a lot of sense up against B. B, on the other hand, is going to be going for that classic farmhouse build around the shoreline fish to give him efficient drop-offs. This matchup's interesting, though. Like, Ibids versus Japanese, I think can be quite good for Japan if you play it right in the opening. But we've been seeing Japan on this map in particular has been struggling to get the win condition right. There's only 3 relics to play with, not 5. On top of that, your opponent has a very defensive location because of the natural like crossings that you can just wall off. But we are getting Dervish, so this should be Kill Jardi gathering enough to get Stables drop. Probably be looking at 1 to 2 Desert Raiders and then pressure. Coca Township on the other side is going to give a blocker to that play, so B's going to want to probably inflate between 4 and 6 Shinobi. Really cool thing about going actually up to 7 Shinobi is Shinobi come with a base damage of 20. if you get 7 of them, you pretty much have enough to just Shinshin ambush a Dervish and almost insta-strike them, right? I believe 8 is the threshold where you'll get an insta-kill, because you do 160 damage, and if I remember correctly, Dervish is a... Wait, are they 180 health? No, I want to say they're 140 or 150. We'll get confirmation soon. It's so expensive to do, though. And yeah, appreciate everyone who's been going through this marathon. We've now been live for about, like, I think the stream's been running for 8.5 hours-ish. It's been a long day. Once again, I really want to commend the players and give a really big shout out to them for playing through. And my apologies to them. I didn't think it was going to be this long of a day. I should have known better probably with 5 best of 3s. But I didn't think it was going to be that drastically bad. I really didn't expect as many very long games that we had. But let's see if this is going to be a long one to round us out. I thought this was going to be a quick set. I really thought B was going to get that 2-0, but Kill Jardi truly had something to say about it, and I believe this is going to be fast castle behind this, right? He's already stockpiling resources. We have got just enough wood coming in, almost perfectly timed, actually, to get into the stables. Instead, wow, okay, he changed his mind. It's not going to be that Desert Raider opening we've often been seeing. It's just going to be an outpost and a defense. Sorry, 120 health. Yeah, so, my bad. 6 Shinobi will insta-kill a Dervish. They have 20 base. And with the Shinshin, you can easily catch them off guard. Outpost coming up, though, so... Kill Jardi with a fast castle. B is, like, spending a lot of time in this age now, but we'll be able to ramp up faster, rather with Takazaiku coming through. Takazaiku makes you gather from berries quicker than the Muslim civs. What's your play here? I guess you can sabo the dock down over time. Kill Jardi, how do you do on sheep? He's got 10 sheep to work with to 16. But he also has the berries. I think Kill Jardi's fine for economy. Also does have the arrow ship coming out, but that's going to be blocked. Yeah, so you're just going to lose the dock over time. You won't be able to pull villages here. With 4 Shinobi, this is a loss. It's not a loss of the game, though, right? Like, Kill Jardi is going to age up theoretically quicker. Actually, I'm not convinced. I've got a feeling B could get a very quick win here, folks. I mean, it just shows you the power of Takazaiku, right? This is because of the pull into the berries with 9 villages. He's got better food income now. Oh my. And with double Shinobi, you can keep sabotaging. I think Kill Jardi really needed that Desert Raider. He's probably going to have to go Advancement Wing. Oh, sorry, no, he can't, right? He went Logistics, so he has to go Growth. That's a huge delay. And also, you're going to lose the fishing eventually anyway, right? That's going to be 4 less fishing boats to work with. He was trying to sneak a dock, but it looks like, yeah. Scout saw him, and B was already Shinshin to try and intercept. So no archer ship play. Also, now because the Shinobi, Kill Jardi can't just wall himself in. B's first Mounted Samurai will get to raid. Damn. I mean, this might be one of the biggest stomps of a Japanese Shinobi opening we've seen on Transhumans today. Why am I so conservative in this game? Dude, I'm telling you, like, Shinobi have been really slept on. Like, if you want to do stuff as Japanese, Shinobi gives you options. Kura Storehouse gives you literally no options. Kura Storehouse is you saying, I'm going to go Castle Age. You already knew I was going to do that, but, like, I'm not going to attack you, so just do whatever you want. To me, Kura Storehouse is sadness. Looks of sadness, taste of sadness. It's just... In theory, like, Kura Storehouse is great for anyone underneath Conk. Because what it does is it makes a very easy farm. Are you kidding me? What was that? What? He pinched 3 villagers with 3 Shinobi against the gold. That was wild. 3 worker kills just like that. It pretends to be. One of those worker kills was a fishing boat. That was wild, though. I can't believe that. But yeah, the thing about Kura Storehouse that is good for low ranks, though, is that it makes farm transitions easy. Which is a really tricky part, I think, for low-rank players. If you can be efficient with farm transitions, you can just outmash your opponent. And that tech-up timing as well, though. Get the buff damage, got the Horseman kill. I mean, Kill Jardi, this is true sadness mode. Growth Wing is still not there yet. He's trying to build units to get some breathing space, but it's Horseman that will have no value. And B already has the first Mounted Samurai on the way. I do feel like we're going to a B victory at this rate. It's a notable worker lead for the time being. A lot of that is in fishing, sure, but some of that is now in land. It's sad for Kill Jardi as well, because at this point you want to be moving out to pick up the relics. But B is just so on point, man. Like, this guy was a Zerg player, you'd think he was a Protoss player. He's enjoying the Blink life a bit much. First Shinto is now shuffling out. If you get 2 relics, you are so happy with this play. Because then it just kind of devalues what the Ibid's done. Zerg? Oh yeah, I know Zerg, but you'd think he was Protoss with the Blink plays. Seems to be loving that little mechanic a bit much. Shout out to Anan, who's sitting on the sideline waiting to play his final series of the day. I see you, I appreciate you, mate. Apologies it took a little bit long today. I really thought we were going to have like game length average of like 20 minutes maybe. I thought we were going to cap at 8 hours, not go beyond it. It's learning lessons though, right? Now, look at this. Onimusha follow-up. To count the Camel Lancers. Mount Samurai are going to try to play block here. No! What? What's that villager doing? Just tap your hammer. Just once. Oh, mate, not like this. The Lance is kind of just being ignored right now, so that's at least the good news for Kill Jardi. But that dock is still not complete. It's not just Mount Samurai, folks. It's Onimusha now on the way that will counter these Lances. He still hasn't completed the docks. All right, this is despair. I really feel like he needs like an archer ship or throw ship to help against this. He's going to be pretty good against Lancers as well. You have to focus fire them down. Instead, he goes past. Dock is going to be complete, but another villager lost here. And B is just relentless. Then Kill Jardi know he's not the only one that can be 100% attack. Still a Shinobi alive, so that's once going to be a blocker against spawning any boats to assist him here. The torch damage is coming in hard. And I love the micro as well. Onimusha with the focus fire, just enough Mount Samurai to block the approach of the Lancers. There's only one Shinobi here, so like this will eventually produce an archer ship. But I'm struggling to see the way for Kill Jardi. It's now going to be 2 relics in favor of the Japanese, probably 3 actually. He never walked out to try and even pick up the relics. Even with the heal, the camels just don't seem to be good enough. Sabo again. Second Shinobi arrived just in the nick of time. No dock assistance. Dervishes are getting clubbed down. And Kill Jardi is getting snuffed out here. At least they're targeting onto the Onimusha. Best thing you can do, right? But this is just a never-ending wave at this stage, right? And I mean, Kill Jardi, the issue is his land economy, right? Like, he only has the berries left. After that, it's deer, which is further out. I think he's just going to run out of food. Repair coming in on the dock, but not going to work. Nice snatch again. B. Just slivering a villager lead here. We do at least have an archer ship out to try and assist. But now it's just mostly Mount Samurai. I think Kill Jardi's maybe had a little bit too much gap in terms of income on the gold. The fight was too close, right? So, like, he doesn't have that Lance count you'd expect here. Not to mention the Onimusha done such a good job at whittling away the few that were there. Other rough part about this build is by going for the Uma Bannerman, you completely offset the unease. Right, Mount Samurai now the MVP again, because with Uma Bannerman giving 15% buff, you don't care about a 20% debuff. You just win. And if you consider that Camel Lancer's long charge is worth nothing against deflective armor, it makes sense why Mount Samurai Onimusha is just your go-to bread and butter to destroy Ibids here. Army just eviscerated. Horseman transition coming in, but B just has so many Mount Samurai. Kill Jardi doesn't even have the wheelbarrow to run away. He can't walk away in shame successfully. He can only die. B, man, this is looking hot between him and Anatan's. By my maths, it's Louis, Anatan, and B looking like the front runners to make the grand finals. I'm pretty sure my maths is right. I'm going to have to double check that. I wish I had an admin around to calculate it for me right now. If someone wants to get big brain on it and do like the math of it, I'd appreciate you. Kill Jardi never says give up, never surrender, but at this stage, you do feel like you're kind of headbutting a wall, right? Sacred Sites are now being locked in. Usually this is the point in the game where things get rough for Japan, because as things get a little bit too deep into the age, you kind of run out of resources, etc. My feeling right now is like, I mean, Kill Jardi, you're building horsemen, but the amount of samurai is still not answered. You could go spear archers? Kind of feels like you just wish you'd picked a Bastards that stage, right? I mean, what else can Kill Jardi really do? Die? It's kind of sadly the only option. After that epic comeback in game number 2, it just all feels like it may be for nothing now for Kill Jardi. Villagers caught out again. No, no wheelbarrow! Help! Okay, that's getting... I can't even be delusional about this anymore. It's bad enough going horseman defense, but losing that many villagers. B is going to have double the eco. So Kill Jardi, I don't think he has an opportunity to make it now to playoffs, but shout out to him. Despite the fact it's late, he did say he's going to play Louis now. So that series is going to be happening. We're going to be checking in on B versus Anatan, though. GG's Mr. B, man. No one would have expected these outcomes at the beginning of the group stage, but right now it is looking like a race between 3 where only 2 can make that grand final best of 11. Will it be B? Will it be Anatan? Will it be Louis MT? We're going to find out very soon. Oh, my goodness. Wham will be in if Kill Jardi beats Louis. Is that correct? You might be right. Let's see. 2-0. Louis MT is definitely front runner, right? Because Louis MT's only dropped a single set to B. If he beats Kill Jardi, Wham will be in if Kill Jardi beats Louis. Will he? Because he lost his series against Louis, right? Wham 2-0'd. Wham got 2-0'd. Twice. Let me check what we wrote on the rules. I think we done head-to-head for tiebreaker. Sets 1, game... so we're doing... The order of tiebreakers is sets 1, game 1 percentage, and head-to-head. I'm going to quickly update this bracket, by the way, while we've got a second, because we're getting ready for the Anatan B set. There is indeed more. There is one more set. My PC's insane with the night inside. Hell yeah, dude. I love that people are appreciating it. Really big shout out to all those people down below. AMD, Micron Crucial, Corsair, Gigabyte, Kingston Tech, and of course Haven. Without them, couldn't have made this beast. $4,500 PC, man. It's top notch. All right, so B Kill Jardi set was 2-1. And now there's 2 sets left to play. Let me quickly put the brackets up again and post these new results. Someone help me in the maths, because I'm a little bit... We're deep in. We're really deep in. So matches 1. Well, Wham got a 2-0, but he also got 2-0 twice. Louis MT has always won at least one game. He's definitely first. B got 2-0'd. But then he's... So B is at 6. Wham is at... 3, 5. He's at 5. Sorry, 7. He's at 7 after all that. So Louis should be secure. Right? Yeah, because he's got 7 as well. B is... If B wins this series against Anno, he's in. If Anatan wins this series, he is in. Anatan can potentially get 9. B can potentially get 8. Louis can potentially get... 9 as well, right? Kill Jardi cannot qualify, but he can get more money by placing better. So the most likely, like the biggest statistical advantage is going to be Louis and Anno. They can achieve 9. Wham we said is 7, right? Did I say 7? It's a long stream. Apologies, folks. Yeah, Wham is at 7. So Wham would require B to win 2-0 or Anno to win 2-0. I believe that's correct. Anything else? I think he might be out. Because they'd be mirrored on games. Oh, dude, that's why I actually think we should use head-to-head instead of game 1 percentage. I don't know. We'll figure it out. The problem is, like, I could quickly... Okay, so we got a second because they're going to be doing their draft, but while we got a second, I can probably manually enter the start GG options, and then it will just tell me. I think it will just tell me. I'm not sure. I'm hoping it will just tell me. Okay, so they're going to get in for the map picks now, so we'll give them a sec. But what I need to do is I need to quickly manually enter the results of these. I think the players, for some reason, couldn't with the way that Toom set it up, which is just a bit unfortunate. Report wins and losses. So, we've got... Let's go through Puppy Paws first. So, Puppy Paw versus Wham was... Is that a win for Wham, right? That should be. And then Louis versus Puppy Paw was also a win. Anan versus Puppy Paw was also a win. B versus Puppy Paw was also a win. It's kind of demoralizing to hear out loud. Kill Jardi was a win as well. So Puppy Paw lost every series. And then Louis versus Wham was... Where am I looking? That was a win. 2-1. Anan versus Wham was a win for Anno, right? Yes, 2-0. B versus Wham was a win for Wham. And finally, Kill Jardi versus Wham was also a win. Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm doing here, can you? Do you want to see? Look, I'm literally doing this right now. I'm going through this. I hate having to do the start GG. I usually don't do this. But I need to quickly look back at this. So we had Anno versus Louis, which was the 2-1 victory for Louis. And then B versus Louis, which was... Where is it? That was the 2-1 victory. That made this very spicy at the end. And then Kill Jardi versus Louis, I believe, was a 2-0, right? Oh, sorry, no, that's now going to happen. Yeah. Wait, Anno versus Louis. Why did that just unmark? I can't, for some reason, update Anno versus Louis. It seems to be locked. Oh, because it hasn't, like... What the hell? The result hasn't closed. This is very weird. Louis, Anno, Louis. Okay. Alright, I think we are mostly logged. What's that? God damn, this is annoying. Anyway, let me check the draft. Alright, we haven't missed anything. They're now drafting. I'm going to run like 2 minutes of ads while I sort this, and then you guys don't have to worry about when we're in, okay? Sorry about this. It's a one-man army. I'm doing, like, everything. So it's not as clean as I wanted. Be right back. Okay, so... LUMT versus Kill Jardi is the one's now happening. Anno versus B is now happening. Anno versus Kill Jardi was also, I believe, a 2-0. Yes. I can't update that either. What's going on? Oh, there we go. It needs to be... manually reported. So game 1, Anno, submit. Okay. And it leaves us with the 2 last ones. So right now, according to this, it's Louis and Anatan. Is that right? Because Wham lost 2 sets. If Anatan loses the set, then we have to figure out tiebreakers, right? Oh, wait. Sorry. B hasn't been... Why is one of his sets not registered? What the hell? One sec. B versus Kill Jardi was a win for B. There we go. Just need to quickly... Bloody hell, this is annoying. So B versus Kill Jardi was... That was the... 2-1. You saw. Alright, there we go. Great. So, we now have the B versus Anno. And wait, did I mark? No, and then we have Kill Jardi versus Louis. Got it. So the state of things is... If... So one player will definitely... Okay, so if Kill Jardi beats Louis, we get really awkward tiebreakers. And if B and Anatan, one of them will definitely make it. So either B or Anatan is guaranteed to make it. And we do have a draft, by the way, so we should be getting ready in a sec. So B or Anatan will definitely make it, by my calculations. And then we have to go to weird tiebreakers. Which is... Oh my god, dude, my brain. Can someone... Okay, so the tiebreaker breakdown is... Sets 1 is the first pro. Games 1 percentage, and then head-to-head. Does someone want to help me out on the maths, please? I'd appreciate it. Because there's the results. We're just waiting on 2 series. But right now... Either B or Anatan is definitely going to make it, depending on who wins this. And then it will come down to, like, if Louis beats Kill Jardi, then we have, like, a... Oh, my God. Screw you, TikTok. Yeah, I am still here. Thank you. Then it comes down to a weird kind of, like, freeway tiebreaker, potentially, that is broken based on games 1 as a percentage, and then it comes down to neck and neck afterwards. Part of me is just tempted to, for simplicity, overwrite and just go match, like, head-to-head. I feel like that's better. I don't know if people are going to like that. In some ways, it's nice and simple that way. All right, anyway. Map pool is going to be... Let me have a look. So we are getting Dry Arabia as the default. And, of course, B wants transhumans. Scarguard and transhumans are coming out. Longer than 5-hour stream? Of course, dude. We've been live for like 8.5 hours. All right, we have a draft. We're going to be getting into game 1 in a second. These tiebreakers are confusing the hell out of me. I kind of want to beat with tune with stick and say we should have probably just kept it simple and done sets 1 into head-to-head. Don't override. They've been playing 8 hours. You do the maths then, DP. You've just volunteered. Move banner to the left. That's not getting moved anytime soon. I actually need to put my other banner up. I am literally... How many hours now? Almost 9 hours into a broadcast. And I can't... Oh, dude, why do I have to do maths? I was hoping that the Start GG would automate, like, calculating this, but it's kind of not, which is annoying. It's really annoying, actually, that it didn't. Louis MT versus Puppy Paw was a 2-0, right? No, that was the... Yeah, that was 2-0, yeah. I'm just taking this opportunity before they get into their game to just like modify this so that we have a clear outcome at the end. Then Anan versus Puppy Paw was a 2-1, I'm pretty sure. Like he had 3 2-1 series that he lost, basically. In hindsight, this should have been set up so that players could report, but it seems that they weren't able to, which is really, really unfortunate. So I'm just manually doing it now. We are getting into game. Can we please have Gamba reset? No, never. Maybe. Now that we're caught up, yes, we can. It's important to ChatGPT. If exclamation mark bracket, you can go there and have a look. This is good. Oh, dude, I need to focus on the game. I'm doing way too many jobs. Thank you, Cascade. I appreciate you, mate. Oh, you're a legend. I appreciate the help, buddy. It's been a long day. All right. So we're about 2 minutes in. Did I do predictions? Let me get predictions for you guys.
It worked.
One more series to round out the group stage of the Midweek Muster All-Stars. One and all, welcome back to the channel. We have got Anan versus B. Former team members clashing here. Now with Anan mantling the Fox emblem. We begin on Dry Arabia. English versus Malians, a classic that actually nowadays English is pretty good in. A reminder, this set actually matters a lot because right now, Anan and B are both in contention to make playoffs, to my understanding. Only 2 players will make it through to that best 11 grand finals. Anan is looking statistically most likely, but B with a 2-1 victory would put himself firmly in contention there to make it and force tiebreakers. Louis MT is looking almost guaranteed. He has a set against Kill Jardi, and Louis has just looked on point. Dude's been grinding through the night. Is now approaching like breakfast time in China. Meanwhile, for Kill Jardi, it's midnight. It's sleeper time for the old man. So curious to see how that set's going to play out. But for now, we focus on this one. Abbey of Kings coming in, a really strong play, and then, of course, the 2TC, the classic. We're about a minute out from live. Going to hit the fast forward here. Yeah, Malians have just not looked really good in this matchup for a while, I want to say. Then again, B has had some very unconventional approaches. We've seen a lot of these Farimba builds that he is just trying to flagship into the later phase of the game. So while usually I just say that this is a write-off, a really good matchup for English, I think B is one of the players that's been impressing me. And this is indeed a live game, a live match. And yes, the bracket does currently say win-loss instead of 2-1 because I need to fill it out manually. It's a little bit awkward. That is... Welcome to small esports scenes. I am tournament organizer, caster, admin, host. Is there anything I'm missing? I'm not sure, maybe. Entertainer. So, King's going to be on the way now. Second TC could actually be dropped towards the deer. I'd love to see Anan just shove this in. This would be sick. If you get the deer to like here, the TC drops really nice, and then you can play a backwards white tower or just on the tree line. Works really nicely for him. Yeah, Anan, dude, he knows. This is a great beginning for him. B on the other hand, oh no. Oh, these gold veins are vicious. Triple gold vein forward of his base is not great. On like, yes, these ones are technically behind, but they're forward of the tree line, so you don't have natural defenses. B's going to go Pro Scouts, though, every single game with this lad. Yeah, we've got double Pro Scout value here, right? Because, like, the deer, double deer, rather. Pro Scouts won't be coming from Anno. Instead, the deer shoving is happening? Okay, this is kind of sick. So he's going to shove the deer all the way to the primary TC. The King's going to assist with that as well. Oh, I love this. Anno already knows what B is cooking with. This is great. So gold secured TC. This is going to be a castle rush. And he's denying one of the deer while getting the rest for himself. And what is up, Mr. Pessimistic? Appreciate you, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Don't forget, guys, get those subs in. Then you know, if you get them done now, you don't have to panic and remember to do them a little bit later. Because we will be returning on the 30th of December for the Grand Finals. Anna will be. Which one will be guaranteed? This is just the group stage, but so much to play for in this series. One will be guaranteed locked in. The other will be watching, waiting to see the outcome of Louis MT to know their fate. What is up, Pathless? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you, buddy. Scouts have arrived, though. But he's like, where you going with my goodies? He starts to deny it. Oh, my God. B was just so quick on this timing. He wants to snatch the deer away from his opponent, right? So it does make sense, but this is a nuisance. It didn't get close enough. TC was on the edge of protecting this. Oh, this is rough. B checked. He saw the deer being shoved through the fucking wall, right? Wall's now coming up to try and at least secure some of the deer away. What is this game? I love this. Deer do have to be left behind. Like, the problem here is, like, the warrior scouts are strong, but, you know, the king is very tanky. Decent in the exchange. He's gonna lease them all in. 4 of the deer. This is a crazy start to the set. Making a little crook, almost like he's, you know, herding sheep here. Okay, so the reason this is important isn't just to take away from B. It gives Anan a much more efficient timing into Castle Age. It's kind of that old school English build where you used to go onto the deer on Altai. It's that same idea. This is still a lot of food. Even though it's only 4 of the deers, it's 1,400. What he needs to watch out for is B. No, he knows he can do it. He can actually grab it through the palisade. He got a little bit ambitious there, somehow survived. But it is possible when the deer's this close, you can actually pick them up. We've seen B before in a competitive game pick up deer by passing them through. So he'd have like 1 scout here, 1 scout here. He'd drop them and then pick them up. Unfortunately, by some weirdness, Anan's deer is not close enough for that. This is intense on both sides. Guys, there's a problem with this play from B. Would you like to guess how many deer he's returned so far? Like, I'm not even exaggerating. He has 0 deer. He's got 2 on the way home now. Make it 3. But all that effort means he's been, like, missing out on the good juice of food. He's got ranchers coming. He's trying to actually rush towards the castle age, but Anan is going to beat him there. I don't know, man. I feel like Anan won that exchange. He's still got enough deer to justify a fast castle without building farms. And his opponent, in the meantime, delayed his return of deer. Shout out to these 2 lads. Almost 9 hours into a tournament day, opening up a game like that. That was fantastic. New break coming in. Anan is going to go for the white tower on the double tree line. A lot of wood secured. Isn't taking any chances against the warrior scouts. He's going to be looking for that rush under wood to set up for farms, because he now knows he won't have enough food otherwise. Meanwhile, B, it's going to be a Farimba game again. This guy loves these builds. You can tell by the layering the cattle. Like, in theory, you could Fulani, but you just wouldn't clip everything with this. I mean, in theory, Freeborn's really good here. White Tower hits pretty hard, but with the 5 base ranged armor and 170 health, you can just die for a long time. Also, Anan has another problem. Because he's rushing castle like this, and he went and only got 4 deer, he doesn't actually have much runway to add extra units in upon arrival. He has to add farms first. So there is a window here for B. Has to be very fast about it, though, and I think the walls might slow him down a bit too much. Ing men at arms better than Freeborn? Yeah, but like if he's that worried, if he sees you amassing men at arms, if you can somehow afford men at arms with 3 farms, you just build Mansa Musafadi instead. And something that B has shown a lot of discipline with compared to most Farimba builders is when he techs, when he goes H3, he doesn't immediately tech his choice. He actually holds on intentionally. I know, already getting those knights out. Another problem here is B doesn't actually have a defense against knights. He might actually get caught just teching. King's already moving up. He just got buff stats, right? Up to almost 300 health on this Giga Chad. Admittedly, Anan is playing blind, no scout, but if he dives towards the primary TC, he's going to see the Farimba. Oh my god, this could be a quick game 1. Outpost at least sees it coming. Arslitz is coming in. be out on the gold. B was short of what he needed. Now, he should have enough with the drop-off, plus the trickle of gold to get him there in like the next 30 seconds. Shiv's coming out against the Knights, not ideal. Has got textiles, a smart read there to slow down the losses. And rack stretching coming in, but this should have been here originally for B. Ano has found him with his hand in the cookie jar. And it's punish time. Scouts are now arriving home to protect, but extra Knights now on the way in. And Anatan looking to extend an already healthy villager lead in this game. Oh boy, not just that, Anatan is getting even further ahead. We've got Monks coming. Warrior Scouts will at least pinch the Knights and punish them. Farimba is now on the way. It was idle time plus 1 worker kill. But what Anatan done is he contained him to the base. So now you can start to play for those relics in the meantime. That's impressive, right? Like, what you always have to remember about Anatan's play there is it's feigned aggression. He doesn't have the food income to afford extra past that, right? He's drained. With 2 TC, no farm set up, he has to make that transition. Like, it's so uncomfortable that he's literally building farms away from mills, which is just never something you want to have to do with a Civ. Now, he got himself that padding space, right? Going into Monks while also prepping the farms is double greed, but it's just a smart read in this position. B, it is going to be the play into Mansa Musafadi. A little bit scary. Like, technically, if Ano sees this and just goes Lombos, what do you do? I guess, you know, you do have the mobility. And yeah, we are still live, almost 9 hours in. I really, really want to apologize to the players again. This went longer than expected. Wait, is Ano? Is this fast imp? Oh my god, I think this is fast imp. That is unhinged gaming, man. But with Mansa Musafadi, it's not like your opponent has this flood from Fulani, right? It's not as quick as you'd think, actually, Malians with this type of build. Nano was probably observing these type of builds from B and saw how slow it was to reach peak comp, right? Peak mass. And we are indeed live from new PC. XMI Smart PC if you want to see the components we're using. We have got a god tier PC. I'm so freaking happy with this. Really big shout out to the sponsors you're seeing on the right side here for making it possible. One relic already home, second one coming, third to be picked up. B is sending all of the scouts though to try and intercept that. And funnily enough, Anna's making his life harder by walling this Monk out. Relic is not going to make it home. Is at least close enough. Dude, Ano is legit rushing Imperial Age. This is crazy. I really think B didn't expect Imperial. He was expecting this to be Massman Arms. He's going to be feeling pretty caught off guard by this. It has to be Berkshire, though. Like, it's the only way you survive this. Because although it is delay getting these Mansa in, once they're in, they hit like a truck. Right, the 4 melee armor means they can actually sustain, trade very well against the Knights. The Spearman defense is going to feel underwhelming against Mansa Musafadi. Walls didn't go up. What? Ano doesn't think this is enough to worry. Are you kidding me? Okay, that is more... Yeah, thank you. I think by the time they're reaching your farms, it's time to admit it. Berkshire now on the way. I can't believe he even tried that. I kind of respect it. The Berkshire now coming up, and B... Remember, the Mansa Musafadi, great against units they counter, not that great against villagers themselves. No textiles, but that's now coming in, so there's no way you can stop the tech up. B is at least going to get some chip damage done though, right? 9 worker kills in total, maybe a few more to be had. Knights are trying to block the attack onto the villagers. Garrison is going to come in, so tech up complete. B, are you kidding me? He's rushing Imperial as well. Either that or you just miss macroed. I mean... I don't mind the idea of rushing Imp here, just not really sure what you get out of it. Surely not. Well, technically, like, this Berkshire with the White Tower does protect his resources. It's not tragic. It was greedy as all hell, but, like, it could have actually went a lot worse. There are many situations where the game just ends there for Anatan. Has got the enclosures on the way now, though, to boost his economy further. And immediately queue some hand cannoneers. Yeah, I love these two. Oh, this is unhinged gaming. What 9 hours of tournament play consistently does to you. B is now going for the relics. First one to be yoinked back. So it looked like a 3-2 split here. Unless Anan... Wait, what are we doing? There's no way. He doesn't realize this wall's up here. So he won't be able to get that relic. Freaking immediately hand cannoneers. This game. These guys. Alright, ones if you think B's going to win. Twos if you think Anna's going to win. And Philly has to be trolling. Sure you know who AMD is. Haven delivering the sexy case for our PC build. This one right here. Then, of course, we've got AMD helping out with the graphics card and the CPU. Gigabyte helping out with the motherboard and the GPU. Corsair with all the cooling, the power supply. Kingston with the RAM, and then, of course, Crucial with the incredible SSDs. If this bit, let me know what you guys think as well. Whether you're watching this live or later, like, does the stream look better than it did a few weeks ago? Is there a notable improvement in quality already? I was a little bit reserved in terms of like how much I tweaked the settings. I could have done more, but I didn't want to like overkill it. I think we could do a lot more with the settings though. Like CPU capacity is at something like 30%, even though I'm using CPU encoding for the stream. So grew up bar on the way. Wait, is there a world in which B just rushes the landmarks? That feels a bit crazy. Like, we're only at 41 military, right? If this was like 100 plus, I could see it. I am still skeptical about this Anno build. Like, hand cannoneers with nothing else. If you told me I was going to be streaming for 9 hours a day, I don't think I would have had this type of game in my mind to happen. Tech up complete though, and B gets an extra layer of value here, folks. Freeborn. This is really bad for Anatan now. Freeborn won't count spears, admittedly, but they can annihilate hand cannoneers. They have the movement speed to get on top of them as well. Remember, the Freeborn, when they're fully teched up like this, they do something like, I think it's, I want to say 25 damage, roughly, per strike against hand cannoneers. And they only cost half the price. Vernon coming through, says, no, I know you got time bonds. Oh my god, it's a heist! The imams, they can't hang around though. He sees the hand cannoneers, shows the respect. Anno is now stockpiling way too much food. He needs more space. The problem for Anatan is his economy is too good for the amount of map he has. You're seeing how he's struggling to find areas to build production. So no relics there. B, what's going on? He actually forgot about the relic over here. He's so fixated. Like, he's that guy that only wants the relics because Anatan wanted them, right? We all knew that kid when we were a kid, right? Where we're like, we'd be playing with a toy and then they wanted it. Right? Like, my nephew was around the other day and my daughter had to deal with that. Where she was playing with a toy and then he wanted it. B's that person right now. Wait, Anna, are we picking up these relics again? Wait. Okay, he's put the monastery at the back now, so they will be coming. He could be trading, but he's not. If he was trading, he wouldn't have as many units, right? That's the trade-off. His goal here is to keep Anatan contained. I don't know if that was the best course of action. Anno's 2TC, like, he's building a lead. Quite a substantial one at this stage. The quality of the army is kind of undeniable. I said, the 3-1 do quite well against hand cannoneers, but they have the limitations. And look at this. This is what I'm talking about damage. Without melee tech upgrades, he's already at 19 damage. EAT plus the melee techs will get you well beyond what we talked about. Gunner's now coming for B. KB casually claims you can't trade while B floats 2k wood and gold. I don't think gold's his problem. I think food is going to be his problem this build. Like, everything he's building is lofty on the food, right? Minus the gunners. Like, I'd rather he takes that wood and builds farms, which I think is now happening. Because remember, with Griot Bara, you can ramp up your gathering rate at an insane pace. Siege mass when? I mean, the problem for B there is, like, he need adjustable crossbars. Anan doesn't really need it. Like, I think actually going siege is the worst thing you can do here because of the stealth. B, he's now going for the Sacred Sites. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate he didn't do this earlier, right? Like, Anan played such a static comp. You could have that timer down to, like, 5 minutes. I think B's strategy of being 1 TC market, not being there, you know, this 1 TC build that Philipsburg hates because all he does every game is build Silver Tree, triple marketplace, 4 TCs, and then loses to, like, rank 200 players. The reason why he doesn't like this, you know, he wants to see it different, is because now it does feel like B should have went for greed. He should have had that timer ticking a long time ago. Instead, Anan now has military advantage. He can play out. I swear these two are just having fun for this funnel series. It feels like it in some ways. Mops up the first wave. Anan is now shuffling out the wrong side of the base. Wait, what? Out of all the places you could have built the most important building right now. No EAT. Elite Army Tactics is huge here. Remember, all these units, great against their counters, but their base damage is kind of underwhelming, right? 12 each. 4 melee armor is huge for Mass Spearman. Oh my god, he's just sending it. Like, not the good guys, though. Not the hand cannoneers. No, no, no. They're too valuable. Keep them at home. The spears, however, it's a 200 pop. He needs to get rid of them. This is such a weird strategy. Oh my god. Rushes in. Puts the relics on the ground. Goes after the cows. Decap also comes through, so Sacred Site Wicked. Why are they doing, dude? I know what they're doing now. Like, KP, if we need to stay up, so do you. Remember, this is not tragic. It's not a Fulani. He doesn't care that the cows are dead. Maybe Anno was worried about trade. I don't think so. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stopped off there first. But he can rest assured there is no trade happening. Hey, Cal, are you related to any of these? Auntie, uncle, cousins, mama, papa, anyone I should know about? All right. Elite Army Tactics is on the way again. This time, surely, he won't build the university somewhere where it'll get blown up. Are you kidding me? Wait, is there a world in which he gets there quick enough? It's 50 seconds. If he grew up Barras, he can block the university tech again. Surely he realizes. He might just think it's already done. Yeah, he's wasting time on the outposts. That's unfortunate for B. Blocking Elite Army Tactics would have been huge here. Anan is going to get that more bulky front line of Spearmen. We're still live? Of course we're still live. Guys, reminder, this is why you should be subscribed. Bare minimum, you should be following and letting everyone know this is your place to get your esports action in AoE 4. We've been live now for 9 hours. Solo riding. That's not true. I've had all you cuties keeping me company. I still can't believe this. Like, I can't believe he's getting Elite Army Tactics out of this. He shouldn't be. It's a little bit late, right? The Spearman line has been cleared up. Hand cannoneers now going to be able to hide behind the wall. I think maybe they've done enough damage to buy him a bit of time, but he's going to need more than a bit here. Anan, what's going on with the stone? Oh my god. Biggest oh my god is look at how smooth that AMD advertisement is, because we've got a 9950X powering this beast of a PC. Big shout out to AMD. for making everything look so crisp now. Including a killing blow potential to Anan. I don't know what happened here, man. Like, this is just all over the place. He has 10,000 resources sitting there while he's losing fights like this. These two. There's sometimes, like, you know, and it's not an insult. I just see B and Anan as entertainers. They're playing for the win, but they're also playing clearly so much to have fun. And I agree. These two, like, when these two face off, they are by far some of the funniest games. I think, like, in the Midweek Masters, the most competitive series have been, like, Puppy Paw and Wham. I think we can agree on that, right? But in terms of just, this is hilarious. I don't know what really is happening anymore. Nothing delivers like Anan and B. Village is now coming home from God knows where. And it's like, well, I got 120, I can afford to lose. Yeah, you can usually afford to lose a few, but you've only got 140 total pop. He has to reset again. Has got the Serpentine Powder on the way. I mean, dude, these men-at-arms are going to melt. Serpentine Powder and Mansa Musafadi, it's a nightmare. Spears, I mean, they're going to have a hard time too, but at least it's a bit more cost-efficient. I don't know, like, how is this game? With the way this is played, how is this game not over? One way or the other. It feels like it should be dead. It should be done. And B has somehow now crept an outpost just out of range. He has got the stone for a cannon placement, folks. And there is realistically no way Anan is going to see this in time. In fairness, he is going to gather most of the gold by the time the cannon comes in, though. And yeah, I'm aware that B has a relic in his bed. I'm fully aware that that relic has been sitting there. I don't think B is, though, after 9 hours of back and forth gaming. More more fortifications coming in. Anan apparently doesn't have enough stone. What are you guys doing? Have they done the maths and realized, like, I said I needed to confirm because I wasn't sure if, like, tiebreakers would put them in a situation where they wouldn't be the guys qualifying. But, like, have they done the maths ahead of me and realized that, like, Louis can't make it? I'm figuring this out in my brain right now. B did beat Louis, but Anan lost to Louis. If Louis wins the set against Kill Jardi, I'm pretty sure it's not guaranteed Anan and B. And thank you, Cascade. You did some maths. If Louis wins, he makes it. Yep. If Anno wins, he definitely makes it. But if B wins, I don't think it's that clear. I think then is it tiebreakers with Wham? Give a recap about what this tournament is about. Mate, this is about bringing some of the most accomplished players in the history of Midweek Muster in 2024 into a showdown to decide who will be the All-Star King to round out the year. We sent invites out to the absolute tops. A few of them had clashes, as you'd expect across the holidays. But big shout out to B, Anan, Puppy Paw, Wham, Louis MT, and for Kill Jardi for finding the availability for what has been a crazy day. And hopefully a preview of a crazy final grand finals coming on the 30th of December. We now have extra TCs. B has realized it might need to be a bit more of an eco game. I know, like, what? He's legit going to try to wonder. What? What is going on? I have so many questions. Gun is a little bit over-ambitious here from B. I really know when players are trying to, like, mess with me, and I feel like they're doing that right now. I still remember my early days in Dota 2 casting when LOTV, Wagamama Stack, realized that I was casting their games, and they tried to make lots of stuff happen to see if I could cast fast enough to make me cast faster and faster. This isn't looking for me to cast faster. This is just looking for me to lose my mind. Oh my god. B just trying to break in everywhere. I know, just barely keeping the floodgates from opening on him. Clash on the east side. The Gunners overextended. He was shoved away. There's like 4 different engagements going on at any given stage. This is ridiculous. Why is Anan going full imp? I mean, he can't possibly afford Horsemen. What do you expect from him, man? Like, you know, Horsemen are just 100... I can't. If Louis MT loses, then Anan, B, and Wham surpass him by game percentage in GD. Right, and then it comes down to matchups, right? In which Wham beat B. So it would be Wham and Anan, unless B wins this set. Is that correct? So like Louis MT, if Louis MT loses to Kill Jardi, things get really weird because B, based on matchups, would have lost to Wham, and then Wham would have lost to Louis MT. So if Louis MT loses and Anan wins, it's Anan Louis in the grand finals. I think that's correct. If B wins, I believe it's... In Louis loses, it's B Anan still, maybe? Wham has 64%. Okay, it won't come down to head-to-head. Got you. So, Cascade, just to confirm then. So, Wham, if Louis wins, he's in. If Anan wins, he's in. If B wins and Louis wins, Wham is in. And Louis are into the grand finals. Is that correct? I believe so. So, Anno, mate. It's not 100% secure yet. Got it. So, confirmation, only if Louis loses do we have tiebreakers. But statistically, that is unlikely. That would mean it would be Louis versus the winner of this series, the grand finals. Oh my god, the gunner dive. And the reason, no offense to Kill Jardi, the reason why I'm saying Louis is unlikely to lose is look at his stats. Kill Jardi started off strong. We thought it was going to be his week. But then we realized Poppy Paw is just not on form today. This game. Now, I know what you're thinking. B must have won this. But don't worry, folks. Anan can keep this up for a long time. Yeah, that was crying. Oh my god. After trying to headbutt him with spears and men-at-arms for several minutes, Anan has seen value in ponies. Why are we still building Robotiquins? It's 32 gunners. Robotiquins aren't exactly an optimal defense force. Are you freaking kidding me? Is Anna actually losing this? After refusing to build a horseman for so long, I mean, I kind of get it, right? Like, how do you build a horseman into 11 melee armor? Mansamu, you can't. You literally can't. You want to know spoilers about the other match? I think people, like, if you want to keep us live updated, I appreciate it. Because we won't have time to cast Kill Jardi and Louis. There's no way. This set is probably going to take us beyond 10 hours. I'm assuming... Wait, is it 1-1? Oh, for God's sake. Oh, my brain. Tiebreakers. God damn it. You know what the best part is? The reason why we chose best of 3 over play all 2, and I quote, I'm throwing him on the bus. I quote Chum on this. There'll be less tiebreaker situations. What is up, Valorant? And what is up, Type Error Dubs? Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate you. Burn down begins. B, just like a torch at all. He's got the Siege Festivals going. Anno, man, surely he's dead. Then again, Anno is entering his favorite form. His final form. The mangoes are here. And also, frontlining a bit too much. He doesn't have adjustable crossbars yet. So for now, the gunners aren't really counted. That's right, we're apparently so mainstream Valorant even subscribes to us. What up? Type error even with the resub. Dude, legends. Thanks to the marathon. Thank you everyone who's been supporting for this long stream. It's been a long, long day. Mango. Can we stop just sending them to die? Oh my god. B's just gonna win this. Look at the sacred sites. The walls are going up. We're not done. There's a key drop as well. Capital GG. Thank you, the 5 gifted. Valorant with another 2 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Surely this is the end for Anno in game 1. He has no gold. He has 3,000 stone. I'm losing it. I mean, he may be walling up, but he doesn't seem to realize that Anan snuck out. At any stage, you can just go for this decap. He's also started to wall in the... I can't, man. This is what Picasso on LSD painting would look like. This is ridiculous. Another university. Sure, why not? Maybe biology will finally get us there. Cherry Point defense is not great against gunners. He has to cancel it to open the floodgate, but there's already enough Musafari. This is surely over. I don't even know why it's still going at this stage. Mango Wallop's gonna come in big. Maybe. Now, hold on a second. I said surely over, but actually B, he's taking too much damage from the mangoes. We're resetting. We have got a keep drop coming in though. Anno says, I am not done yet. This is ridiculous. He's got just enough minute arms to still hold. Oh no, 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 no again! Every time! Every goddamn time! All right, I think I know what we're calling that. I think I know what we're calling that one. 9 hours into a tournament day. Most unhinged games ever. Unbelievable. All right. So, opening game. I don't feel like it should have been lost, but it is. Which is complicated. Dude, is it just no one wants to play on Monday? Is that why you're all making my life hell? We have a 1-1 between Kill Jardi and Louis. We've now got B with the lead in a series that I don't think he should have been leading. Based on the matchup. Oh my god. Alright, let me just go ahead and pay out to the small group of people that believed. Everyone thought Anno had that. Joke's on you. Oh yeah, sorry, we need to lose glasses, don't we? Alright, so let me have a look-see here. Looking in the lobby now. Alright, what I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna update it so we have the clutch factor of how tight this is when we hop into the next game. This is ridiculous. Try to help my eyes. Dude, the Gunner glasses help my eyes. If you guys not seen these, you should get your hands on these. These are the Overwatch Gunner glasses. They're made with like a polymer flexi material. It's almost like rubber. They are so nice. Like, does anyone wear glasses? Like, I mean, I'm really selling you guys, but like, these are also good for people who just want something to stop your eyes drying out as quickly because they have got a curved design as well as the blue light filtering. So that helps that. But if you need to wear glasses, I also recommend these. Because what I love about these, they're my prescription ones. Because of the material, they're very compact, so they don't squeeze against your head. They don't sit uncomfortably with a headset. It's very hard for me to find glasses that do that. So, all right, 1-1 between Kill Jardi and Louis. So 1-1 lead now for B. Absolutely freaking ridiculous, you guys. All right, let's export. Absolutely ridiculous. Louis losing against Kill Jardi? No way. Are you freaking kidding me? How? How Ow. Kill Jardi, who cannot make playoffs but wants more money, man. He wants more money. Yeah, it's Delhi Roos on... Oh, God. On Scarguard. Wait, no, Delhi shouldn't be that great there, but then again, like, Delhi's good everywhere, right? It's not the best map for them, but still. Oh, my God. Roos is pretty... Yeah, I think Roos is pretty good on Scarguard. I don't think that's just an immediate GG. But, like, you can't get the Sacred Site win condition. That's impossible. Right. B and Anan now hopping the game. Wait, have I got a moment to eat a protein bar? Dude, I'm actually getting hungry. We haven't eaten in, like, 12 hours now. No, they're already in game. All right, GG, there's no hope. All right, new poll. Wait, not poll, sorry. New prediction. Hungry. So hungry. I can't believe this. My biggest nightmare. Tiebreakers are likely to happen. It's 1-1 between Louis MT and Kill Jardi. B is now leading the set against Anan. We hop into Transhumans. There is hope for Anno. Japanese, a predictable pick, one that B always does. And Anno has gone for the Mongols. Okay, so we could see a FUD game here. As long as, like, nothing too wild happens. Anno's going for a really cool opening as well. I kind of love this. Horseman beginning is really cool. Your opponent's gold is going to be exposed. And no, he already knows. He's preemptively built a Rax. I mean, this could be him worried about Spearman, but that makes it worse for Anno, right? Because if there's been Spears, he could potentially win that. But now that it's Spear Horseman... Wait. Scrap that, it's Pro Scouts. What? Anno Chad is going Pro Scouts on Transhumans of all maps. The first time we have ever documented Pro Scouts on this map. Dude, these two are delivering, man. What an insane set to round out our group stage. Reminder, this really does matter. Louis, okay, we just got confirmation. Louis just beat Kill Jardi. That means no tiebreakers. Now, Cascade was doing the maths. A few people were doing the maths. Appreciate you all. Louis has now qualified for Grand Finals, is my understanding by that. He should be through with a 2-1 victory there. However, this set, whoever wins goes through. Is that correct, chat? Or is it just Anan that can make it? Because Anan, I think, was he 1 point more than B? Grand Finals today? No, Grand Finals is on Monday, the 30th of December. So, weekend, we decided to leave that for the other tournament, and then we're going to have our Grand Finals of Best of 11 between Louis MT and, just to confirm that, yes, Cascade, is that to Anan or B? Or is it just Anno? Could B actually grief Anan here to let Wham in? B won 3 matches, Anno won 3 matches. Got you. So, whoever wins this will be going up against Louis MT in our Grand Finals. Appreciate you, Cascade. And my brain has been a little bit weird because we are 9.5 hours in. All right. I actually, I love that. Like I was saying earlier, my worry with like group stages is sometimes you get to the final round and it's like people could just say, I don't care. I'm not going to be able to win. But this is everything to play for. This is the whole kit and caboodle. It's Louis MT versus either B or Anan in our Grand Finals. In the final official Microsoft tournament of 2024. Okay. So, I mean, surely B saw the scouts by now, right? Has he been hiding them? No. And now they're revealing themselves. He's going for the dive. This is very early, though. Right, he doesn't have Pro Scouts yet. He doesn't even have the age up. So a little bit early on the timing, but I guess he wants to burn from the dock. Yeah, this is a denial. Okay, that's kind of sick. B has got 5 spears, though. Horseman, shivs are going to be out for him. It's awkward because it's an early Horseman. He does practically no damage. Tech up complete. I know. Now Infudelate's first B. Wait, the gold is... I mean, he's so far behind, right? He miscued his economy going into the Rax play. overcompensated and then end up with way too much food when he delayed more spears. It's a bit of a weird position. We'll have enough spears to defend him that he probably doesn't need a tower, though, which is really good for a fast castle build. This, I mean, is this going to be... This has to be the Coca, right? Just in case your opponent goes Keshix. Yes, there you go. Coca Township now in the way. However, this does give a lot of value now to Anan just going archers. If he's aware of what's happening and just transitions archers, he's ahead. By the way, guys, if you want to get ahead on your gaming performance, click that link. We're doing an awareness campaign right now with AMD Ryzen. The 9800X3D, I've heard it's starting to restock. Now's the time to go look for it. This is an awareness campaign, though. You don't have to worry about a buy. Just click on the link and check out the tech, because I can tell you how good the AMDs are. That's literally what we're doing right now. This new PC we built, full AMD build. And I have been blown away by how good it is. Yes, I might be hopping onto some Space Marines this weekend at absolute maximum frame rate in 1440p. 7800X3D is so nice. Yep, 9800X3D is an improvement though. About 15%-ish, plus it's more power efficient. So definitely worth considering. Okay, so B, tech up's now coming through. Has gone for the outpost, so do you really want to be building that many Shinobi? And hold up. Did we actually get Pro Scouts in the end, or was this a bait? I think this might have... Okay, it's coming through now, but that's so slow. Minute and 10 seconds out. He's got an arch ship coming in to defend him. Kind of needs to get out now, right? If he doesn't build the arch ship now, the Shinobi will deny him. Outpost is going to go up, so we'll have the protection. And timing is kind of perfect for him, right? B's going to get denied on this. So won't be able to burn it down. Has to walk away. Luckily, archer ships have potato aim when things are walking away from them. Dead Mongol, if you ever seen one. The funny thing is, like, Mongols were for a while actually favored in this matchup until people started building Coca. Even on a land map, if you're playing Japanese versus Mongols... Oh, sorry, this is where I get to do the Philisberto thing, where I'm like, I was so right. Like, a year before everyone else, I was saying this is the meta. I remember I was saying a long time ago that even on land, as Japan, you should build Coca Township against Mongols. It is the way to counter them, because they build their production loose using on Uvus. You can torch them, deny them, and then also they don't get to farm your farms by burning. Land or water, this is the way. And Coca Township is even better than when I said this before. No, you never said that one. You were talking about spears and crossbows. There was some stuff about like how you could scion the next like top tier pro. How you should be coaching Beastie. Was there anything else I'm missing there, Philisberto? Something about how like America be #1, but you've just got so many other things to do. And
oh my god! Khan's in timeout! Oh, I freaking love these two.
I just want B literally going, no, 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 you'll not play. You'll not play.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Because confirmation, I've never tried. You can't delete your Khan, right? Like you literally can't delete him. That's correct, right? He's stuck him in a gulag.
Oh, these two.
Step readout now on the way. B not going to be too far behind himself. He did go for the Yumi, just felt a little bit redundant. Could maybe do a little bit of pressure though. I mean, you just need to get across. Shinobi is shooting through. They will go for a stab at it. Yumi should really just kite past as well. Attacking this is kind of pointless. You can just kite around because the archer ships suck at attacking. It's double outpost, so like realistically, Shinobi shouldn't be able to do anything to really stop this. I can't like that. That is an all-time great. That is genuinely an all-time great. It's okay, guys. Soon he will make his escape. Like Makarov in the Modern Warfare games, it's a long con play. He attacks every 2 seconds. So, the good news is that the Khan will escape in just under 2,400 seconds. Not that long. So that ends up being what? Only 40 minutes. 40 minutes and he will get out. Soon. Soon. Is it 25? Was my maths wrong there? If it takes you 2,400, we said? Wait, he can delete him? I don't think Anan realizes. Wait. He does now. Alright, so he could have had his Khan back. But for reasons, he waited. Nah, where's my bleep button? I need to add it to my stream deck again. Man, screw serious tournaments. You just got to start doing meme games. I like to imagine that while Anan was teching up, he was Googling whether you can delete your card. Alright, real truth of the matter right now, though, this looks pretty bad for Anno. B did do something weird in going Onimusha instead of Mount Samurai. He's now fixing that. I do think that Anno crossbows will feel a little bit better, but the advantage of B should be the relics, central map control. Anno does not have mobility on his side right now. Oh, he's going imp, isn't he? With step readout, it's somewhat viable, especially with fishing. Not the worst idea. At this stage in the game, Kaganet is pretty good. Because like the amount of value it generates, I think someone told me the math before, is it like 500 resources a minute on average? At this stage in the game, I mean, that's pretty wild, right? 500 resources a minute is like an extra 10 workers or so in a game where you're only going to have pre-50. I actually rate this play from Anan, and B, like the problem is he's not really in a position to dive. He only has 2 Mounted Samurai. Was it 3k res per minute? Is that... Are you sure on that maths, Philly? If you get 5 knights and it takes a minute to generate, that's like 1,000. Yeah, I was about to say, dude, like... I want to check if NA math is really... Like, if education is really failing you guys that much. I think it might be closer to 1,000, though. It takes, I think, a minute and a 15 or a minute and 30 for... Is it 5 knights? So 5 knights has a value of 1,200. It's about, I think, 900 to 1,000 resources average. Actually, no, that's only based on knights, right? Oh my god, it's too late to do maths. It's way too late. Because you get Palace Guard, you get Horse Archers, all these different things, right? So the varying value, I think it comes to an average of about 600 resources a minute. New Khan Arise is like, freedom. It feels weird to not have walls. He's like, guys, I spent years inside the Gulag learning the walls, studying their foundations, and I have still not figured out how to build a wall. All right, Kagan now on the way. B, in the meantime, is getting on a bookish. Well, the good news is the stream's going long enough for us to do more AMD integrations. Oh, dear. Wait. What? He will never make it onto your starting. Are you kidding me, dude? We have Bao Chuans on transhumans. You'd expect this if he dropped a dock on the other side, but surely not on his own side. Looks like it's Palace Guard first. Oh. Alright, one's if you think Anatan's going to win this, two's if you think B's going to take it. B has to attack. The Baochuan is coming, and the timing is bad for B. That Baochuan will arrive just in time to help hold the choke. He's waiting too long because he wants to own the Bagisha tech. That's going to cost him dearly. Baochuan coming out in just a few seconds, and here's the big boy. Now, one problem is you can't funnel the fight. Your opponent has 2 ways they can go, courtesy of the fact that you are Mongols and walls is something you're allergic to. Yeah, it's kind of like a Christian trying to say like Zeus or Poseidon. Just you try to say it and the words just can't come out. Same with walls for Mongols. Yeah, we kind of mispredicted how long 5 rounds of best of 3s would take. In our defense, someone was late starting their series. It wasn't one of these two. That did put us an hour further back than expected. Yeah, in hindsight, it's a learning experience, right? We should have probably done play all 2s. So, B is just going mass Bugisha. This is slow, right? Like, I feel like Anan is slowly getting back into this because of it. It's the weakest link. Yeah, it's a bit problematic for sure. I just want to try something different than just doing a single elim. Double elim was on my mind. Our problem was getting enough players in. And it's kind of good that we didn't, because we had a last-minute replacement. We wouldn't have had enough people for double elim. We would have been 1 short. I think the ideal situation would have been... like, round robin works better across multiple days is the thing, I'd say. Like, 2 days for round robin is much better. But we're only doing a 2-day tournament, right? So it's a bit different. I know he's getting the crossbows together, though, guys. This is where Japan kind of begins to suck, right? Despite all their efforts, the thing where they just feel underwhelming is they can't play crossbows. It's impossible. They don't have them. Onimusha is just a worse crossbow for the intent of a stationary fight, rather. Indeed, proving that, you know, 3D Clan gets you a lot of notoriety in Russia. All the ladies, yeah, okay. We have got all the waifus called to war. Like, this is the only women army. Like, ignore these guys, these are the servants. They get the wine, they serve the food, that's all they do. This is all about the ladies. Enough about you oncoming. Wait, is that improved? No, that's just normal. Why? Wait, what? Why? Why are we getting siege engineering? I guess the outposts? These two clearly just got together as like, you know, we'll try to fight it out, but let's also just make this a really entertaining, but also simultaneously confusing set for KB. Like, they are playing for money. I just want to remind you guys of that, right? Like, winner of this makes it to the grand finals. Loser does not. Anan, maybe overextending here. Has got the Yam to disengage. Reach the backup forces, and there we go. The Warrior Monk buff comes in. That extra armor is actually huge up against Maso and Bugisha. That's the reset. Sacred Sites are locked in, but that's 9 minutes away. You have to wonder about the value Kargan at Palace can generate in that time. Behind this, we do at least have a Yorishiro dropping the TC, so a gradual eco lead being built for B. Meanwhile, Anan is going to TC. In the middle of the fight. Okay, no. Anno? Well, the Valtron can now fight. Is lacking some Nesta Bees that would make it actually scary. That's a little bit too expensive. And also, this Civ can't get it, sadly. Actually, like, why does China and Juji that are good on water get that and poor Mongols don't? Why don't they get the rocket launchers? Anyway, second TC is on the way. I mean, Bugisha, you know, this is the thing, right? Like, it's a raw number game in that fight, which is why that looked very good for the Bugisha. If you kind of just reach similar numbers in the engagements, with Yam as well, crossbows are weirdly effective. Player 2 doesn't improve things that much time-wise, because you still have to draft overhead. True. I think that's also just the predicament. Like, I've said this before about AE4. I actually think, and this is true of most games that have a draft phase, the draft phase is the most boring part of the broadcast, but it adds a lot of overhead as well. It's very cool for a very, very small percentage of players who understand the deeper dynamics of what pro players are thinking in the draft. But for most people, it's just like watching flags slowly be picked. The tough part is finding a good solution. This game is never gonna end. No, okay, it's fine. He still has Sacred Sights. Ano is kind of catching up, though. It's a bit deceptive because he's got quite a bit of military and water. Nestabees is pretty good here, though. Especially against this if. Right, Onabagisha, Onamusha, these things get melted by Nestabees. You do have to be able to protect it, admittedly. Because Onabagisha are, quite simply, very good siege shredders. Never like draft phase? Oh yeah, it's not like there's no perfect solution. Like there's a reason why the drafting is prepped ahead of time for like each seat. What I mean by that is like you ask the players to draft 5 minutes if they can before the series starts, right? So you don't have to sit through that live. Where do I live? I live in England, mate. I think you're the only person who's complained about the quality. Or is it like, oh, you mean latency on your end? I mean, that should be between you and your local server from Twitch. That shouldn't necessarily be on my end. Not to a grand degree, anyway. Ladies coming in again. Wait, did B? I think B split up a bit too much here. Yeah, he overreacted on the flank. That's a bad fight. Vigisha trying to dive in like that. This is what I'm talking about. Numbers really important. A bit worrisome here. B does still have that ticking time bomb down to almost 6 minutes. Anan now starting to take a slight lead on military count. And we also have additional Elite Knights on the way in. Yeah, and this Yam worries me. Like, Onabagisha's value really is in the blob, the movement speed. If you stay near these Yam auras, actually not that bad at disengaging. Does a big boat do AoE damage? It's more focus fire, right? I think it has a very small AoE. It's very deceptive. You think it's going to be big, it's not. Just like, do you guys know that technically a Bombard has AoE if you, like, stack close enough? You know, I'm starting to think Anatan's getting us to a third game here, guys. Despite all the insanity. I don't want to jinx it, but, like, compared to 3 minutes ago, his position looks a lot better. I still need to breach this, though. Behind this, B's economy is getting stronger. Double levels of Daimyo here. A lot of efficiency on those farms. Remember, Anatan 2TC is going to keep building a bigger and bigger village lead. Difficulty might be finding resources to gather, though. Step Redoubt is on the move. A lot of gold influx to come. Wait, is Anatan going to build another TC? Wait, what is... Huh? He should do a horseman switch? With this economy now, yeah, it's definitely justifiable. Maybe he's paranoid about what Anatan's going to build next. Okay, we have a siege switch. Anatan's favorite. And no, we don't really have any patches behind this. Anatan is going for the limited food build. He just wants siege. Dangerous against Mass Bugisha. If they get in, it just immediately evaporates, right? And the Mango's like, I mean, there's no way. He's rushing adjustable crossbars, isn't he? That's... Oh. No. He's making the right call here. Mangonel is kind of eh. Spear was kind of a cool idea. Weird still against Bugisha, but definitely better. There's Bugisha B. Once again, getting baited into a fight. The reason why I thought maybe Mangoes is if you look at the count, it's more Onimusha now. Springles are at least revealed. B. Starting to stockpile. Might be looking for an Imperial Age at this rate himself. Definitely gives him a backup plan in case the decap does come in on the Sacred Sites. Now also just exploiting those balls. Just feels like B is getting a lot more out of the map. Remember, it's 2 Sacred Sites rather, 3 relics. It's a lot of gold in the pocket, right? 440 extra, then you've got whatever you've done with the Yoroshiros. I think you went production, never switched them, which is a bit surprising. Usually at this stage you want to be switching over forges and things like that. And finally, wait, how long did that take? I feel like Anan has been waiting on a Wee Pow for almost 10 minutes. Wait, no, has he been in Imperial that long? It's been at least like 6 minutes of wait time. Most people are like, why did I get a Wee Pow first? This is a game where Anan might have wanted it. Instead, he had to go for a traction trap. 2.5 minutes to go, folks. And Anan, quick reactions, does at least back away before it becomes a problem. Wait, what? 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 Why? Why does the trade post block Spriggles? I have so many questions today. What? Okay, so the sucky siege unit is even suckier. You learn something new all the time, folks. Well, today has been very revealing. Owner Big Ishi is protected by trade. Not really a statement you make often. Ringing the bell, 2 minutes away. B with 50 Onimusha. The last minute substitute player is about to make grand finals. Unless Anan can get the decap now. Still got a minute, by the way, so you might as well quickly click that link that just popped up for the awareness campaign for AMD. Because he's going to try to milk this down to the final seconds, you can tell. Smash coming in. SCB's count. Only at 2. Spirals are whittling away at the owner. Bigisha front line very fast here. The SCBs need to mop up the back line. And B with the commitment in here. Can he break through though? Spirals are starting to get sniped down. It's all falling apart. B wants a showdown. A best of 11 grand finals up against Louis MT. And it feels like there's just no denying it. Wee Pals even trying to snipe the Onimusha now. The spiral count. He's trying to turn this into a mech army. B. There's actually not much left. 5 seconds on the clock. Mass Horseman now on the way. The siege has given him a new outlook on life. The outposts have been taken out. Anan on the edge. Village is now being paused against Owner Bigisha though. Saint's Blessing buff is going to come through. That'll make it a bit more tanky, but they're front lining. He can't afford it. Anan is down to only 50 economy. And B makes a statement to round out the year. He will be your second grand finalist for the Midweek Muster All-Stars. Insane. 2-0 set after the way this group stage went. Anan, despite that one loss against Louis MT, looked poised to make it through, to make it into a grand finals. But Anan, questions will be asked about that game 1. Game 2 a bit more awkward, sloppy. In the end, there is no stopping him. It is going to be Louis MT versus B, the final grand finals of official Microsoft tournaments for 2024. I hope you all join me for that. What a damn day this has been. Make sure you're liking these videos. Make sure you're subscribing, commenting, sharing them around. A 10-hour stream to do this round robin. Really big shout out to all the players on the screen there. The day was admittedly a lot longer than expected. I hope for the most it was at least enjoyable for them. Incredible day. I'll catch you on the next one. Oh my god. So yeah, that was 100% correct, right? Cascade, based on what we said. So yeah, we've got Louis MT versus B grand finals. Oh my god. My throat is barely held on as well. Okay. So, reminder, and to answer Stefan's question, no, this is the Haven case. It's the Haven HS420. It's a really cool, really clean case. $200, which is like, you know, a little bit more expensive by case standards, but worth what you get. Like, there is panel designs to hide all of the wiring. Every panel is magnetized. There's room for like VESA, like, you know, mount for like a monitor or, you know, a tablet at the back there. Loads of housing room for SSDs, HDDs. Yeah, just, dude, I love the cable tie as well. Like, this, I was really impressed with this case. A little bit tricky to make work with Corsair IQs, but doable for sure. You got the same case? Hell yeah, Javid. I love it, man. It's great. PGW sent it to me, and I'm really impressed. I just think it's a really clean look. It's probably, like, I think it's the best looking, like, fish tank design I've seen. Because, like, usually the fish tanks have this awkwardness with the curve. There is a little bit of, like, obviously distortion as you turn the angle, but it's actually the most minimal I've seen. Final will be B versus Lou on Monday. That is correct, yes. So, folks, on Monday at 4 p.m. CET, make sure you're doing the Discord in case it's a little bit earlier. Also, big shout to Jared Ballard on the YouTube side. I see you giving the £5.69. You absolute legend. Appreciate the support. But on Monday, we should be live for 4 p.m. CET for the finals of the year. But because it's going to be B versus Louis, I'll check with them if they're both okay with that time. But that is going to be our goal to go with that. I'll definitely post out on Twitter, on Discord, and also there'll be notifications when we go live. So just keep an eye out for that. But yes, Monday will be our finals. Oh, blimey. Bloody hell. What a day. But yeah, appreciate everyone's been tuning in. I'm going to fast end on the YouTube side of things. Appreciate all the love and support there. Make sure you tune on Monday for our final tournament, our final stream of the year. Dude, I'm so excited. And then next year, we start off again, January the 3rd, all the way through to June, weekly tournaments. So pretty crazy times ahead. Appreciate all the support and hope you'll all join me to round out the year and stuff.